Like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 80. This night, no accident, Daisy suffered from insomnia again. And she didn't fall asleep until it was almost dawn. When she woke up, she found that it was already afternoon. I've been asleep for so long. Daisy got up from the bed, rushed to the bathroom to wash up, then opened the door and ran outside. In the living room at the moment, Roddy is reading a book. As a super rich second generation, Roddy is not only good at clubbing, drag racing, and playing games. Occasionally he would read books to enrich his knowledge. Just like now. Are you up? Roddy, who heard the door opening, raised his head and saw Daisy standing at the door in a panic, so he greeted her with a smile. What about, Gwen? Daisy was a little afraid to face Roddy, mainly because of what happened last night, which made her think about the best way to deal with it all night. In fact, Daisy thought about leaving, so that she would not feel guilty. But she couldn't bear it. So she struggled all night, but she couldn't make a final decision. It can only be delayed for the time being. Gwen, she came here this morning, now. Roddy glanced at his watch and said, it must be rehearsal. Oh, right. Gwen said, let's have a meal together at night, it's a good thing you woke up, otherwise I will call you in a while. Let's have dinner tonight? Daisy panicked. After what happened last night, she was afraid to see Gwen now. Because as soon as she saw her, Daisy would think in her mind why she wanted to snatch the picture of her boyfriend. Well, can I not go? Daisy said in embarrassment. Not going. Roddy put down his book and stood up, walked up to Daisy and looked at her. What's the reason? He asked. That. I feel sick to my stomach. Daisy covered her stomach and said. Roddy glanced over and shook his head. It's too fake, change it. Daisy was silent for a while. I'm not hungry, I'm losing weight. She said again. As a result, my stomach growled as soon as I finished speaking. Roddy couldn't help laughing. You were like this last time, your stomach is more honest than yours. He said with a smile. Seeing Roddy's laughing and joking look, Daisy couldn't help but get angry. 933. It's not all your fault. Daisy muttered angrily. What did you say? Asked Roddy. No, it's nothing. Daisy said hastily, I said I need to change clothes, you should get out of the doctor quickly. As she spoke, she pushed Roddy outside and slammed the door behind her. Roddy, who was standing at the door, looked at the closed door and shook his head, then turned around and sat down on the sofa, continuing to read. Evening. Gwen arrived at Paradise Mansion on time at 5 o'clock. Then Roddy drove the previous curry south and took her and Daisy to the reserved restaurant together. Along the way, Gwen pulled Daisy and chatted. And Daisy also responded from time to time, but anyone could tell that Daisy seemed worried. Gwen didn't think much about it, but thought that Daisy might be thinking of her parents again. So they pulled Daisy to chat more vigorously. Thinking of diverting Daisy's attention with some interesting topics, so that she can come out of her sadness. And Gwen's understanding look made Daisy feel even more guilty. Gwen is so good, but I still want to steal her boyfriend, I am not human. Just as Daisy thought about it, she raised her head and saw Roddy looking at her in the rearview mirror of the car. That look seemed to be laughing at her, making Daisy stare back fiercely in anger. Roddy just felt baffled, he just looked back curiously. Why did Daisy stare at him suddenly? Did I go too far last night? But he didn't do anything further? For this dinner, the three people who ate had different thoughts. Daisy felt guilty towards Gwen and angry at Roddy watching her jokes. And Gwen simply cares about Daisy, and wants to help her get out of her sadness and welcome her new life. As for Roddy, he was stared at 11 times by Daisy and kicked twice under the table. The whole gas bucket is the same. Roddy thought to himself that he could be regarded as a person who had experienced countless ups and downs, but it was the first time he met a woman like Daisy with unpredictable emotions. Obviously he was still so shy yesterday, as if he could be bullied by others. As a result, I can't get used to him anyway. He stared and kicked him again. What does this woman mean? Roddy was a little confused. On the way home at night, Roddy was still thinking about what he had just eaten. Just then, the cell phone he put aside rang. Roddy hit the answer button on the car. Then Harry's voice came over the car's speakers. Roddy, are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow. Roddy glanced at the two girls who were chatting in the back row, thought for a while and said, I'm free, what's the matter? It's nothing important. It's just the yacht party I told you about last time. Didn't you miss it last time? I didn't mean to make it up for you again. It just so happened that there was a girl group from Bangziguo in the past 2 days. I have already invited their managers to perform in United States, and they will definitely be on board when the time comes. Didn't you like those female stars in Bangziguo before? This time I invited you a whole girl group at once. How about it? Are you enough brothers? You are really good brother. Roddy looked at the two women in the back row dumbfounded. Gwen is okay, in fact, when she decided to be with Roddy, she had already thought about accepting all the advantages and disadvantages of Roddy. Undoubtedly. Playboy is one of Roddy's shortcomings. She knew this already. When she first met Roddy, she knew that this man was not a quiet person. And in which country in the world is the rich second generation not bothered? Rich people are bothered. Or men are all fickle, the difference is that some men can only think in their hearts, while others have the ability to practice. In fact, as long as Gwen has her in Roddy's heart and loves her sincerely, that's enough. And Roddy's performance in the past few months is enough to show that he is sincere to himself. So Gwen actually doesn't mind going out to have fun occasionally, or acting on occasion. It's okay, you can go if you want. Gwen said generously. At this time, Harry on the other end of the phone also heard Gwen's voice, and immediately knew that his call was not at the right time. Ahem. Gwen, you're here too, how are you? Harry greeted Gwen embarrassingly, and then said, then what? I suddenly remembered that I seem to have a very important meeting tomorrow, how about we next time? Okay, next time. Roddy hung up the phone dumbfounded. Harry's call was really not the right time. If it was at any other time, Roddy would have agreed. But right now, in Gwen's presence, even Gwen herself said that she didn't mind Roddy playing outside, as long as she didn't bring women home. But after all, if Roddy really agrees to such a thing in front of Gwen, it is guaranteed that Gwen will feel uncomfortable. So, with Harry's lame excuse, Roddy refused. After hanging up the phone, a smile flashed in Gwen's eyes. Roddy would refuse Harry's invitation because of his presence, which in Gwen's view was a sign of love for her. If he didn't have himself in his heart, then he wouldn't care about his feelings at all. Now that he is doing this, doesn't it just show that he cares about himself? Gwen felt sweet in her heart, and looked, psek, at Roddy with love in her eyes. But this made Daisy on the side very puzzled. She had just heard the guy on the phone talking about yacht parties, and then some girl group from Bangziguo, and that Roddy used to like that kind of thing. Doesn't that mean Roddy is a playboy? And it hasn't been fixed until now. But why did Gwen take the initiative to ask him to agree just now? Does Gwen not care at all? And what makes Daisy even more incomprehensible is that. Why is Gwen looking at Roddy so softly now? The love in his eyes seems to be overflowing. What's happening here? Brainwashed? Or is it that people in big cities think differently from people like her who have been wandering outside all year round? Is she out of date? One question after another constantly popped up in Daisy's mind. At the same time, she suddenly couldn't help thinking, since Gwen is so generous, would she not mind if she was with Roddy? For a moment, Daisy really wanted to ask Gwen. Luckily Daisy wasn't really out of her mind. If she had to ask such a foolish question, she could guarantee that Gwen would immediately let her get out of the car. After all, hang out and have a long-term relationship with bringing a girl home. These are two completely different things. Even if Daisy didn't understand Gwen's thoughts, she knew that it was unlikely that Gwen would not mind this situation. What if? At this moment, such a seed was suddenly planted in Daisy's heart. Just don't know when this seed will take root and germinate. In the evening, Gwen didn't come home to stay tonight. Instead, stay with Roddy. After Daisy came back, she said that she was going to rest, and ran back to her room early, not wanting to be the light bulb. This night, Xi suffered from insomnia again. This was the second night in a row that she had insomnia. Then she fell asleep in a daze after dawn again. When I woke up, it was already afternoon again. I can't do this anymore, it's such a waste of time. Daisy is ashamed of her actions. What a shameful act of waste. What's more, it's such a precious waste of time. So she decided to get a good night's sleep tonight, and stop thinking about it so that she couldn't fall asleep. Result. Daisy just finished washing and opened the door, when she saw Roddy walking out of the bedroom with a suitcase. Are you going out? Daisy asked suspiciously. We're going out. Roddy said. You should also pack your luggage, don't need too much, prepare some swimsuits, and you. Just take what you think you must bring, and everything else is on the yacht. Daisy. What? Yacht? No, didn't you reject the child yesterday? Daisy hurried over and pulled Roddy aside. Are you crazy? She lowered her voice and said, didn't you just reject it in front of Gwen yesterday? Why did you go back on it today? I found that you men really only know how to use. Let's think about the problem with the lower body, right? No, did you misunderstand something? Roddy looked at Daisy, who was inexplicably excited, and he explained, the yacht I mentioned is my own yacht. Not the one Harry invited me to yesterday. 11. And there is no girl group on the yacht. Just me, you, and Gwen, and some service personnel. It's not what you think it is, okay? After hearing Roddy's explanation, Daisy realized that she had misunderstood. Suddenly she blushed again. I'm not doing this for your own good. Daisy argued. Yes, yes, you are the best. Roddy shook his head, then pushed her to her room. Hurry up and pack your bags, we're leaving right away. Roddy said. Why don't I go? Said Daisy. I really can't swim. I'm afraid of water. Do you think I believe it or not? Roddy rolled his eyes and said, okay, stop talking nonsense, hurry up. I'll wait for you. Seeing that she couldn't beat Roddy, Daisy could only bite the bullet and go back to her room to pack her luggage. After 1 hour, Roddy drove to his private dock. His private dock is in the backyard of his sea view villa. The backyard of the villa leads directly to the sea, where Roddy built a large pier to park his 3 yachts. There are 3 yachts, one of which is a large luxury yacht with a length of 45 meters. It is mainly used when going out to sea for parties at sea, and it is not used in normal times. The other 2 are medium-sized yachts of 15 and 6 meters. Roddy used to like sea fishing for a while, and sometimes he would go fishing alone on a whim. He bought these 2 yachts at that time. That large luxury yacht cost Roddy $33 million, more expensive than any car he had ever bought. The point is that it costs more to maintain. Roddy doesn't use it much, but whenever it's parked here, it's burning cash almost every second. In contrast, those 2 medium-sized yachts are much cheaper. Not worth mentioning at all. Chapter 81. Mr. Luo, welcome aboard. On the pier, a row of straight female sailors bowed and bowed, headed by a mature woman with long blonde hair and a single ponytail. She is the captain of this voyage, Melissa. The 9 girls standing behind Melissa are the crew members of this voyage, and they are also the service personnel on board. All are women between the ages of 20 and 25. After professional training, they belong to the elite level in the professional field. These people, they were all hired by Roddy. After all, a large luxury yacht like this cannot be driven away by one person. It must have at least 5 or 6 crew members to maintain normal sailing. Plus some service staff on the ship, Roddy hired a total of 10 people. No more, no less. At this time, Daisy, who was pulling the suitcase beside her, gave Roddy a glance. That look seemed to say, "I know you will never change." Roddy just ignored it. He has a clear conscience, okay? Hiring a female crew, that's because Gwen and Daisy are also uploading. If it's a male crew, it's so inconvenient. Roddy hired an all-female crew just to take care of the two of them. What is it called? This is the spirit of selflessness. It's okay for Daisy to be ignorant, and Roddy is not as knowledgeable as her. "Melissa, I want you again this time." Roddy first greeted the captain, Melissa, and the two had met several times. When Roddy held a sea party on the yacht, he also hired Melissa. I remember the first time Melissa was the first officer. However, the second time she became a captain. Now the work is getting better and better, and even the appearance fee has been increased a lot. Melissa is worth the money though. She and her team have always had a good reputation in the industry. Not to mention the good service. This is the most basic. The most important thing is to be tight-lipped, not to gossip about the guests, and not to publicize what happened on the yacht. So many rich people like to hire Melissa's team. Roddy can directly call their team to serve him. That's because Roddy is a super VIP user in their company and has the privilege of exempting appointments. Otherwise, you will have to wait in line for at least a week or two. What? Don't want to wait? Then find another team. Anyway, there is no shortage of job opportunities. Mr. Luo, you are the one who takes care of us. Melissa, who is just 30 years old this year, looks much younger than European and American women of the same age. I heard that she still has some Latin American blood, and she is well maintained. Similar to women. How else can Melissa's team be popular? First of all, it's fun. Coupled with the fact that ability is not bad, job opportunities will naturally come to the door constantly. Miss Stacy, leave your luggage to me. Miss Johnson, this way please. The young female crew behind them also stepped forward to take the luggage of the three of them, and then all of them boarded the yacht behind them. White Pearl. The yacht was named after Roddy watched Pirates of the Caribbean. Originally I wanted to call it the Black Pearl, but I thought it couldn't be exactly the same, right? So it was changed to White Pearl. It's not up to standard, but it's Tuyul's business anyway, who cares? On the yacht, Roddy took the two girls to visit first. The 45-meter-long yacht has 4 floors. The internal facilities are also very complete, especially the master bedroom on the bottom floor, where you can even see the scenery under the sea. The transparent glass allows people to have an unobstructed view of the underwater scenery, and when they go out to sea a little further, they can even see large marine fish such as sharks. Besides, the yacht is also equipped with jet skis, a spare lifeboat and more. There is also a hot spring on the second floor. If you are tired from playing in the water, you can soak in the hot spring, which is also a kind of enjoyment. Other entertainment facilities are also basically available. Just need a helipad or something. However, the 45-meter yacht is still a bit small, and these facilities that take up a lot of space cannot be accommodated. Roddy thought about buying a bigger yacht in the future. At least get one with a level of hundreds of meters. For example, Harry's yacht is 86 meters long. Much bigger than Roddy's. But the bigger the yacht, the more troublesome it is to buy it. Like that kind of more than 100 meters, you can't buy it if you have money, you have to be qualified. And you have to make a reservation, and then other manufacturers will provide you with professional customized services according to some of your needs. In short, Even if you are eligible to buy, you have to wait at least several months. It's like buying a luxury car. The more expensive, the more you have to wait. This trademark seems to be enjoyed as a kind of privilege. God, trademark wait or enjoy. After more than an hour, you can no longer see the coastline in the distance. When they got here, Melissa and the others' preliminary work was half completed. At this time, Roddy and the others also changed into swimsuits. Roddy is just a pair of beach shorts, showing off his perfect figure. The muscles are as perfect as marble sculptures, the lines, the contours. Daisy, who had just come out of the room after changing clothes, was stunned. Back to God. Roddy waved his hand in front of her eyes on purpose. As a result, Daisy, who came back to her senses, quickly blushed and snorted, then turned and ran to the other side. After a while, Gwen came out too. She looked at Roddy with a smile, walked up to him with brisk steps and said, "What? Are you bullying Daisy again?" "No, it's not bad if she doesn't bully me." Roddy had the cheek to deny it. Gwen patted him with a smile. "Roddy, I know I can't monopolize you by myself, but promise me, even if you want to find another girlfriend in the future, you should tell me in advance, okay?" Gwen hugged Roddy gently, snuggling against him. "Fool, you think too much." Roddy stroked Gwen's hair tenderly, then lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "Don't think about it, let's go." Don't make Daisy wait anxiously, thinking what are we doing? Roddy said with a smile. Hearing this, Gwen also smiled, and then the two walked out of the cabin holding hands. The yacht departed from the pier around 2:30 p.m. At about 3:45, we arrived at the first destination, a deep-sea fishing spot. Then Roddy on the yacht and they started fishing. Ready to catch myself some supper. Although all kinds of food have been prepared on the boat, how can you not catch some fresh fish and try something new when you go out to play? Not to say how delicious it is. Mostly enjoy the process. In terms of fishing, Roddy can be regarded as a semi-expert. But I don't know if he was unlucky today. The bait would be eaten every time he put it down, and there was only one hook left when he picked it up. On the other hand, on Gwen and Daisy's side, 6 fish have already arrived in half an hour. Enough to feed the 3 of them at night. But the 2 of them were obviously interested, and they had no intention of stopping at all. And because Roddy didn't take the bait for a single fish, Daisy didn't laugh yet. Where will Roddy admit that his fishing skills are not as good as those of 2 little girls who have never fished before? So he continued to work hard. No matter what, he had to catch a ball tonight. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Melissa and the others are already preparing dinner. Meals at sea are both easy and troublesome to prepare. Simple means that if you just want to eat a simple meal, you don't need much preparation. But if you want to eat well and eat exquisitely, then it's really hard work. The food prepared by Melissa and the others naturally required careful preparation, so they were already busy early. Only 3 female crew members were left to follow Roddy and the others, helping on the sidelines. There's really nothing Roddy can do to help, though. Gwen and Daisy could help pull a fishing rod or something, but Roddy didn't catch any fish at all, so he could only watch Gwen and the others beside him having so much fun. It was more than 5 o'clock in the evening. The food on Melissa's side is almost ready. And Roddy finally got the fish. Who said I would be in the Air Force just now? Roddy held a grouper he caught and said to the 2 girls over there. Ask for flowers 00. It's just a small grouper, look at the one who sings you. Daisy laughed and said, look at what we caught, that's called fishing. Yours is called feeding the fish at best. Feeding the fish is too much. Roddy felt his heart stabbed instantly. He threw the fish in his hand into the water tank, then went to hug Daisy horizontally, and directly raised his hand and slapped Daisy twice. Wow! What are you doing? Put me down. Daisy struggled and asked Gwen for help. Finally, Gwen stepped forward to rescue her, but the girl was still not convinced. She hid behind Gwen and made a face at Roddy, while she reached out and rubbed the place where she had just been beaten. It didn't really hurt, after all, Roddy didn't really push hard. Just kidding. But Daisy had a different feeling. A smiling face was glowing red under the setting sun. I don't know if it was illuminated by the setting sun, or it was because of other reasons. The sky at sea quickly darkened. Roddy and the others also came to the third deck to start today's dinner. Melissa and the others prepared a rich dinner. The three of them were also full of praise. Melissa and the others were also very happy when they heard it. The group chatted and ate and drank, and the time passed by quickly. After 9 o'clock in the evening, Roddy and the others are ready to rest. The yacht will sail at a slow and constant speed on the sea at night, and they will arrive at the next target position almost tomorrow morning. At that time, we will play for another day, and when it gets dark, we can start to return to the voyage. Basically wait until the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, and they will be able to return to the pier in Liberty City. On the yacht, in the master bedroom on the negative floor, Gwen and Daisy were lying on their stomachs, their heads poked out, looking at the bottom of the sea beyond the glass below. Underneath the yacht, the relevant light shines out, and the underwater scenery can be seen even in the dark. At this time, the two were looking at the fish in the water and chatting about which fish was easier to catch. When Roddy came in, he saw both of them there, so he leaned over. "What's the topic?" asked Roddy. Daisy glanced at him, snorted and said, "You don't understand what we're talking about, after all, you are the boss of the Air Force." After finishing speaking, Daisy couldn't help herself. Just laughed. Gwen next to her also covered her mouth and snickered a few times. "Is Air Force boss okay?" Roddy raised his hand as if to hit him. Daisy was so scared that she ran to hide behind Gwen. "If you hit me again, I will. What are you going to do?" Roddy stared fiercely. Daisy snorted, pulled Gwen, and said, "Look Gwen, your boyfriend is bullying me again, you have to help me." She looked pitiful. Gwen also took advantage of the opportunity to pat Roddy, telling him not to bully Daisy. "Okay, go back to your own room quickly, we are going to rest," Roddy said to Daisy angrily. "Drive people away." "I won't go, I'm going to sleep here tonight." Daisy stepped back and just lingered. "Okay, then don't go." As he spoke, Roddy sneered at her a few times, and pulled Gwen as if to lie down and rest. Daisy blushed when she saw it. He quickly got up and glared at Roddy, before he ran out angrily and went back to his room. "You! How grown up, you know how to bully Daisy?" Gwen patted Roddy a few times angrily, and said, "It's okay, she's solid, she's not afraid." Roddy laughed. Gwen couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him when she heard this, and before she could say anything else, she saw Roddy turn off the underwater lights, then turned around and came over. Nothing to say all night. Roddy and the others woke up early the next morning. Gwen took Daisy to watch the sunrise on the sea. Roddy went to say hello to Melissa and the others, and asked about the route by the way. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Roddy turned around and came to Gwen and the others, watching the sunrise with them. Chapter 82. You're not sure? In the sea, Roddy and Gwen put on a set of diving equipment and prepared to go diving in the sea. But Daisy stood on the yacht, expressing that she did not want to go into the water. "I really can't swim," Daisy said with a bitter face. Roddy always thought she was just making excuses, but now it seems, she really can't. "Okay, then let's go play first, you can rest alone for a while, or you can go fishing, and I will teach you how to swim when we come back." After Roddy finished speaking, he greeted Gwen, and the two put on their breathing masks and dived into the water. Daisy on the yacht looked enviously at the two people who disappeared into the water. She also wants to dive. But she can't swim, be afraid. The underwater world is colorful, and compared with the magnificent waves on the sea, it has a more magical beauty. Roddy and Gwen spent about half an hour diving underwater before coming up. The oxygen in the oxygen bottle was almost used up. Otherwise, the two of them would not be willing to come up. Okay, you go and teach Daisy how to swim, I'll take a break and watch it later. After taking off her diving gear, Gwen pushed Roddy towards Daisy, then smiled and waved at the two of them before turning to read a book. Come on, let's start with getting into the water. Roddy pulled Daisy, who was a bit reluctant, to the stomach on the first floor of the yacht. Are you really going into the water? Daisy looked at the sea water in front of her with some hesitation. Don't worry, I'll watch by your side and nothing will happen to you. Roddy said, and jumped into the water first. Bring it on. Roddy waved and shouted at Daisy. 423 Daisy hesitated for a while before trying to get into the water. As a result, she sank as soon as she fell asleep, and constantly waved her arms to shout. At this time, Roddy stepped forward and hugged her, and lifted her to the surface of the water. Breathe. Don't patronize fear. Roddy said angrily. Even ordinary people who don't know how to swim will not be like Daisy when they first get into the water. How afraid is this girl of water? I don't want to learn, can I? Daisy looked at Roddy pitifully and said. No, now do as I say. Roddy definitely won't agree. What if you can't get into the water when you go out to sea? Just sunbathing on the deck? Fishing? How boring. Then, Roddy started teaching Daisy how to swim. And Daisy is also patronizing fear and nervousness at the moment, but doesn't care about the physical contact between the two. If it was normal, she would have blushed a long time ago, and then turned and ran away. Roddy taught Daisy about an hour in the water. Feeling that she has mastered the basics, let her start to try to swim by herself. Try it yourself, I'll watch from the side, swim with confidence. Roddy watched from the sidelines. And Daisy was holding a kickboard in her hand, and she refused to let go no matter what Roddy said. I'm going to sink, she said nervously. No, trust me. Roddy could only comfort her and cheer her up constantly. Finally, Daisy worked up the courage to let go of the kickboard. Sure enough, as soon as she let go, she began to sink, but fortunately, Daisy still remembered what Roddy had taught her just now, and began to slap her legs vigorously, while paddling her hands, and gradually her body stopped sinking. I will! She shouted happily. Roddy also praised her for learning quickly. Come on, swim a little distance ahead and have a look. Roddy said. Daisy seemed to have overcome her fear. She tried to swim forward as Roddy had taught her earlier. At first she would sink a bit, but gradually Daisy became better and better at swimming, and she would not sink anymore. Seeing that she really learned it, Roddy swam over and said, How is it? Isn't it very simple? Daisy nodded. Is it true that I can learn calculations quickly? She said. Roddy nodded, and said, That's right, you have a strong learning ability, and you may not be able to learn it to your level in a few days. I knew it, I'm a genius after all. Daisy said proudly. The two swam for a while, and there were a few times when Daisy was not very proficient in swimming, and Roddy helped a few times. Maybe it's because I have overcome my inner fear. So when she made physical contact with Roddy again, Daisy couldn't help but blushed again. Roddy didn't think much about it, he just wanted Daisy to learn how to swim. Okay, it's almost done, let's go back. Roddy looked at the time, the two had been in the water for a long time. It's not good to stay in the water all the time, so he greeted Daisy, and the two returned to the yacht. Take a break. Roddy looked at the panting Daisy and said. Well, swimming is quite tiring. Daisy nodded and said. Afternoon. The three played jet skis in the sea for a while. Then lay down and sunbathe for a while. When it was past 3 o'clock, Gwen suggested that everyone catch some fish for dinner like yesterday. Daisy applauded in agreement. Roddy, on the other hand, is a little less keen on fishing. In this way, you guys go fishing on the yacht, and I go to the water to catch fish. Roddy thought for a while and suggested. Hearing this, Gwen and Daisy also looked at him with a smile, and then nodded in agreement with his proposal. Someone seems to be scared. Daisy smiled as she turned away. As a result, Roddy slapped her behind her, causing Daisy to turn back and gaze at him again. Gwen, look at him. Bullying me again. Daisy has now learned to complain to Gwen whenever something happens. And Gwen will say a few words to Roddy symbolically every time, and after following Daisy, she will pose as a winner. This silly girl. Night. Gwen and Daisy are already asleep. Roddy came out of the room, greeted the two female crew members on duty against the sea breeze, and then came to sit on the deck. The time was just past midnight. Roddy just performed a system check-in and got an ability to breathe underwater. After he gave ability to a bottle of normal saline, he gained 130 times the strengthening. The ability to breathe underwater has no combat power, so it is only a delta level potential. However, this ability is also very useful in specific occasions. For Roddy, it just made up for one of his weaknesses. So, from now on, he has no fear of drowning. So Roddy, who got the ability, wanted to go into the water to try this ability. It just so happened that he was at sea right now, and the environment was just right. After sitting for a while, the Huishuan sea breeze blew. Roddy went into the water. This time he was wearing nothing. Just a pair of swimming trunks, directly down into the icy sea water. The sea water was icy cold at night, but Roddy didn't feel it. As soon as he stepped into the water, he found a completely different feeling from the past. He doesn't need to open his mouth to breathe underwater. Because every pore in his body will replace his mouth and nose to help him breathe. Roddy let himself slowly sink to the bottom of the sea, the water pressure didn't matter to him at all. The ability of energy absorption can use hydroponic blooms as nutrients for Roddy. The greater the water pressure, the more energy Roddy absorbs. Not only is this not a bad thing, but a good thing. In the past, it was because Roddy couldn't breathe in the water. Even if the energy in the body was used to replace the breathing system, it was still a kind of consumption and it was continuous. Making ends meet belongs to yes. And now, Roddy didn't need to expend energy in his body to replace breathing. Because he originally could breathe underwater. No fish gills grew on his body. After all, if that happened, Roddy would never integrate this ability. Any ability that will change the shape, Roddy will not choose to integrate. A mere underwater breathing is not worth breaking his own rules. At the moment, Roddy has sunk to a depth of about 100 meters underwater. It was already night, and the water was already pitch black. At this depth, it is even more so dark that you can't see your fingers. But Roddy was already prepared. He took out a deep-sea flashlight from the different space. After opening, a beam of light dispels the surrounding darkness. The bottom of the sea is still lively at night. Large and small marine life can be seen everywhere. Not far away, there was even a shark hunting. Many people think that sharks like to attack humans, but this is not the case. Sharks generally don't attack humans unless they mistake you for a seal. So, as long as you try to dress brightly so that you don't look like a seal, sharks generally don't attack people. Because humans are not in the diet of sharks. Animals in nature rarely attack prey that they are not familiar with. This is the natural law of survival. After all, unfamiliarity means that there may be danger. The wild is different from the civilized society of human beings. It's here. Even a slight injury could mean death. Therefore, those carnivorous animals will basically not provoke their unfamiliar prey. At the moment, this shark, which was preying on a group of sea fish not far away, didn't care about Roddy here. In its eyes, Roddy was not within the scope of its diet at all. And the group of sea fish in front of him is enough for him to have a full meal. Seabed. Roddy at the moment has gone down to 600 or 700 meters underwater. Here he has seen the bottom of the ocean floor. It was a thick layer of silt, surrounded by some small plankton. Going further to the south, there is a big slope. The slope keeps going down, and the bottom seems to be a bottomless abyss. Roddy slowly fell to the bottom of the sea. The thick mud sank his legs. The regiment stopped until both calves were covered. It's such a strong magnetic field response. Could it be that there is an iron ore here? Roddy looked down at the layer of mud below, and with his susceptive perception of the magnetic field, Roddy found that the magnetic field in this area was very strong, far exceeding that of other places around. So he waved a wave of water and swept away a layer of mud on the bottom of the sea. After the silt was swept away, Roddy also saw something beneath the muck. This is vibranium. Roddy stared in surprise at what was exposed beneath the muck. This is not the iron mine, he thought. It's a mine with huge amounts of vibranium. To know. The price of vibranium in the international market has remained high. The price on the surface is $10,000 per gram, and there is still a price but no market. In the black market, vibranium was sold at a super high price of $50,000 per gram. That's it. There are still people who want to buy. Simply in short supply. And right now, Roddy actually discovered a vibranium mine on the seabed. The vibranium mine at the foot, according to Roddy's perception, at least tens of thousands of tons of vibranium can be produced. What does that mean? As far as the value of this vibranium mine is concerned, it has far surpassed the so-called Fortune 500 companies. Even the market capitalization of the world's largest company is far from enough to buy so many vibraniums. Calculated according to the value of 1.3 grams of $50,000 on the black market. Even if this piece of vibranium mine is only 30,000 tons. That's worth $150 billion. Even at the official price of $10,000 per gram, it is worth tens of billions of US. What is the market value of the world's number one company? Not even a fraction. Definitely. Rare things are more expensive. It is impossible for anyone to afford tens of thousands of tons of vibranium at once. Even if it is the power of the whole country to buy. Can't afford it either. What is the total GDP of the United States in 1 year? Only $20 trillion. Roddy, this is a vibranium mine worth at least hundreds of trillions of dollars. Give the United States 10 years, take out all the GDP income, and you can't afford it. However, if the outflow of this thing is large, the price will also depreciate. But no matter how much it depreciates, it cannot be less than $1,000 per gram. Why sell it all at once? Can't you sell it a little bit? Just like those capitalists who hold diamond mines, even though they know that there are a lot of diamonds in the ground, do you see the value of diamonds depreciate? Diamonds in shopping malls are still so expensive. Why? One is the great demand. The other is that someone deliberately reduced the production value, making it seem very rare. But in fact, if they really want to dig hard, the annual output of natural diamonds will at least double hundreds or thousands of times. But in that case, wouldn't the value of natural diamonds be greatly reduced? Chapter 83. Seabed. After confirming that what was under the silt was really the vibranium mine, and not what he had misread, Roddy couldn't help but feel astonished. So much vibranium, even if it's just a little bit of it. It is enough to make him the richest man in the world. Definitely. As Roddy said before, money is really just a series of numbers once it reaches a certain amount. And Roddy didn't want to spend his time making money. He is not short of money. What do you need so much money for? Develop a business empire? But the problem is that Roddy doesn't have the same idea. He just likes to eat, drink, have fun and enjoy life. Make money? Fighting with people? Whoever likes to play can play it, anyway, he is not willing to play this kind of business game with a group of capitalists. So, even if Roddy owned a large number of vibraniums, he never thought of setting up a company to develop the value of these vibraniums himself so that they could be sold at a higher price. Or create more value for yourself. That means absolutely nothing to him. Secular values are meaningless in the face of powerful individuals. You, the richest man in the world, go to Doomsday and tell people how rich you are and how high your social status is, and then clamor for Doomsday to work for you. Do you think Doomsday will agree? If someone doesn't trample you to death with one foot, your life will be considered hard. With Roddy's current strength, he doesn't need to care about these worldly values at all. As long as he likes it. He can even snatch the king of a small country to become dang dang. So the value of vibranium mine is not how much it can sell for Roddy. But vibranium originally, also a rare treasure for Roddy. When he got the mechanical strengthening and mechanical activation ability before, Roddy thought about whether to get a lot of vibranium-made machines and build an invincible army composed of 10 vibranium mechanical warriors. At the beginning, Roddy thought about going to Wakanda when he was free. He also doesn't grab Wakanda's vibranium. Just pack and take away all kinds of machinery and equipment they produce with vibranium. It's just that Roddy has been busy traveling the world since then, so he doesn't have time to go to Wakanda. Present words. No need to go to Wakanda either. Mining the large vibranium mines directly below is enough for Roddy to create an army of invincible vibranium mech warriors. Tens of thousands of tons of vibranium. If you only manufacture small machines, you can build a mechanical army of more than 1 million, but small mechanical warriors must have large ones. And the number of millions is a little bit more. I don't need to make so many, a few 100,000 is enough. Roddy thought about it and decided to build a diverse army of vibranium mechanical warriors. The most numerous of them are naturally the small vibranium mechanical warriors. It is almost the kind of normal human file size. For details, you can refer to Stark's Iron Soldiers, or directly refer to Ultron's body. Definitely, not Vision's body. That thing is another way to use vibranium. A bit high-end, and Roddy doesn't need to. Because he has the mechanically activated ability, there is no need to do that at all. It takes a lot of time and effort, but the result is the same. Then there are medium and large mechanical warriors. Specifically, it can be set to a file size between 10 meters and 20 meters. Refer to shape-shifting King Kong, but it can be enlarged a lot. Finally, there are super large mechanical warriors. This amount does not need to be much. A dozen or 20 is enough. In terms of size, you can directly use vibranium to build an aircraft carrier, or simply a spaceship. Then after activation, it instantly transforms into a mechanical warrior hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters tall. Just thinking about it, Roddy felt very shocked. If this is taken out, let alone other things, the visual shock effect alone is enough to bluff people. Unfortunately, my different space is still too small, or else I would just pack up this vibranium mine and take it away. Roddy looked at the huge amounts of vibranium mine under his feet. The size of this thing is still too big, and his different space can't fit it at all. He can only cut it off piece by piece, and then pack it. Even so, Roddy had to make many trips. After all, his different space is only that big. Fortunately, he still has the ability to teleport. Even if you have to run back and forth, it doesn't take much time. Now let's see how big is this vibranium mine? Tens of thousands of tons is also the result of Roddy's preliminary estimate. Maybe there will be more than this number in detail. First get rid of all the surrounding silt, and then look at the file size of this mine. Roddy thought, and then began to clean up the silt from the vibranium mine. The more he cleaned it, the more Roddy was shocked by the file size of this vein. It's simply too big. There must be more than tens of thousands of tons. Let alone more than 100,000 tons. This is much more than what Roddy guessed at the beginning. Soon, Roddy just cleaned up the upper layer of silt. At a glance, a large area around is full of vibranium mines. It is said that the vibranium in Wakanda was discovered from a meteorite, so does the vibranium mine that Roddy discovered on the seabed mean that there was actually more than one meteorite that fell on the blue star? There's one in Wakanda. Is there one under the sea? Regardless of whether this is the case, Roddy, the vibranium mine brought by this vibranium meteorite, is going to be fixed. Doesn't anyone who discovers the things on the high seas belong to them? Now these vibraniums were discovered by Roddy. Then nature belongs to him. Let's start cutting, and we will refine it later, and then we need to get some professional machines. The vibranium produced by the vibranium vein is still in its original state and needs to be refined before it can be really used. Regarding how to extract vibranium, the most familiar ones are undoubtedly those black people in Wakanda. Roddy thought he didn't need to make another trip to Wakanda. Now it seems that this trip is still inevitable. The job of cutting was not difficult for Roddy. He can cut the vibranium raw ore on the vein directly with Cyclops. The crimson laser beams bloomed underwater, and the hard ore was cut along the cracks in the rock little by little. Soon, a large piece of vibranium ore with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters was cut. Roddy put it into the alien space, and continued to cut the second piece. While Roddy was busy cutting, he didn't see that under the big slope, in the bottomless abyss of the sea, blue figures suddenly appeared, peeping at Roddy here. When these blue-skinned weirdos saw Roddy cutting the vibranium ore, their faces suddenly showed anger. Next moment, a group of blue-skinned monsters swam towards Roddy. They are fast. Much faster than ordinary people can swim underwater. And still holding the original weapon in his hand. Spears, bone spurs, and so on. When these blue-skinned monsters approached Roddy, Roddy finally discovered their existence. So he stopped the cutting work first, and turned to look at the group of weird people who came up. Is there still human life in the sea? Roddy thought subconsciously, and then remembered that there seemed to be a man named Namor in the Marvel Universe, who was the seaman and the king of Atlantis. Be the king of the underwater world. Exactly the same as Aquaman in DC Next Door. So who copied whom? Roddy didn't care who copied who. The group of blue-skinned monsters in front of them should obviously be the sea people of the underwater kingdom of Atlantis. This group of people moved from the land to live in the sea a long time ago. They have evolved the ability to breathe underwater. It can move freely in the water, and can also communicate with marine life and domesticate it. But at the moment Roddy didn't see any domesticated marine life. I only saw a group of blue-skinned, avatar-like guys surrounded myself. To be honest, the Atlanteans in DC Next Door are much prettier than them. Forget it, no harm without contrast. The group of underwater people who surrounded Roddy in front of him were murmuring and didn't know what they were talking about. Not to mention Roddy doesn't understand their language at all. Even if you can understand. This trademark is in the water, and I can't hear it clearly. But this group of underwater people can actually communicate underwater. Could this also be the ability they evolved? Just when Roddy was still curious about how they communicated underwater, suddenly the group of sea people in front of him launched an attack on him. When Roddy saw it, they greeted him one by one with cold weapons. Is this not taking him seriously? Haven't you developed any advanced technology for so many years? Although Wakanda also likes to use spears, at least they have developed a lot of advanced technology. There are also energy weapons, and their power is not small. As a result, you Atlanteans seem to have seized a vibranium meteorite, but you can only attack with ordinary cold weapons? No wonder they were all wearing clothes made of aquatic plants. Feelings, you haven't developed technology at all for so many years? What a FG waste! Roddy murmured in his heart, releasing red laser beams from his eyes, instantly blasting some underwater people into pieces. His Cyclops has been developed to level 4, plus 80 times strengthening. Bombing and killing a group of underwater people who are physically stronger than ordinary people is not a problem at all. Only one face to face. This group of sea people suffered heavy losses. When the survivors saw it, their faces changed wildly in fright. Obviously they didn't expect Roddy's strength to be so terrifying. Not only can you release laser beams with your eyes, but it is also so powerful. This is at a depth of 700 or 800 meters underwater. If this is in the air, the power of this laser beam must be several times stronger. These sea people are obviously also afraid of death. So after seeing that the enemy was too strong and invincible, they immediately chose to give up their plan to attack directly. Next second, Roddy suddenly heard a burst of singing. How about 340? This song is so terrible. It doesn't fit his personal aesthetic at all. But what does it mean to sing to him? Roddy didn't understand. Singing suddenly when you can't beat it? Is this intended to surrender? Want to show off your talents? But you also sing too badly. That's a shitty talent. No, isn't this the song of a siren? Roddy wanted to know that the seaman on the other side couldn't really show off his talent by singing. This was obviously some kind of special attack method. Combined with the other party's life under the sea, Roddy immediately thought of the legendary creature of the siren. Let's not say whether the sea monster exists in this world. But the singing voices of these underwater people might really have the same effect as the singing voices of sea monsters. Legend has it that the song of the siren can control people's hearts. Let people be at the mercy of the sea monster. And the singing of these underwater people may have a similar effect. But this thing doesn't seem to work with Roddy. Sound waves are also a kind of ability, and the strange singing voices that can confuse people's minds are also sound waves in essence. So although Roddy can hear it, the power of the sound wave has actually been absorbed by him. Therefore, the special singing effects of these underwater people did not appear on him at all. The few surviving sea people sang for a long time without seeing any reaction from the human being opposite, so they stopped involuntarily, and their faces became even uglier. Singing doesn't work? Who is this human being? Why is it so difficult? It's over. Roddy stopped when he heard the singing, and immediately saw the sea people turn around and run away. Obviously. They found that they couldn't help Roddy at all, and they were going to leave here first. Maybe a group of reinforcements will be called later to deal with Roddy, an outsider. Roddy saw that these underwater people wanted to run away, and regardless of whether their singing had a similar effect to the siren, he directly used Cyclops to kill these escaped underwater people one by one. Not a single one was left alive. After all this is done, Roddy goes over to pick up the weapon that one of the sea people left behind when he died. Knocked. It was found that the head of the spear was actually made of vibranium. It's just that the handle is made of some kind of wood. Roddy didn't understand this approach. Although he also doesn't understand why both Wakanda people and sea people like to use vibranium to make spears. But you build it. Why only the head? Is it to save material? Chapter 84. Roddy couldn't understand the behavior patterns of the Sea Clan at all. Obviously guarding such a large pile of vibranium, why are you so digging and searching? Look at people Wakanda. Also guarding a lot of vibranium. But people in Wakanda don't pick and search at all. Not only the guards are equipped with vibranium spears as standard, but even the blankets are woven with vibranium. Even used vibranium to build cars. Can you believe it? How much does a car weigh? Even if the internal parts are not all made of vibranium, it is priceless. After all, a gram on the black market costs $50,000. Even if it's only a kilogram. That trademark is also $50 million US. What car can sell for $50 million? What's more, I also know that it is impossible to only weigh 1 kilogram. At least it has to be 10 times higher than this number, right? If you think about it this way, Wakanda is really inhumane. Take 500 million vibranium to build a car? Local tyrants are local tyrants, and they don't treat money as money. After beating off the blue-skinned men of the Sea clan, Roddy continued to cut the raw vibranium ore. Pieces of huge amounts of vibranium raw ore were cut off by him, and then packed into a different space. Until the different space can't fit. Roddy just teleported away from the bottom of the sea, and when he reappeared, he had already returned to his seaside villa in Liberty City. The villa has 3 floors underground. When Roddy bought it, there were actually only 2 floors underground, one of which was turned into an exhibition room by Roddy, where there were some luxury cars that had hardly been driven since they were bought, as well as precious limited editions. Do things like that. In short, they are basically beautiful. The 3rd layer was added after Roddy. There is only one entrance, which is a 16-layer encrypted alloy gate. The thickness of the door light is half a meter thick. Even if it is fried with RPG, it will not be able to explode. On the other side of the door is the passage leading to the 3rd underground floor. The internal space of the entire 3rd basement floor is actually larger than the main building of the villa on the ground, and the entire area is comparable to the file size of the entire villa plus the front and rear yards. In addition, metal reinforcement has been carried out around it. After all, it is the seaside. If it is not reinforced, Roddy is also worried about problems. Originally, this floor was used by Roddy to store weapons and equipment. There are also some collectibles that cannot be shown to others. For example, a world-famous painting that he took away from a target's home. The painting is supposed to hang on display in the Louvre. In fact, it does hang in the Louvre forever. It's just that Roddy is very sure that this one is the real one, not a fake. So it's pretty obvious what's going on in reality. In fact, this kind of thing is also very common. Many museums in Europe have used this shady method. Basically, what is put on display is basically a fake. Just do it really. It looks real no matter how you look at it, except it's not the real thing. General experts can't see it, and only professional instruments can detect it, or the kind of real top industry experts can distinguish it with the naked eye. But experts at that level are well aware of it. This can be regarded as the hidden rule in this circle. Just like the entertainment industry. Everyone knows it, but no one will really poke it out. Anyway, everyone's benefits are in their hands, and no one will make life difficult for their own interests. In addition to this painting, Roddy also has some other things in his collection here. It is not easy to take it out for outsiders to see. Otherwise, something will happen. And now, Roddy intends to use the secret room on this floor to store these raw vibranium ores. Anyway, the space on this floor is large enough. The story is 6 meters high. The next piece of raw vibranium that he cuts is no problem at all. Definitely impossible to put them all down. After all, there are too many raw vibranium mines on the seabed. Even if Roddy's secret room is expanded dozens of times, it is impossible to fit it. But for the time being, Roddy will put a part here first. As for the others, then talk about it later. Roddy also thought about building a few larger warehouses that are private enough, and put things there. But those warehouses at the pier, no matter how high the security level they advertised, Roddy couldn't really trust them. It's like the security level of Paradise Mansion is high enough, right? But Natasha Romanoff's going in and out is not like going back to her own home. Their so-called security level is only for ordinary criminals. For an agent of Natasha Romanoff's level, this is trivial. It's what they left over from playing back then. Not worth mentioning at all. In contrast, Roddy is more trusting in his own space. After all, no one can open it except him. It's a pity that the space in the different space is still not big enough. Can't let go of too many things at all. Put the raw vibranium ore in the secret room. Roddy returned to the bottom of the sea again and continued to cut more raw vibranium ore. He ran back and forth 5 or 6 times. The Chamber of Secrets is almost done. Basically, I can't put it down once I go back. Roddy thought about it, and felt that these vibraniums would not be able to run on their own anyway, or else it would be fine for now, and he would continue to cut the rest after he found a suitable place to put things. Don't look at the vibranium that Roddy has cut off a lot now. If all of them were extracted, it would be hundreds of tons at least. Compared to this entire vibranium mine. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The more the whole vibranium mine was dug down, Roddy realized that he had really underestimated the mine at the beginning. As it's exposed on the surface, only a small part of it is. Most of them are buried in the depths of the sea. At the beginning, Roddy estimated that tens of thousands of tons of vibranium could be extracted from the entire vibranium mine. Afterwards, he cleaned the surrounding area and found that he estimated that there was less, and felt that he could extract more than 100,000 tons of vibranium without saying anything. And now after cutting the top layer, Roddy finds himself underestimating it again. 100,000 tons? I'm afraid it's more than 1,000,000 tons. That vibranium meteorite in Wakanda must have so many. No wonder they have been digging for so many years, and they can still sell it. At this moment, Roddy suddenly understood why the Wakanda people didn't take vibranium seriously, and even used it to build cars and weave it into blankets. All kinds of strange operations are completely incomprehensible to ordinary people. It turns out that vibranium is too much. It's not rare at all. Definitely. Whether it is not rare or not, Wakanda still attaches great importance to the outflow of vibranium. They have always strictly controlled the outflow of vibranium. If not for a thief, the vibranium flowing to the outside world will never be as much as it is now. However, Wakanda, which has mastered so much vibranium, has developed for so many years, and it has only developed a city. And the use of vibranium is quite simple and rude. Ultron once said that vibranium is such a miraculous creation that human beings only use it as a shield, which makes it incredible and incomprehensible. And this is because human beings had too little vibranium back then, and they didn't know enough about it. But how long has Wakanda had vibranium? It stands to reason that their understanding of vibranium is extremely thorough. But looking at the development of Wakanda, apart from having a city controlled by the royal family, which looks very sci-fi, what else? Even members of their royal family have to go to universities in other countries to study a book. How many years has it been since the United States was founded? How many years has Wakanda been developing with so many vibranium? As a result, from the beginning to the end, they only wanted to close and close again, isolating themselves from the outside world, and developed to the point where many cities today have a primitive barbaric atmosphere. It seems that the technology should be very high, but it turned out to be a spear. It also needs to be hand-to-hand. To beat Thanos' men, a group of people rushed up to fight hand-to-hand with a group of cannon fodder beast raised by Thanos. You have such a high technology, you should make some energy cannons or something. Get a battleship out. Doesn't the direct energy cannon smell good? Do you have to rush forward and fight with your life? Wakanda is a place where civilization and primitiveness coexist, revealing an awkward feeling everywhere. You say you respect traditions and customs. But you risk your life to respect, isn't it a bit too much? It's outrageous. Roddy is still complaining in his heart about Wakanda, a country with a lot of vibranium, but it is so unbearably developed. Blue man. Roddy took a piece of raw vibranium ore that had just been cut into the different space. Then he also looked at the group of Sea Clan who came to kill again. This time, the number of Sea Clans coming over is much more than before. It was densely packed, at least tens of thousands of people. Roddy also doesn't know what scale the Atlantis under the sea has grown to. But referring to Wakanda, which is similar to their situation, Roddy basically knows it. Therefore, an army of tens of thousands of people can be brought over at once. Is this also how much the Sea Clan attaches importance to Roddy? After all, this probability is more than half of all their troops. Moreover, this time the Sea Clan not only came by themselves, but also rode various sea creatures. As far as Roddy knows, there are dozens of different marine creatures, including killer whales, blue whales, and great white sharks. Most of them are relatively large in size, and several blue-skinned people can sit on the back of a sea creature. Invader, you kill the people of my Atlantis. Loot the treasures of my Atlantis. Now, in the name of Aquaman Nemo, I grant you death. At the front of the tens of thousands of blue-skinned men, a blue-skinned man who seemed to have the highest status stood alone on the back of a huge amount of blue whale, and said a lot to Roddy. Roddy. What do you say? The water around the blue-skinned man was squeezed away by an inexplicable force, leaving an area without water around him. But Roddy's side is full of sea water, so his voice is very distorted when it reaches Roddy's side. And Roddy also didn't understand the language of their race at all. I have no idea what he's talking about. But it probably meant that he was reprimanding him, right? Roddy guessed it himself. After all, this guy looks very angry. And at this time, Namor also seemed to have thought that Roddy, as a human being, should not be able to understand the language of their sea clan, so he repeated what he had just said in English again. This time, Roddy understood. But in the water, Roddy can't respond to each other, so he can only use gestures. So he waved at the large group of blue-skinned men on the opposite side. It's like saying come here. Namor saw that he had brought the army of Atlantis to kill him, but the landman on the opposite side was so arrogant that he didn't take them seriously, and he was very angry. Arrogant land people, I will let you know the fate of offending my inner room. After finishing speaking, Namazai, Kyunhao, ordered the many Atlanteans behind him not to do anything, and he wanted to kill the arrogant landman in front of him with his own hands. Namor is quite confident in his own strength. After all, his physique is much stronger than that of ordinary Atlanteans. And there are a pair of small wings on his feet, which can make him fast underwater. The landman in front of him may be pretty good. But here is the sea. How much can his strength be brought into play? Therefore, Namor felt that he could handle the opponent easily, without the help of his clansmen at all. As for why you bring so many people here without help? On the one hand, Namor is not sure if the opponent is only a land person. What if there is an ambush on the other side? No matter how strong he is, he will be no match for four hands with two fists, so it is necessary to bring people along. On the other hand, don't you need an audience to be present when you're pretending? If you pretend to be better, but no one sees it at all, isn't it just a white trick? Definitely. Namor is not really for the sake of comparison. But that's probably what it means. Not much difference. Phew. The sea water was instantly torn apart by Namor. He's even faster underwater than on land. I saw him attacking Roddy like a swordfish. He swung the vibranium spear in his hand violently, and threw it towards Roddy. Swish! Roddy reached out to grab it. As a result, he underestimated the speed of the spear and failed to catch it. A little embarrassing. But it's okay, because the vibranium spear lost its original kinetic energy the moment it stabbed Roddy, and was easily held by Roddy. Chapter 85. On the bottom of the sea, Namor's figure quickly rushed to Roddy. Although the vibranium spear failed to kill Roddy, Namor was not surprised. After all, the other party was a landman who could kill a dozen Atlantean warriors alone. If he was killed so easily, Namor would have to review his training effect on Atlantean fighters instead. After all, an enemy who can be killed by him with a single spear, should not be able to easily kill a dozen Atlantean warriors, right? Seeing that Namor was approaching, Roddy had no intention of resisting at all. Although Namor didn't quite understand what was going on with this land native, but how could he miss such a good opportunity to attack? So Namor punched Roddy hard in the face. Namor didn't restrain the power of this punch. The other party was the murderer who killed the people of Atlantis and plundered their kingdom's precious vibranium resources. Such an enemy of life and death, Na will naturally not show mercy. So he used all his strength in this punch. But in the end, when he punched down, the opponent didn't even move his neck. He just looked at himself with a smile on his face. This made Namor feel humiliated. He punched continuously angrily. The burst of power from the fist blasted the water around it so that it couldn't get close. However, his fist landed on the landman in front of him, but it had no effect at all. It's as if Namor is acting with each other. Fake, too fake. But Nemo knew in his heart that he had already tried his best. But the result is still the same. Despicable land people, what kind of conspiracy and tricks have you used? Namor stopped his futile attack, glaring at Roddy and questioning. At this time, the water flow around the two of them spiraled around, forming an area without water, and the two of them happened to be in this area. Me? Conspiracy. Roddy smiled, don't get me wrong, I just don't think your fist can hurt me at all, so I'm too lazy to do it. You. Namor was impotently furious. He roared and kicked Roddy. This time Roddy didn't stand still and didn't understand, but punched Namor's calf. Crack! This punch directly broke Namor's calf bone. Visible broken bones pierced Namor's muscle skin. Ah! Nemo screamed in pain again and again. And the Atlantis warriors who were watching the battle from a distance and didn't do anything because of Namor's order also showed shocked expressions when they saw this scene. Their invincible king lost. And he lost so easily. Even being crushed. Next second. These Atlantean warriors reacted suddenly, and immediately drove the mounts under them, and rushed towards the side. They must save Namor and save their king. Since you can't win single-handedly, let's fight in groups. This moment. These Atlantean warriors also ignored Namor's previous orders. After all, seeing Namor has already lost. If they watch the show regardless, they may lose their king in the next second. Asterisk. Tens of thousands of Atlantean warriors charged forward. After Roddy broke one of Namor's calf bones with a punch, he suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Namor's neck and lifted him up. You are weaker than I thought. Roddy said. At this time, the water flow around the two of them began to become unstable. Some water splashes started to splash on both of them. It is clear. Because of Namor's injury, the stream of water maintained by him also became unstable. Roddy paid no attention to this. He strangled Namor's neck, taking Namor's vibranium spear in his other hand. Compared with the defective products in the hands of those Atlantean warriors, Namor's vibranium spear looks almost the same as Wakanda's. The whole body is made of vibranium, but it is slightly thinner than Wakanda's. Despicable landman. Namor was still yelling at Roddy while being strangled. To be honest, it's hard for me to understand the brain circuits of you people. Roddy stabbed the vibranium spear into Namor's chest, BCFF, and the sharp spear penetrated his body instantly. Where am I despicable, and you are a despicable mainlander if you keep your mouth shut. As Roddy spoke, he lifted the wounded Namor high, grabbed the vibranium spear with one hand and pulled it out again. Ah! Namor screamed even more miserable. Fortunately, the army of Atlantis also arrived at this time. Roddy looked at it, threw Namor aside casually, and then charged forward with his vibranium spear. On one side is the tens of thousands of troops of Atlantis. On the other side is Roddy with a vibranium spear. 1 against 10,000. Roddy was unafraid, even a little excited. Next second one. Tens of thousands of Atlantean troops overwhelmed him. If you look around, there are enemies all over the place. Roddy wields a vibranium spear that can take the life of an Atlantean warrior with every blow. And he didn't dodge the attack at all. No matter how those spears stabbed or slashed at him, the kinetic energy carried by them was instantly absorbed. Roddy completely ignored their attack damage, and he killed the tens of thousands of troops by himself, killing the enemy on his back. The other side. The discarded Namor is not dead either. His physique is very strong, even if he is hit by a missile, he cannot be killed. If it weren't for the sharpness of the vibranium spear, it would have been impossible to pierce him through the body. But even so, most of the wound that ran through the body has healed in a short period of time. The heart that had obviously been pierced had also recovered to its original state. No trace of the original wound could be seen at all. Getting up from the bottom of the sea, Namor saw blood-stained battlefields in the distance, and he watched one Atlantean warrior after another being killed. Anger made Namor forget the strength gap between the two sides. Roaring, he rushed forward again, picked up the spear dropped by a dead Atlantean warrior on the way, and joined the battle. However, even with the addition of Namor, the situation on the side of Atlantis has not improved. Namor, who rushed forward, was blasted away by Roddy's Cyclops. The frenzied laser beam left a terrible wound on his body. However, Namor's fate was tough. Even with such serious injuries, he still didn't stop fighting. It's a pity that his hard work and persistence are not worth mentioning in front of Roddy's absolute strength. A few minutes later, the bodies of hundreds of Atlantean warriors have accumulated on the seabed. As for Roddy, who was charging, he couldn't see any wounds on his body. However, being besieged by such a large group of people, with tens of thousands of people rushing up one after another, Roddy was a little bit overwhelmed. So he simply gave up the fighting method of using spears to fight at close quarters, and directly manipulated the magnetic field to roll up a large number of spears around him with a wave of his hand. Tens of thousands of spears broke free from the hands of these Atlantean warriors. Under Roddy's control, it directly turned into a long snake composed of spears and killed the group of Atlantean warriors. It took more casualties in one fell swoop than Roddy had done in the previous few minutes. The tens of thousands of Atlantean fighters on the opposite side were frightened and backed away, not daring to approach Roddy anymore. Although they were brave before, knowing that they couldn't kill Roddy, they rushed forward without fear of death, but that was because Roddy's speed of killing alone was limited. Available now. Hundreds of Atlantean warriors were killed in just one encounter. The blood has completely dyed the surrounding seawater red. Faced with this situation, no matter how brave they are also afraid. Then, the group of Atlantean warriors retreated one after another, looking at the tens of thousands of vibranium spears surrounding Roddy. Each of them was speechless. My own weapon turned into a murder weapon used by the enemy to kill them. This is what they never expected. And Namor, who was just blown out and got up again to rush over, also saw this scene, and instantly lost the motivation to continue fighting. Do you still want to fight? Roddy spoke silently. Namor also understood what he meant, and immediately thought of retreating. If the fight continues, they seem to have only one way to die. The strength on the other side is too strong. Namor even wondered if he hadn't been walking on land for so long that even the strength of the land people is now BT here, but he didn't know anything about it. Unfortunately, he looked down on land people before. He felt that if he wanted to, he could go to land at any time and kill all those land people. And the reason why he didn't do this was just because he was lazy. How much area does the ocean occupy on Blue Star? How much area does land occupy? Sitting on such a vast territory, Namor naturally looked down on those lands. What's more, although the Atlanteans are not unable to survive on land, after all, they are not so comfortable in the sea. Therefore, even if they lay down a territory on land, there is a high probability that they will not move to live on land. That being the case, why even bother with Bala's attack on landmen? But now it seems that this is because the Atlanteans don't want to attack the land people. It is clear that they should be thankful that the land people have not discovered the existence of their Atlanteans, otherwise, wouldn't they be wiped out in minutes? Definitely. Tens of thousands of Atlantean warriors are not the full power of Namor. The entire kingdom of Atlantis has about 120,000 warriors, and definitely more ordinary civilians, over 1 million. But the real power of Namor is the variety of sea creatures that are ubiquitous in the sea. What if he manipulated sea creatures numbering in the billions to attack all human ships sailing the seas? What if he manipulated countless sea creatures to set off huge waves in the offshore area? Even he doesn't need to do that. Because the Kingdom of Atlantis has weapons capable of creating monstrous tsunamis. Zheng Jinmo also thought that as long as he wanted to, he could destroy human civilization on land at any time. But now it seems that if he really dares to do so, even if the tsunami really engulfed the land, their Kingdom of Atlantis would definitely be wiped out by the strongest of these land people. That's when it will all end together. Think of these. Namor began to reflect on his past ignorance. He began to face up to the strength of land people. Maybe he can create a tsunami to flood the land, but land people also have the ability to destroy their kingdom. Overconfidence is arrogance. Nemo was too arrogant in the past, he began to reflect on this. Everything. After deciding, we must get to know the land people well. It can't be like this anymore. I surrender. The self-reflective Namor raised a hand and shouted loudly. Yes. He surrendered. It's not that he's timid. It's for the preservation of his own people, but also for the continuation of the king. Surrender? Roddy nodded, then waved his hand, and the tens of thousands of vibranium spears surrounding him lost control and sank to the bottom of the sea in an instant. Immediately, he waved at Namor, gesturing for him to come over. Namor also passed by obediently. No tricks. Very well, I will take over your surrender. Roddy said after Namor came over, but it's not enough to just surrender, I want to see your sincerity. Namor was aggrieved. But as the defeated party, Namor also knew that he had to come up with an answer that satisfied the person in front of him, or the other party could not accept their surrender at all, and then continued to use the just like that attack. As long as he comes a few times, the tens of thousands of Atlantean warriors he brought will be wiped out. Even he himself didn't dare to say that he could go back alive. Namor only has a strong physique and a strong recovery ability. Not really regenerative healing factor. What do you want? Namor asked. Vibranium. Roddy made his request directly. It just so happened that he was still considering going to Wakanda to take away some equipment that could refine vibranium. It's good now. The people of Atlantis, who also possessed vibranium refining technology, came to their door on their own initiative. Roddy doesn't need to make a special trip to Wakanda, he can just ask Nerui to refine vibranium for him. Okay, how much do you want? Namor nodded in agreement. Although vibranium is precious, there are so many of them after all. If the other party only wanted vibranium, Na said that he could give some to the other party. Chapter 86. How much? Roddy shook his head and held out a hand to make a fist. I want it all. Namor's eyes widened. This is impossible. He growled. I'm not negotiating with you. Roddy stared at Namor with icy eyes and said, either die. Or give me all the vibranium. Choose one, you decide for yourself. Namor clenched his fists tightly. If possible, he really wants to fight to the death to resist. But reason tells Namor that the only way to resist is to die. Facing the threat of death, Namor succumbed. Anyway, we have owned vibranium for so many years, originally so much vibranium and the Atlantis kingdom can't run out, so we might as well give it to the land people in front of us. At least to ensure that they can continue to live. Survival is the most important thing. As to say, to threaten the landmen in front of you by submerging the land is the most threatening? Namor hadn't thought about it. But now he is still in the hands of the other party, if he uses this to threaten him now, wouldn't he be seeking his own death? If you want to threaten, you have to wait until after the event. And as a threat of submerging the land, it can only threaten the lives of ordinary land people. The land person in front of him could have survived underwater, and he felt as if he was the same as the Atlanteans. This kind of threat obviously couldn't endanger the other party's life. Even if the other party has caring people on land, so what? They can threaten each other to flood the land, and the other party can also threaten them to kill them all. It is impossible for Namor to really die together. So even if he left here, Namor wasn't sure if he would do that. Most likely not. Because he was not sure whether the other party would be threatened by him. If not, the consequences could be serious. Just a little vibranium, nothing else. Namor comforted himself in his heart. Subsequently, facing Roddy's cold eyes, Namor nodded in humiliation and agreed to the other party's request. Vibranium, he delivered. Very well, then you will be responsible for refining vibranium for me in the future. Seeing Namor submitting, Roddy nodded in satisfaction and said. Hearing Roddy's request, Namor was no longer angry. To be precise, all his anger had been used up. Even vibranium has been handed over, so what's the point of helping to refine it? I come to receive it every week. How much vibranium can you extract in a week? Roddy said. Hearing this, Namor gave a number after serious thinking. 10 tons. So little. Roddy wasn't satisfied with the answer. It was only 10 tons a week, and it was only over 40 tons that month. How is this enough? 10 tons is too little, at least 100 tons. Roddy directly increased tenfold on this basis. After hearing the request of 100 tons, Namor's face suddenly collapsed. 100 tons is impossible, that is already far beyond our ability, 20 tons at most. Namor didn't lie, for the refinement of vibranium, their Atlantis indeed had limited abilities. In the past years, their use of vibranium has not been very active. Therefore, for the refining of vibranium, naturally there is no such concern as Wakanda. 20 tons a week is definitely not their limit. But this limit is about 30 or 40 tons. Namor didn't want the people to work hard for Roddy and squeeze their rest time crazily, so at first he said to refine 10 tons a week. That way they just have to come up with enough vibranium easily. But 100 tons? That really can't be done. 20 tons is too little, at least 30 tons. In the future, you must increase the efficiency of refining vibranium. The premise is that I can accept a production capacity of 30 tons a week, but I will give you 3 months at most. 3 months in the future, I will double the production capacity. Roddy didn't make it too difficult for Nemo. In fact, 20 tons a week is enough, and Roddy doesn't need it urgently. But he can see that 20 tons is definitely not the limit of the Kingdom of Atlantis, and their limit is at least 30 or 40 tons. 100 tons was just something he said casually, and he didn't expect the Atlanteans who were salted fish to work so hard. So, in the end Roddy gave a request of 30 tons. However, Roddy thinks it is not too much to ask Namor to increase the refining efficiency in the future and to double the production capacity in 3 months. Take a look at Wakanda, who is also holding a vibranium meteorite. Their production capacity is at least 10 times that of the Kingdom of Atlantis. If Wakanda is a mixture of primitive and technological, then the Kingdom of Atlantis, I am afraid that only the primitive is really left. Too complacent. I don't know how to develop technology at all. What's going on, one by one? After discussing the future cooperation with Namor, Roddy asked Namor to take him to the Kingdom of Atlantis. In fact, it is a kingdom, but it is just an underwater city. And it looks far less technological than Wakanda. The whole thing gives Roddy a backward feeling. Although the cities under the sea sound very powerful, the places where many Atlanteans live are actually caves under the sea. Simply raw. Roddy didn't come to visit, not to mention the Atlanteans around him were very hostile to him. Apparently, these Atlanteans also knew the news that their king and his army were defeated, and they also knew that their vibranium was robbed by the land people. So it's normal to be hostile to Roddy. Roddy didn't care if these blue men were hostile to him. He asked Namor to take him to the warehouse in Atlantis. At Curry, Roddy found the leftover vibranium they had distilled over the years. The quantity is not very large, just over 100 tons. Vibranium placed in a special device after refining is in liquid state and can be taken out at any time for shaping, which is convenient to divide. This is probably the only more technological place in Atlantis. But what left Roddy speechless was that the people of Atlantis built a statue with huge amounts of vibranium. The prototype of the statue is none other than their king Namor. And this statue is actually made of pure vibranium, which weighs 1,000 tons. Violence. It's really a waste of money. So Roddy unceremoniously announced that the statue belonged to him. Although the surrounding Atlanteans, including Namor, were very angry after hearing the news, they just dared not speak out, and dared not resist Roddy's tyranny at all. But Roddy didn't take the statue away right away. After all, Roddy didn't know where to put such a big statue. He definitely couldn't fit in the secret room of the villa. So I can only store it here temporarily, and wait for him to come to pick it up later. Anyway, he already knew the location of the Kingdom of Atlantis, so he didn't need Namor to lead the way next time, he just teleported over here. Also very convenient. Finally, Roddy took one thing with him before he left. That is the weapon in Atlantis that can create a super tsunami. It was actually a huge amounts of mechanical device, and Roddy directly stuffed it into his own different space. As for the original vibranium ores that were previously installed in the different space, he threw it directly to Namor and asked him to refine it. Including those in the secret room of the villa, Roddy will also send them to him in batches for them to refine. In this way, Roddy can directly get ready-made vibranium. Saved myself a lot of trouble. Regarding the fact that Roddy held the most powerful weapon in the kingdom, although Namor and many Atlanteans were angry, just like before, they still dared not speak out, and could only honestly watch Roddy take that the machine was dismantled. The tsunami-making machine in Atlantis is actually pretty big. The hole is in the shape of a disc, 6 or 7 meters high, and 15 or 6 meters in diameter. Fortunately, Roddy's different space is still big enough. Can fit this big guy. Otherwise, you can only carry it away. And this thing is also built by vibranium. Every part is vibranium. The overall weight is more than 80 tons, and it is a solid line of vibranium machinery. It happens that Roddy's 2 mechanical abilities can be used in this, and it is also convenient for him to test whether these 2 abilities can activate and strengthen mechanical objects made of vibranium. Okay, don't give it away, I will come back in a week, don't forget to prepare the vibranium I want. Roddy said to Namor, who followed him. Then, under the gaze of the latter's gloomy eyes, he disappeared into the depths of the sea in an instant. As soon as Roddy left, the angry Namor directly smashed the surroundings. After finally venting his anger, Namor summoned the high-level officials of the Kingdom of Atlantis, announcing the restart of the machines that refine vibranium, and mobilized the citizens to prevent laziness and fishing. Ask for flowers. At the same time, some scholars of Atlantis were also asked by Namor to study a more efficient way of refining vibranium, or directly increase the production line. Anyway, no matter what, the production capacity must be doubled in 3 months. Back from the Kingdom of Atlantis. Just over an hour had passed. Roddy returned to the yacht, and no one noticed that he had left. What's more, no one knows what shocking things Roddy did during the hour or so he left. The existence of the Kingdom of Atlantis is unknown to mankind. Who on the Blue Star knows the existence of the Kingdom of Atlantis? All Roddy can think of is the Eternals and Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. The former lived long enough to witness countless Blue Star histories. The latter has the time gem, and can see the past and the future, not to mention what happened on the Blue Star, even what happened in the whole universe or what will happen in the future. Ancient One is clear. But there was one thing Roddy had been thinking about. That is, does Ancient One even know of his existence? Or say, does Ancient One know some of his secrets? Can you see his future? But after so long, Roddy didn't see Ancient One coming to him. 0. Since the Sorcerer Supreme won't come, Roddy won't go looking for her when he's full. Everyone is safe and sound. Hello, 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 everyone, that would be the best. The next day, dawn. Gwen woke up and found that Roddy was looking at her, and couldn't help but leaned forward and kissed him. Good morning, darling. Gwen stretched like a lazy cat as she spoke, then rolled over and sat up. We're going back today, aren't we? She asked. Roddy nodded, and while handing the clothes to Gwen, he said, I'll be home in the afternoon. Why, home? Gwen shook her head. You know I've taken too much time off lately, and if my grades hadn't dropped, the professors would have called my parents. As a top student, Gwen's grades have always been among the best in the school. To be precise, the number 1 in the grade has always belonged to Gwen. It's just that after she got together with Roddy, she often asked for leave to play. The last school holiday was only a few days away, and she ended up asking for leave again. Several professors in this school who are optimistic about Gwen have some opinions. A professor even talked to Gwen and asked her if something happened at home. Gwen definitely said no. But she didn't dare to say that she asked for leave because she wanted to hang out with her boyfriend. If you really want to say that, the professor will definitely scold you. Then what are you going to do? Suspend school directly. Roddy joked. Gwen patted him lightly. How could she drop out of school? Even after being with Roddy, Gwen doesn't need to worry about any problems in this life, because whatever she wants, Roddy will give her. But Gwen didn't want to become a little princess who knew nothing. She still wants to finish her studies. She still wanted to accomplish the goals she had originally set. To this, Gwen's parents are also very supportive of their daughter's decision. Having a rich boyfriend doesn't mean you have to lose your independence. It's like she hasn't given up on being a superhero. Although she has become very Buddhist. But occasionally she still shows up as Spider-Woman to help those in need. Roddy had nothing against Gwen having a mind of her own. Even he supports Gwen's ideas. A woman who is completely dependent on a man will make a man bored, because she has lost herself and become the man's attachment. Roddy didn't want Gwen to be like that. So he supports some of Gwen's ideas. Definitely. While supporting, Roddy will also provide some help to Gwen appropriately. For example, donate a laboratory to the school. Or donate a building or something. This is a little help from what Roddy can do. Chapter 87. Afternoon. The White Pearl returned to Liberty City Seaview Villa Wharf, and Roddy and the others also ended their 2-day and 2-night sea trip. After paying the final payment of Melissa and her team, Roddy also said that if there is such a travel plan next time, they will hire their team to serve. Melissa happily accepted an extra tip from Roddy. Not much. It just increased their original appearance fee by 50%. To Roddy, it's just a small amount of money that isn't worth mentioning. But for Melissa and the others, this is a lot of extra income. After all, for the normal appearance fee, they still need to share the bill with the company. After all, it takes money and energy for the company to train them and give them such a platform. So charging a commission is also very reasonable. The rake ratio is 4 to 6. The company gets 60%, and Melissa and the others get 40%. But if there is an extra tip, then the money is all their own, and there is no need to report it to the company. That is to say, the tip Roddy gave was actually more than their normal income share. No wonder Melissa and the others were still reluctant to part with Roddy when they left. The little girls were even regretful that nothing happened to such a wealthy guest this time, otherwise they would have gotten much more than they have now. This is actually a hidden source of income. As for compliance with the rules, rules are dead. But people are alive. As a human being, you must know how to be flexible. There is a saying that 380 is good. If you are poor, you will change, and if you change, you will succeed. How can you make money if you don't change it? Definitely. If you encounter a stingy customer, then you may lose money and money. But risks are everywhere. Besides, those who can hire crew members to serve in this kind of company are basically not living without money. I'm afraid that the other party is not the one who pays it all, but a guest who comes to eat and drink. So, as a human being, you have to keep your eyes open. Otherwise, the only one who suffers is yourself. Wednesday, May 13th. The weather outside was gloomy this day, and it seemed that it might rain at any time, which was not a good weather for going out. Gwen went back to school today. And after playing wildly outside for a few days, Gwen's father also asked her to study seriously in the future, and not to ask for leave all day long and go out to play. Obviously. The matter about Gwen's frequent leave of absence finally reached Director George's ears. If it weren't for Gwen's grades, it wouldn't have declined. I'm afraid Director George has already come to Roddy with a gun to settle accounts. But even so, when Roddy sent Gwen home last time, he was warmly welcomed by Director George. Without Gwen, only Roddy and Daisy are left at home. And since returning from the sea yesterday, Daisy suddenly said that she wanted to go back to her old business. Roddy wondered at first, did she have any jobs before? It turns out that Daisy originally planned to continue being her own hacker. Take a part-time job in an instant and pick up some orders online. This was her previous source of income, but Daisy hadn't done it since she left the afterlife. Now she has left the afterlife again, and she doesn't plan to go back in this life. Therefore, Daisy, who doesn't want to eat and drink for free all day and become a useless person, also plans to pick up her old job again. But I haven't written these codes for almost 2 years, and Daisy feels a little rusty. Especially with the rapid development of the internet in the past 2 years, many things Daisy can't keep up with this era, so she started to search various information on the internet to make up for the professional knowledge she missed in the past 2 years. Seeing that Daisy and Gwen both had their own affairs to be busy with, Roddy thought about it, and decided to start the plan he had made at sea before. Build an army of invincible vibranium mech warriors. Now he has vibranium. And it can also be continuously provided continuously. Then the rest is to use vibranium to make weapons. Why a weapon? Nonsense. What Roddy wants to build is an army of invincible vibranium mechanical warriors, not an army of housekeeping mechanical nannies, so the prototype of the mechanical machinery definitely has to choose a weapon. For small mechanical warriors, you can choose machine guns and mortars. If you are medium to large, you can choose from more, such as tanks, fighter jets, armed helicopters, etc., are all available. On the water, there are also armed fast to choose from. Or an armed jeep is fine. As for the final prototype of the super large mechanical warrior, it is better to directly build a helicopter carrier, which is the kind of insight plan that Hydra conducted before. It can sail and fly at sea. In addition to being unable to run on land, it is directly amphibious and omnipotent. However, be careful that the prototype of the mechanical warrior can be built directly with pure vibranium, but for medium and large, even super large, it is a bit too extravagant to use pure vibranium. Although Roddy has a lot of vibranium raw ore on hand. But refining takes time. What's more, a helicopter carrier can weigh hundreds of thousands of tons at every turn. Even if Roddy has 1,000,000 tons of vibranium, it is not enough to build 2 or 3 ships. So, for this helicopter carrier, it is definitely not possible to use pure vibranium. Roddy thinks that it can be wrapped with a layer of vibranium on the outside, and normal alloys can be used on the inside. There is no need to go for pure vibranium. In this way, the problem can be solved. Otherwise, if you want to build a pure vibranium helicopter carrier, you don't know how long you have to wait. Roddy didn't want to wait years for that. That's too long. However, the problem now is that Roddy doesn't have the production line to manufacture these weapons. Fortunately, although Roddy himself does not have this kind of production line, he has money. Although Roddy's assets on the surface are only more than $10 billion. But his hidden assets have far surpassed Tony Stark, the richest man in the world. Black Panther is not necessarily worth as much as him. After all, Wakanda's vibranium has been dug for so many years, and it must have been used up a lot. In addition, the vibranium of Wakanda does not belong to Black Panther alone, but to the entire Wakanda. Black Panther is only the king and has certain control rights. But Roddy is different. The vibranium mine on the seabed is entirely Roddy's. He can do whatever he wants. No need to ask anyone else's opinion at all. Therefore, who is the richest person in this world? That must be Roddy. Roddy, who is so rich, definitely doesn't need to worry about the production line of weapons. He directly chose to acquire a ready-made military factory. Not only the production line of ordinary weapons, but even tanks and fighter jets, he wants them. And looking at the whole of the United States, is there any company that has such a military factory that needs to be sold? Hammer Group? No, no, no. The Hammer Group is mainly in the business of lightweight weapons. Pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles are their main products. Definitely. Since Stark Industries announced the disbandment of the Weapon Research and Development Department, the Hammer Group has also begun to enter the field of weapons of mass destruction, such as various types of missiles. Another example is armed helicopters. It's just that the Hammer Group hasn't made any achievements so far, and the missiles developed are worse than the other, and there is no way to seize the market. So Roddy's target is definitely not the Hammer Group. His real target is actually Stark Industries. Never mind that it's been 7 years since Stark Industries shut down its arms division. But in fact, Stark Industries still holds several former military factories under the name of Stark Industries. And the production lines of these military factories are the best in the world today. Just what Roddy needed. Then, in this gloomy weather, Roddy contacted the current CEO of Stark Industries through Harry, who is Tony Stark's confidant, Miss Pepper Potts. 1:30 p.m. Roddy drove to the Stark building near Central Park. Enter the lobby on the first floor of the building. A woman in business attire walked up ahead. Mr. Roddy, Miss Pepper asked me to wait for you here, and welcome to our Stark building. The woman is supposed to be Pepper's assistant. This is also Pepper's previous job, but now she has become the CEO of Stark Industries, which can be regarded as a legend in the industry. It is afraid that there are not many people in the United States who can work from an assistant to a CEO at once. Individual. Not to mention being the CEO of Stark Industries. And many people know that Pepper Potts is Tony Stark's girlfriend. As Zheng Jin's playboy, he can become Tony Stark's official girlfriend. One can imagine Pepper's status in Tony's mind. So everyone knows very well that, if nothing happens, Pepper will definitely be the hostess of Stark Industries in the future. Led by the female assistant, Roddy took an elevator dedicated to the president and went straight to the PC floor of the Stark building. The entire Stark building has a total of 100 floors. However, the upper 10 floors are not open to the public. Even Pepper, the CEO, has her office on the 90th floor, because further up, that's where the Avengers live. Before the disintegration of S.H.I.E.L.D., only Dr. Banner lived here among the Avengers. But since the disintegration of S.H.I.E.L.D., almost all Avengers have lived in the Stark building. Therefore, in order not to disturb the work and rest of the Avengers, therefore, the floors above the 90th floor are not open to the public, and only those with authority can use them. And so far, apart from the Avengers, there are only 2 people in the entire Stark building who have this authority. One is Pepper. She's Tony Stark's girlfriend, so of course she has that authority. The other is Maria Hill. She's now the head of logistics for the Avengers. But she usually doesn't live in Avengers Mansion, she has her own house in Liberty City. Other than that, no one else is qualified to go upstairs. Floor 90, President's office. The female assistant talked to a secretary at the door, and then the secretary with long blonde hair and a good figure led Roddy into the office. Miss Pepper, your guest, Mr. Roddy, has arrived. After the female secretary came in, she reminded Pepper, who was correcting the document. The latter raised his head and said understood, then asked the female secretary to go out and pour them 2 cups of coffee, and then invited Roddy to sit down on the opposite seat. Mr. Roddy, I heard that you want to buy our Stark Industries military factory. Pepper is worthy of being a well-organized and strong woman who can manage such a large Stark industry. She went straight to the topic when she came up, and she should be polite if she didn't have anything, or talk about other meanings in a roundabout way. That's right, as far as I know Stark Industries currently has 4 military factories that have not been sold, but you have always intended to sell them, right? Roddy nodded, just as the secretary brought the coffee over. He reached out to take the coffee, said thank you to the other party, and then looked at Pepper on the opposite side. I want to buy one. 2.4 No, it's 4 military factories, I want them all. Roddy originally only wanted to buy one, but he suddenly changed his mind. Anyway, he is not short of money. After all, the production capacity of a military factory is limited. If all 4 military factories can be won, then the production capacity will be absolutely no problem, and it will even exceed a lot. But Roddy didn't care. Actually, we have no intention of selling these military factories. Pepper said. I think the so-called no intention is just that the price is not enough. Roddy said with a smile, but I can pay 10 prices that satisfy you, Stark. Very good, Mr. Roddy, you are very straightforward. Pepper nodded, well, we do plan to sell these 4 military factories in a package, but they are not cheap. 5 billion. Roddy held out a finger straight out. 5 billion. He said. When he first heard 5 billion, Pepper still wanted to say that Roddy was whimsical. You must know that the price in her heart is 18 billion. Roddy asked 5 billion, not even 1/3 of her psychological price. What else can I say to give her a satisfactory price? Are you afraid that you have misunderstood the word satisfaction? But before Pepper could speak, he heard Roddy's last words, and swallowed the words that came to his lips in an instant. Chapter 88. 5 billion for a military factory? Pepper just retracted his evaluation of Roddy just now. This person is indeed qualified to say will give you a satisfactory price. And for this price, Pepper is also very satisfied. 20 billion packaged and sold 4 military factories, what else is she dissatisfied with? The price was 2 billion higher than she expected. This is 2 billion, not 20 yuan. Definitely. As a qualified CEO, Pepper didn't show any emotion on his face. On the contrary, she still looked like she was thinking, as if she was in hesitation. Roddy wasn't in a hurry either. He is rich, but he will not give a price that is significantly higher than the market price. Before he came here, he had already estimated the value of the 4 military factories of Stark Industries, and the total value was about 17 billion. Considering that Stark Industries was not in a hurry to sell, there must be a premium on this price. Otherwise, they won't sell it to you at all. After all, the price of 17 billion may have already been offered by others. But why didn't Stark Industries sell it? Not satisfied with the price. Therefore, Roddy directly paid a premium of 3 billion. 3 billion is not much to him, but this price should be a price that Stark Industries will not refuse, and it is also a price that others are unlikely to offer. In fact, it was exactly as Roddy thought. Before him, to be precise, in the past few years, there were bids to buy the 4 military factories. After all, for companies in the military industry, the military factory of Stark Industries is the top and the best. Buy them and you will undoubtedly make a lot of money in the future. So worth the investment. But the price they gave was not 156 billion below the market price. Or it just happened to be around 17 billion in the market price. Few offered more than 17 billion yuan. There is not even a family that drives to 18 billion. That's why Pepper has been slow to sell. It's not that I don't want to sell, but that I didn't agree to increase the money. But 12 now. Roddy directly bid 20 billion. It's a price Pepper can't refuse, and won't. So, after pretending to think for a moment, she nodded and agreed to Roddy's offer. As for why not raise the price again? Pepper was not stupid, she knew that Roddy must have checked the actual market value of the 4 military factories, and the reason why he charged a price higher than the market price represented his determination to buy. But if he continues to increase the price greedily, it will only make Roddy feel that she is too greedy. Maybe you won't buy it when you get angry, it's also possible. In fact, Pepper has long wanted to sell the 4 military factories. After all, their company has already withdrawn from the circle of the military industry. Although those military factories have been rented out for a short period of time in recent years. But Pepper still wanted to sell them, deep down. It's just that no suitable buyer has been found. This time, when he met Roddy, a buyer who paid a lot of money, Pepper felt that it was okay, and he almost sold it to the other party. So, happy cooperation. Pepper stood up and held out his hand. But Roddy shook his head, then took a piece of metal from his pocket and placed it on the desk. I'm not busy for now, although I can bid 20 billion, but I want to use this thing instead of the 20 billion to buy the 4 military factories of Stark Industries. Roddy said. He doesn't have 20 billion cash. But he has vibranium. On the black market, a gram of vibranium can fetch $50,000. 20 billion US dollars, but only 400 kilograms. Definitely. If they are sold in large quantities, people will definitely not buy them at the price of 50,000 US dollars on the black market. But 30,000 to 40,000 is the minimum. As for the official market price? Feel sorry. Do you have such a market? You open the market price? Don't have a semicolon, understand? What's this? After Pepper heard Roddy's words, he also picked up the metal cube on the table. Although she has seen Captain America's shield, it is impossible for her to recognize the vibranium in her hand at a glance, so she has doubts. Vibranium, the black market price is $50,000 per gram. Roddy said. This is vibranium. Pepper looked at the light metal cube in his hand in surprise. Didn't expect this gadget to be so big before. 1 gram costs $50,000. The one in her hand weighs about 10 grams, but it is already worth more than $500,000. Are you going to pay with vibranium? Pepper understood what Roddy meant and asked. Yes, you can ask Tony Stark about this, I believe he will be willing to reach this deal with me. Roddy said. Even if Pepper thinks they Stark Industries don't need vibranium, but what about Tony? He definitely needs it. After all, what better material to craft steel armor than vibranium? Even if it is updated in the future. But vibranium can also be reused. It's not adamantium. The melting point of that thing is too high, so it is not easy to reuse it. But the melting point of vibranium is only 20,000 degrees Celsius. It can be reshaped repeatedly. Therefore, buying it once doesn't mean you can only build one iron armor. Not to mention the shock of more than 400 kilograms, it is definitely more than just a steel battle armor. Even if Tony wants to build a bigger one. When it is eliminated in the future, you can still melt vibranium, and then continue to make new steel armor. Therefore, spending 20 billion to buy Roddy's vibranium is definitely a very cost-effective deal. Hello everyone. Mr. Roddy, please wait a moment. Pepper also felt that he should go to Tony and ask. Not to mention that she has to confirm whether Roddy will trade her for vibranium afterwards, and whether she wants to spend 20 billion to buy a batch of vibranium. This question also requires Tony's consent. Even if Pepper lost $2 or $3 billion, Tony wouldn't say anything about her. But Pepper himself is definitely unwilling to do this kind of prodigal behavior by himself. So Pepper would ask Tony for his opinion on any matters involving large sums of money transactions. He agreed. The transaction will continue. It's okay, you're easy. Roddy gestured with his hand out. Then he picked up the coffee on the table and drank it. Seeing this, Pepper left the office with the vibranium cube worth $500,000. It just so happened that the Avengers were not out on the field today. She went up and found Tony directly. Right now, Tony should be busy designing the new iron armor in the studio, right? Stark Building, 98 floors. In Tony's studio. When Pepper came in, he saw that Tony was designing a new steel armor. Pepper, why are you here? Seeing Pepper coming, Tony also asked. Normally, Pepper would not go upstairs when he had nothing to do, and almost every time he came, he had to ask him for instructions, even though Tony had said countless times that she didn't need to ask him for instructions, and she could just make her own decision. But Pepper still went his own way. Look at this thing. Instead of answering Tony's question, Pepper handed him the vibranium cube in his hand. Vibranium. Tony took it and recognized it as vibranium at a glance. After all, he has studied the captain's shield countless times. Even by researching the shield, several new alloy citizens were created. Someone came to talk to me about a cooperation just now, which is about the 4 military factories. The other party offered 20 billion to buy the 4 military factories. This price has exceeded my psychological expectations, so I agreed. Pepper said. Tony also nodded when he heard that, selling those 4 useless military factories for 20 billion was indeed a very good deal. However, the other party later said that he would use vibranium to replace the 2 tens of billions, so let me ask you if you want to agree. Pepper spoke out about Roddy's conditions. Buy with vibranium. Tony said with a surprised expression on his face, yes. Why not? You must agree to this. Well, it seems that Mr. Roddy has hit the spot. Seeing Tony like this, Pepper knew that this cooperation was over. Obviously. Tony needs vibranium badly. Not a speck, but a lot of vibranium. Roddy? Is that the guy you said was going to buy the military factory? It's not the first time Tony has heard this name. Steve and the others have mentioned this name to him before, but I don't know if it's the same person. That's right, it's Mr. Roddy. He's waiting for a reply in my office downstairs. Since you've decided to cooperate, I'll go down and let him know. Pepper nodded. Hearing this, Tony also said, tell him, the sooner the vibranium is delivered, the better, let me know when the transaction will be made, and I will personally inspect the goods when the time comes. No. Pepper nodded, then turned and left the studio. In the president's office on the 90th floor. Although Roddy didn't know how Pepper and Tony were talking upstairs, he was confident enough that Tony would agree to this deal. Because no one but him can sell Tony such a large batch of vibranium. To know. The official vibranium sold by Wakanda has long been sold out, and Wakanda has always claimed that there is no more vibranium. Obviously, the major countries in the world have not taken this small backward country in the third world seriously. There is no doubt that they are deceiving themselves. As for the black market, the arms dealer who sold vibranium on the black market happened to be Tony's enemy. To be precise, the guy hated Tony. But Tony was not impressed with him. This is not the first time this happened, just like Aldridge Killian before, it was Tony who offended someone, but he turned his head and forgot about it. Don't look at the fact that Iron Man has so many fans around the world now. But in fact, there are not a few people who hate him. So, it is not impossible for Tony to buy vibranium on the black market, but it will be very troublesome. And as proud as Tony, how could he be willing to buy vibranium in such a winding way? His pride won't let him do that. And they are not fools. Will not fail to investigate the identity of buyer 573. So, if vibranium can be obtained in large quantities from Roddy, it will definitely be good news for Tony. And Roddy's is even cheaper here. Without keeping Roddy waiting, Pepper came back soon. Mr. D, Mr. Stark has agreed to your deal. Pepper told Roddy the good news as soon as he got back. The deal is done. Then let's talk about the price. At this moment, Pepper also displayed her aura as the CEO of Stark Industries. On the issue of price, Shiseifu did not intend to let go. After some discussions, the two finally settled on a price of $43,000 per gram of vibranium. The price is not low. But compared to buying directly from the black market, it is much cheaper. And the most important thing is that if Stark Industries goes to the black market to buy vibranium, the price will be raised instead. People buy 50,000 grams. You Stark is here, you need at least 101 grams. Stark wasn't being taken advantage of, and it certainly wouldn't be true. After finalizing the cooperation, Roddy also promised to deliver the vibranium required for the transaction tomorrow morning. Before that, he still needs to take a look at the 4 military factories. After confirming that there is no problem, the transaction can be truly completed. Pepper had no objection to that either. It is normal for buyers and sellers to look at each other's goods before the transaction, and Stark did not plan to cheat Roddy. The production lines of the 4 military factories have been maintained all the time, so there is no problem at all, so Roddy can check it with confidence. So in the afternoon Roddy followed the people from Stark Industries to the 4 military factories for inspection. After checking and confirming that there is no problem, Roddy left with peace of mind. Next day. In the morning, Roddy came to the Stark building again with 465.2 kilograms of vibranium. In a conference room on the 90th floor. Roddy meets Tony Stark, the world-renowned Iron Man. This is Mr. Roddy. Pepper introduced the two to each other. Tony is not used to interacting with strangers, so the two just nodded and did not shake hands. This is the vibranium you want? Roddy waved his hand, and the 4 strong men behind him opened the boxes they were holding. Inside is a transparent device. Through the transparent glass on the surface, you can see the silver liquid vibranium inside. Chapter 89. J.A.R.V.I.S, check it out. Tony went to a box and asked J.A.R.V.I.S to check if the vibranium inside had a cost. Liquid vibranium detected. Congratulations sir, you can finally build your ideal steel armor. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S blares through Tony's headphones. After confirming that it was correct, Tony looked at Roddy with a more friendly look. Happy cooperation. Roddy smiled and shook Pepper's hand. As for Tony on the side, he asked Roddy directly for his business card. You should have more vibranium on hand, right? Tony said, if I need more vibranium in the future, I hope we can cooperate again. Definitely, I'd love to work with the Stark Group. Roddy said with a faint smile. He has a lot of vibranium on hand. Tony is willing to pay a lot of money to buy it, and waste oil will naturally not refuse. After the transaction was completed, the 4 military factories that originally belonged to Stark Industries belonged to Roddy from then on. But if he wants to use these 4 military factories to produce weapons and sell them, he still needs to obtain a qualification. This qualification is officially issued by the United States. Ordinary people can't get it at all. But Roddy doesn't need that. The weapons he produced were neither sold nor entered the black market. Moreover, the premise materials are mostly their own vibranium. That being the case, you don't need any qualifications. Even if not, Roddy still produces. Self-produced and sold. After leaving the Stark building, Roddy headed for the 4 military factories. Although he has seen the 4 military factories before and there is no problem, but now that they belong to him, Roddy still needs to make some rectifications. For example, although the original military factory is a fully automatic production line, workers are still needed in some places. There is also the issue of security at the factory. There can't be a security guard, right? Roddy wasn't planning to hire anyone, though. He planned to get a group of mechanical warriors directly and let them be responsible for the security work of the factory. Compared with living people, mechanical warriors are undoubtedly more reassuring to Roddy. After all, his factory doesn't have the qualifications to produce weapons, and what's more, it uses the extremely precious vibranium. If the news is leaked, Roddy will also cause a lot of trouble. Trouble with this thing, avoid it if you can. No one will take the initiative to ask for trouble, right? Unless profitable. Therefore, Roddy, who came to the factory again, directly summoned a group of mechanical soldiers to guard the factory. At the same time, the production line of the factory was started. On a whim, I used the ability of mechanical strengthening to strengthen a wave of factory production equipment. After being strengthened, the production equipment not only has a sharp increase in production capacity, but also the quality of the weapons produced will be better. The most important thing is, a kind of very unscientific ability was born in the production equipment after strengthening, that is, with very few materials, weapons that originally required a lot of materials can be produced. This is not scientific at all, but very variant. So Roddy didn't think much about anything other than feeling happy and secretly applauding his whim. After running 4 military factories one after another, Roddy did everything he could. Next, just wait for the weapons to be produced. Next day, Roddy came to a factory again to inspect a batch of weapons produced yesterday. The factory has 11 fully automatic production lines, 6 of which are producing machine guns and the other 5 are producing mortars. In one day, under the full automatic production line after strengthening, 2 kinds of weapons have been produced in large quantities. Roddy randomly picked out each weapon, and activated and strengthened them. The activated weapon turned into a small mechanical warrior with a height of about 1.8 meters. But not high. But the combat power is not weak at all. Originally is made of pure vibranium material, with super energy absorption ability, and the degree of sturdiness is beyond doubt. With such a mechanical warrior, there is absolutely no problem in torturing Tony's current steel armor. It can even be regarded as a smaller Ultron. Definitely. It doesn't have Ultron's artificial intelligence. Originally only has a relatively simple intelligent module. But there is no problem at all to execute some simple instructions. And not as smart as artificial intelligence. Avoid an omnic crisis. But the activated mechanical warriors are not their limit right now. Roddy once again used the ability of mechanical strengthening to carry out a wave of full arm wrists on the activated mechanical warriors. After strengthening, the mechanical warrior becomes more mighty and ferocious, and one can tell that it is a terrible killing machine. And the shape has also changed. From the original height of 1.8 meters, it has grown to around 2.2 meters. Already lost to Ultron. And the main thing is that strengthening greatly increases the strength of vibranium originally and the upper limit of energy absorbing. Even the melting point of vibranium has been greatly increased. Vibranium, which would melt at 20,000 degrees Celsius, will not show any signs of melting even if it is thrown into the corona of the sun. This is very powerful. After all, the melting point of vibranium is also one of its weaknesses. 20,000 degrees Celsius may seem high, but in reality it is just that. In the face of the endless emergence of super abilities in the future, what is this high temperature? Even Thor can withstand the pressure of a neutron star. But are there still few people in this world who can blast Thor? In front of many strong men, Thor is just a younger brother. So, it is a great thing to overcome the shortcoming of low melting point. Addressed a major weakness of the mech warrior. Besides, the most obvious enhancement is the original weapon system of the mechanical warrior. Because these 2 mechanical warriors were activated based on machine guns and mortars, they were born with corresponding weapon systems. The mechanical warrior activated by the machine gun can transform the mechanical structure of the arm into the muzzle of the machine gun. It can fire more than 12,000 rounds of machine gun bullets per second. and Roddy couldn't figure out where the bullet came from. Just like the production line after strengthening can produce weapons with very few raw materials, these mechanical warriors are not scientific at all. Is it okay to directly create bullets out of thin air? In addition, the lethality of the bullets is far more than that of the original machine gun. Roddy teleported to a wilderness with 2 mechanical warriors to test them. The first test is the mechanical warrior after the machine gun is activated. Roddy tested its range first. The original machine gun has a range of about 1000 meters. If it is farther away, the power will drop sharply. However, the range of the mechanical warrior after strengthening can reach tens of thousands of meters. A bullet hitting a target 10,000 meters away can still cause extremely terrible damage. Subsequently, Roddy tested the lethality of the mechanical warrior again. Taking an abandoned bunker 10,000 meters away as the target, Roddy ordered the mechanical warriors to shoot a single shot at the target. With just 1 bullet fired, the distance of 10,000 meters was crossed in less than 2 seconds, and the shooting speed of the bullet has already exceeded double the speed of sound. At such a speed, the bullet exploded violently the moment it hit the abandoned bunker. The entire bunker was blown into countless fragments in an instant. Wait till the dust settles. There are only a few ruins left in place, and the rest of the bunker has been blown to pieces. This power is much stronger than the original machine gun. And that's just the destructive power of a single bullet. To know, this mechanical warrior can fire 12,000 rounds per minute. And can continue to attack constantly. Even Roddy doesn't know where its limit is. There may be no limit at all. Afterwards, Edwin tested the performance of the mechanical warrior after the mortar was activated. This mechanical warrior has a longer range than the former. It can attack and hit targets 100,000 meters away, that is, 100 kilometers away. And has a precise guidance system. It can lock on a moving target 100 kilometers away for precise strikes. The destructive power of a single shell even directly blew up a small mountain into pieces, leaving a huge pit with a depth of more than 20 and a diameter of more than 300 meters. This destructive power is even more amazing than ordinary ballistic missiles. Compared with the original mortar, it is even more incomparable. What's even more exaggerated is that after the hands of this mechanical warrior are converted into muzzles, they can fire a shell. 2 muzzles, that is, 2 rounds per second. You can continue to launch constantly when you are done. What does that mean? A ballistic missile launcher with 120 rounds per minute. If 120 shells go down, a city will be razed to the ground. It can cause millions of casualties in an instant. As long as there is such a mechanical warrior, it can wipe out any small country by itself, and even some medium-sized countries cannot stop its killing. The pure vibranium body allows it to ignore external attacks. Unless it is bombed with a nuclear bomb. Otherwise, Roddy can't think of any other human weapon that can stop it. And such mechanical warriors, Roddy can make many, many. That means, just think about it. He seems to be able to rule the entire human civilization at any time. It's really scary, 2 beta-level abilities can be so powerful. Although Roddy was already mentally prepared, but after seeing this effect, he couldn't help being shocked. Definitely. Roddy also knew that the normal 2 mechanical abilities didn't have such amazing effects. First of all, if there is no mechanically activated ability that has been strengthened, I am afraid that the weapon made by vibranium cannot be activated at all. Secondly, the strengthening effect of the mechanical strengthening ability without systematic strengthening is also mediocre. You know, Roddy, this is the effect of 70 times strengthening. So the normal 2 mechanical abilities are not so strong, let alone these 2 abilities are separate. If there is no other one, it will be the same if it is taken out alone. Without the 700 times strengthening mechanical activation ability, it can only activate some ordinary mechanical bodies. And how much combat power can the mechanical warriors activated by the mechanical bodies have? It's just cannon fodder. The same goes for mechanical strengthening. more towards support than combat. So what is strong is not these two abilities originally, but the strengthening function of the system. He made the originally mediocre ability directly appear the effect of turning decay into magic. Plus the two abilities complement each other. So terrible. Power. After testing the two mechanical warriors, Roddy also took out the tsunami generating device he had snatched from Atlantis. The huge amounts of tsunami generator directly collapsed the ground, causing the ground to sag a little. Roddy puts his hand on it, uses the mechanically activated ability, and activates it. 700 times strengthening mechanical activation ability when activating the machine guns and mortars made by vibranium, both of them are instantly activated into mechanical warriors. But when used on the big tsunami generating device in front of me, the speed is much slower. About 6 or 7 seconds. The entire device was fully activated and turned into a large-scale mechanical war machine with a height of 26 to 7 meters. And this large mechanical warrior looks like that kind of burly type. Unlike the two mechanical warriors before, they looked a little slender. It's big enough. Roddy raised his head to look at the large mechanical warrior more than 20 meters high, then jumped up and landed on its shoulder. Go, let's try your ability. Roddy took it and disappeared instantly. Appearing again, he has come to an overseas desert island. It's here. Roddy just happened to be able to test the ability of this mechanical warrior. Because it is a mechanical warrior activated based on a tsunami generating device, it also has the ability to create a large tsunami. When Roddy gave the command, the mechanical warrior stepped into the sea water, and its arms transformed into some kind of disc-shaped device within 2 seconds. Then it puts its hands in the water. Comes soft with a special ripple radiating. The surrounding sea, which was originally calm, suddenly began to become choppy. In less than half a minute, the sea in the distance had already turned into a stormy sea, with waves of more than 10 meters or even 20 meters high everywhere. The whole sea seemed to be erupting with terrible rage. The wrath of the sea god. A word came to Roddy's mind. Chapter 90. Okay, okay. Roddy stopped the mechanical warrior. Immediately, it took its hands out of the sea water, and its arms returned to the shape of human palms again. I'll call you the Poseidon from now on. Roddy patted the big guy's vibranium shell and said. This thing is made of pure vibranium, and the vibranium used is much more than those weapons made by Roddy. Therefore, the upper limit of the energy it can absorb is also extremely high, and it is extremely difficult to damage. By the way, I'll give you another wave of strengthening. As Roddy said, he put his hands on the Poseidon, and with a flash of white light, the already tall and burly Poseidon instantly became much taller. It is roughly estimated that its height has exceeded 30 meters. It looks like about 33 meters. This is just a change in reminders. On a deeper level, it cannot be seen on the outside. But Roddy knew very well that the strength of the Poseidon had become even more terrifying. If it is said that the Poseidon before strengthening needs half a minute to create an ordinary tsunami, 10 minutes to create a large tsunami, and 1 or 2 hours to really create a super large tsunami, then the Poseidon after strengthening may only need half a minute to directly create a super large tsunami to submerge a large area of land. For a country like the United States, it only takes a few minutes for the Poseidon to create a huge tsunami that can sweep across the entire United States. At that time, human weapons will be useless in the face of a super large tsunami of that scale. Or run away. Or die. Since testing the performance of the 3 mechanical warriors that day, Roddy has not conducted other tests. On the one hand, the 2 types of mechanical warriors he tested before are already the 2 least destructive of the mechanical warriors he made, while other mechanical warriors, such as the mechanical warriors activated by tanks, are too destructive. It's so convenient to take it out and test it at will. On the other hand, Roddy already knew the strength of these mechanical warriors. It doesn't matter if you test it or not. So no more tests were done. Blink of an eye. The time came to the 25th of May. After 11 days of operation, a large number of weapons have been produced in the 4 military factories. 873. And these weapons have also been activated and strengthened by Roddy using 2 abilities. Although mechanical activation can only activate 70,000 mechanical bodies at a time. But that's just a one-off. Roddy can use it a few more times, so that millions or even tens of millions of mechanical legions can be created. And so far, after 11 days, Roddy already has more than 300,000 small mechanical soldiers under his command, all of which are activated by machine guns and mortars. 300,000 is enough to flatten the entire human civilization. Not even 300,000. In fact, even if there are only more than 300, it is enough to flatten human civilization. If you don't consider those supernatural forces. The other is the medium and large weapons produced by the other 3 military factories. Including tanks, armored vehicles, and armed helicopters. All are in production. And these medium and large weapons are not made of pure vibranium. The main material is alloy, and then the outer layer of armor is made of vibranium. Otherwise, Roddy wouldn't have been able to produce so many weapons in the 10 days. Raw materials are not enough. Definitely, this is also thanks to the production line after strengthening, which can greatly reduce the consumption of raw materials, otherwise it would not be possible to produce more than 300,000 machine guns and mortars in such a short period of time. However, weapons like tanks are much less in number. Currently produced. That's 300 tanks. 500 armored vehicles. 300 armed helicopters. 80 fighter jets. This is already the effect after the production lines of the 3 military factories have been strengthened and the production capacity has been greatly increased. Otherwise, it would not be able to produce so many. And Roddy activated all these weapons immediately. After strengthening, it is more powerful than before. But to what extent? Roddy hasn't tested it, and he doesn't know, but it's just that it's strong. After all, apart from armored vehicles, the other 3 types of weapons are much stronger than the machine guns and mortars in front of them. The armored vehicle is also equipped with a vehicle-mounted cannon. The power is also not to be underestimated. Afternoon. Sokovia Sky. A Quinjet in stealth mode slowly landed on a snowy field. The hatch opens. All the Avengers, except Iron Man, all came out of the cabin. On the other side, a blaze also streaked across the sky. Then Tony's voice came through the others' earphones. Guys, the other side has spotted us, prepare to fight. During this period of time, the Avengers have been besieging Hydra, and the castle in front of them is the last base of Hydra they investigated. After solving this Hydra base, their mission has been successfully completed. So Tony's in a good mood. The same goes for the other Avengers. It's done here, why don't we go have a drink? Barton walked forward slowly, looking around with his eyes, carefully guarding against the appearance of enemies, and said to others. I'm fine, what about you, Captain? Tony said. Okay, then we can directly hold a dance party to celebrate the dance party. Steve replied while driving his motorcycle quickly on the snow. When he was talking, the face of the woman he loved could not help appearing in his mind, but it was a pity that he had been asleep for too long. Although he looked young now, the other party was still old. This has always been a pain in Steve's heart. Prom? Count me in. In the sky, a thunderbolt fell, smashing a Hydra bunker hidden in the snow. In the midst of the thunder, Thor came out with Mjolnir held high. He laughed and said, You may not know, but I have the title of the little prince of the ball in Asgard. Are you sure it's not because you were originally a prince? Natasha Romanoff's teasing voice rang in everyone's ears. At this moment a large group of Hydra soldiers ambushed appeared in the distant snow forest. Just as these Hydra soldiers wanted to attack, they were thrown into the sky by a berserk green titan like a beast. Ah! Hulk roared and knocked a Hydra soldier flying with his fist. He turned around and grinned at Thor, who subconsciously tightened his hammer. Fortunately, Hulk didn't look like he was about to go crazy, he just turned his head and killed those Hydra soldiers. There were screams all of a sudden. Okay, let's talk about it after the fight. Tony's voice came again. At this time, he had eliminated a wave of Hydra's ambushes, and he also came to the sky above the outer base of Hydra. But before he got close, he bumped into an energy shield. Shit! There's an energy shield here. Tony almost didn't fall from the sky. Fortunately, the set of steel armor on him is the latest series, with more stable and powerful performance. Mauritius. The shell and parts of this iron armor are made of vibranium. This ushered in a surge in Tony's strength. The other side. Inside Hydra's base. Already, Guy discovered that Baron Strucker, who was killed by the Avengers, was also preparing to run away at this time. He knew his men couldn't stop the Avengers. Pierce, who was stronger than him, was defeated by the Avengers, and it was only a part of the Avengers. Unlike today, all the Avengers were dispatched. No matter how conceited he is, Baron Strucker doesn't think he can beat the Avengers assembled. So he's ready to run. Hurry up and pack up all the materials, we need to leave immediately. Baron Strucker ordered to his confidant. The latter obviously didn't want to stay and wait to die, so he hurriedly nodded and went down to prepare. The other side. In two prison-like rooms. A young man and woman each live in a room. The movements in the at the moment base did not escape their attention. When seeing a large number of Hydra soldiers leaving the base with weapons, a man in one of the rooms suddenly disappeared in a flash. After a few seconds, a man appears in another room. He didn't know when the door of the room was opened by him. He said to the girl in this room, "The Avengers are coming, and that Baron Strucker is going to run away." The woman in the room turned around, strands of scarlet energy from her fingertips lingered like smoke, and with a wave of her hand, a burst of energy blasted the wall behind her. "We should go," she said coldly. "It's time to go, these Hydra people are really unreliable, and we already have the power to take revenge," Pietro said with a smile. Off base. At an altitude of 10,000 meters. A fighter jet full of sci-fi colors is jetting out blue tail flames and flying at a speed more than 10 times the speed of sound. The strange thing is that there is no flight crew in the cockpit of this fighter. The cockpit was empty, not a single person was there. The direction stick moved left and right by itself, controlling the fighter plane to suddenly descend vertically at 90 degrees, suddenly dropping from a height of 10,000 meters to a height of several thousand meters. The altitude continued to drop, and as we passed through a thick layer of clouds, we finally saw the picture of the snow forest below. At the same time, the Avengers in the snow forest are still fighting many soldiers of Hydra. The two sides fought fiercely, but it was obvious that the Avengers had an absolute advantage. And outside of Hydra's base, Tony was also looking for a weakness in the energy shield protecting the base. "Give me 10 more seconds, I can handle it." Tony is confident. At this time, Wanda and Pietro, who had just left the base, also came to this battlefield. "I'll go play with them first." Pietro grinned, then turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. On the snow, a series of footprints were left, as if they appeared suddenly. Pietro's speed can reach 20 to 30 times the speed of sound in the extreme state, so after he runs, ordinary people can't capture any of his moving tracks. But Pietro himself can make some very subtle movements at that speed, and there will be no situation where he can't react. At this speed, Pietro can freely shuttle through this battlefield. Neither the soldiers of Hydra nor the Avengers could capture his presence. This guy's name is Hawkeye or something, right? In a state of haste, Pietro sees everyone in slow motion. At this time, he noticed Hawkeye Barton, who was running and shooting in the snowy forest. He couldn't help but raised his brows, ran over with a smile, and knocked Hawkeye into the air with one blow. Phew! In Barton's perspective, he didn't see anyone at all, and then he was knocked to the ground. Everyone! Be careful, there are strengthening people appearing. Barton endured the sharp pain of the wound and alerted the other Avengers. And at the moment, no one noticed the movement in the sky. At a height of 3,000 meters above the snowy forest, a sci-fi fighter jet instantly transitioned from a vertical descent state to a flat flight state with a super difficult movement. There was a violent sonic boom. Tony, who just found the weakness of the energy shield, also found this strange fighter under the reminder of JARVIS. Everyone! We seem to have new troubles. A fighter plane of unknown origin has arrived. Tony reminded the other Avengers. Then he took the initiative to fly towards the fighter jet. My God! It's so fast! Tony was surprised to find that he couldn't catch up with the opponent. You must know that his Mark armor can now fly at the speed of Mach 8. But even so, it still couldn't catch up with this unknown fighter. Tony, how's the situation? Captain America's voice came through the earphones. Just as Tony was about to answer, he saw the fighter jet in front suddenly launch a missile. Shit! It's firing! Wait! It's targeting Hydra's base! As soon as Tony cursed, he discovered that the missile was heading for the Hydra base. However, that base is protected by an energy shield, and even an air-to-ground missile cannot blow up that energy shield, so this missile is probably useless. Can only be lonely. Chapter 91. Tony, what did you just say? Because Tony spoke so fast that others didn't quite hear what he said, but they just sounded excited. It's a missile, but it's okay, the target is not us. Tony also calmed down now, said calmly. But just as he finished speaking, the missile bombarded the energy shield of the Hydra base. Tony thought that the explosion of the missile would at most make the energy shield shake a few times, which might consume a lot of energy to maintain the stability of the shield. But the next second, Tony knew he was wrong. And it was dead wrong. Accompanied by a dazzling white light, the entire snowy forest was illuminated in white. People in this area felt as if they were blind in an instant, and the tingling sensation from their eyes made them scream. From a distance, it seems that a sun suddenly appeared on the earth, and expanded extremely, covering an area with a diameter of more than 1 or 2 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Next second, the sun suddenly shrank inward. From a file size of 1 or 2 kilometers in diameter, it is instantly reduced to a file size of rice grains. And following that, everything within this area was instantly reduced to dust. After 2 seconds, the sky-shattering explosion sounded as if it was long overdue. The rolling shockwave was like an ocean wave, one wave after another crushed the surrounding trees to pieces, the ground was squeezed and the whole sank to a height of at least 2 meters. Subsequently, a huge amounts of mushroom cloud is rising. Appeared over Sokovia. Fortunately, this base of Hydra is still not a short distance from the city. Otherwise, under this terrifying explosion, the whole city might be annihilated in ashes. Rao is so. The shockwave of the explosion still spread to cities more than 10 kilometers away. The glass of the building was shattered. Cracks like spider webs appeared on the outer wall. Some buildings that were not very strong in the first place collapsed directly amidst the roar. For a while, people were scared and screamed and fled in all directions. Some people still had bloodstains on their ears, screaming in pain and running like headless flies. Snow forest. The snow has disappeared. The woods are gone too. Even a mountain not far away was razed to the ground. And the Avengers were also buried under the thick sawdust and soil one by one at the moment. After a while, a green hand suddenly stretched out from under the ruins, followed by the grey-faced green-eyed man crawling out from underneath. He spit out some sawdust and dirt from his mouth, and looked around with a dazed look. Obviously, as strong as Hulk, he was bombarded by this wave of explosions. And not to mention the other Avengers. Although Tony was the closest to the explosion, the vibranium armor on his body protected him very well. In addition, he was actually more than 1 kilometer away from the center of the explosion. Therefore, he was not injured much while hiding in the battle armor, and he was a little dizzy. After a while, he crawled out from under the ruins of October. "How are you all?" As soon as Tony came out from under the ruins, he quickly asked about the situation of the others. "I'm okay." Steve's voice sounded at the right time. At the moment of the explosion, he subconsciously used a shield to block in front of him, so as to save his life. But the others didn't respond at this time. Tony quickly asked J.A.R.V.I.S to lock the position of the other Avengers communicators. Then fly over one by one and rescue everyone else from under the ruins. Soon, both Natasha Romanoff and Barton were saved. But Thor didn't know where he went. "This guy Thor should be fine, right?" Tony muttered. "After all, it is Thor of Asgard, after all, he is a god anyway. Shouldn't it be killed by the explosion?" As for Natasha Romanoff and Barton, Natasha Romanoff had some scrapes on her body, the most serious wound was on her forehead, which was also the culprit that caused her to lose consciousness. Things were even worse for Barton. He had been attacked by Pietro before and was already injured. As a result, it was blown away by shockwave during the explosion, and then buried by various sawdust and soil. Although Tony rescued him in time, but Barton was still badly injured. "If you can't get the information in time, I'm afraid your life will be in jeopardy." Rumble. At this time, there was a loud roar from the distant sky, followed by a thunderbolt. It was Thor who flew back. He also looked embarrassed. Dirt was still on the face. What just happened? Thor's face was blank. He didn't know what happened just now. He just hit those Hydra soldiers well, but the next second his eyes turned into a scorching white, and he felt a burning pain on his body. When he came back to his senses, he found that he was lying in a mountain stream, beside a small stream, surrounded by some rocks. Moreover, his body was still dirty, and there were even traces of abrasions in some places. To know. He is the Prince of Asgard, son of God King Odin. His strength cannot be said to be so powerful, but his physical strength is absolutely astonishing. But it is so. He still had the bruises on his body. One can imagine how terrifying the explosion just now was. To know. Thor's location is slightly further away from the center of the explosion than Tony's. But he still looks like this. If it were someone else, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. It's normal to even have no bones left. "Wanda, are you okay?" In the mountain stream in the distance, Pietro found his sister Wanda. "It's okay, what happened to the explosion just now?" Wanda took a few pieces of sawdust from her hair, and looked into the distant mountain valley with lingering fear. If she hadn't used her ability to protect herself in time just now, under that kind of explosion, even if she is not what she used to be now, she would be blown to pieces in an instant, right? "Is that a nuclear bomb?" Wanda asked with a pale face. Pietro didn't know if it was a nuclear bomb or not. But if not, what kind of missile would be so terrifying? Everything within a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers from the center of the explosion just now was destroyed. If it weren't for the fact that the explosion site was in a mountain depression, the power might have increased. If he and his sister hadn't obtained super abilities, they would have turned into 2 corpses by now. No. There won't even be a dead body left? The biggest possibility is that there are no bones left. Terrible. Who the hell? The United States? Or the Avengers? Or Hydra? Pietro said with an ugly face. The two of them were almost killed by the bomb just now. Isn't his face ugly? It shouldn't be the Avengers. They were there just now. I don't know if they are still alive or not. Wanda shook her head and said, she didn't think the Avengers would do something like die with Hydra. After all, they had the absolute upper hand in the battle just now. It's never heard that the party with the absolute upper hand will use this method to kill them all. That's the United States or Hydra. Pietro said viciously, I think it should be the United States, it must be that group of bastards. They did it in 12 years. In 2012, Chitauri invaded Blue Star, located in Liberty City, where the United States dropped nuclear bombs. It's just that it didn't explode in Liberty City, but was sent to the other side of the universe by Iron Man. Because there have been such examples, Pietro has enough reasons to suspect that the United States did it. It should be unlikely. After all, the Avengers are also on the side of the United States, and the Avengers have already taken control of the situation just now. It is impossible for the United States to launch a nuclear bomb under such circumstances. Besides, it's just a Hydra base, so there's no need for that. Wanda thought about it, and felt that the possibility of the United States launching a nuclear bomb was also very small. Mainly it is not necessary. It's just to shoot a mosquito. Is it necessary to fire a cannon? That would be too wasteful. That's Hydra. Pietro seemed to have no idea of his own, and echoed again, it must be them, it must be that Baron Strucker detonated the nuclear bomb while running, these damned guys, I know they are not good people. Asking for flowers. Wanda. You have analyzed the 3 suspected targets one by one. Wanda didn't want to talk anymore, feeling that her big brother was really unreliable. But who the hell did it? And is that really a nuclear bomb? Why didn't you feel the existence of nuclear radiation? Wanda still has many questions in her heart, but unfortunately no one can answer her questions now. Half an hour later. The Avengers have returned to the Stark building in Liberty City. Here, Barton was imprisoned in an instrument called the Cradle of Life for treatment. He was badly injured and was only temporarily stabilized on the plane. If you can't treat it as soon as possible, even if you can save your life, it will be difficult to continue fighting in the future. Fortunately, the Cradle of Life is very against the sky, as long as the injury is not fatal on the spot, it can heal you well. This is an invention that even Tony admires, and Dr. Helen Zhao, the creator of the Cradle of Life, happens to be in the Stark building at the moment. Otherwise, Tony has to find a way to go to Bangsa country to pick her up. With the exception of Barton's injury, which was particularly severe and required treatment in the Cradle of Life to recover, the injuries of the others were much less severe. Point 0. Thor's just a little scrape, and he'll be fine on the way back. Tony did have a minor concussion, but J.A.R.V.I.S checked and found nothing wrong with it and didn't need any treatment. And Natasha Romanoff, who was unconscious before, also woke up halfway. Other than 2 broken ribs, nothing major. So did Steve. All minor injuries. You guys are really big. Hill, who came to greet them, looked down at the tablet in his hand, and said to them, the explosion that just happened on the outskirts of Sokovia released energy equivalent to a 3-megaton nuclear bomb in an instant. Explode. Except for the absence of nuclear radiation, this thing is almost indistinguishable from a nuclear bomb. Then should we be thankful that the other party didn't use a nuclear bomb? Otherwise, we should worry about how to solve the problem of being radiated. Tony said half-jokingly. But no one can laugh at this moment. The operation went smoothly. First, a strengthening person appeared to attack Barton, and then an unidentified fighter appeared and fired a missile equivalent to 3 million tons. Although Hydra was wiped out. But they were not happy at all. Not only did the number of unresolved issues not decrease, but they increased. This made the few Avengers who were still standing here look preoccupied. Where did that fighter jet go? Has it been tracked down? Tony asked Hill. The latter shook his head and said, no, the other party directly rose to an altitude of 20,000 meters after leaving the range of Sokovia, and the speed exceeded 20 times the speed of sound. That thing is a monster. I really can't imagine that the current technology can make a fighter jet exceed 20 times the speed of sound. It's incredible. Hill was also shocked when he said it. The data displayed by this fighter jet of unknown origin is enough to make the world's major countries crazy about it. In the past, Hill felt that their S.H.I.E.L.D. technology was powerful enough to beat the world. After all, the speed of their most advanced Quinjet far exceeds the advanced fighter jets developed by various countries in the world. But compared to this fighter jet encountered today, Hill suddenly felt that S.H.I.E.L.D's technology seemed to be like that. Not only is flight super fast, and it is also equipped with that kind of powerful and terrifying missiles. What kind of black technology is this? Hill said he couldn't read it at all. In fact, let alone her. Even Tony can't read it. Fortunately, he has always claimed to be the smartest person in the world. Result. Today, he even saw a technological creation that he couldn't even understand. Chapter 92. Poolside. Roddy lay comfortably, drinking the ice-cold fruit juice, and put down the tablet in his hand while smiling. That's right. The unidentified fighter just now was actually sent by Roddy. That fighter jet was originally just a very ordinary assembly line product, not to mention the world's top, even the first line was almost meaningless. But after Roddy's method of turning decay into magic, the originally mediocre fighter jet has suddenly become a terrifying weapon capable of shocking the world. The original ordinary missile has suddenly become a weapon of mass destruction comparable to a 3 million ton equivalent nuclear weapon. As for why it is a fighter jet, not a mechanical warrior, that's because the mechanical warrior can switch between the two forms. It's just that when it returns to its original form, it will also cause a big change in appearance due to activation and strengthening. That's why Tony didn't recognize the fighter. I just feel that the sense of technology is very strong. But nothing more is known. That's right, I used a Hydra base to test a mechanical warrior of the heavenly soldier type, and the results are unsurprisingly satisfying. But Roddy didn't expect that. He just wanted to pick a random place to test, but he happened to find this Hydra base, and it happened to be the time when the Avengers attacked this outer base. I just don't know if there's anything wrong with those Avengers? It shouldn't have been blown up with a piece of it, right? The main reason is that Roddy didn't expect the missiles after strengthening to be so powerful, which is much more powerful than the mortar shells tested before. Before that was a ballistic missile. This time it directly becomes the 587 intercontinental missile. During the period when Roddy was staring at the military factory, and constantly offering a set of activation and strengthening packages to the various weapons produced, Daisy also began to resume her old business. Some time ago, she made up for the professional knowledge lost in the past 2 years. Fortunately, she is talented and has a solid foundation. So it didn't take long to make up for the lost professional knowledge. This does not. Daisy, who felt that she had learned enough, started taking orders from the dark web again. Most of the jobs she took were jobs writing code for people. But unlike those serious codes, what Daisy wrote were basically viruses. Or to help hack a certain website or something. Anyway, it's some shady business. Daisy didn't care that the dirty work she was doing was shameful. Anyway, she used to do this, and now she is quite familiar with it. So within a few days, Daisy had completed several orders in her hands. Also made a lot of money. Although it was actually only a few $1,000s, compared to Roddy, a rich man who would spend tens of thousands of dollars for a casual meal, this amount of money was nothing at all. But for Daisy, it's the money she earns from her own labor. The meaning is different. This day, Daisy has completed another order. After sending the virus to the other party quickly gave a satisfactory answer and paid the subsequent final payment. That's right, the first big order of tens of thousands of dollars has been completed, and my name, Sky, has started again. Daisy smiled and took her hands from the keyboard, leaned back on the gaming chair comfortably, and stretched. The name Sky is actually not only Daisy's pseudonym, but also her screen name. Her code name on the dark web is Sky. The name Zhengjin is also quite famous on the dark web, and many employers placed orders specifically for her, and during that time, she also helped Daisy earn a lot of commissions. Otherwise, do you think that she travels all over the country all day, and spends time and energy investigating her father's situation? Where did the money come from? That's all she typed out code by code. It's all hard-earned money. But 2 years ago, Daisy rarely received such a large order of tens of thousands of dollars. But the current market on the dark web has obviously changed a lot from before. Large orders of tens of thousands of dollars are not very uncommon. If Daisy hadn't been silent for 2 years, few people have heard of her now, and now she can even receive orders of $50,000 or $60,000. But the bigger the list, the more troublesome it will be to complete. There are pros and cons. All in all, being able to complete this big order is also a very happy thing for Daisy. So she happily opened the door and left the room, intending to share her joy with Roddy. At the moment Roddy is still lying comfortably on the edge of the pool to rest. Seeing that Daisy came out of his room, he also asked with a smile, "What? The big order is completed." Daisy said before that she recently received a large order worth tens of thousands of dollars, so she wanted to retreat and code, so she told Roddy not to disturb her. "Every time I eat, I order the food delivery service of Paradise Building, and run to my room after eating." Roddy saw her working so hard, so he didn't have the nerve to tell her that in fact, the food and drink she had eaten during this time added up to more than $10,000. "We can't hurt people too much, can we?" No matter what Roddy said, he was also a considerate man. It was impossible to do such a thing that would hurt the self-confidence of a girl. "Ah! I'm exhausted." Daisy sat down rubbing her shoulders. "I've been too busy these days, but fortunately I finally completed this task. I made $13,000 this time. Would you like me to treat you to a meal?" Daisy looked at Roddy with a smile. Roddy has been taking care of her daily life for so long, eating, drinking, and playing, all paid by Chuandi. This made Daisy very embarrassed, although both Roddy and Gwen said it was okay. But Daisy still wants to treat her back, so at least there is a back and forth, right? "Please eat, okay?" Roddy smiled and nodded. If someone invites you to dinner, he definitely will not refuse. What's more, this is the money Daisy earned by working hard on the code for a few days. The meaning is different. "Then let's go out and eat." Daisy stood up and said. Roddy was also pulled out. "Don't lie down like a lazy pig, hurry up and change your clothes, we'll start right away." Daisy said hurriedly, "By the way, don't forget to call Gwen." "Forget it, let me give it to Gwen." Gwen sent a message. Seeing her positive appearance, Roddy happily cooperated. In the evening, a restaurant that Roddy has never been to. The three of them found an empty seat, sat down, and started ordering food. "I have been to this restaurant several times before, the food here is quite delicious, you can try it," Daisy said. Gwen also knew that Daisy made money today, so she planned to treat them to a good meal. "So I didn't show courtesy to Daisy, and ordered a few dishes that looked pretty good to try." "This dish is delicious, Gwen, you have a good eye." Daisy glanced at what Gwen ordered, smiled, and praised. The two girls chatted over there, and Roddy noticed a familiar figure at a table of guests not far away. Luke Kai-ki. This guy hasn't been seen in a while. He hasn't been seen much since the last S.H.I.E.L.D. fight. In contrast, Spider-Man has been showing up all the time, either fighting crime or on the way to fight crime every day. I really don't know if the teachers in his school know. At the moment, there were 3 guests sitting at that table. One was Luke Kai-ki, and the other was a little boy Roddy had never seen before, who looked about 14 or 15 years old. He looks quite like the Dutch brother, so it should be Spider-Man without accident. And another person. Roddy really didn't know who it was. But he looks gentle, and he also wears a pair of black mirrors. To be honest, wearing sunglasses at night is a bit weird. Is it Daredevil? Roddy thought. Maybe it was because he had been looking there for a long time, but the man wearing sunglasses suddenly looked over here. But if he really is Daredevil, then he shouldn't need to watch. What's wrong? Luke Kai-ki looked suspiciously at Matt, who suddenly raised his head and asked. There's someone over there who's been watching us. Matt said. Someone is watching us? Luke Kai-ki looked towards the direction Matt was pointing at, only to find that he was still an acquaintance. He had never seen Roddy, but he had never mentioned it. The boyfriend of Spider-Woman. A rich second generation. Needless to say, Gwen on the other side is Spider-Woman herself. Luke Kai-ki has seen Gwen's true face in the last battle of Shield. After all, most superheroes do not want to reveal their real identities. It's like Matt next to him. And Peter Parker sitting in front of him. That's all. As for the other woman, Luke Kai-ki doesn't know each other. Haven't seen it at all. Yes. Luke Kai-ki spoke. But it didn't say who it was. Matt nodded when he heard the words, and didn't continue to ask any questions. But at this moment, Peter, who was sitting across from him, suddenly said, "Then shall we go over and say hello?" Luke Kai-ki gave him a strange look. Then he shook his head and said, "No, it's just common knowledge, not familiar." Hearing this, Peter didn't say anything more. Obviously, no matter how dull he was, he could tell that Kiki didn't want to go over to say hello at all. While chatting, the dishes ordered by the three of them came out. This Hyuxia restaurant is quite famous in Manhattan, and many people come to eat. Try this mapo tofu dish, I order it every time I come here, especially the mango inside. It's so delicious. Luke Kai-ki picked up the chopsticks next to him, and while talking, he nimbly picked up a piece of mango from mapo tofu and put it into his mouth, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Tasty. Is it really delicious? Peter picked up a fork suspiciously, and put a piece of mango flesh into his mouth. After a while. It's really delicious. Peter said brightly. It's delicious. I can't go wrong with my recommendation. Luke Kai-ki said happily. Matt, try it too. He encouraged Matt on the side again. Matt, who couldn't resist him, bought a piece of TTP as well. Sweet and sour, with a slight numbness, it is indeed a very peculiar taste, very novel, but it is not unpalatable, on the contrary, it is quite delicious. Well, it's really good. Matt nodded, expressing his approval of this dish. Another side. Roddy put down the menu in his hand, and called a waiter. Can you speak Hyuxia? He asked first. As a result, the waiter, who looked Asian, showed a blank expression. Roddy just knew he couldn't understand. Forget it, I want to ask, does your family have normal Hyuxia food? Roddy shook his head and asked in English. This time, the waiter understood. Sir, is the food not to your liking? Asked the waiter. No, I just want to ask if your family has that kind of authentic Hyuxia food. Roddy said. Sir, the menu is the most authentic Hyuxia food. 3.1. The waiter replied with a smile on his face. Roddy. Do you care about sweet and sour mapo tofu with mango as authentic Hyuxia food? Do you also have strawberry and pineapple flavors? Do you want an avocado flavor next time? Roddy was speechless. This is obviously a so-called Hyuxia restaurant that caters to the tastes of people from the United States. No wonder he didn't see a single Asian when he looked around when he first came in. I thought it was something else before. Now it seems. This is simply because it doesn't suit the taste. Forget it, you can serve me these two dishes. Roddy swiped the menu twice, then handed the menu to the waiter. Okay sir, please wait a moment. The waiter turned away with the menu. At this time, Daisy came over and asked curiously, What's the matter, Roddy? Is the food in this Hyuxia restaurant not to your taste? Roddy gave her a look for her to see for herself. At this time Gwen gave Daisy a hand and whispered something in her ear. Daisy's face suddenly showed an expression of enlightenment. So, this Hyuxia restaurant is not on the ground floor at all. Daisy looked surprised. Maybe she used to think that authentic Hyuxia food was like this. Speaking of which, Daisy also has part of Asian descent. But since she grew up in the United States, she really doesn't know anything about the situation in Xian Kingdom. It is inevitable to have such a big confusion about Hyuxia food. Chapter 93. Sorry, I thought this was very authentic Hyuxia food. After knowing what the problem was, Daisy said with an apologetic expression. It's okay, just try it out. Roddy wasn't unhappy either, he just thought the dishes in this Hyuxia restaurant were pretty weird and couldn't help but want to complain. But it is normal for dishes from different countries to undergo some localization when they arrive in other countries. It's like when KFC came to Suanquo, isn't it also localized in various ways? In the United States, KFC's menu is not so rich. But speaking of it, KFC is not popular in the United States. In contrast, McDonald's is more popular, and Burger King is also quite popular. However, both of these two also carry out localized secondary processing in Suanquo. It's all about catering to the tastes of consumers. Make money, not shabby. But if you let Roddy taste this wonderful Hyuxia food for himself. Roddy still wants to say that he would rather eat KFC. The dishes ordered by the three of them arrived quickly. Not surprisingly, both Daisy and Gwen ordered a lot of dishes that Roddy thought were very weird. Including the mapo tofu with mango that he complained about before. The two directly ordered one each. That's right, one for each, not one for all. Because the dishes in this Hyuxia restaurant are actually quite small. It is a meal for one person. In fact, it is the way of eating Western food. It's just the skin of Hyuxia food, but in fact it's just changing the soup without changing the medicine. Roddy also ordered 2 dishes. In his opinion, although these 2 dishes have nothing to do with Hyuxia food, at least they are not so indescribable. One is General Tso's chicken, which is very famous in the United States. I don't know who came up with the name. Zhou Zongtang found out and said he wanted to hit someone. The taste is sweet and sour, and it feels like tomato sauce. How is this different from French fries dipped in ketchup? There is also a fried egg roll. 12. Roddy thought to himself that an egg roll should not be able to come up with any weird tricks, right? In the end, he still underestimated the preferences of the people of the United States. A fried egg roll that was supposed to be simple, but there are no less than 5 kinds of sauces poured on it. Either sour, sweet, or spicy. The key is that the spicy is sweet and spicy. It's a bit like Thai sweet chili sauce. In short, Roddy was a little reluctant to take a bite after taking a bite. Not to say how unpalatable it is. In fact, unpalatable is not unpalatable, it is just a strange feeling. It's as if you put the kitchen and the toilet together, and then cook vegetables in the toilet. In short, it is difficult for Roddy to speak. But Daisy and Gwen are delicious. Both of them have the standard taste of the United States, so they like these foods very much. In contrast, if they are really asked to eat authentic Hyuxia food, there is a high probability that they will not be used to it. This is why Hyuxia food needs to be localized when it comes to the United States. Hyuxia food is very broad and profound, and it is well deserved as the #1 food in the world. But for many people who have developed a eating habit since childhood, if you make them change all of a sudden, they will not be able to adapt. It's acceptable to try something new once in a while, but eat it every day? Forget it. For the people of the United States who are accustomed to sweet and sour taste, salty Hyuxia food is not necessarily a favorite. But Hyuxia food also has sweet taste. Trust those they should be more receptive to. In the middle of the meal, Roddy noticed that there was another person at Peter Parker's table. It's a woman. She was thin, wearing a black leather jacket, and ordered a dozen beers when she arrived. She drank while others were eating food, and didn't move much with the food in front of her. Jessica Jones. Roddy had some guesses about the identity of this woman in his heart, but he didn't know if it was right. Because her back was facing Roddy, Roddy couldn't see her face, so he couldn't judge from her appearance. But if it is really Jessica Jones, is this group of people getting together to form a Defenders Alliance? However, Iron Fist, who was supposed to be a member of the Defenders, was not present. Instead, there was an extra Peter Parker who should not have appeared beside these three people. Speaking of which, last time Natasha Romanoff seemed to intend to win over Gwen and the others to join the Avengers. Why didn't she believe it later? Roddy suddenly thought of something. That time Natasha Romanoff also said that she would keep in touch with Gwen later, but after that time she left, she never contacted her again. I don't know if this is the case only on Gwen's side? Or is everyone else the same? But Falcon Sam will join the Avengers later. I don't know if Luke Kai-Ki will accept the invitation? It would be interesting if Luke Kai-Ki also joined the Avengers. After all, there is one less Iron Fist, one less Luke Kai-Ki, and there is no one in the Defenders. Late at night. Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen. This is the criminal paradise of Liberty City. Countless criminals gather here, and even the officials have nothing to do with them. And tonight, Jin, who is the underground emperor of Liberty City, has an important deal to make here. He didn't pay much attention to the transaction fee this time, after all, it was related to who should manage the DP transaction market in the eastern part of the United States in the next 3 years. In the past 3 years, this management right has been in the hands of a certain old underworld family from the country. However, in recent years, the Jinhee gang under Jinbin has developed rapidly. Not only the entire underground world of Liberty City was taken down by Jinbin, even if you look at the entire eastern region of the United States, Jinbin's power is also one of the best. On the contrary, the power of the old underworld family has suffered heavy losses time and time again due to the suppression of Jinbin in the past few years, and now it is not as good as before. This time, the DP market in the eastern region selects managers for the next 3 years. Jin naturally will not miss such an opportunity. After all, once he obtains this power, his power will surely usher in another surge. In the past few years, why has he not been able to dominate the entire underground world in the eastern part of the United States even though he has controlled the powerful Jinbin gang? It's not because the management of the DP market in that session is not in his hands. As a rule established by all underground forces in the United States, elections are held every 3 years, just like the United States elects the president. Although the president is not the most powerful person in the United States, he holds the management power. To a certain extent, it can bring great convenience to yourself and the forces behind you. However, under such convenient conditions, the Jinbin gang can still suppress the opponent and make the opponent suffer again and again, which shows the strength of the Jinbin gang. This is also because there is a hero like Jinbin to lead them, and the Jinbin gang can develop to the status it is today. But now, the 3-year period has passed. Jin also said that he is about to sit on the supreme throne. The following era belongs to the era of his Jinbin. Not only does he want to dominate the entire underground world in the east of the United States, he even wants to extend his minions to the west. Future. He will be in charge of the entire underground world of the United States. He is going to be the only king in the underground world of the United States. Rather than the title of one of the double kings, or one of the 3 kings. In the elegantly furnished conference room, the most prominent gang leaders in the eastern part of the United States are here tonight. Tonight's meeting will reshuffle the entire underground world in the eastern part of the United States. Naturally, some people are happy and some are worried. Those gangs who support the old traditional forces, no one can laugh at this moment. And those gangs who firmly chose to stand on Jin Bing's side, at the moment all smiled, as if they had already won the victory. In fact, it is true. After all, the results of tonight's meeting have already been announced. It's just an announcement. Therefore, no matter how arrogant these Jin Bing supporters are now, others dare not show dissatisfaction. They could only sigh one by one, wondering if they could get some benefits if they took refuge in Jin Bing right now. Even if there is no benefit, at least you can keep your own gang, right? As for the former king of the East? At this moment, no one is willing to talk to them. Moreover, the former king of the East is old Crawford, not the two hairless brats in front of me. Since the death of old Crawford, the Crawford family has been getting worse and worse. A few high-ranking juniors made the family a mess. To be honest, these gangs who originally supported the Crawfords family have long since had enough of these brats who are obviously incapable just being loyal and telling them what to do because they were born well. But now the good times of these brats are coming to an end. Time to make them suffer a little. Thinking of this, these people who were still sighing just now looked at the pair of siblings sitting side by side with playful eyes. This pair of brothers and sisters are the current rulers of the Crawford family after the death of the old Crawford. The man's name is Kevin Crawfords. The girl's name is Mia Crawfords. But at the moment, the two brothers and sisters who were being laughed at by everyone showed a very calm look. He looked calm and relaxed, without any signs of fear or nervousness at all. Humph! Putting on airs. Someone snorted coldly and muttered something in a low voice. At this time, the solid wood door of the conference room was opened again. Following the burly Jin Bing, wearing a white suit, led someone in from outside the door. When Jin Bin entered the arena, those Jin Bin's most loyal henchmen also stood up to welcome their boss. Kim seemed to be in a good mood. Along the way, I nodded and said hello to these dog legs, and the proud look made the Crawford brothers and sisters sitting on the other side look disgusted. It was this fat man who ruined their future. But if this fat man wants to step on their Crawford's family, it's a big mistake. The outside world said that their brother and sister were ignorant and incompetent, making the 247 family a mess. But what do those people know? Does that mean they don't have ability? That clearly means that the people below are not cooperating with them. It's not that they are incompetent. It's just that those people are too disobedient. And this time, the two brothers and sisters also plan to have a revenge. Don't you think that today's meeting will reshuffle the entire underground world in the eastern part of the United States? Well, let us show you what a real big reshuffle is. The two siblings looked at each other. Following Mia Crawford's movements, she secretly took out something. The thumb pressed down on one of the buttons above. The red light flashes rapidly. Seeing this, Mia also nodded slightly to Big Brother. The other side. At the same time that Mia pressed the button, a piercing alarm sounded suddenly in the main control room responsible for the security system of the entire building. In just a dozen seconds, those hosts started to emit green smoke. Oops! Someone is attacking the security system of the building, our system has been paralyzed. The staff in charge of the computer room looked at the completely blurred screen with a frightened expression on their faces. As the support staff of the Jin Bin gang, he knew exactly what kind of terrifying organization the Jin Bin gang was. In the past, some people like him who had major accidents at work, almost everyone can continue to see the next day. Men are well aware of the consequences of that. That's why his face changed drastically at this moment, and his heart was gradually filled with fear. The other side. Just as the building's security system was completely paralyzed, the power to the entire building was also cut. Subsequently, in the darkness, hundreds of figures rushed towards the building suddenly, and they quickly dealt with the gang guards who lost their direction for a while due to power outages and security system failures. At this time, a black car slowly stopped outside the building. The driver's door opens. A man wearing a black combat uniform and a black iron mask got out of the car, turned around and opened the rear door. Then, a middle-aged Asian man with elegant appearance got out of the car. The man looks thin and not tall, but his eyes are so sharp that people dare not look directly at him. The most striking thing is the 10 bracelets on the man's arms. The blue light on the bracelet faintly carries some kind of magical power, making it difficult for people to look away after taking a look at it. Chapter 94. My lord, why do you need to do it yourself for mere gold? Let me do it for you. The masked man who opened the door turned his head and said while leading the way. There was a lot of humility in the words, and at the same time, there was a deep reverence for the man in front of him. We are new here, and we are not familiar with the place here in the United States. Naturally, we have to play with momentum and prestige in this battle. Jin is also the king of the underground world in the eastern part of the United States. If I do it myself, I will also give him a face match. The man with his hands behind his back spoke indifferently, apparently not paying attention to Jin in his words. And it sounds like he is new to the United States, but the first step is to focus on the emperor of the underground world like Jin Bing. It has to be said that the man's self-confidence and ambition cannot be underestimated. What the adults said is very true. The masked man said respectfully. At this time, the killers who had just rushed into the building had already gone up from the first floor of the building. Because the security system of the building was paralyzed, the power was cut off again. Faced with this group of well-trained killers for a while, they were defeated. Many gangsters were beheaded just by meeting each other, without even a chance to beg for mercy. And at the same time, in the conference room on the top floor of the building, because it has an independent power system, it is still brightly lit. But the situation downstairs has already reached the ears of these bigwigs. Knowing that someone actually came to make trouble on such an important day as tonight, and these underworld big shots who usually want wind and rain, I can't help but feel angry at this moment. Who the hell? They don't know the rules. Our entire Eastern Underground forces are meeting here tonight. Who the hell would make such a frenzied move with his brain trapped by the door? Isn't he afraid of being enemies all over the world? Strange, our meeting here tonight is held in secret. How did the people outside know? Yes. Is there a ghost inside? Who is it? Stand up for me. The gangsters in the conference room also looked at everyone present with suspicious eyes at this moment. Except for Jin Bin, they have reason to doubt everyone around them. After all, no people, no face, but not heart. But King isn't sure to be the insider. As for the reason? Nonsense. How important is tonight for Kim? Anyone could be this inner ghost, but Jin Bing is the only one who can't be. How can someone smash their own place? And at the moment, Jin Bing's face was also quite ugly. There was no smile on the face that was still smiling at the moment. There was just a frightening rage. Jin Bing just glanced at each other, and these people who were suspicious of each other just now subconsciously shut their mouths, and never dared to say another word. I don't care who is the insider and Jin Bin's fate when he offends me, I believe you all should know. Jin Bing finished speaking coldly, then picked up his phone and dialed a number. The person on the other end of the phone answered quickly. Bullseye, what's going on down here? No one in the conference room dared to take a breath, for fear of interrupting the call. At the moment, Bullseye on the other end of the phone also said, I don't know the identity, but they are all professional killers, but I can handle it. Then I'll leave it to you. I want to see their heads lined up in front of me one by one. Jin Bin ordered, also, grab the leader, I want to live. Clear. Bullseye didn't talk much, after accepting Jin Bin's order, he started to do it. As Jin Bing's #1 killer, Bullseye has the ability to hit every shot, and anything he throws, even a toothpick, can kill dead man. This kind of ability has made Bullseye a golden player and eliminated many deadly enemies. It can be said that the Jin Bin gang is able to achieve what it is today, and there is also a lot of credit for Bullseye. Therefore, Bullseye's status in the Jinbin gang is also second only to Willis. Bullseye and Willis are also Jinbing's right-hand men. It is a good helper for him to realize his hegemony. One of them is capable of literature and the other is capable of martial arts. Plus Jinbing, the king. This is what made Jinbing gang what it is today. But tonight, Jinbing's majesty was challenged, and the other party would not come at other times, but chose to strike at such an important time as tonight. Jin can hold back his anger and sit here at the moment, it is already his best effort to restrain himself. In an alley not far from the Faith building, Matt, who had just separated from Luke Kai-ki and others, had already changed out of his usual suit and put on a dark red daredevil uniform. Originally, he was just making a routine inspection tonight to see if there was anyone who needed his help, because of his meager experience. But as soon as he got here, Daredevil heard the screams coming from the Faith Tower not far away. These screams are very slight, and in a place like Hell's Kitchen that is still noisy in the middle of the night, ordinary people may not be able to hear them even if they stand at the door of the building. But Daredevil has excellent hearing. He can hear subtle movements that ordinary people cannot hear, and he can even construct a map in his brain through the sound source. This is also the reason why he is clearly invisible with both eyes, but he is more sensitive in action than normal people. Definitely. His physical fitness is also far beyond ordinary people. Especially in the aspect of anti-strike ability, it has a unique ability. Something happened to the Faith Mansion. Daredevil frowned. He definitely knew Faith's building, which was the headquarters of the company of Wilson Faith, the good man of Liberty City. Many people can't understand why Wilson wants to establish the company's headquarters in such a dangerous place as Hell's Kitchen. But Daredevil knows why. Because Wilson Faith, who claims to be a great benevolent man, is actually Jinbing, the mafia boss who controls the Jinbin gang. That name that is feared in the underground world. Who would have thought that the majestic emperor of the underground world of Liberty City would actually be a famous philanthropist on the surface? What is this? Devil's mercy? However, although Daredevil knows that Jinbin is Wilson, as a street hero who pays attention to evidence, Daredevil can't directly rush into Faith's mansion to capture Jinbin. Because that is against the law. As Daredevil, who is a lawyer in reality, he doesn't want to become a criminal himself. He is very similar to Batman in DC Next Door, he likes to beat up criminals and send them to the law for punishment. Kill? That is impossible. Because in Daredevil's heart, murder is equal to crime. But tonight, something seemed to have happened to the Faith Tower. The screams sounded so desperate, as if they had experienced a terrible dream before dying. After making Daredevil hesitation for a while, he immediately rushed towards the Faith Tower. At the same time inside the building, Su Wenwu from at the moment has brought the masked man to the 20th floor. Arriving here, the smell of blood in the air suddenly faded a lot. And the killers who had been killing frantically and pushing forward were all blocked here at this time, unable to continue upward. Get out of the way. My lord is coming. The masked man shouted loudly, causing all the killers in front to retreat, and then he turned around to let Su Wenwu walk in front, and he followed Su Wenwu behind, looking like the most loyal dog-leg. But his dog-legged style is not mean at all in the eyes of these black-clothed killers around him. Even they are also very envious. After all, it is a supreme honor to be able to follow the adults. It's a pity that their identities are humble, they are just ordinary black-clothed killers, and they are not qualified to accompany adults at all times. At the moment, Su Wenwu, who walked in front of many black-clothed killers, also saw the enemies blocking his group. It was a man with only half of his body exposed outside. He was standing at the stairway leading to the 21st floor at the moment, half of his body was hidden on it, and half of his body was exposed. What caught Su Wenwu's attention the most was the flying darts in the man's hand. Flying darts flashed a cold light from time to time in the dark. Just when Su Wenwu was looking at the other party, the Fei Li in the man's hand suddenly disappeared. Clang! A piece of sparks flashed. Flying darts actually appeared in front of Su Wenwu, and the point of the knife pointed directly at the center of his brow. Pity! This knife did not hurt Su Wenwu. Just when the flying darts were about to touch him, a blue energy protected him and knocked the flying darts down. Yes, if you surrender, I can accept you. Su Wenwu glanced at the flying darts that fell to the ground, and then said calmly to the bullseye over there. It was as if it was such a great honor for Bullseye to be his subordinate. Bullseye just looked at him coldly, and then a series of cold lights flickered in the darkness. Not only flying darts, all kinds of throwable weapons, even toothpicks were thrown out by the bullseye, and the target was Su Wenwu standing over there. A series of sparks burst out. Su Wenwu just stood there with his hands behind his back, allowing the bullseye's attack to fall in front of him, but he couldn't get an inch in. Does that mean you refuse? His eyes seemed to glow in the dark, and as Bullseye noticed them, for a moment he even had the urge to kneel. Bullseye was so frightened that he quickly bit the tip of his tongue to wake him up. But after waking up, Bullseye found that his back was already wet with sweat. And the man who was still standing there had disappeared at this moment. Where? Bullseye glances. But at this moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder. This is your last chance, I don't usually give people a second chance. Su Wenwu's voice rang in Bullseye's ear. This made the hairs all over his body stand on end in an instant. Almost subconsciously, Bullseye rushed forward, and at the same time sent out flying darts behind him with his hands. Clang! Flying darts was undoubtedly blocked by Su Wenwu. There was a look of disappointment in his eyes. Pity! He shook his head, then strode forward, coming in front of him much faster than Bullseye. A hand lightly pressed against Bullseye's chest. Blue energy poured into Bullseye. Boom! Blue smoke drifts away. Bullseye's body was instantly decomposed into countless tiny particles invisible to the naked eye. My lord's divine power! At this time, the masked man suddenly shouted loudly. Then the hundreds of black-clothed killers who were present also shouted, Your Majesty! This movement was not only heard by Jin Bin and others on the 30th floor on the top floor, but even Daredevil who had just entered the Faith building could hear it clearly. Grown-ups! Who said it? Thought Daredevil. In the conference room on the 30th floor, Jin Guang's face was very ugly. The movement downstairs gave him a bad feeling. And his premonition seemed to come true. Then, without the bullseye blocking them, the killers in black pushed all the way up again, and soon reached the 30th place. There are still many gang members gathered outside the meeting room, and they are all subordinates brought by the bosses. At the moment, these people were holding weapons, looking at the stairs with pale faces. While they were nervously waiting for the enemy to rush up, they didn't see 10 black-clothed killers climbing up to them like geckos on the ceiling above their heads. Kill! Next second, hundreds of black-clothed killers fell, and the cold broken blade cut through the fragile throat. Blood splashes. After a few shots, everything was quiet. There were only a group of gangster corpses at the scene, and those black-clothed killers weren't even injured. The strength gap between the enemy and us is so huge. At this time, Su Wenwu also slowly stepped into the 30th floor, and under the gazes of a group of black-clothed assassins who were extremely reverent, he walked step by step to the door of the meeting room. Behind him, the masked man stepped forward and pushed the door open. The heavy solid wooden door seemed to be as light as nothing in the hands of the masked man. Obviously, he is no ordinary person. And as the solid wood door was pushed open, all the gang leaders in the meeting room also saw the strength of the intruder. Unexpectedly, the other party looked quite gentle. In contrast, on the contrary, these people seemed to be much more vicious. But it was such a gentle-looking man. At the moment he was standing at the door of the meeting room, but few people had the courage to summon up the courage to look at him. Chapter 95. Very well, you are all here. Su Wenwu is like a king patrolling his territory. With his hands behind his back, he walks into the conference room step by step. Every step of his footsteps is like stepping on the hearts of all the people present, making people feel so uncomfortable that they want to vomit blood. Finally, Jin Bing was the first to bear it no longer. He couldn't accept someone in his own territory, appearing in front of him as a master. This made him feel angry, but also a little faintly afraid. Yes. Jin is also afraid. Everyone is afraid, no matter how strong they are. It's just that they haven't encountered anything that scares them. Once encountered, even God will be afraid and afraid. Who the hell are you? Who allowed you to do this? Jin Bing got up from the chair with a burly body, holding his cane with his strong palms, staring at Su Wenwu in front of him with cold and murderous eyes like a rageous devil bear. Who I am? Su Wenwu looked at Jin Bing indifferently, and said, "You can call me Mr. Su, or you can call me an adult, and this will be your honor in the future." Others present did not dare to speak at all. Ever since Su Wenwu stepped into this conference room, it was as if an invisible force had tightly gripped their hearts, making them afraid of the man in front of them. So no matter what Su Wenwu said, they dared not refute. Only gold. This bear-like man worked hard. Nonsense! Jin Bing roared, and suddenly a red laser shot out from the top of the cane in his hand, blasting towards Su Wen in front of him. This is Jin Bing's secret weapon. Many powerful opponents were calculated by him with this weapon, and thus died in his hands. But this time, Jail's secret weapon has failed. The laser did not hurt Su Wenwu. It was blocked by a streak of blue energy. Su Wenwu looked at Jin Bing lightly, and said with a little appreciation in his eyes, "You are very good, I can give you a chance to surrender to me." When did Jin Bing hear such arrogant words? Make him surrender? Dream. So he rushed up angrily, trying to tear Su Wenwu apart. But the next second 5:33. Boom! A streak of blue energy blasted out from Su Wenwu's hand, hitting Jin Bing who rushed up. Jin Bing's huge body instantly flew upside down like a broken doll, and hit the huge amounts of conference table. The solid wood table was smashed to pieces by this force on the spot. The ground also made a creaking sound. Jin, who was lying on the ground, struggled to get up. His chest was already scorched black, and the surface layer of skin was already dead. He couldn't even feel the pain coming from there, only numbness. The person who likes to throw things away before I gave him 2 chances, but he didn't cherish it. I will give you a second chance now, I hope you don't make a wrong choice. Su Wenwu just looked down at Jin Bing indifferently. The kind of eyes that looked like God overlooking the common people made Jin Bing lower his head subconsciously. He tightly clenched his fists, intending to resist, but the scene just now made him completely aware of the strength gap between the two sides. This is not something that can be smoothed out by numbers. It's not like taking some weapons and you can ignore them. The other party is a strong man beyond ordinary people's understanding. Even if Jin he has inhuman power, he is still weak in front of the other party like an ant on the ground. He doesn't want to die. Jin is not a person who knows how to endure. When he was just starting to make a fortune, he used to be a horseboy for others, and he also bowed to some people. Therefore, although the status is completely different now, but Jin Bing is still the same person. So, he surrendered. He knelt on the ground on one knee and offered his loyalty to Su Wenwu. Definitely. Both Su Wenwu and Jin Bing knew that his loyalty was limited. As long as one day Jin he has the power to resist, then he will abandon his loyalty without hesitation, wave his fist again, and try to regain his position as king. But Su Wenwu didn't care. His pride made him not care whether his subordinates were really loyal to him. He also took in those rebellious subordinates in the past. When they first joined, all of them were dissatisfied with him, and they wanted to overthrow his rule every day. But so what, Gbi? In the end Su Wenwu is still the only emperor. And those subordinates who were once dissatisfied with him now, all of them are convinced by him later, and each of them has offered their true loyalty. Pity. He lost that battle. Lost to the group of guys who called themselves the Eternals. He lost everything Zheng Jin had, and even had to give up his power for a while and become an ordinary person to start a new life. But some people are destined to be extraordinary. He doesn't fit in square. Everything around him is telling him that he shouldn't be like that. Then, Su Wenwu once again regained the power he had lost, and he once again embarked on the road of the Emperor. This time, he wants to win. It's not just about winning back the glory you once lost. I want to win back my lover. He knew that she was there, waiting for his return. For her sake and for himself, Su Wenwu can accept another challenge. No hesitation to fail again. But this time he will never lose. So he led a group of men to the United States. Because he knows she's here. So he intends to conquer the land first, as he has done now. It's just that when he sat on the throne of God, the United States had not yet been established. It is hard to imagine that a country with such a short history can now rank first in the world. Since it is number one in the world, then Su Wenwu wants to conquer it. It has been too long since the suspended emperor's throne has welcomed its owner, and this time, Su Wenwu will once again sit on the supreme throne and rule the dark world of this land. The first step is to start with the group of people in front of you. Su Wenwu has never been the kind of person who likes to take his time. So he sent his subordinates to collect information, and accidentally learned that the underground world in the eastern part of the United States would hold an election meeting every 3 years, although Su Wenwu felt that it was a bit ridiculous for a group of gangsters to hold elections. But he came anyway. Moreover, this group of guys is not that united. With Jin Bin's allegiance, the next thing is much simpler. Su Wenwu first announced his identity as the King of the East, and the leaders of other gangs dared not follow suit. After all, even Jin Bing surrendered. These little Karlami who dare to resist Jin, naturally dare not disobey Su Wenwu's order. Subsequently, Su Wenwu ordered Jin Bing to continue to be headed by his Jin Bing gang, and cooperate with other gangs present to clean up any organizations and forces in the eastern region that dare not submit to him. And he himself will personally visit the western region, and finally take down the entire underground world of the United States. Be the only Dark Emperor. Regarding Su Wenwu's ambition, after experiencing panic and hesitation at the beginning, everyone present became excited one by one. After all, it stands to reason that they were also the first group of the United States gang to submit to Su Wenwu. In the future, if Su Wenwu really dominates the underground world of the United States, then the status of these people will naturally rise, ushering in a new wave of glory. Thinking about it this way, it seems that surrendering to Su Wenwu is not something to be ashamed of. After all, at the beginning, they even thought that Jin Bin also had the power to dominate the underground world of the United States. And now that Su Wenwu, who is more powerful than gold, wants to do this, it will undoubtedly be easier, won't it? Therefore, Su Wenwu's goal of becoming the Dark Emperor is not empty talk, and it may even be within easy reach. That being the case, then what else can they be dissatisfied and angry about? It's better to follow Su Wenwu's instructions, first stabilize the situation in the entire eastern part of the United States, and destroy all those forces that do not stand with them. In this way, it can be regarded as a credit for them. Compared with these gang leaders who have gradually become slavish, what Jin Bin wants is that Su Wenwu wants to take away the seat of the Dark Emperor that should belong to him. But right now his strength is not as good as others, so he can only bow his head and surrender. But as long as one day he gains the power enough to reverse all this, Jin will regain everything he lost without any hesitation. Su Wenwu, just wait for me. Jin Bing lowered his head, his eyes were full of fierce light. You too, come here. At this time, Su Wenwu, who had finished announcing the matter, also called the Crawford brothers and sisters to him. The Crawford's brothers and sisters were the ones who had contacted him before. Definitely. They didn't know that the person they contacted was Su Wenwu. They only knew that the other party was a new force who had just arrived in the United States and was very powerful. That's why they wanted to use this force to try to resist Jin Bing's rule. Result: luring wolves into the house? But even without the help of the Crawford brothers and sisters, Su Wenwu would still come today. And this result will not change in any way. The difference is that the process will not be as smooth as it is now, that's all. And at the moment, when they saw Su Wenwu calling the Crawford brothers and sisters to him, others would not know that the ghosts were their two brothers and sisters. At this moment, the leaders of other gangs don't have any resentment towards the two of them. At most it's just a little envious. But Jin Bing hated these two bastards so much. If Su Wenwu was not still present at this moment, he would have crushed these two little beasts to death one by one. You have done a good job. I, Su Wenwu, have never treated those who have made meritoriously. In the future, your Crawford family will still stand in the east of the United States, and your family's status will never be shaken by anyone. Su Wenwu looked at the two siblings and said calmly. Although the two brothers and sisters only did a small favor, Su Wenwu has never been a stingy person. Even if it is just a little favor, he will give enough in return. And what the Crawfords want more than anything else is for the family to survive. If it weren't for the ambition shown by Jin Bing before, they were too frightening, and they wouldn't want to unite with outsiders to deal with Jin Bing. It's just that the ambition shown by Su Wenwu is even more ambitious than that of Jin Bing. Fortunately, Su Wenwu is not Jin Bing, and he is not so gangster. On the contrary, when he does things, he will give people a feeling of spring breeze, and his subordinates will only be convinced by him, and will not feel rebellious or fearful. Thank you, my lord. The two siblings even knelt on the ground and kowtowed to express their gratitude. Su Wenwu also accepted it frankly. Although he doesn't advocate kneeling for himself, especially the ritual of kneeling and kowtowing. But for these Westerners who are not of my race, Su Wenwu thinks it is necessary to let them understand what is called respect. www. After making arrangements for the Crawford brothers and sisters, Su Wenwu gave a few more instructions and was about to leave. He didn't intend to stay in Liberty City forever. First conquer the underground world in the eastern part of the United States, then his next goal is to come to the underground world in the western part of the country. He will not consider which city to use as his home until the whole of the United States is unified. But now, is not the time to think about this issue. Jin Bin, you will be responsible for the rest of the matter, don't let me down. Su Wenwu glanced at Jin Bin lightly. This burly man did not really surrender to himself, Su Wenwu knew this very well. But he also knew that for a rebellious person like Jin Bing, unless he had enough confidence, he would never dare to disobey any of his orders. And it happened that Su Wenwu also took a fancy to Jin Bing's ability. He didn't care if Jin Bin really surrendered to himself. If he can't suppress even one of his subordinates, then he, Su Wenwu, is not worthy of being the only emperor in the underground world. And what about the king's presence in the world? So, even though he knew that Jin did not have the heart of disobedience, he still reused him. I understand, Mr. Su. Jin Bing nodded, addressing Mr. Su, not your lord. To this, Su Wenwu didn't care either. On the contrary, the masked man who followed him was quite dissatisfied with this, and looked at Jin Bing with a hint of unkindness in his eyes. But Jin didn't care about such a small role. The only person he could really care about was Su Wenwu. As for the others, it's not that he is rich and arrogant, but that he has the strength not to take them seriously. But as long as Su Wenwu is around for a day, Jin Bin can only be inferior to others. Unless he finds a chance to turn around. Chapter 96. My lord. Someone has broken in. At this time, a black-clothed killer came to report a situation. Oh. Su Wenwu looked at Jin Bing and said, "This is your territory, who do you think will break in at this time?" Hearing this, Jin Bing thought for a while and said a name. Daredevil. The person who knows you best is often your enemy. There is nothing wrong with this sentence. Jin doesn't know Daredevil very well. Apart from not knowing Daredevil's true identity, he really doesn't know much about this guy's character and temper. If anyone is going to break into Faith's mansion right now, it's Daredevil. Superhero. Su Wenwu smiled lightly. Since it's a superhero, let's invite someone up. Hearing this, several black-clothed killers turned and left. Not long after, they came up with a man in dark red clothes. Men were not escorted here. After all, with Daredevil's strength, a few killers in black can't do anything to him. In fact, he was indeed invited. The killer in black didn't do anything after seeing Daredevil, but told him that the adults wanted to see him. Daredevil wondered who the grown-up was. In addition, maybe Ujo was bold, so he followed a few black-clothed killers. "Are you Daredevil?" Su Wenwu looked at the man in front of him, nodded and said, "Yes, I heard that you caused a lot of trouble for Jinhee. It seems that your ability is quite good." Daredevil looked at the strange man in front of him, and from the other man, he felt a sense of threat that was even worse than that of Jin Bing. This made Daredevil's muscles tense up uncontrollably. "Always ready for battle. Are you the adult they say?" Daredevil said, "What's your relationship with Kim?" Hearing this, Su Wenwu smiled and said, "Jin Bing has surrendered to me, and now I will give you the same chance, surrender or die." Daredevil froze. He didn't expect the answer to be like this. And the other party wanted to make him surrender as soon as he opened his mouth. This is something Daredevil didn't expect. Arrogant? But since the other party can make people like Jin Bing surrender to him, it seems that they are not arrogant. But Daredevil obviously doesn't intend to surrender to the opponent. Then he secretly prepared to escape. That's right. Daredevil never thought of fighting the opponent. Not to mention that there are many people on the opposite side. And there are still many masters. The sense of danger that Su Wenwu gave him alone made Daredevil reluctant to do anything. He had a feeling that once he did it, he would definitely die on the spot. Therefore, Daredevil, who claims to be extremely courageous, planned to run away before fighting the enemy. If only those who knew Daredevil knew that. My jaw must have dropped. When did Daredevil become so cowardly? But Daredevil doesn't think he's being cowardly. He's clearly doing what he can. What is counseling? It is called cowardice to dare to fight despite having the strength. And now he is the weak side. What happened to the jump distance? Does it have to be brave if you have to fight hard? You want to run. Daredevil just made some preparations, but Su Wenwu on the opposite side shattered his thoughts. The retreating footsteps froze, and Daredevil looked at the other party with a solemn expression. "I don't want to surrender, and I don't want to die," he said. Su Wenwu nodded and said, "It's normal, but you only have these two choices today, either you choose to surrender, or you choose to die here, there is no third way for you to choose." "But I have to choose," Daredevil said in a deep voice. "Heard." Su Wenwu also shook his head with regret. As soon as the gang leaders around him saw his expression, they knew that Daredevil was going to be in trouble. As Daredevil's long-standing opponent, Jin Bin suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Daredevil at this time. Because what Daredevil is encountering now is exactly what he experienced not long ago. It's just that Jin Bing is flexible. So he chose to surrender without any hesitation. But Daredevil is too stubborn and doesn't know what it means to be flexible, so he chooses to resist. "Farewell, Daredevil," Jin Bing thought to himself. He has personally experienced Su Wenwu's strength. As strong as himself, he can't even take a single move in the hands of the opponent. Although Daredevil is difficult to deal with, he is really not Jin Bin's opponent in a real fight. Even Jin Bin couldn't stop Su Wenwu's move, let alone Daredevil. But at this moment, the masked man who had been silently following Su Wenwu suddenly stood up and said, "My lord, let me try this man." The masked man Su felt that he hadn't played any role in this operation, so he wanted to show it at the last moment, otherwise he would be easily accepted and despised by those newly recruited by the adults. Especially that Jin Bin. The fat man ignored his appearance just now, but the masked man saw it. So he desperately wants to show his strength. To prove that you are worthy of being valued by adults. Do you want to give it a try? Su Wenwu nodded, "That's fine, I'll leave it to you." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked to the seat beside him and sat down. Seeing this, the leader of a gang immediately poured a cup of tea courteously, and handed it to Su Wenwu with both hands. "My lord, you drink tea?" Su Wenwu looked at the man and nodded. "I have a heart." He took the teacup and took a sip. At the same time, the masked man also walked in front of Daredevil at this moment. The surrounding black-clothed killers formed a circle, leaving a space for them to fight. "Superhero of the United States, my name is Sombra, and now I will be your opponent." The masked man drew his weapon from his waist while speaking. "That is a piece of software with a bloody blade. Blood-killing sword. This sword has been with him for more than 100 years. Yes, although the man in the mask is tall and straight, and his voice is like a young man, he is actually an old man over 100 years old. And the reason why he wore a mask was also because his face could not resist the erosion of the years, and now he looked old. But his body is still young. Except for his face, the years didn't seem to have left any marks on his body. Not only that, the curse of longevity also gave him extraordinary physical fitness. His strength is not strong. It's not as good as Jin Bin, and it can't compare to 50. But he's fast. Also, his swordsmanship is superb, so in a real fight, Jin Bin is actually not his opponent. After all, with his body, he would never let himself be hit by Jin Bin. But he can wantonly attack Jin Bin, and this blood-killing soft sword that cuts iron like mud in his hand can easily pierce Jin Bin's defense. In contrast, on the contrary, Daredevil, who is equally agile in front of him, is more troublesome for him. But it's just a little troublesome. He didn't think he would lose. The battle begins. Within the encirclement, Daredevil saw the opponent's lightning-like sword piercing his neck. He turned around to dodge almost instinctively, but the opponent's sword move was weird. 1 second he was still stabbing straight, the next second the blade bent, and the blade actually left a deep bone-deep gash on his shoulder. Daredevil dodged in pain, while using his double sticks to resist the opponent's attack. But he has always won with agility, but today he met his opponent. Sombra's speed is faster than him, and his sword skills are even more varied. The two of them only exchanged more than a dozen moves, and Daredevil already had 3 wounds on his body, each of which was almost visible to the bone, and his whole body was dripping with blood. See this scene. Jin, who was indifferent to the Black Shadow before, couldn't help showing a solemn expression. Although Jin Bin pays himself that if he fights Daredevil, he must be the one who wins in the end. But if the opponent is the Black Shadow in front of him, he has no confidence. The speed of the opponent is faster than Daredevil, and the reaction is more sensitive than Daredevil. Coupled with the weird sword technique that even he couldn't understand at all, like a deadly poisonous snake, Jin couldn't help feeling jealous. Turn out to be not only Su Wenwu, but even this dog-legged guy beside him has such terrifying strength. Ask for flowers. This made Jin Bin's initial arrogance once again erased a lot. Where did this Su Wenwu come from? Jin couldn't help thinking. In the past so many years, he had never heard of Su Wenwu. Even this Black Shadow, he has never heard of it. Although Jin Bin is a member of the United States, he has some understanding of underground forces around the world. Therefore, if the other party is the kind of person who has been famous for a long time, it is impossible for him not to have heard of the other party. But it doesn't matter whether it's this Su Wenwu or this Black Shadow. He had never heard of any deeds of the other party. Did the two come out of nowhere? This is obviously impossible. Su Wenwu's temperament cannot be what a newcomer who has just emerged should have. It must be Zheng Jin's high-ranking big shot that cultivated such a temperament. In this regard, Jin Bing himself is ashamed of himself. But no matter what Jin Bing thought, it was impossible for him to think that Su Wenwu was a person 200 or 300 years ago. And in those days, even the United States didn't even exist. How could Jin Bing have heard of Su Wenwu's name? Field. Daredevil is doomed. He's just dying right now. But after a few minutes, with the sword piercing the chest of the shadow, Daredevil fell completely. Can't get up again. Okay. At this time, Su Wenwu also put down his teacup and stood up. He walked up to the fallen Daredevil and looked down at him. My child, you are very brave, I appreciate you very much. Su Wenwu looked at the dying Daredevil, stretched out his hand, a blue light emerged from the palm of his hand, and finally landed on Daredevil on the ground, healing his supposed fatal injuries little by little. At the same time, Daredevil's eyes were also shrouded in blue light. There seems to be a voice in his mind telling him that his master is called Su Wenwu, and from now on he. In the end, you must obey any orders from Su Wenwu, and you must not betray or disobey. Gradually, Daredevil resisted at the beginning, and was completely distorted by this voice later on. When he got up from the ground again, he had already changed from the original Daredevil who would rather die than submit to Su Wenwu's most loyal lackey. Definitely. He also lost himself. Grown-ups. Daredevil knelt down on one knee and saluted Su Wenwu respectfully. But seeing this scene, Jin Bing and the others instantly felt horrified. No matter how pretentious Jin is, seeing Su Wenwu's method of brainwashing people in an instant at this moment, he can't help feeling frightened. In fact, Chu Wenwu doesn't like to use this method to deal with those he admires. But Daredevil is too stubborn. He also looked like he would rather die than surrender. And Su Wenwu admired him very much, so he had to use the power of the 10 Commandments to distort Daredevil's heart. So, although he won the allegiance of Daredevil, he used despicable means, which did not make Su Wenwu proud or happy. From now on, you will stay by my side. Su Wenwu said. Daredevil has absolutely no objections. He stood behind Su Wenwu very skillfully, like a black shadow beside him. Jin Bin. Su Wenwu called Jin Bing's name. It was this sound that awakened Jin Bing from his panic. He looked at this hero whose face was not as calm as before, and said lightly, after I leave, you have to worry about things here. How dare Kim say no? He nodded again and again, assuring himself that he must explain the matter in the shortest possible time. See here. Su Wenwu also nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned around and brought Sombra and Daredevil, surrounded by a group of black-clothed killers, and quickly disappeared from the sight of Jin and the others. As soon as Su Wenwu left, the people present breathed a sigh of relief. Even Jin Bin is the same. My lord's power is so terrifying, I almost thought I couldn't breathe. Someone said, and it was unanimously approved by the people around. Chapter 97. At this moment, Jin Bin squinted his eyes and looked at the Crawford brothers and sisters over there. The latter was not afraid of Jin Bing's terrifying eyes, and waited for him directly. Jin Bin, what do you want to do? Mia Crawford's demanded. Jin Bin sneered, turned his head and told the others, you remember Mr. Su's order just now? From now on, clean up the entire eastern part of the United States. The gang leaders present also nodded in agreement. Then they turned around and left the conference room one by one. As for the Crawford brothers and sisters who were ignored, although they were angry with everyone's attitude towards them, due to their limited strength, even with Su Wenwu's blessing, the most they can do is to ensure that these people will not hurt them, that's all. Do you want them to look at the current Crawford family differently? Then forget it. Humph. Let's wait and see. The Crawfords brothers and sisters snorted coldly at Jinbing, and then left here quickly. After a while, a man with glasses walks in. Bring a lot of people. He is Willis, right-hand man. But it will probably be the only one. After all, Bullseye was dead, and there was not even a body left. Boss. Willis walked up to Jinbin with a pale face. Most of Jinbin's subordinates call him the boss, but Willis likes to call Jinbin the boss. Kim also agrees with this. And there is another person who also called boss Jinbing, and that is the dead Bullseye. Willis, I have something I need you to do. 307. Jin also ordered. Boss, you said. Willis nodded. Find out who the Crawford brothers and sisters have asked for help. I can't do anything to them now, so I'll get rid of those who helped them first. Remember. Find out which people are there first, and give me the list. Jin ordered. Okay, Tubin. Willis nodded, turned, and went down. In the conference room, Jin stood alone, staring at the front with cold eyes. Sudden. He punched the wall beside him. He punched a hole in the reinforced concrete wall that was 1 meter square. But Jinbin's fist did nothing. Su Wenwu. Sooner or later, I, Jinbin, will give you back all the humiliation you brought me today. He gritted his teeth and growled. Next day, Willis was very efficient in handling affairs, and at around 10 a.m., he handed over a list to Jinbing. Boss, all the people you love about me are here. Willis said. Jin took the list and glanced at it. There are 20 or 30 names on it. Most of them are hackers. You must know that the security system of the Faith building was built with a lot of money. Usually, 2 or 3 hackers can't do anything about it. But this time the Crawford brothers and sisters found a dozen hackers to act together. More than a dozen different viruses compiled by these hackers attacked the security system of the Faith building together. Even the security system that Jin spent so much money to build could not hold up. He was beaten and paralyzed on the spot. In addition to these hackers, there are also gang forces involved with the Crawford brothers and sisters. They are all small gangs, and Jinbing usually doesn't bother to take a look at Zhong. Fix it all. After taking a look and making sure that there was no particularly important person, Jin issued an order directly to Willis. Understood, Tu Ban. Willis nodded, turned, and left the office. And on the desk, the list was flipped over and over again by the wind blowing in from the window, and the name Sky was impressively written on one of the pages. As mentioned earlier, Willis was very efficient. Jinbing ordered in the morning. Willis had taken out more than a dozen targets that afternoon. As for those little gangs with the Crawford brothers and sisters, nature no longer exists. A small gang like this, facing such a behemoth as Jinbing, doesn't even need Jinbing to take action in person. As long as they speak out, there will naturally be some people who want to curry favor with Jinbing and destroy them. But this time, because it was the task assigned by Jinbing himself, Willis also personally assembled a group of people to deal with those small gangs. 5 gangs, all add up to nearly 1,000 people. All done in one afternoon. Naturally, such a big movement could not be hidden from the police in Liberty City. Even the FBI got involved. But because of Jin's official connections, this matter will only be defined as a gang vendetta in the end. It was, in fact, a gang vendetta. It's just that the gang that was charged with crimes will not be the Jinbin gang. Evening. Because Gwen is going home to live today, only Roddy and Daisy are left at home. Daisy hasn't received any orders in the past 2 days, so she's relatively free. Staying at home all day is either watching dramas or exercising. In her words, her ability must have a good body to be able to display it, otherwise she would not dare to use her ability with all her strength. Roddy agrees with this. But it's hard to say whether Daisy's level of exercise can actually be effective. Roddy didn't dissuade. Instead, he took the initiative to guide Daisy in some wrong fitness moves. Daisy's cheeks were flushed every time she taught, and she said she needed to go to the bathroom after practicing for a while. I don't know if she drank too much water before training? Or because of something else. Meal time. A friend of Roddy has a new restaurant opening tonight and asked Roddy to join him. Roddy thought for a while, and called Daisy, who was also staying at home with nothing to do, and the two went to eat together. Roddy, your friend should also be rich, right? Coming out of the restaurant after dinner, Daisy asked suddenly. Yes, what's the matter? Roddy asked her. It's nothing, I just feel that this restaurant looks very expensive, and this place doing yet is absolutely amazing. Daisy has been with Roddy for a while, so she has seen the lifestyle of many real rich people. But it was the first time she saw a restaurant of this level like tonight. It's not that the things are so luxurious. But the decoration of the restaurant is really magnificent. Even Daisy felt that the arrogance was not enough to act in this restaurant, it should be described as resplendent. Can you imagine a restaurant decorated like a palace? And there are golden decorations everywhere. Daisy has seen it, it's all real gold. And it's pure gold, not plated or coated. Especially the important golden statue in the restaurant, it must weigh at least 2 or 3 tons, right? Get a statue out of 2 or 3 tons of gold and put it in the dining room. That's gold worth 120 million US dollars. If you count all the gold decorations in the entire restaurant, Daisy estimated that the value is at least over 500 million. What kind of money is this trademark? It doesn't matter if the aesthetics are bad, the key is to be so rich. For those people who came to eat just now, Daisy really felt that they didn't come to eat at all, but to see what $500 million of gold looks like. It's outrageous. Anyway, Daisy was quite speechless. Actually, Roddy was also quite speechless. He just knew that his friend had built a restaurant, and it was said that he had spent a lot of money. But I didn't expect this buddy to do such a thing. The key is that the guy feels pretty good himself. Isn't he afraid of being thieves? Daisy asked after getting into the car. Who knows, maybe the security is better. Roddy said. But in fact, he also felt in his heart that this buddy was about to overturn. No matter how good your security is, can you have a gold house from a bank? People's bank vaults are all locked with super alloy vaults, and the doors are 1 meter thick. Even the walls, floors, and ceilings are made of alloy. Even professional robbers cannot take away the contents without opening the vault door. Unless this robber can teleport. But for a restaurant like yours, no matter how good the security is, it can't reach this level, right? Then your gold worth 500 million is placed in the store, isn't it obvious that people will grab it? Roddy estimated that on the first day of today, this place might have already been targeted by some forces on the Dao. Although his friend's family is in the underground world here in Liberty City, he has something to do with it. But the relationship should not be so hard that no one dares to snatch it, right? After all, that is gold worth 500 million US dollars. On the road, Daisy was still complaining about the decoration style of that restaurant. At this moment, Roddy found that there were 2 cars behind them that seemed to have been following them, and they had already followed a street. Am I being targeted? Or is it Daisy? Roddy thought. Through the interior rearview mirror, Roddy glanced at the 2 cars. The cars were all black SUVs, and the driver in front of him was a black man, wearing a black suit and a red tie. If it wasn't for his hair, Roddy would have thought that a famous killer was after him. Roddy, we seem to be being followed. At this time, Daisy also discovered the situation. She said to Roddy, have you offended anyone recently? I don't know. Roddy said, I've offended so many people, God knows which one. Daisy, Jen. God trademark offended too much, so I don't know which one. Daisy thought to herself, how many people have you provoked? At this time, Suddenly there was a reflection of light from a tall building at the intersection ahead. Then there was a clang sound from the windshield of Roddy's Curry South, and a sniper bullet accurately hit the front glass of the co-pilot. Pity. Roddy's Curry South has already been strengthened by him with 2 mechanical abilities. Plus the originally glass is also bulletproof. Therefore, the sniper's attack did not achieve its purpose. It seems to come from you, Roddy said to Daisy in the co-pilot. Daisy didn't expect that there would be a killer who wanted to kill herself. She doesn't remember who she provoked. Unless it's the Inhumans from the afterlife, but if it's the Inhumans, why would they use sniper rifles, which are ordinary people's weapons? And Roddy is still with her. Those Inhumans from the afterlife would not dare to appear in front of Roddy unless they were crazy. In other words, these killers cannot be Inhumans from the afterlife. Then Daisy couldn't figure it out. Except for those aliens from the afterlife, I really haven't provoked anyone else. Get out of here and think about it slowly. As Roddy said, he drove the car and turned to another road. And the 2 cars following them didn't give up, they still stuck behind them. You still don't give up? Roddy sneered. Then take out a Bluetooth headset and put it on. Notify the sniper army and send one over to deal with these guys behind me. The blue 4.1 light on the Bluetooth headset flashes a few times. There are metal scale-like things on the surface of the earphones that ripple in a circle. At the same time, in Curry, a military factory on the outskirts of Liberty City, a machine gun full of sci-fi colors suddenly turned into a mechanical warrior with a height of 2 meters and 2 meters in a burst of mechanical sound. The mechanical soldiers activated by these machine guns, Roddy uniformly arranged a number for them, Sniper Legion. Although they are not activated from sniper rifles, who makes them have a longer range than sniper rifles? So Roddy gave this number. And the Bluetooth headset he put on before was the composition of an activated mobile phone. After the mobile phone is activated, the micro-mechanical warrior can develop an internal network, which can connect other mechanical warriors. This allows Roddy to issue various commands to other mechanical warriors remotely, so that he can arrange various tasks for them. At this moment, it was this mechanical warrior who received Roddy's instructions, and after completing the transformation directly, he left the warehouse and disappeared into the night. The other side. Roddy is driving the car on the road, and the killer behind him is still chasing him. And did not give up. And a few more cars were added along the way. After Roddy drove to a remote section, the cars behind him suddenly started to speed up and catch up. The windows were lowered, and several black muzzles aimed at their car. Next second one. Gunshots. Countless bullets jingled on the glass of this Curry South. Chapter 98. Roddy, can this car handle it? Daisy couldn't help but swallowed and said after seeing the scene of bullets crazily shooting at the car body. Don't worry, it won't be a problem to come back 100 times. Roddy was very relaxed, and he didn't seem to take the attacks from outside at all. About there. At this time Roddy suddenly spoke. What? What's almost there? Daisy asked suspiciously. Next second. Boom. A car driving at high speed on the left suddenly exploded violently. The other car behind it had no time to react and hit it head-on. It was instantly overturned by the explosion in mid-air, and after landing heavily, it slid a certain distance before stopping. Then. Boom. Another explosion. That car was blown to pieces too. Be careful, the target has support. The killers in the other cars also panicked at this time. Originally, the task they received this time was to kill a hacker, who originally had no special background, but there was a rich second-generation man by his side. Their original plan was to snipe long range, kill the target with one shot and leave. It turned out that the car of this rich second generation was actually bulletproof. Even if it is bulletproof, its still trademark so powerful. Even the bullets from the sniper rifle failed to leave the slightest trace on it. No way. If the assassination fails, they can only change to forceful killing. It happened that the other party didn't know if it was because they were in a panic, they ran to such a remote street, which facilitated their actions. But I didn't expect so many of them to shoot, but there was nothing they could do about it. The opponent's car with too powerful bulletproof ability. Just when they were considering whether to throw a few grenades in the past, suddenly they themselves were attacked. And the opponent's attack came too violently. Just one meeting, they have already lost 6 companions. 12. Be careful. The opponent is probably carrying an RPG. Those killers who survived reminded each other. While scolding the other party in his heart, he actually used a weapon like RPG on the street. Is this for headlines? After cursing a few words secretly, these killers didn't dare to hunt down each other anymore. In fact, the identities of hunter and prey have now been reversed. They were hunters before. Now they have become prey. At the same time, on the top of a tall building in the distance, 10 2-meter-tall and slender mechanical warriors were raising their arms to aim at the speeding car thousands of meters away. Next second. Boom! A huge amount of gunfire rang out. The bullet flew across a distance of several kilometers at a terrifying speed and hit a high-speed car. The car was blown to pieces on the spot. There was even a deep pit with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters left on the ground, and everything around was shaken by the shockwave of the explosion. Fuck! Are you still here? The killers in the other 3 cars were going crazy. And what puzzled them was that they didn't see the trajectory of the RPG launch at all. What weapon did the enemy use? How do they know? This is the mechanical warrior sent by Roddy to snipe them with ultra-long range. It's just that the destructive power of this sniping is a little bit bigger. People's sniper rifles will either hit your head with one shot, or they will kill half of your body with one shot. But the sniper attack of the mechanical warrior directly blows up the car in your posture with a single shot, leaving a 5 or 6 meter hole in place. Much more powerful than RPG. Didn't consider far sniping at all. It's really not like the damage that a sniper rifle can do. After a few seconds, the last 3 cars were also blown up by mechanical warriors. Afterwards, the mechanical warrior who had completed the task left without anyone noticing its arrival and departure. As for the huge movement made by the explosion, that has nothing to do with mechanical warriors. Anyway, its task has been completed, and the rest is out of its control. While on the other side, Roddy, who was driving the vehicle, also saw the situation behind from the rear-view mirror, and was quite satisfied with the performance of the mechanical warrior. Roddy was very satisfied with the mechanical warriors activated from fighter jets before. And now through the actual combat test, it was confirmed that the mechanical warriors activated by the machine guns did have the ability to accurately strike the targets in the high-speed movement, which gave Roddy a better understanding of the strength of these mechanical warriors. And Roddy, who has mastered such a mechanical army, is already a force that is not weak even in the universe. But Roddy hasn't got anything like a spaceship yet. Otherwise, just let these mechanical warriors go to the universe to kill the quartet, and you can see more intuitively where the limit of these mechanical warriors is. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to test their limits on Blue Star. Is it solved? Daisy looked back. Roddy, is that the person you called? She asked. Yes, a good helper. Roddy said with a smile. That's pretty awesome. Daisy said, looking at the still burning car wreckage behind her. Immediately, she couldn't help frowning. Roddy, where do you think I provoked these people? I thought it was someone you offended, but it turned out to be for me. I didn't provoke anyone. Daisy couldn't figure it out. As a house girl like her, she usually doesn't leave the door or step out of the door. Who can provoke whom? Moreover, they still sent so many killers over, as if they wanted to kill her. Look it up and you'll find out. Roddy said. Half an hour later, Roddy drove back to Paradise Mansion. After telling Daisy to stay at home and don't go there, he just teleported and disappeared into the room. The other side. Faith G Building. In Jin Bin's office on the 30th floor, Jin Bin, who had just finished a phone call at the moment, also looked up at Willis standing in front of him. So the operation failed. There was no sign of anger or disappointment in Jin Bing's voice. But it was this calm tone that made Willis even more worried. Every time Jin Bing spoke calmly, it basically meant that the anger in his heart was almost uncontrollable. Yes, the opponent's car was treated with special bulletproof treatment. Our sniper failed in the assassination, and then encountered an unidentified third-party attack on the way to the pursuit. All hands were killed. Willis briefly explained the situation. In fact, he felt incredible when he got the news. Especially when he heard that those killers were blasted into pieces by suspected RPG weapons, including people and cars, he was even more shocked. Not to mention how the opponent's RPG is so accurate. Just using a restrictive weapon such as RPG in the street is enough to anger the officials, and it will definitely be followed by a severe crackdown. Not to mention, according to the news he investigated, the female hacker was just an ordinary person. In addition to disappearing in the middle for a year or two, I don't know where to go. Others are nothing special. And that man, although he is the vice president shareholder of the Osborne Group. But Willis found out that the other party was invited because he had a very good relationship with Harry Osborne, the current CEO of the Osborne Group. Originally, he was just an idle rich second generation. How did a second-generation rich man call in a master with that kind of strength to support him? Willis couldn't figure it out even if he wanted to break his head. He can only accept that the information he has investigated is not accurate enough, and there must be some more hidden content that he has not found. But no matter what, this time it was indeed because of a flaw in his work that caused such a loss. Not only did more than a dozen killers that Jin Bing helped cultivate die, and it is very likely to provoke unnecessary enemies for them. Check again. After Jin Bing pondered for a moment, he did not punish Willis, but asked him to continue investigating the two people. This time, don't let me down again, Willis. Kim looked at him and said. Willis also secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and then solemnly promised that he would investigate thoroughly this time, and that such mistakes as before would never happen again. Seeing Willis turn and leave, Jin Bin in the office also sighed. There are still too few useful people around him. There was also a Bullseye before. As a result, Bullseye was killed by Su Wenwu. Now that there is only Willis left by his side, he more or less feels that he is short of manpower. If Bullseye is still there, even if Willis didn't investigate clearly before and ignored Fang Yunzhang's identity, but with the strength of Bullseye, I believe it is enough to handle everything. Pity. Bullseye was such an easy-to-use subordinate, but he was sacrificed in vain. Thinking of this, the hatred for Su Wenwu in his heart became more and more intense. Maybe it's time for me to recruit someone new. Jin Bing thought to himself. Coincidentally, he recently heard that a few down-and-out Inhumans had come to Liberty City, and they were currently looking for jobs. These Inhumans are not originally a good thing. In the past, what they did in other places was burning, killing and looting. Later, I heard that I had offended someone, so I had to leave my hometown and come to Liberty City to look for opportunities to get ahead. Kim had never heard of the Inhuman race. Know that this is a group of extraordinary humans with special abilities. If these Inhumans can be brought under his command, I believe they can definitely replace Bagan's original position very well. Continental Hotel. This is an upscale hotel located near Times Square. However, the Continental Hotel never accepts foreign guests, they only accept their own member customers. Many people are quite dissatisfied with this rule, and some people once tried to hold a protest march in front of the Continental Hotel to protest their bad habit of classifying people into classes. Pity. The parade had no effect. And I heard that the organizers of the parade, as well as some of the dancers who were particularly happy, disappeared one after another in the next few days. Came directly to the human world to evaporate. Since then, no one dared to come to the Continental Hotel to question their rules. It's just a hotel anyway. I can't live in another house. And these people don't know that the Continental Hotel is actually not as simple as a hotel. In fact, the Continental Hotel is just a killer group with a hotel cloak. At the top of the hotel is a seat known as a high table. There are 12 seats on this high table, and each seat represents a behemoth of the underground world. The Continental Hotel not only has more than 24 branches in the United States. There are even hundreds of branches all over the world. The Continental Hotel doesn't have any restrictions on the killer. No matter which organization you belong to, or you are a free person, you can come to the Continental Hotel to register as a killer and become a member of the Continental Hotel. It is equivalent to a platform, and those killer organizations are more like studios. The studio can be attached to the platform and obtain business through the traffic of the platform. The same goes for Hitman and Hitman Group. They are also taking more business through Continental Hotels. Because of the huge power of the Continental Hotel, it has a great reputation all over the world. Therefore, whenever someone wants to hire a killer, the first thing that comes to mind is to place an order at the Continental Hotel. They even have their own official website, and unlike those hidden killer websites, the official website of Hotel Continental is public. Not on the dark web, but on the open web. It's just that it looks like a hotel's official website. Those who don't know will not associate it with any killer group at all. Roddy is also a registered member of the Continental Hotel. He had been a killer for a while a few years ago, and he did a good job, but he hasn't been here for a long time recently. The last time I came, I just paid a previous debt, then drank a glass of wine, chatted with a few killers I knew for a while, and left. There are no new tasks at all. After all. Now if Roddy wants to pursue excitement again, he doesn't need to play any killer games. What's more, the killer game can no longer bring him any exciting feelings. Chapter 99. The entrance of the Continental Hotel. The door is closed, there is not even a doorman at the door, it looks completely different from those other hotels around, just a gesture of love it or not. And compared with the excitement at the entrance of other hotels, the entrance of the Continental Hotel seems to be always deserted. Roddy hasn't been here for a while either. He was just about to push the door open when he heard the sound of brakes behind him, followed by a familiar voice calling out to him. Roddy. Roddy, who was standing at the door, looked back. Behind him was a blue Aston Martin, and a man in a black suit and black shirt with a long face got out of the car. It's you, John. Roddy greeted each other after seeing him. The man's name was John Wick, nicknamed Night Devil. It's the legendary killer of the Continental Hotel. But unlike a free man like Roddy, John is a professional killer attached to the Continental Hotel. The advantage of a professional killer like him is that he can get more points. And if there are good tasks, the Continental Hotel will give them priority. The downside is that because he is a full-time killer, if he wants to retire, he must obtain the consent of the Continental Hotel before he can be allowed to retire. Not a free guy like Roddy. If you want to go to work, you can go to work. If you don't want to go to work, even if you take a break for 10 or 20 years, no one will care about you. Roddy and John met on a mission. At that time, Roddy had just become a killer for more than half a year, and he was still a rookie. That mission was a public mission. The so-called open task means that anyone can accept the order. This kind of mission is generally very difficult to get the target, so a large number of killers are needed to act as cannon fodder to pave the way for those real top killers. Roddy was originally positioned as cannon fodder. However, he did John a small favor in that mission, allowing him to successfully complete that mission. At that time, John invited Roddy to drink a glass of wine, and then the two got to know each other. In the next few years, Roddy also gained a lot of fame in the killer circle. During the period, John asked him for help several times, and Roddy was the same. Everyone help each other. There is also friendship between killers. Unless they meet the same mission target, it is normal to help each other. But you have to find the right person. Otherwise, it is not impossible to be stabbed in the back. What about John? A little bit proud. Another axis. It is true that the business ability is very strong, but there are not many friends in the circle of killers, but those few friends have a surprisingly high evaluation of him. In contrast, Roddy belongs to the kind of communication ability is relatively strong. Talk to anyone who can be called a brother. But to put it bluntly, they are all superficial brothers. Since Roddy stopped coming to the Continental Hotel, his former good brothers didn't communicate much. Roddy doesn't care, anyway, he has a lot of wine and meat friends. When you want to play, you can call a group of people to play together with just a phone call. And after all, these killers are murderers without batting an eyelid. If they really come to their door, they might cause some troubles. Roddy didn't expect that when he came to the Continental Hotel today to investigate the information about the group of killers before, he would meet John Wick at the door. The two walked into the hotel while chatting. John told Roddy that he recently met a woman he loves, so he plans to save another sum of money and then retire. As soon as Roddy heard him say that, he had a bad premonition in his heart. A killer who retires because of a woman usually doesn't end well. John, don't blame me for speaking badly. Do you think the high table will let you retire as an ace killer? Roddy wasn't polite to John, but John himself should be aware of this kind of thing. But that's who he is. 8 cows can't pull back what has been decided. I'll fix it. John said confidently. Seeing this, Roddy also knew that this buddy had already made up his mind and would not change. So I can only bless him and hope that he can retire. Okay, you can know it yourself, but if you encounter any troubles that you can't solve, please call me. Roddy said. How to put it, John is Roddy's only close friend in the killer circle. Unlike others, Roddy was only superficially polite, but in fact he didn't take those people seriously at all. Definitely. Everyone is each other. Thanks. After John sincerely said thank you, the two also made an appointment to have a drink together later, and then they each walked in 2 different directions. Roddy came to buy information today. As for what John came for, he didn't know. But judging by the direction he was going, he should be here to deliver the mission. The guy is retiring, obviously saving a lot of money early. Don't look at being a killer and making a lot of money. But they actually cost a lot. Many killers are paycheck to paycheck. Once they don't accept the task for a long time, they may not even have the money to pay the property tax. You have to eat Northwest wine to eat. So, although John Wick is the ace killer of the Continental Hotel and earns more than other killers, he may not have much cash on hand. Mr. Roddy, here is the information you need. The hotel's intelligence agent handed Roddy a paper document, and Roddy threw him a gold coin. Gold coins are the only currency in circulation within the Continental Hotel. In the Continental Hotel, you need to spend gold coins for everything you do. The value of gold coins cannot be accurately estimated. But if other killers buy it from you, it usually costs $10,000 apiece, which is very valuable. And it can do a lot. Small enough to drink a glass of wine in the Continental Hotel, big enough to let you avoid the pursuit of your enemies in the Continental Hotel. These gold coins are also specially made by the hotel. It is said that no one can imitate it. Roddy didn't believe it. But probably those who can imitate either dare not do so, or have already been killed by the Continental Hotel. Anyway, for the extremely powerful Continental Hotel, there is nothing they dare not do. Back then, there was even a reward offered for the assassination of the Prime Minister of a certain country in the hotel. And it's done. After that, the Continental Hotel just closed its business in that country for a period of time. Then, after the next Prime Minister took office, the business of continental hotels in that country will be better than before, and even more than a dozen branches will be added. Roddy once suspected that the reward task was issued by the Prime Minister who took office later. But there isn't any evidence for that. And that had nothing to do with Roddy, he was just gossip. After getting the information, Roddy opened it and looked at it. The content of the information is actually not much, but the things mentioned in it are very interesting to Roddy. This document not only mentioned who the masterminds behind the killers were, but also explained why the other party wanted to shoot the killers to attack Daisy. It turned out that those killers were sent by Jin Bin. Jin Bing's Jin Bing gang can be said to cover the sky with one hand in Liberty City, and even the Continental Hotel has to give the Emperor of the Underground World some face. Definitely. The face given is also limited, otherwise, Jin Bing's information would not be sold outside. And this time, the reason why Jin Bing sent a killer to attack Daisy was because Daisy received an order on the dark web before. That order was made by the Crawfords family, and there were a dozen other hackers who took the order at the same time. All of them were asked to create a virus that was eventually used to breach the security system of the Faith Tower. This happened just last night. It is far from just Jin Bing being affected. Instead, it affected all the large gang forces in the entire eastern part of the United States. It is stated in the materials that a person named Su Wenwu led people into Faith's building and took control of the leaders of all eastern gangs, including Jin Bin, who were conducting an election meeting. In the end, Su Wenwu left the Faith mansion calmly, but Jin Bing and the gang leaders got another reward from this point on. This boss is Su Wenwu. As for who Su Wenwu is? How did he manage to make such a hero as Jin Bing surrender? It is not written in the information. Do you have information about Su Wenwu? Roddy looked at the hotel agent in front of him, and turned back to him. Yes, but you need to ask for instructions. The intelligence officer had a formulaic smile on his face, and his answers were rigid, like an emotionless machine. Forget it. Roddy didn't have to get this Su Wenwu's information either. In fact, he also knew something about this Su Wenwu. I just don't know how similar the Su Wenwu he knows is to the Su Wenwu of this world. After all, according to Roddy's understanding, Su Wenwu should not have appeared in the United States at this point in time, and he even came to Liberty City to conquer Jin and other gang leaders in the eastern part of the United States. What is he trying to do? Dominate the underworld of the United States? But no matter what Su Wenwu wants to do, it has little to do with Roddy. He turned around and forgot about Su Wenwu's matter. After getting the information he wanted and knowing the cause and effect, Roddy went to the bar on the second floor of the hotel. Here, he met John Wick, who had already arrived one step ahead. Roddy, here. John waved at him. Roddy went over and sat down on the seat next to him. A glass of whiskey? Roddy said to the bartender. Then he turned his head to look at John, who was sitting next to him, and said with a smile, "You guy, I remember you told me that you would never get married in this lifetime. Why? Regret it now?" Hearing this, John smiled wryly. He did say this back then, and he really thought so at the time. After all, he is a killer. And when a killer gets married, there is often no good end. This is the blood lesson of the predecessors in the past. But when he met the right person, John found that he couldn't convince himself not to fall in love with such a woman. "Don't talk about me, how are you doing?" John asked. Obviously he didn't want to mention the fact that he slapped himself in the face. Roddy also looked at him with a smile, until John felt embarrassed after seeing it, and he said, "It's pretty good, I eat, drink and have fun every day, and I even made a girlfriend." Oh! John looked at him in surprise. "A playboy like you can also have a girlfriend? Really?" Compared to his own slap in the face, John still finds it incredible that a playboy like Roddy would seriously find a girlfriend. He'd known Roddy for a few years, too. In the past few years, the two will go out for a drink when they are free. Every time Roddy can always take away one, good kings, or 2 or 3 girls from the bar. Sometimes John even wondered if Roddy was simply pretending in front of him. After all, if he does this all day long, will his body really be able to bear it? But John has never seen a repeated woman around Roddy, and it is different every time. But this guy's aesthetic is really amazing. Every time the women around him are so beautiful, sometimes John is quite envious of this guy's femininity. Pity. John felt that his body was not as good as Roddy's, and he didn't dare to play like him. In fact, how did John know that Roddy dared to play like that because of his self-healing ability? If it were an ordinary person, it's already out of shape. Just let you, John Wick, find the woman you love, but don't let me find 1 or 2. Roddy said. 1 or 2. John looked at Roddy with a "you're still the same" expression. One word speaks for itself. Roddy also laughed. Man. HS is normal. Besides, he has this ability to give them a happiness folder. Ordinary people can only have 1, which is limited by ability. But Roddy is no ordinary person. Of course you want them all. I had a drink with John in the bar. The two hadn't seen each other for a while, so they chatted for a while. After agreeing to be there next time John got married, Roddy also left the Continental Hotel with that document. After walking out of the hotel, Roddy disappeared with a teleportation. Appeared again, and had returned to the Hall of Heaven. Chapter 100. How? Have you found it? As soon as Roddy came back, he saw Daisy sitting on the sofa in the living room, hugging a pillow and thinking about something. Seeing Roddy coming back, Daisy immediately ran over and asked him. Found it, the person who sent the killer to kill you is Jin Bin. 11. Roddy said. Jin Bin? Is that the boss of the Jin Bin gang? Jin Bin, the emperor of the underground world of Liberty City. Daisy looked at him in surprise. Roddy nodded and said, that's right, that guy. Didn't you take a big order on the dark web before, and the person who placed the order hired a group of hackers to get a lot of viruses to deal with Jin Bin? The result really made him succeed, but Jin Bin is still alive, so now he has to find someone to settle the score. Hearing this, Daisy also had a speechless expression. How could she have thought that she was just accepting an order, and in the end she could get into trouble with a gang boss like Jin Bin? What is this called? She was too wronged. You want to find someone to settle accounts, you go to the person who messed with you. Why are you looking for a hacker who takes orders from me? Isn't this too overbearing? Daisy was depressed. Although what happened today didn't hurt her, she was indeed taken aback. Especially when the bullet hit the windshield, she was really taken aback. And with Jin Bing's domineering style of doing things, he will definitely not let it go. After that, she had to be careful when she went out every day. God knows when a bullet will fly from the sky and kill her. Although Daisy is an inhuman and possesses the shock wave ability with explosive lethality, the key point is that her body is just an ordinary flesh and blood body. She can't stop the damage of bullets at all. Unless she was shot at her face to face, then she was at least a little psychologically prepared, and could find a way to hide or resist for a while. But if it is like today, a long-distance sniper rifle will directly hit him. Then she's definitely done. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Seeing Daisy's worried look, Roddy also spoke. But Jin Bin is very powerful, will that cause trouble for you? Daisy didn't want to cause any trouble to Roddy because of the trouble she caused. If possible, she would like to use her ability to solve this matter. But the fact is that she can't do it with her own strength. Could it be that she was going to sneak around in the middle of the night to bring down Faith's building? Oh, right. Daisy didn't know Kim was Wilson Faith. So she didn't even know that the Faith Mansion was Jin Bin's stronghold. But even if she knew, it was impossible for her to do that. After all, if a 30-story building suddenly collapses without warning in the city, one can imagine how many casualties it will cause. Daisy is a kind girl at heart. so it is impossible for her to kill so many innocent people just to keep herself quiet. Okay, don't think about it so much, a mere gold is not as troublesome as you think. Roddy saw Daisy's troubled face, so he stretched out his hand and gently hugged her in his arms, whispering in her ear, after tonight, Jin Bin won't cause you any trouble anymore, just leave this matter to me. Just stay at home obediently and wait for me to come back. Daisy, who was suddenly hugged by Roddy, was at a loss. She didn't know where to put her hands, until she heard Roddy's thoughtful words. Daisy gradually relaxed, and then her hands slowly hugged Roddy's back. After the two embraced for a while, Daisy pushed Roddy away as if she had a sudden reaction. That. I'm going to get a glass of water. Daisy didn't dare to meet Roddy's eyes, she hastily found an excuse and ran away. Bring me a Coke. Roddy said to Daisy, who ran to the kitchen. Daisy nodded without looking back, ran into the kitchen and stood against the wall, feeling her heart beating fast. When I touched my cheek, it was really hot. Roddy is like this all of a sudden, does he really like me? Daisy was very disturbed in her heart. On the one hand, he was worried that he had misunderstood something, and on the other hand, he was also afraid that Gwen would know about this matter. If Gwen knew about it and asked her why she wanted to steal her boyfriend, how would she answer? Are you saying you can't control yourself? Daisy felt that she would definitely be ashamed to see Gwen when the time came. After standing in the kitchen to calm herself down for a while, Daisy took 2 cans of iced Coke from the refrigerator, and then walked out of the kitchen. Daisy tosses a can of Coke to Roddy. After Roddy reached out to catch it, he said, "Take a break, I'll go and deal with Jin Bin's affairs, and I'll definitely be back in half an hour at most." "Well, then you pay attention to safety," Daisy said quickly. After Roddy nodded, he disappeared instantly. 1 bin curry. The light was turned on, and the light instantly illuminated the entire warehouse. "No, he's not here." Jessica shook her head, and said to Luke Kai-ki, who walked in from the door. "Do you know any other safe houses for Matt?" Luke Kai-ki came back after walking around the warehouse, looked at Jessica and asked. But Jessica shook her head and said, "No more, this is the last one." "Where did Matt go?" "He's not in his home, he's not in the office, he can't even be found in several safe houses, so it's impossible for him to be really missing, right?" Luke Kai-ki frowned, feeling ominous in his heart. The 4 of them separated after dinner last night. They all know that Matt has the habit of patrolling Hell's Kitchen at night, which is also the origin of his daredevil, because he likes to go out at night and dress himself up like a devil. Hence the name. But during the day today, Matt didn't go to the law firm, nor did he find anyone at his home. So Matt's colleagues found Jessica and wanted to ask Jessica if she knew where Matt had gone. Jessica first went to one of Matt's safe houses. As a result, no one was found. She contacted Luke Kai-ki again and asked if he had seen Matt since last night. As a result, Luke Kai-ki also said that he had never seen it. There was no contact with either of Peter Parker's because there was no way Matt could have been there. Peter is still a kid. Even if Matt was in trouble, he wouldn't go to Peter for help. More likely it will come to Jessica or Luke Kai-ki. Neither of them had seen Matt, which meant he hadn't come to see any of them. So then Jessica and Luke Kai-ki looked around for places where Matt might go. The two had searched almost all the places, including the few Matt's safe houses that Jessica knew. This warehouse is the last one. But his whereabouts were still not found. Matt. Maybe something really happened. Jessica frowned and said, "If he can still move freely, it is impossible for him not to contact any of us, and we have searched all his safe houses, but we have never seen him come here. Mark of. So either he suddenly wants to go on a stop-and-go trip, or he was arrested, and he couldn't communicate with the outside world at all." Jessica said 2 possibilities, but in fact the former is impossible at all. Jessica herself said it casually, and she also knew that it was impossible for Matt to do that kind of childish behavior. Has Matt been fighting against the Kim gang lately? Luke Kai-ki suddenly thought of something and said, BCCD, know where he is, Faith K Mansion. He must be there, even if he is not in Kim, he must know where Matt is. Faith K Building. Jessica thought for a while, and felt that what Luke Kai-ki said made sense. At this time, the only person who has ability and is suspected is Jin Bin. Let's go, let's get Matt back now. Jessica clenched her fists and said. Although Jessica didn't want to provoke people like Shang Jin Bin for herself, it is very likely that Matt has been arrested by Jin Bin's people now. In order to save her friend, Jessica could only pinch her nose and admit it. Isn't it offending Jin Bin? At worst, her detective agency will not open in the future. She has arms, legs, and a lot of strength, so she doesn't believe she can't find a job to support herself. And Kim isn't and doesn't have to be at Faith's mansion tonight. Maybe he's home? Maybe they won't meet Jin Bin at all. And if it's just some of Jin Bin's men, Jessica thinks that she and Luke Kai-ki can push across all the way without any trouble at all. Faith G Building. In the office on the 30th floor. Kim and at the moment are hosting 3 important guests. The 3 people in front of them looked smug, like the kind of punks that can be seen everywhere on the street. He looked young, only in his 20s. Everyone dressed like hippies. If it was normal, Jin would definitely not meet this kind of gangster in person, but the 3 people in front of him were different. They are not as simple as ordinary punks. They are aliens. Boss Jin Bing, my ability can be invisible, take care. While speaking, the man's body began to disappear. First his face, then his hands. To the end. Everyone present only saw a suit of clothes floating in the air, and the people inside the clothes were completely invisible. How is it? Is my ability powerful? Can't see the person's position, a voice came. It was that person just now. Can't you become invisible even with your clothes? Jin frowned. No, I can only make my body invisible, but I can take off my clothes. Why? With that said, the man is about to start performing on the spot. Okay, that's it. Jin Bing quickly stopped the other party, he didn't have such a habit. And what about you? He looked at the other 2. If the abilities of these 2 guys are like the guy in front of him, Jin Bin may have to reconsider whether to reuse the 3 of them. Stealth ability is nice. But Jin didn't consider it more comprehensively. Just now this man was just invisible on the visual level. But he's actually there. Can be touched. Even Kim can smell that curry smell on him. God knows how much curry this guy has eaten. Jin Bin has already smelled that smell since he walked into this office. And since even the smell cannot be hidden, it is conceivable that using some equipment similar to heat induction, you can definitely see the other party's existence. In this way, the effect of this invisibility is greatly weakened. If you let him sneak into some places with tight security, there is no way he will succeed. This is far from the true invisibility that Jin Bing wanted. The invisible man also noticed that Jin was not satisfied with his ability. After exiting the invisible state, he couldn't help curling his lips, thinking that Jin was nothing more than that, his vision was not at all. Okay. Can't even see how good he is. At this time, the other 2 also showed off their abilities. One of them has the ability to spit out a poisonous gas with a strong hallucinogenic effect from his mouth. Using this poisonous gas, he can easily knock down enemies within a certain range. And the ability of another person is the ability to penetrate matter. He can penetrate walls, whether it is made of stone, wooden structure, or metal structure, it can penetrate. But he can only maintain this state for 3 seconds. If he is still inside the substance after 3 seconds, he will be stuck inside. And to cast it again, it also takes a second of rest time. After seeing the ability demonstration of the 3 people, Jin was completely disappointed. What he wants is that kind of powerful inhumans, not a few waste people who are good at petty theft. Penetrating matter is actually quite a powerful ability. But what the hell is only 3 seconds? And you have to rest for 3 seconds before you can cast it again? Toxic gas is somewhat useful. And it's useless even if you hold your breath, because even if it just touches the skin, it will penetrate into the human body and affect the human body. But it is also because of this that this ability is basically indistinguishable from the enemy. Maybe the enemy has not been recruited yet, and our own people will be recruited first. Chapter 101. Outside Faith's building. Luke Kai-Ki and Jessica came here, and after they looked at each other, they tacitly took out a mask and put it on their faces. Are you sure this will work? Luke Kai-Ki asked with some doubts. It's better than wearing nothing, right? As Jessica said, she kicked open the glass of Faith's main building. I've wanted to do this for a long time, she said. At this time, a group of guys who didn't look like good people also ran out of the building. These people saw a man and a woman wearing masks rushing in from the door, and without saying a word, they drew out their guns and prepared to shoot. I come! Luke Kai-Ki rushed up with a shout. The next moment the bullet hit him like hitting steel. Relying on his indestructible body, Luke Kai-Ki directly resisted the opponent's attack and rushed forward to grab a member of the Jin Bin gang. Where's Daredevil? He asked loudly. Boom! This member of the Jin Bin gang shot him in the neck. The bullet flattened and fell feebly. Shit! That hurts! Luke Kai-Ki roared angrily, and sent the kid flying with a punch. At this time, Jessica on the other side also rushed into the crowd. With great strength, she swung her arms, grabbed the 2 younger brothers of the Jin Bin gang, grabbed them, and directly smashed the surrounding Jin Bin gang's younger brothers. People are on their backs. That's it, Jessica is not enough. She swept her gaze, and instantly paid attention to a pillar in the hall. She walked over and hugged the pillar, and then pulled it hard. Boom! The column staring at the ceiling was directly torn off by Jessica. A section about 4 or 5 meters long was snatched up by her. Those members of the Jin Bin gang in the hall were dumbfounded. When have they ever seen someone fighting with a concrete pillar weighing several tons? They were frightened and moved away from Jessica. But can Jessica let them go? Immediately chased after it. For a while, the gold in the lobby helped the younger brothers, which can be regarded as a disaster. Not a single piece of armor is left when killed by 2 equally powerful guys. After a while, there was only the moaning Jin and helping the younger brother lying on the floor in the hall, and Luke Kai-Ki and Jessica were the only ones who could stand. Go upstairs! Jessica threw the pillar with a bang, and Luke Kai-Ki's eyelids twitched as he watched. This woman is really tough. In the office, Jin Bing also received a report that 2 strengthening men with infinite strength and no fear of bullets broke into his building. Hearing this news, Jin Bin was instantly furious. These guys, where is his Faith Mansion? Do you want to come? The angry Jin Bin punched a hole in the solid wood desk in front of him. The 3 Inhumans in front of them swallowed their saliva. This Kinbin is also an inhuman race, right? 3 people thought. At this moment, Jin Bin suddenly looked at the 3 of them, and said, it just so happens that there are 2 enemies coming downstairs, and your abilities are pretty good, so I'll leave them to you to deal with. An enemy? The eyes of the 3 Inhumans brightened. Isn't this the right time for them to act? Just perform well and show the strength of your ability. Don't believe in gold and won't reuse them. At that time, directly being Jin Bing's right-hand man, becoming the big shot of Jin Bing gang, isn't that better than being the CEO and marrying Bai Fu Mei? Done. The 3 looked at each other and immediately decided to take on this task. Boss Jin Bing, don't worry, leave the 2 intruders downstairs to us. Yes, Boss Jin Bing, just take care of it, it's just 2 intruders, we'll clean it up in minutes. 10 minutes, no. We can do it in 5 minutes. Looking at the 3 guys who started talking nonsense before they started, Jin Bing also doesn't know whether to say that they are ignorant or fearless. Or should they be overconfident? Anyway, let them try it first. Even if you can't beat them, you can still test the true strength of the two intruders. At that time, he will have to make corresponding countermeasures. Against these strengthening men, Kim knows that ordinary weapons are useless. Therefore, Jin Bing has made other preparations in his own mansion, which is guaranteed to make these two guys drink a pot. As for Su Wenwu last time? That's different. That guy's strength is not comparable to that of ordinary strengthening people, it is too strong, there is really no way. Okay, let's go. Jin didn't want to listen to the bragging of the three of them anymore, so he quickly sent them away. The three Inhumans went downstairs confidently. At the same time, Luke Kai-ki and Jessica at the moment have also reached the 6th floor. Heading towards the 7th floor. Along the way, members of Jin Bing gang tried their best to stop them, but they were just ordinary people, even if they set up some ambushes in advance, it was useless. When the three Inhumans came to the door, Luke Kai-ki and Jessica had already reached the 13th floor. Are you the two intruders? It doesn't look like much either. These two guys, leave it to me. The invisible man is very confident, he instantly enters the invisible state, leaving only one set of clothes floating in the air. Luke Kai-ki and Jessica watched this scene without knowing it. What does it mean? Next second, the invisible man begins to show his true talent. That's right. He started undressing. Soon the clothes fell to the floor and he disappeared completely. No one knows where he is. I guess so. Anyway, both Luke Kai-ki and Jessica could smell the strong smell of curry. Moreover, he approached them constantly, and even circled them deliberately. Is this Sabi? This idea popped up in the minds of both of them at the same time. Then Jessica looked at Luke Kai-ki and said, I leave it to you, I don't want to get my hands dirty. Luke Kai-ki nodded, no matter how tough Jessica is, she is still a woman. It is indeed inappropriate for her to deal with this kind of BT. Then, Luke Kai-ki rushed forward with fists clenched. Boom! An invisible figure flew out, and blood flowers bloomed in mid-air, some of them stuck to the body of the invisible person, it looked as if the blood flowers had stopped in mid-air. Plop! Invisible people rushed to the street. The body is also quickly revealed. The entire chest has been dented by a large piece, and 5 or 6 or 78 ribs have been broken by Luke Kai-ki's punch, and some may have punctured the heart and lungs. Luke Kai-ki also hates this kind of BT, so he didn't take it lightly or seriously. Just punched him to death. Fuck! You killed the invisible man. The remaining two Inhumans shouted angrily. Looking at Luke Kai-ki with hatred on his face. It's me this time. The Inhuman who spewed out poisonous gas stood up. He took a deep breath, and then prepared to spray poisonous gas at the two people opposite him. But at this moment, boom! A piece of cement hit the man's head hard. In an instant, the cement shattered into countless pieces, and the man's head exploded like a watermelon. Plop! Poisonous people rushed to the street. Jessica, who was weighing a piece of cement in her hand, shook her head. Throw the cement on the ground casually. She thought the other party was capable, but she was crushed to death with a piece of cement? What a disappointment! So, what exactly is this guy's ability? Jessica asked curiously. Gas man! The last Inhuman cried out in grief. Jessica got it. It turns out that it releases poisonous gas, this ability is quite disgusting. Fortunately, she acted quickly. There is the last one left, be careful, this guy may be the strongest among these three. Luke Kai-ki said with a serious face. Don't worry, leave this guy to me. Jessica grinned, followed by a bang and crushed the ground under her feet, and rushed forward like a cannonball. Die! Jessica punched the man opposite. But in the next second. How come? Jessica was surprised to see that her fist and even her body passed directly through the opponent. It's as if the other party is a phantom, which doesn't exist in the main space at all. It's useless, your fist can't hurt mine. The penetrating person said confidently. I do not believe. Jessica turned and punched again. The fist penetrates again. I said it's useless. As the penetrator spoke, his body sank rapidly. After all, his penetration ability can only last for 3 seconds, and after 3 seconds, he has to rest for another 3 seconds before using it. Ask for flowers. So he wouldn't just stand there and let this violent woman attack him. He intends to leave here first. Where to run? Jessica roared and stomped her foot on the ground. With a loud bang, she blasted out a big hole in the ground. The penetrator who had just sunk halfway found himself exposed again. He tried to sink again, but in the end he seemed to have forgotten the time, and when he sank half of his body, 3 seconds had already arrived. Then... Jessica was taken aback. She took a step back tactically, looking at the bewildered face of the guy who suddenly screamed. Hey! What's the matter with you? Jessica asked. However, the penetrating man just patronized and screamed, ignoring Jessica at all. So Jessica tried to pick up a piece of cement and threw it. This time, the cement did not penetrate the other party's body, but directly hit the other party's body. Jessica looked at it, and although she didn't know what was going on, she couldn't help but her eyes lit up, and then she laughed and went up and punched the penetrating man on the forehead. No way! This guy's current position is too low, even if it's his forehead, Jessica has to move his fist down a little to knock him down. With this punch, the scream stopped abruptly. It's not that it doesn't hurt anymore. Instead, it will never hurt again. It's too violent. 0. Luke Kai-ki looked at the piercing man who died tragically, and murmured softly. In the end, Jessica happened to hear it, and she glanced over at her, scaring Luke Kai-ki to shut up instantly, daring not to say anything more. Luke, what do you think these 3 guys are here for? Jessica clapped her hands and walked over and said. Maybe it's a joke. Luke Kai-ki said seriously after thinking about it. Actually, I have another question. Why do they have to go one by one? Can't they go together? Who knows? Maybe they are used to fighting with wheels. I think they like to give away heads one by one. The two walked and chatted, looking relaxed and freehand. While on the other side, Jin Bin in the office also saw everything that happened on this floor through the surveillance camera. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and the anger in his eyes flickered. After a while, Kim sighed. Waste. He cursed, then pressed a button next to him, and soon Willis walked in from the door. Open the organs on the 22nd and 25th floors. He said. Okay, drawing board. Willis nodded, turned around and left without asking any questions. At the same time, Luke Kai-ki and Jessica have already pushed all the way to the 20th floor. To here, they found that the members of the Kim Bong gang who had been blocking them seemed to have disappeared. Suddenly I can't see any of them. Beware of scams. Luke Kai-ki reminded. The two walked forward cautiously, always on guard against possible dangers. But they don't know that the real danger is actually on the 22nd floor. The 20th and 21st floors are actually safe. Just as Luke Kai-ki and Jessica were carefully groping forward, at a height of hundreds of meters above the Faith Tower, a figure suddenly appeared here, standing in the air. Is it here? Roddy looked down at the building below. Zooming in, he saw a figure in a window on the top floor. Jin Bin. He murmured. Next second one. Roddy took a marble out of his pocket. Marbles are metal. It is the same material as the bracelet on Roddy's wrist. Very high melting point. The next moment, a magnetic field was generated in the palm of his hand, and a strong electromagnetic force produced a series of electric arcs that danced and entwined on the marble in his hand. Send you an electromagnetic cannon. If it is under the electromagnetic cannon, Jinbing, you deserve to die. Roddy murmured to himself. Next second. Boom. There seemed to be a thunder in the sky. Then a blue electric light blasted obliquely downwards towards the Faith building below. Kim in the office was completely unaware of the approaching danger. Chapter 102. In the office. Jin Bin was still thinking about whether the mechanism downstairs could block the two intruders. At this moment, a blue lightning shot through the wall of the building. The solid wall seemed to be non-existent under the light of the thunder, and was penetrated in an instant, followed by the golden body and the floor. The thunder light penetrated all the way, piercing through the entire Faith building in an instant, and then sank straight into the ground, blasting out a bottomless huge hole. The rumbling loud noise was only a step late until then, and Luke Kai-Ki and Jessica, who were still paying attention to their surroundings just now, were taken aback by this sudden scene. What was that just now? Jessica looked at a scorched black hole 3 meters away in front of her, and she was in a daze. Luke Kai-Ki next to her was not much better. At the moment, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt that if the thunder light fell on him just now, he might not be able to withstand that level of attack even with his body's defense ability, and he would be torn to pieces in an instant, right? At this time, the two walked to the edge of the hole, raised their heads and looked up. What came into view was the starry night sky. They actually saw the sky inside the building. This shows that the thunder light just now really fell from the sky. Could it be that Jin Bin did too many bad things, so he was struck by lightning from the sky? But is lightning so scary? Straight through the 30-story Faith Tower? The two couldn't figure it out even if they wanted to break their heads. On the other side, Roddy, who blasted out an electromagnetic cannon, had already left after seeing it and being blasted into pieces. Before 800 left, he took away the marble just now. There is nothing wrong with that thing. It is indeed a super metal with a melting point of more than 500,000 degrees. If it is replaced with other metals, it will have been evaporated when it flies 100 or 200 meters away. It is impossible to fly that far, and run through the entire Faith building, and finally survive without damage. The electromagnetic gun produced by this kind of super metal combined with Roddy's magnetic field control is simply a perfect match. Paradise Building. When Roddy came back from Hell's Kitchen, he saw that Daisy was still waiting for him in the living room. Seeing Roddy coming back, Daisy hurried over and pulled him to look him up and down. She was not relieved until she was sure that Roddy didn't look hurt in any way. Seeing her like this, Roddy also smiled and said, "What are you thinking? How could a mere gold tie hurt me?" In fact, Jin Bin didn't even see Roddy's face, and was blasted to pieces by his electromagnetic cannon. Injured? What it is? Roddy said he had no idea what it was like to be injured. "I'm not worried about you." Daisy patted him lightly, and then asked about the specific situation, but Roddy described the process. Hearing that Roddy just threw an attack from a distance, Jin Bin was dealt with. Daisy couldn't help laughing either. The majestic underground emperor of Liberty City, I'm afraid he would never have dreamed that he would die so aggrieved one day in the future, would he? Daisy smiled and said, very happy. After all, Jin Bing sent people to chase her down before, and even though she was fine, she was still taken aback. Daisy was definitely delighted to hear that Kim had died so ridiculously now. Not to mention, people like Jin Bing should have died a long time ago. Daisy would not feel any pity because of the death of such a person. Okay, now your troubles are solved, and you can sleep well. Roddy gently pinched Daisy's lovely nose and said to her. Daisy, who felt Roddy's intimate gesture, did not avoid this time, but hugged him actively. Roddy, thank you for always being so kind to me. Daisy said softly. Why did you suddenly become sensational? Roddy looked down at her face, and suddenly slowly lowered his head and moved closer. After a while, Daisy blushed and said I'm tired and ran back to her room. Roddy, who was standing in the living room, also smiled, then turned around and went to take a shower too. After the two left, the Red Devil, who was sleeping in his den beside him, also opened his eyes, a pair of eyes showing humanized disdain, and then turned over, continue to sleep. Noon the next day. Gwen is out of school. Roddy and the others didn't go out today, but ordered the food delivery service of Tian Building at home. At this time, an international news suddenly began to be broadcast on the TV. It turned out that the Avengers ran to the capital of the Bangsa Kingdom for some unknown reason and made a big fuss. While destroying many buildings, hundreds of people were injured or even died. Therefore, Bangsa Guo strongly condemned the behavior of the Avengers. They threatened to demand an explanation from the Avengers, and even apologized and compensated them. However, the Avengers didn't seem to have any response, probably busy with other things. Why did the Avengers go to Bangsa country again? Daisy said while chewing a piece of ribs while looking at the TV screen. They had Huxia food for lunch today. Authentic Huxia food. You can still eat authentic Huxia food in Paradise Building. But Gwen and Daisy were not used to many dishes, so Roddy ordered sweet and sour pork ribs and sweet and sour carp for them. This sweet and sour taste is just in line with their taste. The two also ate full of praise, thinking that what Roddy said last time was correct. This is indeed the real authentic Huxia food, and the previous restaurant was not authentic at all. By the way, Roddy, don't you like the girl group of Bangsa Kingdom? Last time, Harry Osborn invited you to a yacht party. This time the Avengers went to Bangsa Kingdom to fight. I don't know if it hurt your liking for girl groups. Oh. Daisy suddenly turned her head to look at Roddy opposite, and teased him with a smile. Eat your meal. Roddy angrily took a piece of fish and stuffed it into her mouth. It made Daisy feel ashamed and angry. The main reason is that Gwen is still watching. She was terrified. Daisy secretly glanced at Gwen's side, and found that Gwen was watching the TV screen seriously, and didn't notice the abnormality of the two of them, so she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then she gave Roddy another look, a look that warned him not to mess around. At this time, Gwen on the side suddenly said, Natasha Romanoff called me yesterday, as if there was something to do, but I was rehearsing at the time, and I hung up because I had something to do before talking. Now that I think about it, maybe Natasha Romanoff has something to bother me about, like this. She points to a scene on the TV screen. It is indeed quite miserable to see the place where the Avengers fought in the picture. There are burning buildings everywhere, cars overturned on the side of the road, some people are sitting on the ground crying, and some people are shouting the names of their families against the ruins. Gwen regretted it a little. Maybe she wasn't so anxious to hang up on Natasha Romanoff's phone call at that time, so she might be able to help. In this case, the injured people in the picture may be reborn. After all, Gwen is still very strong now. She is very confident in herself. Don't think about it so much, since it has happened, don't think about it anymore. Roddy gently held Gwen's hand and said comfortingly. Hearing this, Gwen also nodded and said, well, it's true that we can't change what has happened, but I want to call Natasha Romanoff later to see if they still need help. Would you like to count me in? Daisy said eagerly. As a result, before Gwen could answer her, she was hit on the head by Roddy. Why is there something for you everywhere? Eat obediently, that's to fight, not play house, don't join in the fun. Roddy said a lesson. Daisy covered her head and looked at him angrily. After dinner, Gwen called Natasha Romanoff. As a result, no one answered at all. How did Gwen know that Natasha Romanoff has been captured by Ultron at this moment, and it is impossible to receive her call? Seeing that no one answered, Gwen also put this matter behind her, believing that the Avengers might have already figured it out by herself, so she didn't pay any more attention. The next afternoon, Gwen rests. The three of them stayed at home and played games. Gwen, be careful, a group of monsters are coming to your side, you hold on first, I'll come and help you right away. Daisy, don't keep looking around, you're drunk here, do you know that? Hey, hey, hey! Roddy, what are you doing, why did you release your ult earlier? Shut up, the boss is going berserk. Ah! Why does this stinky boss keep hitting me? Who made you hurt so much? By the way, Daisy, are you cheating? Get out! My old lady didn't hang up. Gwen, you see she is in a hurry, she must be hanging up. No, it's just a small script. FK. Are you really open? I said it's a small script. It's not a hang. Stop talking, send me one quickly. The three of them fought hard for almost half an hour, and finally, with the help of Daisy's little script, they successfully took down the boss. Looking at the equipment and items all over the screen, the three laughed and began to share the loot. After distributing the spoils, Daisy threw the handle directly on the sofa, and she lay powerlessly on the sofa, motionless. I'm exhausted, I don't play anymore, rest day. She picked up a throw pillow next to her and threw it at Roddy. What? Roddy caught it angrily. I'm thirsty, Gwen, are you thirsty? Daisy said. Gwen smiled and lowered the controller and nodded. When Daisy saw it, she immediately said to Roddy, I want a Coke, what do you want, Gwen? Juice, I'll drink watermelon juice. Roddy, why don't you send it soon? Cried Daisy. Roddy threw the pillow over Daisy's face and got up to get a drink from the refrigerator. Here, your pleasure zone. Roddy tossed the Coke to Daisy, then turned and sat down next to Gwen, unscrewed the cap of the watermelon juice bottle and handed it to her. Thank you. Daisy said with a smile. A heartless look. Ding! Hearing the sound, Gwen glanced at the mobile phone beside her. As a result, she seemed to see something that surprised her, so she picked up the phone and looked at it carefully. What's wrong? Roddy asked her. Something has happened. Gwen turned to look at him and said, handing him the phone. It turns out that there was a follow-up to the battle in Bangsa Kingdom yesterday, this time it was Sokovia. Gwen said. Sokovia? Where is that? Daisy leaned over curiously, grabbed Roddy and looked at the phone screen. On the screen is a news feed. The content is probably that the Avengers broke out with the enemy in Sokovia, and the whole city was raised to a height of 10,000 meters, and finally the city was blown to pieces. The Avengers won the victory 10 times again. The news was full of praise for the Avengers. There is no description of any words similar to casualties and losses. But as long as you are not a fool, you can imagine how much casualties and losses will be caused if a city is blown up. In terms of casualties, the Avengers must have evacuated the city before blowing it up. But no one dares to say that this kind of thing 5.4 can be 100% perfect, and 1 or 2, or even more, will definitely be missed. And these people? Undoubtedly, it was blown to pieces along with Sokovia. But that wasn't mentioned in the news. And if it is lost, the Sun City will be blown up. Isn't that a big enough loss? Although Sokovia is very backward, the conditions are terrible. But for the locals, that's the only place they can live. Now the home is gone. It's hard to imagine what they will do next. I called Natasha Romanoff yesterday and no one answered. I thought it was resolved, but it didn't happen. Gwen looked at the news on the phone with a serious expression on her face. Roddy knew about Ultron and all that stuff. But he didn't think about interfering. He is not a superhero, and has no obligation to do anything for others. And things Avengers will work out. The result was not as bad as Gwen imagined. There are casualties, but not many. Because the evacuation work was assisted by the helicopter carrier driven by Nick Fury, it went very smoothly. As for the cities that will blow up? Isn't there Tony Stark, the richest man in the world? Subsequent post-war reconstruction, as well as various aids and the like, will all be taken care of. Usually this kind of money thing. It's all done by Tony, who is also the Avengers funding provider. Even the new base of the Avengers was built by Tony himself with money. Chapter 103. The Avengers Base. This huge open space located on the outskirts of Liberty City is surrounded by a lush natural scene. And in the middle of this piece of greenery, there is a new building complex located here. This is the future new base of the Avengers. At the moment, in the base, the Avengers who had just returned from Sokovia were also watching the news reported on the TV. And in the corner of the lounge, on a single sofa, with a lonely expression, Wanda, who had just cried, was hugging her legs, mourning quietly by herself. The Avengers around her didn't know how to comfort her. After all, the rest of them were fine in this battle, but Wanda's big brother Pietro died at the hands of the robots under Shen Chuang. And died saving Barton. It grieved Barton too. That young man was not an enemy the last time they met. But how long did it last? The other party died just to save him. Human life is really too weak. Barton could understand Wanda's grief, but it was clear to him at this moment that Wanda didn't want to be comforted by others. She just wants to be alone. After one day, still in the Avengers base. After a day of grieving and calming down, Wanda has ostensibly come out of her grief. At this time Natasha Romanoff knocked on her door and told her that there was an important announcement to be made and she needed to be there. Soon, Wanda followed Natasha Romanoff into a hall. Here she met several strangers she didn't know. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman dressed in a style similar to hers, also wearing a leather jacket. But Wanda likes red, and this man wears black. The 2 looked at each other tacitly, and nodded to each other, as a greeting. At this time, the hall door was opened again. In came Wanda's familiar Avengers. Captain America Steve Rogers. Iron Man Tony Stark. 12. Thor. And Hawkeye Barton. Seeing Barton, Yin thought of his own big brother's support. There was a look of sadness in his eyes. The first thing Barton noticed when he came in was Wanda, and when he saw the look of grief in Wanda's eyes, he knew that Wanda hadn't fully recovered from her grief. Everyone, welcome to the Avengers base. Steve looked at these people in front of him, as if he saw himself when he just joined the army. He had a serious expression on his face, and said in an extremely serious tone, I believe you all know the reason why you were invited here, so let me ask one last time, are you ready to join the Avengers? At this time, everyone's eyes were firm, no one flinched, and no one was laughing. Even Jessica, who is usually a little out of tune, was infected by the atmosphere at this time, showing a rare seriousness. Speaking of which, the reason why Jessica is here is because of the recommendation of Luke Kai-ki on the one hand, and the strong invitation of Natasha Romanoff on the other hand. Yes, she was persuaded by Natasha. This woman is so eloquent that even Jessica, who had no intention of joining at the beginning, couldn't help but be persuaded by her. As for Luke Kai-ki, after he was in contact with the Avengers last time, he originally didn't have much repulsion towards joining the Avengers. This time, he accepted the invitation from Natasha Romanoff again. He never thought of rejecting him, and even introduced his friend Jessica to join. In the words of Luke Kai-ki, the 2 of them joining the Avengers can not only contribute their own power to the world, but also use the energy of the Avengers to find Matt. Yes. They didn't find Matt at Faith's mansion that day. And Jin Bin is dead again. They had no choice but to completely lose all clues of Matt. Just when the 2 were worried about how to continue, Natasha Romanoff contacted Luke Kai-ki, which made Luke Kai-ki think that they could use the energy of the Avengers to find someone. To know. The Avengers are backed by super rich people like Tony Stark as their patrons. They even have their own moons. Under other circumstances, the Avengers might not necessarily help them find someone. But what if they originally joined the Avengers and became part of it? In fact, Jessica can be persuaded, there are also reasons for this. Definitely. More is Natasha Romanoff's sentence. Do you want to change your life now? Do you want to get out of the shadow of the past? It was this sentence that completely convinced Jessica. If this sentence was said by someone else, Jessica would just give the other person a middle finger in response. But those words were spoken by Natasha Romanoff, who was a member of the Avengers. Jessica believes that the Avengers have this ability to let her get rid of the psychological shadow of the past, walk out of the past, and face the bright future of life. Among the newcomers present. In fact, only Jessica's invitation was more labor-intensive. As for the others, that doesn't require Natasha Romanoff to use any words at all. Because they were originally willing to join the Avengers. Whether it is Wang Tian who just lost his big brother and also lost his life goal. In fact, it has just been born, but it is a vision that is a combination of J.A.R.V.I.S and part of Ultron. And Falcon Sam, who had already teamed up with and fought alongside the Avengers before. They all volunteered to join the Avengers. No one needs to convince them. Now, the Avengers family has welcomed a new batch of members. And as a member of the original Avengers, he is also the spiritual leader. Steve also shouldered the responsibility of training these newcomers. His task for the next period of time is to train them, not only to train their combat awareness, but also to cultivate their teamwork ability. After all, the Avengers are a team. If everyone plays their own way, then don't form any Avengers at all. Anyway, even if they are not together, they will continue to fight for the justice in their hearts. Like Barton, he has long wanted to retire to spend time with his wife and children. It was because of some reasons that I stayed and did not retire immediately. But now, with so many newcomers joining the Avengers, Barton also feels like he's the aging kid enjoying his retirement. Although he is not yet old, Barton feels that after so many battles, he no longer wants to continue fighting. In contrast, he wants to be with his family more and enjoy that ordinary life. Regarding retirement, Barton also mentioned it to the captain. Wait until the training of these newcomers is over. He can get away with it. And now, he still needs to stand on the last post. On the side of the Avengers, the training of the 5 new members is in full swing. While on the other side, Roddy looked at the mournful Daisy in front of him with a speechless face. Tell me about you, no matter how much you train, you can hurt yourself. Roddy said angrily while applying medicine to Daisy's arm. Turned out to be. Just now he suddenly heard Daisy's scream from the gym. Thinking that something happened, Roddy immediately teleported to the gym, only to see Daisy clutching her left arm with tears in her eyes, looking in pain. What did you do? Roddy asked her. Daisy pointed to a pile of dumbbells on the ground. Then he told him that she was experimenting with a new move of her own, and she accidentally injured her arm. Roddy was completely speechless. Is it possible to randomly test a new move like this that is not sure? Don't know how to come a little bit first? Later, Roddy checked Daisy's arm and found that the bone in her left little arm was slightly cracked. Fortunately, she stopped in time, so the problem didn't get worse. Now it's just a little bone fracture. If it breaks, it will be even more troublesome. Soon, Roddy bandaged Daisy, and put 2 splints under the gauze to fix her little arms so that she couldn't help but move around. Don't move around these few days, and take care of your wounds, you know. Roddy got up and put the medical kit back to its original position, poured another glass of water, and handed it to Daisy. I was hurt and couldn't move. Daisy shook her bound arms. Roddy, you just hurt your left hand. Having said that, Roddy still brought the water glass to her mouth. Drink it. Daisy took a sip with a smile and said, Roddy, I'm hungry. No, it's only after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and you're hungry within 2 hours of lunch? Roddy felt that Daisy did it on purpose. She just wanted to take the opportunity to dispatch herself. But seeing her pitiful look, Roddy couldn't say anything. After a while, Roddy comes over with a bag of potato chips. "Let's eat," he said. Daisy looked at her injured arm, then looked up at Roddy with teary eyes. "All right, I'll feed you." Defeated, Roddy unwrapped the bag of potato chips and held a piece to her mouth. Kaka. The crisp sound of potato chips sounded. Daisy's eyes were narrowed with joy. Next, Roddy was sent by Daisy to do many things. Either she was thirsty for a while, or she wanted to take that or something again. Seeing that she was a wounded person, Roddy endured it. In the end, she even had to be hugged by Roddy when she went back to her room to rest. Roddy gritted his teeth and endured again. Yet just let her go. Daisy also said that her arms were tied and she couldn't change her pajamas by herself, so she asked Roddy to help. When Roddy heard it, she couldn't stand it anymore. So he taught Daisy a lesson. The beaten Daisy stopped crying and begging for mercy. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Daisy had fallen asleep in a daze, with a happy smile on her lips. Roddy felt that he was still in good spirits. Although it took 3 or 4 hours to teach Daisy just now, he wasn't tired at all. But seeing that Daisy was already asleep, Roddy thought about it and decided to let her go today. Sleep. 160. Lie down and close your eyes, and the room quickly became quiet. Next day. It was more than 8 o'clock in the morning. Before Roddy even opened his eyes, he felt something was sweeping back and forth on his nose. A little itchy. Opening his eyes, Roddy saw Daisy looking at him with a smile. "You're awake." Daisy leaned against him, resting her head on Roddy. "Why do you wake up so early? Don't you take a rest? Cannot fall asleep?" Daisy looked up at him. "Roddy, what kind of relationship do you think we have now? What do you say?" Roddy asked him back. "No, I want you to say it." Daisy looked at him. "It's all like this, what else can it be?" Roddy patted her little head lightly, and said, "From now on, you will be my little girlfriend of Roddy." Hearing this, Daisy also showed a happy expression on her face. But soon she said angrily, "Why is it a little girlfriend? Where am I young?" Keek. It's not a good thing to say, otherwise something will happen. But Daisy was certainly not small at all. This Roddy can attest to that. However, let's not tell Gwen about our affairs for now, okay? Daisy suddenly said, "I'm not ready yet, what if Gwen gets angry?" "Don't worry, Gwen won't be angry," Roddy said. In fact, Roddy felt that the ice-snow-smart Gwen probably had already seen his little thoughts. It just didn't break him down. So, even if Gwen really found out, at most Gwen would beat him up, and after the beating, his anger would dissipate. "No, I'm still a little worried. Let's not tell Gwen yet. Let's tell her when I'm mentally prepared, okay?" Daisy shook her head and said that she was really a little scared to face Gwen now. After all, she is a third party involved, right? How unreasonable. And Gwen was so nice to her. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't control herself, Daisy would never have done such a thing. Facing Roddy every day, it was really hard for Daisy to resist his attraction to her. Maybe even Roddy himself didn't discover his special attraction to the opposite S**X. But Daisy, who was with Roddy all day, knew it all too well. Otherwise, she will never do such a sorry good sister thing. Blame Roddy. Chapter 104. In the room, Roddy returned a message to Gwen with his phone, then put the phone aside, and called out the system interface. "System, sign today's check-in. Last night was too busy, so there was no check-in. However, the system does not stipulate that the sign-in must be completed within a certain time period after midnight, as long as it is within 24 hours of the day, no matter what time period it is. It doesn't make much difference. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and getting the ability to shrink, from the Mutant Toy Master. Hearing the system's prompt, Roddy discovered that this was another variant ability that he had never heard of. As for the name of the Toy Master, he has never heard of it either. I guess it's a very unpopular mutant. After all, there are tens of millions of Marvel's mutants, but except for those mutants of X-Men, Brotherhood and Hellfire Club, most of them are not well known. For those who only watch movies, aside from these mutants, they have never heard of the others. Roddy had read some comics related to it. But I didn't see the whole thing. So it is normal for some unheard of mutant and variant ability to appear. But this shrinking ability is the center of his logic? Shouldn't it be about color? Immediately, Roddy also looked at the inactive ability column on the system interface. Zoom. Alpha level. This is actually an alpha level ability. Roddy was a little surprised. Subconsciously looked towards the bathroom of the room. Couldn't it be the luck that Daisy brought him? Just like the good luck that Gwen brought him last time. The system still has this kind of hidden rule. Roddy thought. I always feel that this system seems to have suddenly become a little unscrupulous. It is obviously a very serious and strongest mutant system, how come it makes people think wrong all of a sudden? Roddy muttered something to himself. But even if the system really has such unscrupulous hidden rules, it is obviously good news for Roddy. After all, since the last time, he hasn't drawn a useful mutant ability for a while. And the last time the ability that got the alpha level was the fast movement ability from Quicksilver. This ability has been raised to level 4 by Roddy. Although there is still a long distance from the speed of light, but in terms of pure speed, Roddy feels that there is no one in this world who can be faster than him in terms of speed. System, give ability to this normal saline. Roddy took out a bottle of normal saline as a stock from the different space, and bestowed this shrinking ability. Ding! Successfully granted the target item's shrinking ability. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random strengthening 1300 times shrinking ability. How many? Roddy couldn't resist sitting up straight. He double-checked. I found that it was really 1300 times, not that I was wrong. Now the highest magnification I got randomly increased by 300 times. Roddy whispered. However, the random multiplier of the system is really random. There are no rules at all. Before, Roddy also thought about whether the higher the potential of the variant ability, the lower the probability of being random to a high multiple. But later he found out that was not the case. Rather, it is drawn at random. For example, before shrinking the ability, the highest strengthening ratio that Roddy randomly got was a variant ability with alpha potential energy absorption. On the contrary, those delta-level variant abilities, instead, have single-digit or double-digit random strengthening. But Roddy also found a possible pattern. That is, the later the ability is drawn, the more likely it is to be randomized to a high rate. For example, he randomly got several single-digit magnifications at the beginning. But it never appeared again. At least 2 digits. And now, there is a faint tendency to develop into at least 3 digits. If this is really a rule, then Roddy really hopes that those powerful mutant abilities won't be drawn by him too quickly. Take it easy, don't rush. After all, the further you go, the higher the probability of randomly getting a high magnification rate, and there may even be doubts about the existence of a guarantee. If this is 2 or 3 years later, will it be more than 1,000 times the guarantee? If that's the case, Roddy must be happy. Shrink LV2 Alpha level 1300 times strengthening. The reduction ability of level 2 development can shrink the living body to 100 times the original volume. This reduction is 100 times, which is calculated according to the length, width, and height. For example, a cube with a length, width, and height of 1 meter, after being reduced by 100 times, becomes a cube with a length, width, and height of 1 centimeter. In terms of volume, it has been reduced by far more than 100 times. This is good news. At the same time, after shrinking the object, the mass will also become smaller. But this quality is really reduced by a factor of 100. Originally 100 caddies, after shrinking, it becomes 1 caddy. And the limit of this ability is to shrink the object to 100,000 times its original size. This is an exaggeration. Not to mention the alpha level ability, it's really amazing. But this ability also has a limitation. That is, the reduced object cannot be too large. Under the premise of level 2 development, the length, width, and height of the shrunken objects cannot exceed 20 meters. Even at level 5, developed to the extreme of level 5, the length, width, and height cannot exceed 50 meters. Otherwise, if you directly shrink a planet, what should the creatures on the planet do? This is very bug. Therefore, it is quite reasonable to have such a restriction. The limit is only 50 meters in length, width, and height. In Roddy's opinion, it limits the upper limit of this ability. Otherwise, a mutant with this ability can directly shrink an aircraft carrier and put it in his pocket. When you encounter an enemy, hit it directly, and then restore it instantly. That picture. Absolutely shocked. Or shrink a mountain and use it to hit people. One hit is like a mountain, the Green Titan is not so cruel. But the 50-meter limit makes this ability not so invincible, but it is still very powerful for sure. After all, how heavy is a boulder with a length, width, and height of 50 meters? If you take it out and hit people, what kind of person can stand it? Zoom out ability is strong. There is no doubt about it. It's a pity that it can't be enlarged, otherwise it would be no different from PIM particles. But that's the normal state of shrinking ability. And Roddy this. It is a reduced ability that has been strengthened 1,300 times by the system. The two are incomparable. Before strengthening, the reduction ability of level 2 can only reduce the object by 100 times. After strengthening, the second level reduction ability can directly reduce the object by 130,000 times. It is even more exaggerated than developing to the limit of level 5. Before strengthening, the level 2 shrink ability can only shrink objects whose length, width, and height are within 20 meters. After strengthening, the level reduction ability can directly reduce the objects whose length, width, and height are within 26,000 meters. That's 26,000 meters. How tall is the tallest mountain in the world? More than 8,000 meters. How deep is the deepest trench in the world? About 11,000 kilometers. And now, Roddy can directly shrink an object with a length, width, and height within 26,000 meters by 130,000 times. Imagine a cubic rock with a length, width, and height of 26,000 meters. Roddy was good at modeling it. The huge rock, which was several times higher than Mount Everest, instantly turned into a small stone with a length, width, and height of only 0.2 meters. When Roddy takes this small stone and throws it somewhere, and when it reaches the highest point, let it return to its original file size. The scene at that moment, the person or group of people he regarded as the target, would be scared to death on the spot, right? Anyway, if someone hit Roddy himself with such a rock, he would be seriously shocked. Another BT ability. Roddy murmured. But with this kind of ability, Roddy just wants to say that the more the better. How is one enough? Give me 100. In the room, Roddy was still secretly excited. At this time, Daisy also came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Wrapped in a bath towel, she saw Roddy smirking over there, and couldn't help but have question marks on her face. What are you laughing at? Why do you look so stupid? Daisy leaned over and stared at her curiously. What a fool! Roddy picked her up and said with a smile, come on, let's celebrate something happy. No, I just finished washing. Afternoon. Roddy drove to pick Gwen up from school. Gwen caught him giggling along the way. Can't help but look at Daisy in the back row with doubts. What happened to him? Gwen asked. Daisy shook her head and said, it's been like this since morning, maybe it fell on the head. Gwen. It is obviously impossible to fall on the head, not to mention that Roddy has the ability of energy absorption, no matter how hard he falls, it is impossible. Even with his current physical fitness, it is impossible to be thrown into a pool just by falling. Don't talk nonsense, I just thought of it for fun. Roddy said. What fun? Gwen asked curiously. I'll tell you next time. Roddy smiled and said. In fact, he thought of how to use the shrinking ability he just obtained. Not to mention anything else, the problem he was still worrying about, the placement of the Mechanical Legion, was completely solved now. A 130,000-fold Mechanical Legion, even the largest, can shrink to the point where it is invisible to the naked eye of ordinary people. After all, among the mechanical warriors in Roddy's hands, the largest one is the Poseidon. The Poseidon is about 33 meters high. Reduced by 130,000 times, that is, a height of about 0.25 millimeters. How small is 0.25 millimeters? Put it on the ground, a person can't see its existence at all. Can you see every speck of dust on the ground? Unless it floats right in front of your eyes, you won't see it at all. This is still the largest mechanical warrior. The smallest mechanical warrior is only 2.2 meters, which is so small that you can't see it even if you put it in front of your eyes. In this way, let alone a million mechanical warriors. Even if it is tens of millions. Roddy can also pack them into a box, and put them in a different space to take and use at any time. Or just leave the box alone, no problem. Night. The three of Roddy had dinner outside and watched a new movie before going home. But tonight Gwen is going home again. No way. She's still a student, though now Chief George has accepted the fact that his precious daughter is with a playboy like Roddy. But this does not mean that he will agree with his precious daughter not returning home every night. So, Gwen currently lives at home at least 3 or 4 days a week. The rest can live with Roddy. This is also, no money is good, that Gwen fought for with great difficulty. But when she graduates from high school and can go to university, this situation will change. After all, in the United States, going to college means a child can be independent. Many young people from the United States move out after college. At that time, Gwen moved directly to live with Roddy, and I believe that even Director George would not have any objections. After sending Gwen home, Roddy and Daisy returned to Paradise Mansion. As soon as they got home, Daisy couldn't wait to take Roddy and ran to her bedroom. As for why not go to Roddy's bedroom? In Daisy's words, she was afraid that Gwen's nose would be too sharp and she would smell her. Roddy didn't know what to say. He could only silently cooperate with her. This night, Roddy didn't get much rest. Next morning, Roddy woke up before 8 o'clock. He turned around and saw that Daisy was still asleep, so he didn't bother. System, sign in. Roddy, who did not sign in on time last night, made another sign. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and obtaining the Man of Steel ability, this comes from Mutant Colossus. Hey? Hearing the system prompt, Roddy couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Man of Steel? To be honest, when I first heard the first half of the sentence, Roddy was still wondering, why did Superman's Iron Man come to Mutant? Can't be. Superman is also a mutant, right? Think about it and know it's impossible. Not to mention everyone knows that Superman is a Kryptonian. Even if it is divided according to the world, Mutant belongs to Marvel, and Superman belongs to DC, these are not the same world view. Chapter 105. But Roddy understood after hearing it. Feelings are not Superman's iron body, but Colossus' iron body. As soon as he thought of the appearance of Colossus after transformation, Roddy understood why this ability was called the Man of Steel. But just like Superman's body of steel is infinitely stronger than steel. The steel body of Colossus is not ordinary steel, but a carbon steel similar to money. Its hardness is second only to adamantium and vibranium. Therefore, these two are abilities that are said to be the man of steel, but actually have nothing to do with steel at all. But what really surprised Roddy was, he just drew a shrinking ability with alpha level potential yesterday. Why did I get another Colossus Man of Steel ability today? It stands to reason that the ability of Colossus is also alpha level, right? That is to say, Roddy has won the alpha variant ability for 2 consecutive days? This has never been done before. It is equivalent to playing a card game and drawing 2 SSRs in a row. But Roddy never won an SSR in his previous life. That thing is not for him. Man of Steel. Alpha Class. Opening the system interface, Roddy saw this ability in the column of the inactive ability. Not surprisingly, it is the potential of Alpha level. Another variant with high potential ability. The point is, Roddy was still thinking about how to solve Daisy's physical fitness problem. After all, her shockwave ability is strong, but it is also very frustrating to injure the enemy 1000 and self-destroy 800. And the key point is that Daisy's physical fitness is only at the level of ordinary people. But if she can have a man of steel, then the effect will be completely different. When the time comes, Daisy 460, who has become Iron Man, can fully release her own shock waves with all her strength. There is no need to keep your hands because you are worried about whether you will hurt yourself. Think of this. Roddy paused when he was about to take out the spare saline solution from the different space. He looked at Daisy who was still sleeping beside him. The last time I gave the ability to Gwen was because it was too late, and the ability was drawn earlier, but this time I can completely give this ability to Daisy directly, without going through another step. Roddy said heartily. As for how to explain to Daisy that he can bestow abilities on others? Does this need an explanation? Given the relationship between the two of them, how can this be explained? Anyway, it's a good thing. Daisy wouldn't ask, and Roddy didn't need to find a reason to prevaricate. Just say that this is a special ability of oneself. After all, in a certain sense, the existence of the system is indeed a special ability of Roddy. Or others do not have. Around 9 o'clock. Daisy just woke up from a deep sleep. Roddy didn't wake her up early, she was quite tired last night after all. Roddy has excellent physical fitness, coupled with a large amount of energy stored in his body. As long as the energy is not exhausted, he can be tireless. But not Daisy. Her physical fitness is only at the level of ordinary people. It's normal to be tired. But soon, Daisy's physical fitness can reach the level of a Superman. Even if it is not in the transformation state, Colossus has a physical quality far beyond ordinary people, but it will be infinitely stronger after transformation. Roddy, wake up! Roddy gently removed the hair covering Daisy's face, and said to her, when you wake up, go and wash your face, I have a gift for you later. What gift? Daisy stretched in a daze, and asked. You'll find out later, it's a good thing anyway. Roddy said. Hearing this, Daisy got up obediently, and then went to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. After a while, she came out of the bathroom. My arm doesn't seem to hurt anymore. Daisy said to Roddy when she came back. Her arm was injured the day before yesterday, and normally it won't get better so quickly. But the medicine that Roddy applied to her before was all produced by Osborne Group, which is expensive and the effect will be better naturally. That's why the pain went away so quickly. But it is not completely clear, still need to pay attention to some. But soon Daisy won't have to worry about her arms anymore. What gift did you just say? Daisy asked. This is it. Roddy took out his right hand. Daisy looked at his empty palm suspiciously. You don't have anything in your hand, she says. Roddy smiled, and stopped teasing her, and directly chose to give Daisy the ability of the Man of Steel. Next second, a silver light shines on Daisy from the palm of Roddy's hand. With a flash of light, the gift of ability is complete. Try it, I just sent you a special ability, I think it's quite suitable for you. Roddy said to Daisy. In fact, after Roddy gave Daisy the Man of Steel, she already instinctively understood what it was. Then, Daisy first looked at Roddy in shock, and then couldn't help but tried to use her newly acquired ability. Brush. In 2 or 3 seconds, the surface of Daisy's body was covered by a layer of silver-grey metal. Just a moment's work. Her whole body turned into a humanoid metal appearance. Daisy looked at her body in surprise. This feeling made her even more surprised than when she just obtained the Shockwave ability. After all, Shockwave's ability is invisible and colorless. Unless the ability is used, Daisy will not feel anything at all. But Man of Steel is different. Before transforming, Daisy felt that her whole body was full of strength. That power is more than 10 times stronger than when she was before. After the transformation, not only the power in her body became more terrifying, but even her appearance underwent such an astonishing change. Roddy, will I look ugly like this? Daisy asked with some concern. Whether it is a girl or not, the most concerned thing after the transformation is whether it looks good or not. Don't worry, it's not ugly at all, but rather cool. Roddy said. Heard. Daisy also went to the bathroom with suspicion, and saw her current appearance through the mirror in the bathroom. It's really cool. Daisy smiled at herself in the mirror. She felt as if she had turned into some kind of steel. Very amazing. After admiring her transformed appearance for a while, Daisy tried to transform back. I found that as long as I had this thought, my body would quickly return to its normal shape. It's so convenient. But the strength has been reduced a lot after taking back the transformation. Daisy muttered to herself. She felt that in the transformed state, her strength was at least dozens of times stronger than in the normal state. But even when she didn't transform now, Daisy found that her strength had increased by a huge amount compared to before. And Daisy found her arm was completely healed. This ability seems to be more than just transforming and improving physical fitness. In the process of transforming, she also healed her physical injuries by the way. In fact, Daisy felt right. The Man of Steel ability of Colossus is not only as simple as improving strength and defense, but at the same time, as long as his injury level is less than 70%, he can instantly heal his injuries through transformation. At the same time, in the transformed state, he no longer needs to eat, breathe, or even rest. That is to say, as long as he is in the transformed state, he is a perpetual motion machine. He no longer needs those things that human beings need. Definitely, only in the transformed state. If the transformation is withdrawn, then it's just that the physical fitness is much stronger than ordinary people. Not as exaggerated after transformation. And Colossus's stamina and strength after transformation are also quite terrifying. Among them, the power can reach hundreds of tons. Much stronger than Luke Kai-Ki. Definitely, that means after the ability has been developed to level 5. Now, Daisy, who has just acquired this ability and whose development speed is still at level 1, only has a power of 10 or 20 tons after transformation. It is far from reaching the level of hundreds of tons. And the upper limit of the strength of the Man of Steel can actually reach 1000 tons. That is, the effect of developing this ability to the limit of level 5. 1000 tons is already a rather exaggerated figure. After all, the human body is only so small. How big is a fist? With such terrifying power compressed into such a small volume as a fist, the destructive power it can unleash is simply unimaginable. The other side. While Daisy was admiring her newly acquired ability, Roddy is also feeling the changes in himself. After giving the Man of Steel to Daisy, Roddy gets a Man of Steel after random strengthening. And the magnification he got randomly this time is not as high as yesterday, but also reached 500 times. Not less. Moreover, Roddy's Man of Steel is still at level 2 development. One level above Daisy. Under normal conditions, a level 2 Man of Steel can have a strength of more than 40 tons after transformation. And Roddy, the 500 times stronger steel body. It has a strength of more than 20,000 tons. Chapter 106. As long as Roddy develops the Man of Steel to the 5th limit state, then his power after transformation will be enough to reach a terrifying 500,000 tons. The bully version of Spider-Man can stop a speeding train, and its strength is only 50 tons. And Roddy is 10,000 times as big as the bully version of Spider-Man. It is conceivable how powerful this force must be. And the strongest Man of Steel has always been defense, and Luong is the next level. So strengthening the Man of Steel by 500 times, the defense is its strongest point. Before strengthening, Man of Steel's defense was second only to adamantium and vibranium, but after strengthening 500 times, its defense was stronger than adamantium and super metals like vibranium. Reached a more high-end level. Definitely, that is the state after it has been developed to the limit of level 5. Right now, Roddy's defense of the Man of Steel developed to level 2 is almost the same as that of the Man of Steel developed to the limit of level 5 under normal circumstances. That is, second only to adamantium and vibranium. It's also great. Plus Roddy's energy absorption ability. There are really very limited people in this world who can hurt him. Roddy still doesn't know if there are some extremely terrifying guys in the Marvel Universe in this universe, similar to the Planet Devourer. If they exist, then Roddy definitely dare not say that he is invincible. But if you just focus on the planet Blue Star, dare Roddy say it? I am already invincible. Even if it is Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, the worst thing is to lock him in the mirror space, or banish him to another dimension. But want to kill him? As strong as Ancient One, it can't be done. The strength of Ancient One has reached the level of Level Godfather in the Marvel Universe. The strength of the Marvel Universe can be roughly divided into surface level, Level Godfather, Level Single Universe, Multi-Universe level, Super Universe level, and Almighty Universe level. In surface level is the level where most superheroes are. Things like Spider-Man, Iron Man, Black Panther, Captain America, etc., are all surface level. However, the strength of Iron Man is relatively vague. Because he was originally an ordinary person, but relying on his steel armor, Tony's strength can have a very high upper limit, Tianjin Group armor, or a very low upper limit, Mark I. And among the level Godfather, there is the Sub-Heavenly Father level. It is above the surface level and below the level Godfather, but in a certain aspect it can reach the level of the level Godfather. It's almost like the special Jainin in Naruto. Representative Thanos is the level Sub-Godfather. And level Godfather, needless to say. The Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One mentioned before, even Odin, the God King of Asgard, and the later Thor, all belong to the level Godfather. As for the higher level Single Universe, it is very powerful, like the Tenjin Group, it is the level Single Universe. The existence of this level can basically move freely in all directions in a single universe. Not to mention invincible, but one overlord is more than enough. And the higher multi-universe level, super universe level, and even almighty universe level are still far away from Roddy. At present, Roddy's goal is to reach the level Single Universe first. If that is the case, he is basically half invincible in this universe. Even if you look at the multi-universe, his strength is definitely not a weak person, he can have a certain right to speak, and it is even no problem to kill certain universes. But it is not so easy to reach level Single Universe. Roddy is very strong now, but he only looks very strong on Blue Star. But in the universe, there are still many existences that can threaten his life. Not to mention the overlord of the universe like Thanos, just a Ronin, I'm afraid it would be very dangerous. After all, Ronan always takes his own space battleship with him when he travels. It is estimated that Roddy is enough to absorb it. At present, Roddy's strength should have touched the threshold of Yaetian Father. In terms of his defensive ability, he has definitely reached the sub-Heavenly Father level. But other aspects are slightly stretched. The speed is okay, but most of the battles in the universe are driven by spaceships. Roddy can only run on solid matter. To fly, he has to rely on the magnetic field, but the magnetic field in many places in the universe is extremely weak, and Roddy will be blind when he gets there. So, this aspect is where he needs to strengthen in the future. In terms of attack, Roddy's energy absorption can release energy, which can also achieve a strong damage effect. There are also Cyclops, which are not weak. Magnetic field manipulation can also give Roddy great destructive power. In this regard, Roddy should be second only to defensive ability. But Roddy has a fatal weakness. That is, the spiritual level is very stretched. If you encounter an existence like Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, it is easy to be slapped out of your soul like the Green Titan. Although Roddy's speed is fast, he can dodge. But what if you can't escape? You can't take chances. Therefore, on the spiritual level, it really needs to be strengthened. Not only waiting for when you can sign in to get a similar variant ability, but also start from other aspects to see if there is any other way to improve your mental strength. Or get a helmet like Magneto. Ugly is a bit ugly, but it can save your life at critical moments. When Daisy came back from the bathroom, she saw Roddy looking at her with a smile. Roddy. She threw herself on Roddy and hugged him. Awesome. This ability is amazing. She said happily. As long as you like it. Roddy looked at her dotingly and said, how about it? Do you want to try it? I've tried it, you see. As she said that, Daisy transformed directly, and her two iron fists clanged against each other. No, what I mean is, try to use your shockwave ability with all your strength while transforming. Roddy said. Hearing this, Daisy couldn't help but shine. Yes. What Roddy said really reminded Daisy. The reason why she didn't fully use her shockwave ability before was because her body couldn't support it and would hurt herself. But now her transformed body is so powerful, she is absolutely indestructible. Now, should he sustain the shock wave's damage to himself? Thinking of this, Daisy immediately turned around and went to change clothes. Roddy, change your clothes quickly. She called back. Roddy smiled and used the cross-dressing ability to instantly change the shape of the clothes on his body. No matter how many times you look at this ability, you find it very convenient. Daisy looked at it with a look of envy. I'll get you a battlesuit later, in case you haven't been injured in the battle, but the clothes are damaged first. Roddy said. Yeah. Daisy nodded happily. In fact, she has long envied Gwen for having a beautiful and practical battlesuit. It's just that she is not a superhero, just a hacker who likes to stay at home and type codes, so she has never proposed to Roddy the idea of wanting a battlesuit. But today Roddy took the initiative to propose, so Daisy would naturally not refuse. Who would say no to a cool and sassy battlesuit? However, Daisy and Gwen's situation is different. Because Gwen has the energy absorption ability, the battlesuit only needs to be strong enough, but Daisy is different. Although her defense is very high after transformation, there will always be times when she can break her defense. Therefore, Roddy chose to use vibranium to build her a battlesuit. As for the shape of the battlesuit? Ask Daisy for her own opinion later to see if she has any ideas, if not, let Roddy decide for her. Let's go. After changing his clothes, Roddy hugged Daisy, and the two disappeared into the room instantly. Atlantic Ocean, an island. Roddy and Daisy appeared on this deserted island. Just here, there is no human habitation in a large area around, and you can use your ability to your heart's content. Roddy let go of his hand and said to Daisy. Daisy also had an excited look on her face, obviously she wanted to test the limit of her ability for a long time. In the past, it was only because my body couldn't bear it, so I didn't do it all the time. But now, Daisy thinks she can do it. Next second, Daisy's body began to be covered with a silver-grey metallic luster. 2 or 3 seconds later, she had completely turned into a metal person. Seeking flowers, 0. Man of Steel, open. Daisy took a deep breath, although she didn't need to breathe in this state, but she got used to it naturally. How can the breathing habits developed in 20 years be changed? Clenching her fists, Daisy looked at a mountain in the distance. Shan is the short hill on the island. Not tall. It's like 200 or 300 meters. Next moment, Daisy punches out. An astonishing shock force blasted along her fist towards the mountain hundreds of meters away. Bang! Amidst the loud noise that shook the sky, the short mountain of 200 to 300 meters was directly shattered by Daisy's fist. Countless rubble flew towards the sky, and some vegetation on the mountain was also instantly shattered by this terrifying force. The concussion wave was smashed to pieces, and some poor insects had no time to escape, and they ended up with no bones left. Wait until the dust settles. Looking at the short mountain again, there was originally a mountain of 200 or 300 meters, but now there is only a bare base left. It's like 20 or 30 meters. It looks very weird. Daisy couldn't help covering her mouth at this moment, looking at the destructive effect of her punch with a look of surprise. Roddy, did I really do this? She looked at Roddy in shock and asked. Roddy nodded and said, your ability is already very strong, but you have never really used it in the past. But how much strength did you use just now? 0. Daisy thought about it and said 40%. This surprised Roddy a bit. He thought that Daisy's ability would be very powerful in terms of destruction, but he didn't expect that with only 40% of the effect, it could flatten a short mountain. This is really a bit of the taste of shocking fruit. Roddy thought about it, and then asked, how do you feel about your body? Can you support a stronger shock ability? Daisy nodded, and said excitedly, I was also worried about this problem just now, but I found out that 40% of the shock wave hit me and I was fine, not even a little bit of pain. Then try to add a little bit more, add 10% to 10%, don't add too much at once. Roddy said. Yeah. Daisy. Nod. Next moment 1. She punches again. This time she used 50% of her ability. The shocking force blasted out directly made the deserted island under the two people's feet vibrate. After a while, the vibration gradually calmed down. I feel like I can add more. Daisy said. So she continued to increase her ability by 10%. Until the last punch, Daisy has displayed 10% of her concussion ability. With this punch, Daisy subconsciously blasted this force into the sky, because she was worried that if she continued to face the front, the whole deserted island might collapse. Then, Daisy's punch directly shattered the clouds thousands of meters high in the sky. The originally thick cloud layer was directly shattered under her punch, and there were even terrible marks like cracks in the sky. These traces spread over an area of about hundreds of square kilometers file size, and they existed for 3 or 4 seconds before disappearing. Daisy looked at this scene in shock, but she could already feel a tingling pain in her arm just now. Obviously, even in her transformed state, fully exerting her ability would still hurt herself. It's just that the extent of the injury is very limited, and it's just a tingling sensation. A Marvel version of Whitebeard. Roddy looked at the cracks in the sky that had disappeared, and muttered to himself. Whitebeard. Daisy nodded after hearing that. My ability really misses Whitebeard's vibrating fruit ability in one piece, but it doesn't feel as strong as the vibrating fruit. Daisy said. The cherry blossom country in this world also has manga about One Piece. In fact, the Sea of Dead Flames is here. Similar to some other famous cartoons, also exist. So Daisy also knows about Whitebeard and Zhen fruit, but she didn't think about it before. But today, I saw that my punch had the effect of smashing the sky, and Roddy's words made Daisy think of this character in the comics. Chapter 107. But compared to Whitebeard's power to shatter an island with one punch, Daisy felt that this was a little less interesting. Definitely not too bad. The equivalent of a little Whitebeard? Daisy thought happily. Next, Daisy tried a few more times. Every time she uses her full strength to cast the shock ability, her arm will always feel tingling. But it is only limited to the short period of time when using the ability, and it will be almost fine after a while. And this pain is not even a minor injury. As long as you exit the transformation state, you will recover directly. There is no burden or bad influence on the body at all. In this regard, Daisy is also completely relieved. And according to what Roddy told her, her Man of Steel ability can be further developed. As long as it is well developed, its strength will be thousands of times stronger than it is now. Thinking of this, Daisy is also full of expectations for the ability of this Man of Steel. Imagine that in the future, he would beat the Green Titan to his knees and beg for mercy with one punch, and even Thor would succumb to his fist. He couldn't help but laughed. Roddy next to him looked weird. Back from the desert island. According to what Daisy said, Roddy put a vibranium bracelet on her hand, and then touched the bracelet with his palm, turning it into a cool black battlesuit in a short time. The battlesuit Daisy designed for herself is in a dark style, and the overall look does not look like a superhero, but a bit like a supervillain. The whole body of 407 black battlesuit outlines Daisy's perfect figure, with white line texture dotted in the middle, making the overall battlesuit more tense. At the same time, the helmet she designed for herself is also sharp and angular, which looks very cool. The dark grey grid design is used for the position of the eyes. From the outside, it is impossible to see the inside. The screen outside the helmet can be seen through a small gap. Originally, Roddy wanted to give her a price cape, and the style of her battlesuit is quite suitable for a cape. But Daisy said she didn't like the cape. So it was not added to her. In this way, Daisy's battlesuit is completed. This made her happily look at it over and over in front of the full-length mirror, never getting tired of it. When Gwen came back at noon, Daisy also showed Gwen her new battlesuit, and Gwen also praised her battlesuit for its beautiful design. He also asked her if she would occasionally go with her to fight crime. Yeah. Daisy agreed immediately. Although she is usually a relatively homely person, Daisy also knows that Gwen is not the kind who goes out to play superhero every day, and only goes out once in a while. If you go every day, Daisy may be lazy and don't want to go. But only once in a while, Daisy thinks it's quite interesting. After all, she has just obtained a new ability now, and the original shockwave ability can be fully used again. This made Daisy seem like a child who just got a new toy, and couldn't help but want to show it off to someone. And this freshness is at its strongest right now. Maybe after a few months she'll get tired of it. But at least for now, Daisy still has the desire to express her new ability. Then it's decided, how about we set off tonight? Gwen is also very happy that she finally has a little partner to fight crime with her. When Natasha Romanoff invited her to join the Avengers, although Gwen refused, but I was still a little envious afterwards. Not that I envy the others who joined the Avengers. Instead, she envied that there are so many Avengers. Everyone fights crimes and executes justice together, which is much more interesting than her being alone. As for Roddy, Gwen knew that Roddy had little interest in playing superhero. The previous few times were also because of her relationship. Otherwise, Roddy would rather go to a bar for a drink, or go to some young people's party or something. So Gwen, who knew this, didn't force Roddy to fight crime with her, not to mention if Roddy was there, why would she need her? Roddy can handle everything easily by himself. Next few days, Roddy found his luck was over again. For several days in a row, all you get from signing in are some useless garbage abilities. It was all broken down by him and transformed into the proficiency of other useful abilities. While on the other side, Gwen and Daisy also officially started teaming up to fight crime. The two of them would go out every now and then in the evenings, and Roddy often saw reports about the two of them on the TV news. Those people also nicknamed Daisy the Iron Woman. An angry Daisy yelled for the guy who had nicknamed her to give him a good beating. How bad is it to name ability, to give her a nickname like Iron Woman? Not to mention the suspicion of plagiarizing Iron Man. Just say that this name is placed on a female superhero, that doesn't sound good. So in the next action, Daisy took the initiative to say her own nickname to the reporter's camera. Sky Ripper. A nickname full of genre degrees. When it was over, Daisy seemed to prove that her nickname was suitable for her, and she punched the sky, and performed the ability to smash the atmosphere with a punch on the spot. This caused countless people to shout in shock. There are also many C fans who think that her ability is very similar to Whitebeard's shaking fruit ability, claiming that the other party is the one who has obtained the shaking fruit ability. For a while, many people believed it. Then a campaign to find devil fruits was launched. Definitely. The end result must have been nothing. After all, Daisy's ability is brought about by her identity as an inhuman race, and it is not a devil fruit at all. But Sky Ripper or something, sure enough, Daisy is a middle-aged girl. Roddy used to think that this girl always liked to stay at home and face the computer, but at that time Roddy always thought that Daisy was studying hacking technology every day, typing code or something. Now it seems she may not be typing codes at all, but making up. I thought of Daisy sitting cross-legged, surrounded by a Coke tablet and watching the anime remake. The corners of Roddy's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. What's wrong with you? Daisy next to him still asked him with concern. Is the food not tasty? Roddy shook his head. It has nothing to do with the food, it's just that the picture he made up in his brain was so joyous, he just couldn't help but want to laugh. Today is the last day of June. Roddy sat on the sofa in the living room and checked his phone. Daisy is fighting with the Red Devil on the terrace outside. At this time, Gwen came over with a cup of hot water. Her relatives came these days, and Roddy asked her to drink more hot water. And Gwen seems to be used to drinking hot water now, and now she doesn't drink the ice water she used to love, and just holds a cup of hot water all day long. It seems that Daisy has fully adapted. Gwen sat down next to Roddy, looked at Daisy who was playing with the Red Devil outside, and said with a smile. Yeah, that's pretty good too. Roddy nodded. At this time, Gwen next to him looked at him with a half smile, and it wasn't until Roddy was a little creepy that Gwen looked away from his face. What to eat for lunch? Gwen asked. It's as if nothing just happened. But Roddy didn't think he was hallucinating. With Gwen's look just now, he doubted very much that Gwen already knew about his relationship with Daisy. It's just that she didn't say anything, as if she was waiting for the two of them to take the initiative to ask her about Kunbei. Order a meal delivery service, you order. Roddy picked up the tablet from the coffee table and handed it to her. Gwen reached out to take it, and Roddy also excused himself to go outside. On the terrace, Daisy was still playing with the Red Devil heartlessly. I don't know if I read it wrong, but Roddy always thinks that this silly dog seems to have grown up a bit recently, and he is obviously much taller than before. Silly dog, is this the second development? Roddy thought. But the bull ant in his echo garden grew bigger than the others after he gave him the mutant ability. And recently it has almost grown to the size of a normal mouse. Not to mention others, even Roddy has never seen such a big ant. Can only say, this thing is definitely a mutation. Maybe the Red Devil is also in a similar situation, but because of the small size of the ants, although the length is more obvious. And the Red Devil is originally an adult husky, its size is not small, so the head of the group is a little slower. But there's one thing Roddy doesn't understand. It was also given the mutant ability by him, why the bull ant and the red devil would change in size. But not Gwen and Daisy? Is it because they are human? But the bull ant and the red devil are animals, so they are different? Roddy didn't know if this was the case, but Gwen and Daisy hadn't changed much, which was good news. He didn't want to see Gwen and Daisy grow 2 or 3 meters tall one day. That picture. Too beautiful to dare to think. Roddy, the red devil is so smart. I feel like he can understand what I say. Seeing Roddy coming out, Daisy walked over excitedly and said to him. But in the next second, Roddy's words froze the happy expression on her face. Gwen really wants to know about us. He said. Daisy. Gwen knows? She subconsciously looked into the living room. At the moment, Gwen was sitting on the sofa ordering food, completely ignoring the 2 people outside. Definitely may have noticed it, but just pretended not to see it. Real or fake? Daisy asked quietly. It shouldn't be wrong, I feel like Gwen is waiting for the 2 of us to confess to her. Roddy said, how are you? It's been so long, are you ready? Daisy shrank her neck a little scared. Will Gwen kill me? She asked. I think it might have been me who was beaten. Roddy spoke his mind. He had felt that Gwen might already know about them, and thought about what would happen if Gwen found out, but after much deliberation, he probably wouldn't be able to escape if he was beaten up. Will the 2 fight together? Daisy asked. Roddy shrugged, saying he didn't know either. Let's confess in the afternoon, it's not a problem to keep it a secret. Roddy said. In fact, he wanted to confess to Gwen a long time ago, and he wanted to say it the next day after that day. It's just that Daisy won't let him talk. Said she wasn't ready yet and needed to wait. Roddy also considered Daisy's situation, so he kept hiding it from Gwen. But now, probably can't hide it. Seeing that Daisy still looked worried, Roddy gently took her hand and said, Don't worry, I will tell Gwen about this matter, and you can just sit aside and leave the rest to me. 0.4 Is this really okay? Daisy asked worriedly. That can't be helped. Roddy said. Hearing this, Daisy also nodded. It can only be the afternoon. After lunch, Roddy brought Gwen up to the front. Gwen, I have something to confess to you. Roddy said seriously. Say it. Gwen looked at him with folded arms. Seeing Gwen like this, Roddy was absolutely sure that she really knew it all along. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. No. Let me say it. Just as Roddy was about to speak, Daisy, who was lowering her head, suddenly raised her head and said. Then without any explanation, he dragged Gwen into the room, leaving Roddy standing outside alone. Wow! Roddy turned his head and glanced at the red devil who was calling out to him. I don't know if it's an illusion, but he always felt that there was a bit of gloating in the dumbfounded eyes. Silly dog, come here. Roddy waved. The red devil hesitated, probably because he was afraid that Roddy would beat it, so he hesitated before coming over. You silly dog has really grown up a lot. Roddy observed the red devil and was sure that this silly dog was indeed a lot bigger than before, but because he saw it every day, he didn't notice it before. Woo! The red devil who was touched by Roddy whimpered in fear, as if Roddy was going to stew it into a dog meat hot pot. Chapter 108. Roddy patted its dog's head angrily. Silly dog, won't you grow bigger than a lion and tiger in the future? If that's the case, your master, I won't be able to take you out. Roddy said. The red devil tilted his head and looked at his master, as if he was thinking about what the master said. After a while, the door of the room opened. Gwen came out of the room with Daisy. When Roddy saw it, he quickly let the silly dog play by himself, and then looked at Gwen who was walking over. You guys finished talking? Asked Roddy. Gwen gave him a savage look, then stomped on Roddy's foot. Then what else do you want? The two of us will fight directly to decide the outcome," she said viciously. Roddy also pretended to be in pain at the moment, and then said with a smile, "No, no, how can I be willing to let you fight?" "Hey!" Gwen snorted angrily and turned away. Although she has accepted Daisy, but facing Roddy, a flirtatious boyfriend, she was still a little angry. Daisy, who was following Gwen, also gave Roddy a helpless look at this time. Roddy winked at her, then turned around and followed Gwen, even coaxing and being obedient, which gradually made Gwen laugh. "Let her stop keeping a straight face." "Humph. I'll forgive you this time first, but if you have a next time, don't think about asking me to forgive you so easily," Gwen said angrily. Yes, I will definitely tell you in advance next time." Roddy nodded. "What?" Gwen stared at him with wide eyes. "No, I mean there will be no next time." Roddy quickly changed his words. Subconsciously spoke his mind. When Daisy next to her heard this, she couldn't help but looked at Roddy in surprise. This guy has a lot of guts. The tone that Gwen had finally let go came up again. Roddy couldn't help it, who made him say it smoothly. "I can only continue coaxing." Seeing him like this, Gwen didn't know whether to scold him or beat him up. This man, although from the first day they met, Gwen knew that the other party was a playboy, and it was impossible to love only himself with all his heart. But Gwen sometimes thinks that it would be great if Roddy only loved himself. Although Gwen had already made such mental preparations a long time ago. But when things came to an end, Gwen realized that just being mentally prepared was not enough. But at the moment, looking at Roddy coaxing him in front of him, Gwen found that he couldn't be cruel to him at all. There was no way she would leave Roddy, and she couldn't even beat him to vent her anger. Gwen sometimes wonders if she has fallen into some love magic cast by Roddy, or why is she so devoted to this man. Even Roddy can accept two boats. If it was in the past, she would never even have thought about it. But now, Gwen felt that this didn't seem to be unacceptable, and Daisy was also very nice, and the two of them got along well. If this person was Daisy, Gwen felt that she could accept it. "I'm so crazy," Gwen said heartily. In order to make Gwen happy, Roddy has been working hard in the next few days. Daisy is also helping. She didn't care that Roddy had two girlfriends, she was the third one after all. So in order to be able to stay by Roddy's side, and to make up for the guilt in my heart, Daisy has also been helping Roddy these days to please Gwen. In a few days, Gwen was also relieved. In fact, she wasn't that angry at first. After all, she has noticed the relationship between the two for a long time, and some cobweb signs in daily life do not mean that there is a problem between Roddy and Daisy. It's just that she didn't say it clearly. But in her heart, she had already accepted Daisy's existence. It's just that what Roddy accidentally said in his heart that day made Gwen a little annoyed. "So I lost my temper for a few days." But it's almost enough to lose your temper for a few days. If it continues, she is also worried that Roddy will be impatient, and don't be self-defeating at that time. That is not what she wants. Gwen lost her temper just to make Roddy take herself more seriously and let him know that she doesn't care about his flirting at all. But that doesn't mean Gwen wants to leave Roddy. Then, a few days later, the three return to the way they were before. It's just that when he is resting at night, Roddy sometimes has to think about where to go. If it was when Gwen was home to live, then there was nothing to worry about, but when Gwen was around, Roddy had to choose. He would like a peace. But whether it is Gwen and Daisy, it is impossible for them to agree. At least not for now. Fortunately, Roddy thought of a good idea behind him. When Gwen is away, he rests in Daisy's room. If Gwen came to live, he would rest in the master bedroom in the first half of the night and then go to Daisy's room to rest in the middle of the night. Definitely. Occasionally Roddy is kicked out by Daisy. Let him not disturb his sleep. But most of the time Daisy would still let him in. In this way, Roddy will become very busy every night, and often needs to run around. Fortunately, his physical fitness is good enough. Otherwise, within a few days, he might be exhausted. And that's just 2. If this becomes 5, 6, 7, or 8 in the future, it will be even more difficult to arrange the time. There are not even enough hours in the day. You can't stay in your room during the day and don't go out, can you? Is that going to rot in there? On this day at the end of July, something big happened on Blue Star. However, very few people know about this matter, and even fewer know the specific details. Unlike the last battle in Sokovia, it was basically exposed by the media afterwards. And it's not happening in the United States, but Hong Kong on the other side of the ocean. But on the day when the incident happened, Roddy, who was far away in Liberty City, still felt that strange feeling. He couldn't even tell what it felt like. In short, for a moment, he felt as if the whole world was pulled away, and he even vaguely saw the surrounding space twisting and deforming. But that was just a momentary change. Everything returned to normal afterwards, making Roddy even think he was hallucinating. Until a portal with sparks appeared in front of him, and then a bald woman in a yellow monk robe came out from the other side of the portal. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Roddy looked at the figure that appeared in front of him, and his complexion became serious all of a sudden. He had long thought that Ancient One would come to his door, but he had waited for a long time before, and the Sorcerer Supreme who protected Blue Star from alien invasions did not appear. At that time, Roddy wondered whether Ancient One didn't know his existence at all. But seeing Ancient One suddenly appearing now, Roddy knew that the other party still knew of his existence. Why didn't he come to him after so long? Is it because he is no threat to the world? Or will he save the universe in the future? Roddy thought of many possibilities in an instant. However, Roddy belatedly discovered that Ancient One's body turned out to be an illusory form. You are. Roddy looked at the Ancient One magician who seemed to be in a soul state in front of him. Young man, you are special. There was a reassuring smile on Ancient One magician's face. She walked up to Roddy slowly, and said in a peaceful tone, as you can see, my physical body has died, and now I am in the state of soul. Roddy nodded, and then asked, Magician, do you have any important explanations for coming to me? The Ancient One magician shook his head. I discovered your existence a few months ago. You are special and different from everyone in this universe. You come from a place outside the universe, but even I can't find out your origin. The Ancient One magician spoke calmly, but what he said made Roddy feel terrified. Months ago? Was that when he just crossed over? Unexpectedly, Ancient One magician found him so early. If the Ancient One magician wanted to attack him at that time and eliminate him as an outsider, Roddy would have no chance of escaping at all. After all, at that time, Roddy only had a half-baked self-healing ability, and the teleport ability he had just acquired. Not even the slightest ability to resist. Originally, I really wanted to exile you. The Ancient One magician glanced at Roddy with a smile in his eyes, as if he had seen through his inner thoughts. But then I used Time Gem to observe the future and found that your existence is beneficial to the entire universe. Among the millions of possible futures I've seen, the ending of our universe always ends in catastrophe. But since you appeared, the future of the universe has changed. He may still go to the Great Destruction, but there are also some possible futures in which he is carried over to the next stage. The Big Bang? The next phase? The Ancient One magician started saying something Roddy couldn't understand. But it sounds like his coming is still good for the universe. But think about it, if one day this universe is going to be destroyed, how could Roddy, as a person living in this universe, not do something? If he had that ability, he would definitely prevent the destruction of the universe. In that way, his existence is indeed beneficial to the universe. When I saw these possible futures, I changed my mind, and I wanted to see if you could prevent the universe from going to the end of the Big Bang. The Ancient One magician looked at Roddy with a smile, as if looking at his own child. Roddy felt weird. The Ancient One magician paused suddenly when he said this. Seems to be waiting for Roddy to ask her. So, Roddy thought for a while and then asked, Ancient One magician, I don't know what you mean by the Great Destruction in the next level 1 paragraph. What does the collective mean? Does the Great Destruction mean that the universe 137 will be destroyed? The Great Destruction is the end of the universe, and it is also the end of everything. Ancient One magician said calmly, every universe has a Great Destruction, the only difference is that the time is longer or shorter. Then how many years in the future will the Great Destruction of our universe be? Roddy asked urgently. This Great Destruction really represents the destruction of the universe. Think about it, if even the universe is about to be destroyed, wouldn't the creatures in the universe usher in their own demise? Roddy didn't want that day for himself or those he cared about. So he really wanted to know when this big shattering would come? If it's far away, then there's nothing to worry about. Even if Roddy's luck is not good, if it really takes millions of years, he will already be above super universe level, right? At that time, it is not up to him to decide whether or not the Great Destruction will come or not. But if it's been a few years, it's too bad. Roddy didn't think that it only took a few years for him to reach at least a multi-universe level of strength. If you're unlucky, not to mention the multi-universe level, even the level single universe is enough. If you reach the top, you will reach a level Godfather. But what's the use? It's completely useless. At that time, it will not be destroyed along with the universe. Probably seeing Roddy's worry, Ancient One magician also smiled and said, the time of the Great Destruction is not fixed, it may be the next second, or it may be hundreds of millions of years later. No? So random? Roddy was speechless. But the Ancient One magician suddenly changed the topic and said, among the millions of possible futures I have seen, the shattering of our universe is more than 10 years away. 10 years? That should be fine, right? Roddy let out a small sigh of relief. At least know an approximate time. Although Ancient One magician said before that the time of the Great Destruction is not fixed. But there are millions of possible futures that will usher in the Great Disruption after more than 10 years, so the probability of the Great Disruption in reality will be more than 10 years later, right? For more than 10 years, Roddy felt that it would be no problem for him to reach level single universe. But can it reach the multi-universe level? That's not easy to say. Chapter 109. Ancient One magician, what did you mean by the next stage? After learning about the Great Destruction, Roddy curiously asked the Ancient One magician about the lower level 1 segment she was talking about. But the Ancient One magician who heard Roddy's question smiled and shook his head. It cannot be said. Can't say yet? Roddy was helpless, since the Ancient One magician said he couldn't tell, then even if he continued to ask, the magician would definitely not tell him anything. Well, anyway, as long as it can solve the problem of the Great Destruction, it doesn't really matter if you go down to level 1 or not. Roddy nodded. The Ancient One magician just looked at him with a faint smile, then waved his hand. The space in front of him was suddenly distorted and shape-shifting. When everything recovered, Roddy found himself on a busy street. This is Hong Kong. Roddy looked at the various billboards around him and the Cantonese spoken by the passers-by in surprise, and looked at the Ancient One magician next to him in surprise, wondering what she suddenly brought herself here for. And Roddy found that the people around him didn't seem to see their existence at all. Even Roddy touched them with his hands curiously, but his palm went straight through the bodies of these people. Is this an illusion? Asked Roddy. The Ancient One magician shook his head and said, no, this is the past, half an hour ago. Half an hour ago? Roddy suddenly remembered, that seemed to be the moment when he suddenly felt the whole world change inexplicably. Before Roddy could ask any more questions, he suddenly saw two familiar figures appearing in front of him. Long face, back hair, this is not a curly blessing. Oh no, it is Doctor Strange. And the one following him, isn't that the Motu magician? This guy seems to have betrayed Camartage because of the Ancient One magician consuming dark dimensional energy. So, what about Doctor Strange versus Dormammu? Roddy turned to look at the Ancient One magician. Magician, is there any special reason for me to see these? Asked Roddy. The Ancient One magician walked up to Doctor Strange, who had already stopped, and said, "This is my successor, and also the strongest sorcerer supreme in the future. My time is running out. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can go to him." Not much time? Ancient One magician, are you serious? Do you think you can come back anytime you want? The boundary between life and death seems to be really the same on your side. Roddy was silent. He felt that the Ancient One magician was fooling himself. Definitely. It must be true that the Ancient One magician asked him to go to Doctor Strange if he didn't understand. After all, Doctor Strange is the next Sorcerer Supreme, although he was replaced by Wong because of the finger snap incident. But for at least the next few years, Doctor Strange is indeed Camartage's Sorcerer Supreme. But to say that Doctor Strange is the strongest existence in the outgoing Sorcerer Supreme? Roddy couldn't tell if it was true or not. At least in many universes, Doctor Strange can't be called the strongest Sorcerer Supreme. But it can't be denied that there are some universes where Doctor Strange is really strong. I just don't know if the Doctor Strange in this universe is the one who pulls the road? Or the one who is crazy? Or is it the one that is becoming the strongest Sorcerer Supreme? Hope it's not the middle one. Roddy remembered that there was a demonized Doctor Strange that directly collapsed the entire universe, and in the end he even had to seal himself to avoid affecting the multi-universe. The group of magicians, in Roddy's opinion, is really prone to accidents. For some reason that Roddy doesn't know, those Mephistos of different dimensions especially like to convert their power into spell books for the magicians to watch. It would be nothing if he met someone sober in the world like Ancient One magician. At best, just look at it, but definitely not use it. But if you encounter Caecilius and Doctor Strange whose obsession cannot be given up, it is easy to cause big trouble. If one is not good, it is also very common to collapse the entire universe. If it is more careless, it will affect the multi-universe, causing countless universes to be affected. That is also possible. But magician originally is a very crispy existence. If you don't give them a chance to cast spells, if you don't give them a chance to cast those dangerous spells, then even a single bullet can kill these magicians. While Roddy was thinking about what the phrase Ancient One magician meant, Doctor Strange was already fighting with Caecilius and the others. As the space of the dark dimension in the sky gradually invades the main universe, terrible dark energy is also pouring onto this planet. Suddenly, Roddy stared at his feet with wide eyes. At the moment when Dormammu's power invaded, he felt a force deep in the ground under his feet that seemed to be struggling to recover in advance. Roddy looked at Ancient One magician in surprise, and found that the other party was looking at him with a smile. "That's Tenjin Group?" asked Roddy. Ancient One magician's eyes showed you really know, and then nodded. "That's right, that's the member of the Celestial Group who has not yet recovered. When Dormammu invaded, his power tried to wake up early, but failed." Ancient One magician said. "Really?" Although Roddy has known for a long time that there is a certain member of the Celestial Group conceived inside the Blue Star. But he didn't expect this guy to have self-awareness before he was fully conceived. And he even tried to wake up early. But apparently he failed. The gestation of the Celestial Group is not that simple. If a member of the Celestial Group wants to wake up, it needs the cooperation of the cosmic rules. If the time doesn't come, it is as strong as the Celestial God Group, and it will not be able to resist the shackles of the universe's own rules. Therefore, even though the member of the Celestial Group had a premonition of Dormammu's invasion and wanted to escape early, he failed in the end. Wait. Who are those people? Roddy suddenly noticed that in an alley on the left, a teleportation door like a rectangular cloth panel was opened in the depths of the alley where there was no one. Then a blonde woman ran out of the door. Not long after, another group of uniformed people also ran out from the door, and soon disappeared after chasing the woman in front. Roddy blinked. If he's not mistaken, the blonde woman at the beginning should be the female version of Loki, right? And those who catch up behind are the Time Management Bureau, that is, the hunting team of TVA. What a mess! Roddy thought. It's Dormammu again, it's the Tenjin group again, and now even TVA has come out. Me. This universe is not a sacred timeline universe either. How could someone from TVA come over? That's from TVA. The Ancient One magician said without waiting for Roddy to ask. TVA is under Kong the Conqueror, and Kong the Conqueror has variants in many universes, and many of their variants create an organization called TVA to consolidate your dominance. So, there is actually more than one TVA? Do these variants of Conqueror Kong have any special obsessions? Why do everyone like to make a TVA so much? Even if you want to create an organization to secure your own dominance, why is it always called TVA? Can't you change your name? Roddy complained wildly in his heart. I feel that Conqueror Kang's brain must be a bit seriously ill. But let's not talk about whether Kong the Conqueror is mentally ill or not, but there are TVAs in this universe, and this is what surprised Roddy the most. Could it be that the Great Destruction mentioned by Ancient One Magician is actually the future of the universe set by Kong the Conqueror? Any timelines that weren't heading towards this future were he cut out? So what is Roddy's existence? Different numbers? Or is it also in Kong the Conqueror's calculations? Roddy suddenly had a creepy feeling, as if there was an invisible hand behind him controlling everything. Although these variants of Kong the Conqueror all like to create TVAs, the properties of these TVAs are also different. The Ancient One magician seemed not to see Roddy's ugly face, and continued on his own, and our universe TVA, the meaning of its existence is also to prevent the coming of the Great Destruction. What? Roddy just came up with a lot of conclusions to scare himself, but the Ancient One magician turned around and said that the TVA of our universe was created to eliminate the Great Destruction. Is Kong the Conqueror of this universe still a good guy? Eddie didn't care whether Kong the Conqueror was a good guy or not. All he cares about now is whether this guy knows about his existence. He does not know. The Ancient One magician once again saw through Roddy's mind, and said to him with a smile. Magician, are you sure? Roddy confirmed again. Ancient One magician nodded, smiled, and said, I told you, you are special. In fact, the reason why I discovered your existence is also a coincidence. The first time I discovered you, it was in that Paradise building. Maybe you don't know it, but it's actually where Strange once lived. Definitely, he doesn't live there anymore. There is such a thing. Roddy was speechless. It was because of this bizarre coincidence that he would be discovered by the Ancient One magician. If he was not in the Paradise mansion when he crossed back then, but somewhere else, then it is impossible for him to be discovered by the Ancient One magician just because he crossed over. There is something in you, I don't know what it is, I can't peep at its claws, but its existence does protect you and hide your true identity. The Ancient One magician looked at Roddy with deep eyes, which was actually the reason why she didn't take Roddy to exile immediately. God knows that she was originally observing Strange that day, but suddenly discovered that a soul power that did not belong to this universe suddenly appeared there. She checked the past curiously and found Roddy, a soul that does not belong to this universe. As a result, before she could decide what to do with Roddy, she realized that she no longer felt abnormal about him. It was as if Roddy belonged in this universe. If it wasn't for the fact that Ancient One magician was convinced that he didn't have a wrong perception before, he would probably have wondered if it was because he had absorbed too much dark power over the years, so that he had delusions. After. Ancient One magician always pays attention to Roddy's movements. She even did not hesitate to absorb a large amount of dark power again to activate the time gem, so that the power of the intergem comes with a peek into the corner of the future. Among the new futures she peeked into, Ancient One Magician discovered, Mei Wanghao, a figure she couldn't see clearly. The other party affected the fate of the universe that was already doomed. Forcibly reversed the fate of the universe that should have come to an end in the Great Destruction. Although Ancient One Magician didn't clearly see Roddy's figure in the corner of the peeped future, she was already extremely sure in her heart that the figure she couldn't even see clearly was. It's Roddy. He is the only one who can ignore the power of Time Gem, so that even Time Gem cannot see his existence. These things, Ancient One Magician did not tell Roddy. Roddy didn't know either. The future is changing at any time. Ancient One Magician is not sure if he told Roddy these things in advance, will it affect the original future? So she can only remind Roddy in another way. Make him aware of the existence of the Great Destruction. Give him a sense of urgency. So, if Roddy originally had a 99.99% probability of reversing the occurrence of the Great Destruction, then after being reminded by the Ancient One Magician, this probability may increase to 99.99%. 99%, or even higher. The other side. After hearing what Ancient One Magician said, Roddy knew in his heart that the unknown power that Ancient One Magician said was actually his system. It was the existence of the system that blocked his origin. Also erase him from certain existential prying eyes. In simple terms, it is that Roddy does not exist in the cause and effect of this universe, but appears in a vague form. Unless, like Ancient One Magician, he was discovered before the system was awakened. Otherwise, after that, no one will notice his abnormality. Chapter 110. After understanding this situation, Roddy also heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I thought I was already being targeted by those cosmic gods and the like. It seems that I still underestimated the ability of the system. Roddy thought to himself. The existence of the system is undoubtedly his biggest trump card. Since even Ancient One Magician, who happened to discover him early in the morning, didn't peep into the existence of the system. Then Roddy can rest assured to know. Ancient One Magician holds a time gem in his hand. Even she, who owns the time gem, didn't see any traces of the system. Let alone others. Seeing Roddy's relaxed expression, Ancient One Magician also smiled. She didn't press about Roddy's secret, though. In fact, most of the time, Ancient One Magician is a person who has no desires or desires. She pays attention to doing things naturally, and she has a kind of disillusionment. And she doesn't even care about her own life, let alone the secrets hidden by others. That's why, the Ancient One Magician never bothered Roddy. Instead, he didn't come to find Roddy and tell him these things until after his death. While Roddy was chatting with Ancient One Magician about Kong the Conqueror and TVA, the dark dimensional space in the sky also gradually receded. The surrounding objects and people eroded by the dark energy also returned to their previous state. Only Caecilius and others who originally absorbed the dark energy were taken away by the retreating Dormammu amidst the screams. After all, these guys are Dormammu's believers. Since Dormammu promised that Doctor Strange would not invade the space of the main universe, he would naturally not keep these believers with their own power here. Just drop by and take a piece away. However, the results of Caecilius et al. Who were taken away are probably not very good. Everything that enters the dark dimension is assimilated into dark energy. Dormammu's so-called immortality, great power, and other deceptive words are actually lies. But in a sense, he doesn't seem to be lying either. Isn't being part of the dark dimension equal to eternal life in another sense? And you have become a part of the dark dimension, and the entire dark dimension is equivalent to countless you. How strong is the power of the dark dimension? Doesn't that just give you 280 extremely powerful power? So, actually Dormammu didn't lie or cheat. Space distortion, deformation. Roddy found himself back in the living room. The Ancient One magician was quietly floating in midair at this moment, with a faint golden light covering her around her body. Combined with her bald head, she looked like a Buddha. Magician, what are you? Roddy looked at the suddenly high-profile Ancient One magician in puzzlement. My time is up. Ancient One magician looked at Roddy with a smile and said, young people, remember that the universe is endless, and only by going farther can we see more futures. As he spoke, the body of the Ancient One magician became more and more illusory. Knowing that the word future fell at the end, there was only a piece of golden light left in front of my eyes. Vaguely, Roddy seemed to see the Ancient One magician floating towards a certain golden channel. She smiled and nodded at herself until she disappeared completely. Shine! The vision in front of him completely disappeared. Roddy stood where he was, recalling the last words of Ancient One magician before he left. Only by walking further can we see more future? What does it mean? If you go farther, how can you count as farther? Ancient One magician is telling him not to stay on the planet Blue Star all the time, but to go out to see the universe more often? Roddy thought. But he always felt that Ancient One magician should not mean that. The endless universe. Does Ancient One magician refer to multi-universe? Roddy suddenly thought of a possible answer. If it refers to multi-universe, then it has indeed gone far enough. They have all left the universe, isn't that enough? But Roddy also doesn't have the ability to travel through the multi-universe. His teleportation ability, at most, is to teleport within this universe, and he can't even teleport to places that are too far away, such as teleporting from the south of the Milky Way to the north. With such a long distance, he would definitely not be able to do it. Not to mention teleporting directly to another universe. That is even more impossible. And Roddy also couldn't think of any mutant variant ability that could travel between different universes. Phoenix Force is able to do this. After all, it is the other power of Almighty Universe level. But does Phoenix Force count as a variant of ability? Or in other words, is the ability that belongs to the mutant body considered a range that the system can extract? If so, then Phoenix Force can think about it. But if the Phoenix Force is really drawn? To be honest, Roddy felt that he didn't need to go to any other universe at all, and he could solve the problem of the Great Destruction directly. After all, that's Phoenix Force. Almighty Universe level and other powers. Isn't it easy to solve the problem of the destruction of the single universe? But what kind of luck do you have to draw Phoenix Force? Roddy's luck has been bad. Only under certain circumstances will there be a sudden increase in luck. But it didn't increase so much that he could draw Phoenix Force all at once. Therefore, even if Phoenix Force can really be drawn, Roddy doesn't think it can be done in the short term. Without the ability to travel through multi-universes, it is naturally impossible to go to other universes. If you cannot go to other universes, you may not be able to reverse the fate of the universe in the Great Destruction more than 10 years later, and you will die in the end. Definitely. Nor is it absolute. Maybe in a few years Roddy will draw Phoenix Force? Or is there a mutant that he doesn't know that also has the ability to travel through the multi-universe? Anyway, there are all kinds of possibilities. Roddy didn't need to be worrying now. Just continue to live the life as you want, and you can't change anything if you are frightened. However, there is still a sense of crisis that should be there. For example, the Ancient One magician said before that he could go to Strange if he wanted to know anything. Roddy thought it was a good suggestion. And if he remembers correctly, it seems that Camartage has magic that can travel through multi-universe? Or runes or something. Roddy can't remember clearly either, but he seems to remember having similar abilities. That being the case, Roddy decided to go to Camartage to visit the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme. Considering that Doctor Strange has just dealt with Dormammu, coupled with the alternation of the old and new Sorcerer Supreme, Camartage may be busy at the moment. So Roddy didn't go to visit immediately. About 4 or 5 days later, Roddy thought it was almost time. So he drove to 177A Bleecker Street in Liberty City, where Kamartaj's holy place is located in Liberty City. Kamartaj has 3 holy places. This holy place in Liberty City is the lair of Dr. Strange. Unlike the Ancient One magician who likes to stay in Kamartaj, Dr. Strange prefers to stay in the holy place of Liberty City, treating this place as his own residence, eating and lodging almost all here. But ordinary people, psi, cannot find this holy place. Just like the Muggle expulsion spell in Harry Potter's world, Shima-Taj has a similar spell that can prevent ordinary people from finding the holy place. In the eyes of ordinary people, this building does not exist at all. There is no house number 177A at all. But in fact, the holy place is there, never changed. This is the power of magic. Not scientific at all. But it's magic. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there were not many pedestrians on the road, so Roddy parked his car in a paid parking space on the side of the road. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a figure in a cloak standing at the door of a building with a different style across the road. The figure stood at the door of the building, not moving and not knowing what it was doing. At this time, the door of the building opens. Then 2 men, one tall and one fat, came out of it. "Wang, listen to me, I really suggest you go to the hospital for a physical examination. According to your current eating habits, your body will soon go wrong." The tall, long-faced man walking on the left is Strange, who just succeeded Ancient One as Kamartaj's new Sorcerer Supreme. And the chubby-looking jubilant man walking next to him is Kamartaj's librarian Wang. Wang at the moment was walking ahead with an impatient expression. Strange, who was behind him, also quickly caught up, and seemed to want to continue persuading him to go to the hospital for a checkup. At this moment, both of them stopped in unison, looking at the figure that appeared in front of them. The figure was wearing a dark green cloak, and his entire face could not be seen clearly in the shadow. But that familiar feeling made Strange and Wang both stop in their tracks, and looked at each other with frowns. "Hi! My friend, what's the matter with you?" Strange asked. At this time, the man in the cloak in front of him suddenly reached out and took off his hood, revealing a face that was very familiar to both Strange and the king. "Modu! *2. The two exclaimed. In the next moment, he immediately put on a defensive posture, and looked at Modu in front of him with a serious face. "Haven't seen you for a long time," Modu said lightly. "I don't think it's been that long." Strange spoke. Modu's eyes were bloodshot, and he felt as if he hadn't slept well for several days and nights. At this time, the king said, "Modu, why did you betray Kamartaj? Didn't you hate traitors the most in the past?" Wang's question made Modu look over. "It's you, so you have become Strange's little follower now." Modu looked at his former junior with indifference, and said mockingly, "In the past you followed Ancient One, now you follow Strange behind Lan Qi. Wang, you like being a follower so much." "Hey! Wang is not my follower," Strange explained. "No one will think that I am your follower, except this madman." Wang glared at Strange, and then said to Modu with an ugly face, "Modu, you have changed, you wouldn't say such things in the past, it seems that you have been possessed." "Magic!" Modu sneered, "The ones who are really possessed are you. It's you magicians. In this world, there should be no magicians. You are the biggest threat in this world." He roared, hysterical like a lunatic whose faith had collapsed. "Sorry. Excuse me." At this time, a strange voice suddenly came from behind Modu. The three looked at each other at the same time. It was a very young and handsome Asian young man, well dressed, and from Strange's past professional perspective, the price of the other's attire was at least $100,000 or more. And the watch that was inadvertently exposed on his hand, if Strange read it correctly, the value of the difference should be more than $1 million. Don't ask him how he knew, because he used to own a watch of the same brand, but the grade was not as high, but it was worth more than $300,000. Obviously. This is a rich man, he should be a rich second generation. After all, if they are young talents of this age, they are basically famous, and Strange doesn't think he has never heard of them. Sir, this is a private matter between us, please don't get involved. Strange said to the man. His original intention was not to implicate innocent passers-by. After all, although Modul looks depressed, it is precisely because of this that he is even more dangerous in this state. After all, what's more dangerous than a madman with a weapon of mass destruction? And Mordo is a lunatic with a weapon of great destruction. He is now more insane than any lunatic, no matter what crazy moves he makes, Strange will not be surprised. Excuse me, I'm here to find someone. Do you know a man named Stephen Strange? Roddy asked with a smile. Yes. The young man who suddenly appeared and interrupted the conversation between the three of them happened to be Roddy, who happened to be visiting Dr. Strange. Chapter 111. You looking for me? No, there is no such person. Strange and Wang spoke at almost the same time. It's just that what the two of them said actually has two meanings. After the words were spoken, the two looked at each other. Wang had a disgusted expression on his face, and his eyes seemed to be looking at a fool. Strange also realized that he should not admit that he was the person the other party was looking for. After all, now is not a good time. And if Moda didn't care about the passerby just now, then after knowing that the other party is looking for Strange, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to let him go. Mordo's hatred for Strange is second only to a magician. After all, Strange is now the new sorcerer supreme in the Ancient One magician mantle. Modu is so crazy now, on the one hand, because of the collapse of faith, how much he supported Kamartaj in the past, and how much he hates Kamartaj now. At the same time, the Ancient One magician passed the position of sorcerer supreme to Strange, a newcomer, not the old man who had been by his side for so many years. It is impossible for Modu to say that he has no complaints in his heart. It's just that before this complaint broke out, Yuandu's belief had already collapsed. But from the bottom of his heart, Mordo hated Strange very much. This new sorcerer supreme. Oh. So I came to look for you, Strange. Mordo looked at Strange with a sneer and said. Subsequently, he turned his head to look at Roddy. His eyes were cold and he said, doesn't this gentleman know what to come to Strange for? Mordo instinctively thought that the other party was guided by someone to come to Strange to learn magic. Just like countless people in the past who were directed to find Kamartaj. Even himself. Only. This time the other party came to the holy place in Liberty City. Someone told me that if you don't understand anything, you can come to Mr. Strange. So I came here. Roddy nodded and said, but let's not talk about it, sir. What did you just say? Magicians shouldn't exist? Is this the world's biggest threat? What? You disagree with what I said? Mordo looked at Roddy coldly, as if the other party was already a dead man. In fact, it is true. In Modu's eyes, Roddy is a person who wants to learn magic and use spells, and there is no difference between those who run over. Such a person, Modu in the past would appreciate it very much. Even be guided. But now, Modu, whose faith has collapsed and his thinking has been distorted, just thinks that such people should be damned. I do have some ideas. Roddy nodded and said, first of all, I want to ask, sir, you should also be a magician, right? Mordo nodded. Since that's the case, sir, you said that magicians are the biggest threat in this world. Does that mean that you are also a member of this biggest threat group? Roddy said. If that's the case, then why don't you act aggressively, sir? If you really think so, wouldn't suicide be your final destination? Hearing this, Strange and Wang at the side couldn't help looking at Modo with strange eyes. Yes. This guy keeps his mouth shut. Magicians shouldn't exist, spells shouldn't be used. Also say that magicians are the greatest threat to this world. Aren't you a magician yourself? Why don't you commit suicide first to show your firm belief? If you don't even dare to commit suicide, does that mean that what you said before is actually nonsense? Even you don't believe it at all. Are you still trying to convince others of this theory? Joke. Sharp teeth. With strong murderous intent in his eyes, Modo looked at Roddy and said coldly, as long as I complete my goal, I will naturally give up this magic, but now I still need them. When you succeed, you will be the only magician in this world. Who will know if you have really given up magic at that time? Maybe you're just pretending. Roddy spread his hands and said. I don't believe what Modo said at all. I don't need you to believe me. Modo's tone finally changed. He was no longer as indifferent as before, but instead felt a little more angry. Sharp-mouthed boy, since you also want to use the power of magic, now I will show you what real magic is. Modo roared angrily, apparently really annoyed by Roddy. Stop! Mordo! Strange and Wang shouted. But in the next second, the two found that the distance between themselves and Modo had been infinitely widened. When they looked around, they realized that they had fallen into a mirror space. When did this guy Modo activate the mirror space? The two were shocked and angry. Surprised that Modo could activate the mirror image space without a sound, even Strange, the new Sorcerer Supreme, had not noticed it, and the spell had already been cast. The anger was because the current situation made it too late for them to stop Modo from killing that innocent passerby. Thinking of someone dying because of him again, Strange couldn't help burning with anger. Damn it! This guy Modo is completely crazy. While speaking, Strange and Wang also stretched out their hands to draw a circle in front of them, opened the portal and ran in. The other end of the portal, not far from Modo, is a street that has been extended infinitely. At the moment Mordo is using spells to summon Lockmord's Flame of Death. The black flame devours everything and covers a large space around him, forming a closed circle, enclosing Roddy in it. Next second. Before Strange and Wang could stop it, the black flames engulfed Roddy like a tsunami. No! Strange shouted piercingly. With a wave of his hand, a magic whip lashed towards Modo in front. However, Modo just waved his hand, and a magic shield was generated in his palm, which easily blocked Strange's attack. Modo! You have gone completely mad. Now you have become a threat to this world. Wang shouted loudly. At the same time, they teamed up with Strange beside him to besiege Modo together. The two displayed various attack magics in an attempt to defeat Modo. However, the strength of Modo after Blacken is several times stronger than before. He easily blocked the attacks of Strange and the King, and even had the strength to counterattack, making Strange and the King look a little overwhelmed for a while. It's useless, you can't stop me. Modo laughed, just like Caecilius in the past. The difference is that Caecilius used the power of the dark dimension, but Modo used pure dark magic. He didn't know where he learned these spells, each of them was surprisingly powerful. Includes previous Lockmorder's Flame of Death. Under his control, it directly transformed into a black dragon and attacked Strange and Wang. Just when Mordo suppressed Strange, the new Sorcerer Supreme, and Wang, the librarian, with his own strength, a voice that should have disappeared suddenly sounded behind Mordo. Is this what you rely on? Dark magic full of evil breath. The movements of Modo's hands couldn't help but pause. With a surprised expression on his face, he turned and looked behind him. Really? He saw that Roddy, who should have been burned to ashes by the flames of death, was standing behind him intact at this moment, looking at him with a smile. It's like a cat playing with a mouse. Modo's heart skipped a beat. Then he said in disbelief, "Impossible. There is no trace of magic on your body, how could you survive under the flames of death? Traces of magic. Roddy smiled. Sorry, I forgot to tell you, but I actually have a magical immunity physique. It wasn't just Moto who was stunned. Even Strange and Wang, who were slightly embarrassed after being beaten just now, were dumbfounded after hearing Roddy's words. Magical immunity? Is there such a body in this world? Wouldn't that be their magician's Tianqi? Nonsense! Mo said angrily, there is no such thing as magical immunity in this world. You must have used some other method, right? Ask for flowers. Roddy spread his hands and said helplessly, I can't help you if you don't believe me, but the fact is like this. Stop bluffing me! Mordo yelled. Then with a wave of his hand, the death black dragon that was entangled with Strange and the king came towards Roddy. I don't believe you can block the second time. He growled. And Roddy just looked at him with a smile, standing on the spot with his hands folded, not showing the slightest intention to dodge. Seeing this scene, Strange and Wang, who originally wanted to stop it, also stopped, watching the death black dragon engulf Roddy once again with curious faces. Next second, the expression on Mo's face suddenly changed. He found that he had lost control of the flames of death. This is simply impossible. Unless usefulness in dark magic is behind him, but apart from the witch he met before, who else in this world can surpass him in dark magic? Look at Mo's face. Strange touched Wang beside him with his elbow, and said to him. Wang nodded, he saw it too. Modu's face seemed uglier than eating Ollie. Just when the two were still wondering, the death black dragon, who was majestic a second ago, suddenly seemed to have encountered something terrible at this time, and the death flames that formed the black body instantly dissipated. 0. Follow. The huge flame of death is constantly shrinking towards the center. About 3 or 4 seconds. The flames of death that originally covered hundreds of meters were compressed into a volleyball file size. Then the boot disappeared between Roddy's hands. Disappeared. Strange and Wang stared wide-eyed, watching this scene happen in front of their eyes in disbelief. This man actually devoured that terrible flame of death. How did he do it? Is it really the constitution of magical immunity? Can magical immunity swallow magic? Isn't that two different things? The two wanted to break their heads but couldn't figure out what the reason was. And Modu, who watched the flames of death he summoned being swallowed with his own eyes. Roaring hysterically at this moment, angrily cursing Roddy as a nasty thief. Roddy! I have already said that I have a magical immunity physique, but you still want to deliver it to your door by yourself. Now the magic is stolen from me, you say I'm a thief? This is too much. That being the case, it's back to you. For the sake of you wanting this black flame so much, let's go. Give it back to you. As Roddy said, a black flame appeared in the palm of his hand. Next second, as soon as he raised his hand, the terrifying black flames shot out toward him. The flame instantly engulfed Modu. In the black flames, a bright red light flickered, flickering on and off. About 2 or 3 seconds. The red light was like broken glass, and instantly turned into countless fragments and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, there was the scream of Modu. Good da! Strange and Wang looked at Mordo who was engulfed by the flames of death, and an inexplicable picture of himself being scorched by the flames of death emerged in their minds. Involuntarily, the two of them also swallowed their saliva, and looked at the smiling Roddy over there, feeling a little scared of this man in their hearts. So miserable. It's too awful. Is Mordo dead this time? The two thought to themselves. After all, the flame of death is an evil flame summoned from another dimension. It can not only incinerate matter, but also incinerate soul. It's a pretty scary dark magic. Speak up. Fortunately, this flame of death is not a kind of flame that only targets the soul, otherwise Roddy really couldn't absorb it. After all, His energy absorption ability can absorb magic power, but if it is the kind of magic attack that only targets the soul, he really dare not say that he can absorb it. I'm afraid that before I can absorb it, my soul has already been tortured in pain. Chapter 112. The black flames of death quickly dissipated. A body that was roasted and no longer had a human form was exposed. Strange and the king stepped forward to check and found that Mordo had been burned to a charred appearance, if he hadn't drawn a lot of magic runes on himself. At this moment, I am afraid that even the coke will not be left. There will only be countless scum. Is that settled? Strange looked at Wang next to him and asked. Wang nodded and looked at Roddy over there with a curious look in his eyes. Was that just some special ability? As for the magical immunity physique, Wang naturally didn't believe it. The same goes for Strange. Although the two were bluffed by Roddy at first. But soon they realized that Roddy was joking. It's hard to say whether there is a magical immunity physique in this world, but Roddy's is definitely not a magical immunity physique. I never heard that you are immune to a thing, but you can also absorb it and release it. Is it as simple as immunity? It doesn't mean anything at all. Sir, thank you for helping to deal with this traitor. As the new Sorcerer Supreme, Strange naturally wants to express his gratitude to Roddy at this time. And he was quite curious. Roddy said before that he was here to find him. It was still introduced. Don't know who that person is? What's the matter with him again? Don't be too busy to say thank you. Roddy waved his hand, then pointed to the surroundings and said, will your Camartage magicians lose their magic even after they die? It turned out that 583. Roddy found that although Mordo was burnt into coke by the flames of death, the mirrored space was still there and hadn't disappeared. Etc. Strange reacted to Wang Ming. Yes. How could the mirror space still exist? The two quickly turned to look behind them. There. Modu, who was already dead and couldn't die anymore, at this moment his scorched body unexpectedly moved. It's like cheating a corpse, suddenly twisting its limbs and getting up from the ground. That scene, to be honest, was pretty scary. In particular, Modu was scorched by the flames of death at this moment, and his inhuman form, the whole look has a horror element, coupled with the weird body movements. It makes it easier to feel fear. Fraud? Still not dead? The three looked at Modu who got up. At this moment, Modu opened his burned mouth, and let out a painful roar from the depths of his throat. At the moment, Modu's consciousness is still in this body. Although his soul suffered a heavy blow. But it's still there, it's not gone. But he's in really bad shape right now. And worst of all, although he didn't die completely, the backlash from using a lot of dark magic finally reflected on him when he was extremely weak at this moment. Modu felt that his soul was being torn apart by countless claws. Countless bright-colored granulation began to grow from the surface of his body. These granulations wrapped around his scorched body like plant vines, enveloping him bit by bit. Roddy and the three of them were taken aback by the astonishing change in Mordo's body. The three of them took a step back in unison. It's really scary that Mordo looks like this right now. Numerous granulation sprouts that looked like flesh and blood tissue emerged from the body. They twisted and squirmed crazily, enveloping Mordo like big worms. In the blink of an eye, Mordo is a huge blob 5 or 6 meters high. It looked hideous and disgusting. It also stinks disgustingly. What's this? Roddy doesn't know anything about magic, so at this time he can only ask for advice like a professional. It's the backlash of magic. And it's the backlash of dark magic. Wang is not a half-baked sorcerer supreme like Strange. As the administrator of the Camartage Library, he has stayed in Camartage for so many years. As for the reserve of knowledge, it is completely unmatched by Strange, a novice supreme. At the moment, Strange still looked frightened. But Wang has already analyzed Modu's situation at the moment. Magic backlash is strong and weak. But no one is weak against the backlash of dark magic. As we all know, the biggest problem with learning dark magic is that the power of dark magic is likely to sneak in when you are weak. Yes. Dark magic has its own consciousness. They are like another form of life. It will give you a fatal blow when you are weakest. This is the current state of Modu. Even though he barely endured the scorching flames of death just now, his overall condition is also unprecedentedly bad. Also in his extremely weak state, the dark magic he had learned before began to backlash against him. They want to turn against the guest and turn Mordo into a servant of darkness. As for what monster will it transform into? Even the king doesn't know this. But it's definitely not something easy to deal with. Before he is transformed yet, we must destroy him in advance. Wang said loudly. Although Strange didn't know what kind of monster Mordo would be transformed into, he also understood what the king meant. So the two immediately shot, attacking the roundness that was still being transformed in front of them. But it shouldn't be possible to call him Modu now. The real Modu has disappeared at this moment, and what is being bred now is a monster from another dimension. Boom! Bang! The magic attack fell on this huge amounts of blob that was constantly bulging and bursting, but whether it was Strange or Wang, the attacks of the two were unable to cause any damage to the blob. Even their attack seems to hasten the breeding of monsters. Stop! Wang Li immediately shouted loudly. He grabbed Strange who was still about to make a move. No, you can't fight anymore, it will absorb our calendar area. As Wang said, he subconsciously glanced at Roddy next to him. This ability seems familiar. Roddy didn't care about the king's eyes, he looked at the blob in front of him, suddenly took out a weapon from a different space, and then appeared in front of the blob as if he disappeared instantly. Hit it hard with a knife. GG. Vibranium's long knife slashed on the blob, the blade sunk in and made a disgusting sound. Roddy's hairs stood on end in disgust. He quickly retreated, avoiding the attack of several granulation sprouts coming out of his eyes on the blob, and returned to his original position. In the eyes of Strange and Wang, Roddy suddenly appeared in front of that blob as if teleported, and then disappeared suddenly, returning to the origin. Physical attacks are useless. Roddy put away the vibranium long knife and said. What he just used was not teleportation ability, but Quicksilver's speed. With supersonic speed, Roddy sliced through this vibranium long knife. Originally thinking that since this thing could absorb magic energy, he would try physical attacks. It turned out that this thing was more disgusting than he imagined. Since physical attacks are completely useless, I'll try something else. Roddy said. A red laser beam was released from the eyes and blasted on the blob. In the next second, the blob was blown away. It flew tens of thousands of meters away and smashed dozens of buildings before stopping. Roddy ran over to check. The blob found in the ruins is still nothing. At this time, Strange and Wang also came out of the portal and looked at the blob. No, although your attack can shake it, it is still energy in essence, and it will still absorb part of it, but it doesn't absorb as much magic energy as it does. Wang shook his head and said. Well, it looks like they really can't stop this monster from being born. Fortunately, this mirror space is still maintained. I don't know if it's because of the magic power of Modu in the monster's body, so the magic power that maintains this mirror space has not been cut off. So it still exists. A few minutes later, the blob in front of me has become a file size of more than 10 meters. The layer on the surface of the blob also began to harden gradually. It turned into something like some kind of crystal. At this moment, Roddy tried to attack it with Cyclops, but unexpectedly, the crimson laser beam smashed the surface of the crystal instantly. It works. The eyes of Strange and Wang could not help but light up. But in the next second, bang! The entire blob explodes instantly. Countless disgusting substances splashed in all directions. Roddy was so frightened that he quickly used his super high moving speed to dodge. This is to avoid being splashed on yourself by these disgusting slime and the like. But Strange and Wang were not so lucky. The two of them didn't even have time to hold up their magic shields, and they were splashed all over by all kinds of disgusting slime and the like. When Roddy came back, he found the distressed appearance of the two of them, and smelling the pungent stench emanating from their bodies, he couldn't help but took a few steps back in disgust. Strange, Wang. Who the FK did I provoke? The two felt bitter. But now is not the time to complain. As the blob exploded, a huge monster with a hideous figure also appeared in front of the three of them. Ah! The monster opened its bloody mouth and let out roars. Eyeballs, much bigger than a bull's eye, grow densely on the monster's body, and there are at least hundreds of them in number. This made people with intensive phobia see it, so they couldn't faint on the spot. What kind of monster is this? With a wave of his hand, Strange cleaned his body with magic. At the same time, he looked at the big monster in front of him and asked the king beside him. I don't know, I haven't seen it in the book, it may be some kind of mimic monster. Wang also cleaned up his body, waved his hands again and cast a huge amounts of magic shield in front of the two of them. Boom! Next second, the monster's attack fell on the magic shield. Huge amounts of magic shield instantly burst into countless fragments. But at the same time, it also blocked the blow of the monster. So strong! Wang's face changed suddenly, and he shouted loudly, "Be careful, this guy's strength is extraordinary." Next second, the hundreds of eyeballs all over the monster's body suddenly burst into crimson light. Then countless laser beams swept towards all directions. Wang propped up his magic shield again to resist. Erst! Lan Qi waved his hands, and his body split into a dozen of himself in an instant, and at the same time cast magic to block the laser beam. There was no movement from Roddy's side. He let the laser beams bombard him. The pure energy was absorbed by him completely. Feel very comfortable. But did this monster's ability learn from us? Roddy asked towards Wang. There is a possibility, this should be a mimic monster, it will copy the ability to attack it during the breeding process. Wang shouted loudly while struggling to support the magic shield. At this time, the monster's arms suddenly waved and blasted out magic whips, magic swords and other attacks, blasting 1.8 towards the three of them. Seeing this, the three of them immediately concluded that this monster was what Wang said was a monster with a middle-yielding attitude. Its attacks were clearly the attack methods Roddy and the others had used against it when it was conceived just now. The first purely physical attacks, followed by Cyclops, and now various magical mimic attacks. All of them have been used before. Had they known, they wouldn't have attacked that blob before. In that case, the mimetic monsters bred by blob may only be mediocre in strength. Not like now. Too strong. Sir, do you have any other means? While resisting the monster's attack, Strange turned around and shouted at Roddy. Of the three of them, Roddy was the most relaxed at the moment. There is a trick I just learned, I don't know if it will work, but give it a try. As Roddy said, he raised his hand and blasted out the huge energy he had just absorbed, instantly blasting the holy object in front of him back. Subsequently, he flew into the air, waved his hand, and densely packed marbles appeared in front of him. Electromagnetic 180 styles. Roddy shouted, the huge magnetic field entangled the 1180 vibranium marbles in front of him, and electric arcs bloomed on them. Next second. Boom! The violent thunder resounded throughout the mirror space. The power to tear everything apart is endowed in these 1180 vibranium marbles. With this force, they blasted towards the huge monster over there. Chapter 113. The power of 1180 electromagnetic guns bombarded the monster. That is a force that almost destroys everything. The huge monster's body was riddled with holes in an instant. Countless yellow-green blood splattered. The huge monster's body was unexpectedly strong. Facing this wave of attacks, it was not killed immediately, but was still screaming in pain. Is one time not enough? Roddy thought, just do it again. Next second, Roddy waved back the 1180 vibranium marbles. Then he used his newly learned trick again. Electromagnetic. 180 styles. Another round of terrifying attacks hit the monster. Both Strange and Wang next to him couldn't help swallowing. Whether it's Roddy or the monster in front of them, in their eyes, their strength is terrifying. The monster's attack methods were all learned from the three of them. But this kind of terrifying vitality, that is what it originally possessed. But even more terrifying is Roddy. This kind of attack, like an electromagnetic cannon, he can do it at his fingertips, and so many at once. Has the outside world become so scary now? Strange was a little confused. I wondered if during the time I was studying in Kamartaj, the outside world had undergone tremendous changes? People like those superheroes are everywhere now? Strange couldn't help thinking about it. And at the same time, after being bombarded by Roddy's ultimate move for the second time, this monster finally couldn't hold on. Its huge body was already fragmented. At this moment, under the second round of attack bombing, it was directly shattered into pieces all over the sky. Rumble. A straight scorched black plow mark spread across the ground. A full extension of thousands of meters away, Group Doctor. Roddy waved his hand. Get those vibranium marbles back. Subsequently, the mirrored 15 space in front of me also began to collapse. It should be that the monster was eliminated, and Modu's magical power completely dissipated. So the mirror space without the support of magic power began to collapse. No, you can't let ordinary people see all this. Wang looked at the monster fragments all around him, and immediately cast magic in the next second, covering the area with his own mirror space. Strange! He shouted. Strange next to him nodded his head in understanding. In the next second, he cast magic to clean up the fragments of the surrounding monster corpses. The fragments of these monster corpses all contain the power of dark magic, so they cannot be left outside, otherwise it is very likely to cause a large number of ordinary people casualties. Don't look at this monster is dead. But just some energy leaks. Enough to kill countless ordinary people. Therefore, Strange also cleaned very carefully, not daring to let go of any traces. Wait until he finishes cleaning here. Wang checked again, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong, the two opened the portal. Sir, will you come with us? Strange turned to Roddy. Definitely. Roddy nodded and followed. Kamartaj. The magician's shrine. Roddy came out of the portal. Looking around. It was his first time here, and he could see some magicians hurrying by. They all stopped to salute and say hello when they saw Strange. For Roddy, a stranger who has never met, he just glanced curiously, and didn't care too much. People here seem to be doing their own thing, orderly, everything is so natural. Sir, please follow me. Strange said to Roddy. And the king took the corpse fragments of those monsters and planned to destroy them completely. After all, it is a disaster to keep this thing. Roddy followed Strange, and along the way he introduced some information about Kamartaj to Roddy. Soon, the two came to a room. Please sit down. Strange invited Roddy to sit down, then waved and magically poured him a cup of tea. Mr. said that someone introduced you to me. I don't know who this person is. Strange drank a cup of tea in one breath, and then asked. Just call me Roddy. Roddy said, as for the person who introduced me, you also know him, it's Ancient One Magician. Ancient One Magician. Strange looked at Roddy in surprise, and asked, Mr. Luo, when did you meet Ancient One Magician? 5 days ago. Roddy replied. Hearing this answer, Strange couldn't help frowning. As far as I know, the Ancient One magician was dead at that time. He said. Definitely. It's not that Strange doesn't believe what Roddy said, after all, they just fought side by side, and Strange has also seen Roddy's terrifying power. I don't think the other party will deceive myself about this kind of thing. That's right, the Ancient One magician was indeed the state of the soul at that time. Roddy nodded. State of the soul? Strange couldn't help but wryly smiled when he thought of the scene where the Ancient One magician bid farewell to him. Magician, you lied again. He said. Hearing this, Roddy also smiled. Ancient One magician cheats but is professional. But Ancient One magician is all white lies, there is no malice. So Strange wasn't angry either, but just felt a little depressed. Obviously, he can still keep his soul state for so long, but he seems to be about to die soon. Also told him that he is the strongest sorcerer supreme. But Strange really didn't see where he was strong. Just in that battle. The best performer is Roddy. As for him and Wang, their performances in battle are similar, but it is obvious that Wang has more knowledge reserves than him. Strange felt that he was the most useless one. If the Ancient One magician was there just now, I am afraid that the monster can be eliminated with one move, right? Then, Ancient One magician asked you to come to me, what's the matter? Strange shook off the little resentment in his heart. He also knew that the strength of a magician needs time to accumulate. How long did it take him to become a magician? It is normal for the amount of knowledge reserve to be inferior to that of Wang. But in terms of ability, he is indeed very strong. After only learning for a short time, his strength is already comparable to that of a veteran magician like Wang. Just give him a little more time. Perhaps the strongest sorcerer supreme that Ancient One magician said, is not impossible. Thinking of these, Strange had a little more confidence in himself. Isn't it the strongest sorcerer supreme? I am sure. Here, Roddy also told Strange about his reason for coming. Multi-universe. Strange frowned and said, I don't know if Kamartaj has records about this, but you can ask the king, he is the administrator of the library. But you may have to wait for a while, Tian should still be dealing with the corpses of those monsters. Roddy didn't mention it to Strange about shattering. He also didn't know if Strange could use the time gem to see what happened to the Holocaust. Although time gem allows the owner to observe the timeline. But not everyone can do it. It's hard to say whether the current Strange has this ability. And since Ancient One magician didn't give him an explanation in this regard, then it means that Strange will either know in the future, or it is useless to tell him. Therefore, Roddy didn't mention anything about that either. After 1 hour, the matter on Wang's side has also been dealt with. With Strange's permission, Roddy went to the library to read books, looking for possible records about the multi-universe. In the library, Roddy met again. The other party is drinking tea. Looks a little heavy-hearted. 2. After all, Mordo just died, and the relationship between the two was good before Mordo Blacken. Now that Mordo has become like this, Wang must feel very uncomfortable. King Magician, I have Strange's permission to come to the library to read. Roddy stepped forward and said to Wang. Wang nodded, obviously he already knew about it. Kamartaj's library is divided into 2 parts, one part is the public book area, where all magicians can read the books, and the other side is the restricted book area, generally without the permission of Sorcerer Supreme, it is not allowed to read. Wang got up and introduced the situation of the library to Roddy, while leading him around. About the multi-universe books you are looking for, they should only be available in the restricted section. Wang took Roddy to the restricted area. Open a door, and inside is the restricted area. The books here are all taboo, and some even directly contain evil power. The reason why these books were not destroyed, but placed in the restricted area. Because the Ancient One magician believed that knowledge should not be destroyed. It's just that sometimes Wang doesn't agree with the Ancient One magician's point of view. After all, such knowledge may lead people to the wrong path. Just like Caecilius before. But Wang is just a librarian, not a sorcerer supreme, so his thoughts can't influence all of this. Books in the restricted section have evil powers, so be careful when reading them. Wang said to Roddy. But it quickly occurred to him that Roddy wasn't a magician at all. He also cannot communicate the power of Emperor Weishan. Therefore, even after reading these books, it is not a big problem to be rash. Definitely. If Roddy took the initiative to find the knowledge that absorbs the energy of different dimensions, so as to learn it, then the problem may not be so simple. But one wants to teach himself to be a magician? That was so hard. Wang didn't think Roddy could do it. But in fact, Roddy had no intention of becoming a magician. There are already many kinds of his powers. And the spells of Camartage can only be used by borrowing the power of Vizandi. Roddy didn't want Wysandi's power to enter his body. That might reveal some of his secrets. And the strength of his 507 people has always been given by others. What if one day Emperor Weishan is unwilling to give it? I'm afraid that all these magicians will have to be abolished. Do not worry. Wang Magician, I just want to find records about multi-universe. Roddy said. Wang nodded, he also believed that Roddy did not deceive himself. So after telling Roddy what to come to him, Wang turned and left the restricted area. After Wang left, Roddy also walked to a bookshelf, randomly found a book, and opened it. There are not many books in the restricted section. But there are also hundreds of copies. Most of them can be picked up and viewed directly, but some are locked with enchanted chains. These books are especially dangerous. But the book Roddy is reading now is not too dangerous. The following days, Roddy would come to Camartage to read books from time to time. Anyway, he has the ability to teleport, and it is very convenient to come and go, no worse than the magician's portal. After reading the book for several consecutive days, Roddy's understanding of magic is also much deeper. Have to say, what Mo said before was actually not wrong. That is, magicians are indeed the world's greatest threat. Definitely. This is talking about the fallen magician. Ordinary magicians are Asgardians sworn to protect Blue Star. Naturally, there is no danger. But if a magician has fallen due to a certain obsession, especially if the magician's ability is still very strong, that is extremely dangerous. For example, Doctor Strange. Strange is a very dangerous magician. Once he falls due to certain things, it is entirely possible to drag countless multi-universes to die together. However, Roddy has observed that the Strange in this world doesn't have that special obsession. Although Christine in this world has not been with Strange yet, Christine has not had any other boyfriends, and the two will occasionally contact each other. It's just that Strange is a bit of a straight guy, but he has never dared to face up to his feelings for Christine, and has not confessed to him for a long time. But as long as Kristen is single, Strange will always have a chance. And Strange, who didn't lose Christine, naturally wouldn't lose Blacken either. It's like Superman's weakness is Louise. Strange's weakness is Christine. Whether he wants to admit it or not, this woman does have a special place in his heart. Chapter 114. While Roddy was reading in Camartage, nothing major happened outside. Except for the superheroes in Liberty City who are still in the newspapers from time to time. The Avengers make the international news once or twice a month. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Gwen and Daisy have been teaming up to fight crime together. Their main business scope is several districts of Liberty City. Most of the time it's on the Manhattan side. Occasional trips to Brooklyn and the Bronx area. As for Queens, that's the territory of Spider-Man, and little Spider-Man works harder than anyone else. Like Gwen and Daisy, it is basically 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying the net. Only when I have time and nothing else, will I go out and play the role of their superhero. Not like Peter. Playing Spider-Man for at least 9 hours a day, he's been seen in every corner of Queens. The title of good neighbor in Liberty City has long been known by everyone. Peter is also very happy to be loved by everyone. Although some black fans appear on the internet from time to time, Peter basically regards the remarks of these black fans as a spur to himself. Watching those black fans eventually become his loyal fans is the happiest thing for Peter. Although rarely happens. In addition, during this period of time in Liberty City, there was also an upsurge of learning superhero. Some ordinary people, or people with some kung fu, also used their own hero battle suits and began to take to the streets to patrol. Although these street heroes may not really fight crime. However, they often patrol the streets or the communities they live in, which has brought about a lot of changes in the surrounding environment. In short, there are many benefits. Definitely, there are occasional news that some street heroes were injured and hospitalized by criminals, or simply died on the street. But that doesn't seem to stop people's enthusiasm. Blink of an eye. Half a year passed quickly. In the past 6 months, the street hero boom in Liberty City has gradually passed. 1 or 2 months ago, we could often see those street heroes in strange costumes patrolling everywhere on the streets, but in the past 2 months, we have seen less and less such figures. On the contrary, Spider-Man still does not forget the original intention, and always implements his character design as a good neighbor in Liberty City, and travels to the guest place in Queens every day. However, the emergence of superheroes did not seem to make the world a better place. On the contrary, people in many places around the world are still living in dire straits. The military jurisdiction of the United States is expanding day by day. People in some third world countries are suffering, but no one comes to save them. At this time, the superheroes who were admired and supported by countless people seem to have disappeared. War, plunder, sanctions. It seems that the suffering caused by the United States will never pass. Internationally, more and more people questioning the existence of superheroes, or Avengers, have gradually overshadowed Zhang Jin's praise of the Avengers. The wind direction seems to have changed 180 degrees in just half a year. Avengers began to usher in a wave of serious boycott upsurge. Mass demonstrations have taken place in many countries to protest against the destruction caused by the actions of the Avengers in their countries. Some wounded sat in wheelchairs, vomited bitterness in front of the camera lens, and scolded the injuries caused by the actions of the Avengers. For a time, the Avengers seemed to feel like a rat crossing the street. But in the United States, the Avengers are still popular. It's just these voices from the outside world that made some interested people start to write articles. Especially in several operations, the Avengers have caused a lot of local losses. Some members of Congress even suggested that the Avengers should be disbanded, or their law enforcement powers around the world should be limited. An unofficial organization should not have such great power. And their weapons beyond the range of civilian use should also be confiscated. They should not continue to be used indiscriminately. This discussion in Congress also attracted the attention of some people within the Avengers. For example, War Machine James Rhodes, who joined later, proposed that they should pay attention to some official suggestions, and should adjust some of their future actions. However, Rhodes' proposal was not accepted. Steve thinks that the official proposal is not worth adopting. For those members of Congress, Steve thinks that they are a group of vampires who can't get enough. The Avengers should have their own autonomy. This cannot be taken away. To this end, the two had a quarrel in the base, and it was Tony who stood up and took Rhodes away in the end, so the quarrel was not upgraded. But after that time, there was already a faint crack inside Xiaozhou Jet. It's just that the crack is not obvious yet. But once the rift continues to widen, the trust between the Avengers will be challenged again. This day, Roddy is reading at home. The book is on loan from Camartage, not the magic book in the restricted section, but a book of the week on leisure magic in the public area. Roddy is very interested in the content of this book. Been watching it for 2 days. Almost finished watching it now. At this time Daisy ran over with her mobile phone. Look Roddy, something happened to the Avengers. She ran to sit next to Roddy, clicked on the news report video on her phone, and let him watch it. Roddy put the book aside and looked at the news reports on the phone. It turned out that several Avengers headed by Captain America Steve were carrying out a mission abroad a few hours ago. As a result, something unexpected happened during the mission, causing dozens of innocent people to be bombed. Some of them died on the spot, and some of them died on the spot. A small part is still being rescued. The report also mentioned that the person involved in the incident, Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff, has not accepted any interviews at present, and the outside world has once again raised severe protests against the excessive law enforcement power of the Avengers. It feels like something is really going to happen to the Avengers this time. The foreign ministry spokespersons of many countries have announced that they will no longer accept Avengers to carry out any operations in their countries. Daisy put down her phone. Although she is not a member of the Avengers, but she is also a superhero, Daisy can't help but feel sad. To know. Avengers is the biggest superhero team in the world. It is also the first superhero team to have a pivotal position in the world. The existence of Avengers, to a certain extent, inspired other superheroes, so that even if they encountered various difficulties, they still did not give up their superhero body. And now, the Avengers met with unprecedented backlash. It's not even clear whether the entire alliance will survive. And once the Avengers are forced to disband, this is a heavy blow to superheroes all over the world. Don't worry, the Avengers will not disband. Roddy glanced at Daisy, then said. Really? Daisy knew that Roddy was not the kind of person who likes to be aimless. Since he said that the Avengers would not be disbanded, then the Avengers would definitely not be disbanded. Although it won't be disbanded, the government will definitely intervene in it. In the future, the Avengers will no longer enjoy the current degree of freedom. Roddy said. He remembered the plot of the Civil War. Although the real cause of the Civil War is the Winter Soldier, not the official regulation of the Avengers that will be staged next. After all, if it's only the latter, the Avengers' opinions are at best inconsistent. But you definitely won't fight your own people. The reason why it will develop into a civil war is purely because the Winter Soldier killed Tony's parents, and Steve refused to let Tony avenge his parents, and he was unwilling to hand over the Winter King. This is the real incentive. The former can only be regarded as the fuse. But if the fuse is not ignited, it is just a fuse. But the existence of the Winter Soldier was the match that lit the fuse. I knew it was impossible for the authorities to let the Avengers go out of control all the time. I know the style of those people too well. Daisy didn't doubt what Roddy said at all. The summer haters had been too free in the past few years. And the Avengers originally were too powerful. It is equivalent to nuclear weapons running around the world. Faced with such a powerful existence with unlimited freedom, how can the major countries of the world trust them? These people probably wanted to restrict the Avengers a long time ago. Just never had a good chance. But now, here's their chance. Not only because of the resistance to the Avengers from the outside world, but also because someone already knew that there were two voices inside the Avengers. This is their chance. The collapse of a powerful empire is often due to internal reasons. The pressure from the outside will only make the empire more united in many cases. Like the Chitauri invasion. Another example is the time of the future endgame. All good proof. But if there is an internal problem, the members can no longer trust each other, or even be hostile to each other. Then there is no need for outsiders to do anything. This powerful empire will fall apart by itself. For the Avengers Civil War, Roddy has no plans to participate. That's the business of the Avengers themselves. If he has the time, he might as well read a few more books. Although he had searched all the books in the restricted section, he couldn't find any records about multi-universe. But in one of the books, he saw a record about the Dark God book. It mentioned that there are some related spell records for multi-universe in the Dark God book. But Roddy doesn't have the Dark God book either. Moreover, that thing is what the big Mephisticithorn left on the blue star, and he used it to select believers. To be honest, Roddy really didn't dare to touch that thing, for fear of being targeted by Sithorn. Then there will be big trouble. And failing to find a way to travel through the multi-universe in Kamartaj's collection, Roddy could only settle for the next best thing. I am going to see if I can check in through the system in the next few years, and see if I can win a related variant ability. Or he can take the initiative to find someone from TVA. Didn't he see people from TVA in the past clips that Ancient One magician played to him before? There is also a female Loki among them. Where there is Loki, no matter male or female, humanoid or not, there will always be a lot of troubles. I believe TVA will be very busy and chaotic for a long time to come. Maybe Roddy can mess around with a TVA timeline travel device. Although the timeline does not represent a multi-universe. After all, each timeline is a branch of the current universe, but the source remains the same. And what Roddy wants is a multi-universe that is truly different from the current universe from the source. Essentially there is a difference. But if you can travel through the timeline, maybe you can use it to find a way to travel through the multi-universe in other timelines? After all, it is a possibility, isn't it? Roddy thought that if he couldn't draw this kind of ability in 2 years, he could try this method. But not yet. The time is too early, and there is still a long time before the Great Destruction more than 10 years later. Roddy didn't want to face off with TVA and Kong the Conqueror so early on. After 7 o'clock in the evening, Roddy had just dropped Gwen home and was about to drive back. When passing the Brooklyn Bridge, he suddenly saw a person sitting on top of an arched structure on the bridge. The line of sight draws closer. Roddy saw the other person clearly. Roddy drives past below. He stared at the figure above. After a while, the black sports car that was driving on the bridge suddenly disappeared. The driver behind rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he was hallucinating. Strange, I only had 1 drink, so I'm drunk. The driver muttered. At the same time, the disappearing black sports car appeared in the sky, and then Roddy waved it into the different space, while he himself flew towards the top of an arch on the bridge in the distance. On the top edge of the arch, Wanda sat here, facing the sea breeze in the distance, thinking about things in a daze. These 2 days have been difficult for her. Originally, she managed to get out of the psychological shadow of the Big Brother's death, thinking that she became a member of the Avengers, and she could work hard together with the Big Brother to make herself a better self. But backfired. She doesn't seem to be a better version of herself. On the contrary, now she has become the murderer, the most willful Avenger, the rat shit in the Avengers and other bad names, all of which have been put on her. Conscience of heaven and earth, she is just a teenage girl. She doesn't want that to happen either. Chapter 115. The wind at night is very cool, especially on the bridge. The wind is strong, and it is easy to get sick and catch a cold if it blows for a long time. But Wanda at the moment does not consider these issues. She was wearing a thin jacket and a pair of skinny blue jeans, which perfectly outlined the lines of her legs. Sitting on the edge of the arch of the bridge, her body was slowly swaying back and forth in the wind, as if she might be blown and fall under the bridge at any time. Maybe, I shouldn't have joined the Avengers at all. For a person like me who doesn't even know how to control his own power, becoming a superhero will only bring more pain to others. Wanda muttered to herself. At this moment, her heart was full of despair and self-blame, which made her go through all the sad experiences that happened in the past in her brain. This made her suffer even more. The whole person even bent down and hugged his head, sobbing one after another, buried his face in his arms, tears dripped down the bridge, and was run over by a speeding car smash. At this time, if you're sad, it's best not to be alone, it just makes you recall more painful experiences. This is my experience. A voice suddenly came from behind Wanda. She looked back in surprise. He found that there was an extra person standing there behind him at some point. Excuse me, are you? Wanda's eyes were red, and there were still traces of tears on her face. She asked subconsciously, and then her eyes dimmed quickly. I, a passerby, accidentally saw a little princess crying silently here, so I couldn't bear to come and see it. Roddy looked at Wanda, then walked over and sat down next to her. Careful. Wanda kindly reminded him. She herself is not afraid, that's because she can actually fly, even if she really falls, it doesn't matter. But if Roddy falls, Wanda doesn't know what to do. Originally, she could protect Roddy with her own strength, but now Wanda's heart is full of doubts about her own strength. She was afraid that if she was not careful, she would hurt others again. This fear made her control over her power even worse. So she didn't dare to 177, and she didn't want to use her own strength to do that. Don't worry, I have good balance. Roddy turned to Wanda with a slight smile and said, Your name is Wanda, right? Wanda nodded, looked sadly at the endless traffic under the bridge, and said silently, Now they call me the witch who brought misfortune, maybe this name is more suitable. Unfortunate. Roddy looked towards the bay in the distance. Unfortunate things are happening around everyone, and if the survivors who survived all meant those who brought misfortune, that would be bad enough. But I hurt them. Wanda looked at her hands, the small and white hands seemed to be stained and lost a layer of color in her eyes. As well as the color of her original power. Wanda even wondered, could that be a curse? A curse that makes her unlucky, but also brings misfortune to others? No one will not hurt people, let alone your starting point is to save people, isn't it? Roddy looked at her, and his eyes fell on Wanda's hands. In his eyes, those hands were not bloody, but beautiful. They were hands worth caring for. So you're trying to comfort me? Wanda turned to look at Roddy. She didn't know him, but he suddenly appeared and expressed his kindness, which is exactly what Wanda needs now. She really needs someone to talk to, but those people in the Avengers, Wanda is not saying that they are bad, but they are always used to telling her what to do and what not to do. In Wanda's eyes, those people are more like her elders. Instead of friends. After all, in the entire Avengers, Wang Tian was the youngest. When she joined the Avengers last year, she was actually underage. Also this year, just turned 18 years old. Besides her, even the youngest Jessica is already 28. A full 10 years older than her. Definitely. Vision is only 1.5 years old if counting his real birth age. Smaller. But in fact it is not. Wanda has the best relationship with Jessica in the Avengers, maybe because they are both women, Fia, plus Jessica is quite interesting, Wanda prefers to be with her. Other than that, her relationship with other people in the team is actually relatively normal. I didn't say that I was particularly close, nor did I say that I was particularly exclusive. It's pretty much the same anyway. Jessica, the only one who is relatively close, has been busy investigating an old enemy of hers recently, and doesn't have much energy to care about Wanda's situation. For the past 2 days, Wanda has been shutting herself in the room alone. She thought a lot, and even thought about leaving the Avengers, finding a place where no one knew her and dying. But in the end she still couldn't bear to leave this big family. Maybe Wanda herself didn't realize that Avengers is already a place of spiritual haven for her. She is unaccompanied in this world. Parents are already dead. The only big brother also sacrificed last year to save lives. Now there is only Wanda left, living alone in this world. She desperately needs the feeling of having friends and family. Avengers, on the other hand, gave her a sense of home. Even if it's just a substitute. But it's better than nothing, isn't it? Wanda cherishes all this very much, and she doesn't want to lose the little bit of happiness that was hard won. But now, reality pushed her to the brink. She had to make a choice. How much pain does a person need to go through before he can leave this world? Questions like this always pop up in Wanda's mind these days. Her whole being was pessimistic. Any thought is negative. In this mood, she found that she could no longer lock herself in the room alone, and she felt that if she continued like that, she would be driven crazy. So she ran out. Going to go outside to relax may make her situation better. But when she came outside, Wanda found that she was so out of place with everything around her. The laughter and laughter of those around her never seemed to have anything to do with her. This makes Wanda want to escape even more. So she went around and came to the Brooklyn Bridge, sitting on it alone in a daze. Just then, she meets Roddy. A stranger who he doesn't know, but who cares about him. Comfort you? Roddy shook his head. No, I just thought you might need someone to chat with you for a while, and I happen to have nothing to do right now. Aren't you afraid of me? Wanda looked at him and said, I am the witch who will hurt others if I am not careful. They all say that I am a symbol of misfortune and a sign of bad luck. Aren't you afraid that bad luck will come to you? Hearing this, Roddy laughed. In fact, my luck has never been very good. The last 1 or 2 months can be regarded as my unlucky time, so I think no matter how bad it is, how bad can it be? Roddy said, as for hurting me? Sorry, I think that might be more difficult. You sure? Wisps of crimson energy rose from Wanda's fingertips. Is this your ability? Roddy looked at the energy on Wanda's fingertips. He didn't know what kind of power it was. Is it magic? Or super ability? Or some kind of special power? Sometimes I'd rather not have it. Wanda put away the energy in her hand and said. Why? Roddy said, having ability is better than not having ability. Look at the people below, they are all ordinary people, working hard every day for a few taels of silver. They even have to face difficulties and humiliation from their superiors. Do you think they are happy? Wanda shook her head. It's making things difficult and humiliating, who would be happy? Yet, no one likes this kind of life, that's why so many people worship or even hate superheroes, because they want to be like that. Roddy nodded. Why do you hate them when you want to become them? Wanda didn't understand and asked. Because they can't get it. Roddy said with a smile, humans are very complicated creatures. There are few pure evils and pure goodness in this world. Human beings are inherently contradictory, and everyone has double standards. One standard for oneself, another standard for others. They will accuse those superheroes of accidentally destroying buildings while saving the world, threatening the safety of people's property. But if they become superheroes themselves, maybe they are not willing to risk their lives to save the world. I already have such power, why can't I enjoy a better life? Many people have such thoughts, but they don't want others to have such thoughts. Enjoy, I'm fine by myself. Others just obediently go to be the superhero who saves the world. Definitely when you do something wrong, they will immediately jump out and point at your nose and scold you, why can't you be perfect? But in this world, who can truly be perfect? Why are you so demanding that even Chendo can't do things that superheroes can do? So, being a superhero is very tiring and a test of one's willpower. Because if you don't have enough willpower, your ideas will easily be blocked by the outside world. Looking at the dark sky in the distance, Roddy said these words in a relaxed tone. Wanda on the side listened carefully, and she felt that what Roddy said made sense. She is the superhero whose willpower is not firm enough and will be affected by other people's words, a superhero who is clearly going through suffering, but still desperately wants to save other people. A superhero who was clearly targeted by others maliciously, but still took care of everything and blamed all the faults on himself. Such superhero. Are you tired? I kind of understand what you mean by these words. Wanda thought about it, and found that she felt a lot better in her heart. Before that, she took all the faults on herself. But as Roddy said, she is helping others. She didn't detonate the bomb. Her original intention was to prevent this from happening, but it didn't come. And, it's just half a beat slower. Not to mention, even if you want to be scolded, that should also be Captain America Steve being scolded with her, right? After all, if Steve hadn't been influenced by the other party's words, so he didn't notice the other party's small movements, the bomb wouldn't have exploded, right? So, why is she scolded alone? It's not fair. Wanda thought of many things at once. It was as if she was in a dead end, and she was constantly trying to knock down that impenetrable wall, but she hurt herself more and more time and time again. And now, she suddenly realized that there was a road leading to the exit next to it, and there were no walls blocking it. Once people start to get into the horns, they will be more serious with themselves. Obviously there are better options, but they just don't consider them. Don't go all the way. And that is obviously a dead end. Thank you, Mr. Stranger. Wanda is sincerely grateful to Roddy for enlightening her. If it wasn't for him, I would still be stuck in a dead end and unable to get out. You're welcome, by the way, my name is Roddy. Roddy said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Roddy the Stranger. Wanda laughed and said. That's right. That's right, you look so pretty when you smile, why do you have to cry? Roddy looked at Wanda, who had a bright smile. She was really beautiful when she smiled, much prettier than the downcast one just now. Wanda, who was suddenly praised, couldn't help but blush. Do you often say this to other girls too? Wanda brushed her hair a little embarrassedly, while changing the subject. Don't always try to belittle yourself, be confident. Roddy looked at Wanda and said, you are beautiful and deserve to be admired by everyone. State the facts. Hearing this, Wanda was even more embarrassed. This made her blush even more than the compliment just now. Am I that good? Wanda couldn't help but ask herself. Chapter 116. Are you in a hurry to go back? Roddy asked suddenly. Wanda looked at him in confusion and shook her head. No, it's still early. She said. It's not even 8 o'clock, which is really early. Then let me take you somewhere. Roddy said, holding out his hand and looking at Wanda. Wanda thought for a while, reached out and held Roddy's hand in hesitation. Next second, the figures of the two disappeared instantly on the bridge. The entrance to the amusement park. In a corner that no one pays attention to. Roddy and Wanda's figures appear here. Wanda was surprised to see the completely different environment around her. She looks at Roddy. Blinks in surprise. You also have super ability? She asked. Roddy smiled and nodded. I never said I was a normal person, did I? Wanda thought about it, and found that Roddy hadn't said that. It seemed that she had just thought that Roddy was an ordinary person all this time. And now think about it carefully, if it was an ordinary person, how could Roddy come to the arch of the bridge without making a sound? It was not until he spoke, which aroused Shi Tian's idea. All this should have been easy to see through. But at that time, Wanda's mind was not on this at all, so naturally she didn't think about it. So your ability is teleportation? Wanda asked curiously. One of them. Roddy emphasized. Do you have other abilities? Wanda looked at him in surprise. It's like discovering a new continent. There is no rule that a person can only have one kind of ability. Roddy shrugged. All right. It's true that there is no such regulation, but isn't this normal practice? If only everyone had a lot of abilities. That's not normal, is it? But knowing that Roddy is not an ordinary person, Wanda found herself getting closer to him. After all, there is still a barrier between super ability users and ordinary people. Even if what Roddy said before did enlighten Wanda and let her walk out of a dead end in her thinking. But if Roddy is just a normal person, then Wanda is more of a gesture of gratitude. And now, Wanda feels like she has an extra good friend. Very happy. Sincerely happy. Is this an amusement park? It was only then that Wanda noticed that the two had come to the gate of an amusement park. Yeah, want to play? Roddy asked her with a smile. Wanda thought for a while, and there was a hint of longing in her eyes. For Wanda, who suffered from the murder of her parents in her childhood, she has never been to any amusement park. But occasionally, when she sees children who come to the amusement park with their parents, or see such pictures shown on TV, Wanda will always be particularly envious in her heart. But in the past, hatred made her dare not relax for a moment. Until her big brother dies, she joins the Avengers. After going through this series, Wanda seems to have forgotten her childhood dream. But now, seeing the amusement park in front of me, plus Roddy's invitation, Wanda found that she was so eager. Well, I want to play. Wanda didn't suppress her emotions anymore, she nodded emphatically, and gave Roddy an affirmative answer. Take it away. Roddy pulled Wanda forward. At this time, Wanda suddenly found that the two of them were holding each other's hands, she didn't notice it just now. This feeling. Is it peace of mind? Wanda looked at Roddy who was walking in front, and suddenly smiled happily. The two bought 2 tickets at the ticket window, and then walked into the amusement park hand in hand. I want to play that. As soon as Wanda entered the door, she saw the roller coaster in the distance, and immediately pointed and shouted. Okay, let's go play that. Roddy nodded and pulled Wanda towards the roller coaster. On the way, the two of them passed by some shops selling snacks, so they bought 2 cotton candy, each holding one in their hands. It's so sweet. Wanda's smiling eyes were curved into crescents. This may be the first time she has laughed so happily since her parents died. When he got to the front of the roller coaster, Roddy found that the line here was very long, and it seemed that they would not be able to get their turn in less than an hour. A lot of people. Wanda was a little surprised that so many people came to play in the amusement park on this big night. Correct. Wanda suddenly remembered that she didn't seem to see any buildings like Liberty City in the distance. So where the hell is this? Wanda turned to Roddy and asked the question. Here, it's Disney in Orlando. Roddy said. It turns out that it is no longer in Liberty City. Wanda realized instantly. No wonder she felt that the city in the distance didn't look like Liberty City at all. But she has never been to Orlando, so she is not familiar with it. As for Disney, then I haven't been there before, I just know that this amusement park is the largest and most successful amusement park in the world. No wonder there are so many people tonight. Let's go there. Roddy gave Wanda a hand, and then used a little psychic ability to make the people around ignore their existence, and then went straight to the front. This is an ability that Roddy has signed in for the past 6 months. Psychic Illusion. LV4 Alpha Level. 1600 times Strengthening. This is also one of the 2 Alpha Level mutant abilities that Roddy has only signed in to obtain in the past 6 months. The other is Super Self-Healing. Ability from Mutant Deadpool. Just another Deadpool, not the one that got the Cyclops last time. Both abilities have been developed to level 4 by Roddy, so the effect is not bad. Coupled with the fact that the strengthening multiple of the Psychic Phantom reached an unprecedented 1600 times, Roddy's psychic power was unprecedentedly huge. However, the ability of Psychic Illusion is different from the mind control of Professor X. It can only create some illusions on the target's spiritual level to confuse the other party. No matter how strong Roddy's spiritual power is, at most it can confuse stronger targets and expand its range. In essence, it is still creating illusions, not controlling them. Definitely. If the illusion is created well, it can also have a control-like effect. For details, you can refer to Eisen's flower in the mirror and moon in water. Although the details are different, many operations can be used as a reference. And the source of this ability is from the Illusion Master in the X-Men series. That is, the son of the villain Colonel Stryker. The Illusion Master's ability is already very strong, and it can affect Professor X, who is extremely powerful in mind. And after strengthening by 1,600 times. That is incomparably powerful. At the moment, Roddy affected these people around him with his spiritual illusion. Let them not see the existence of themselves and Wanda. Why don't they seem to see us? Wanda was pulled by Roddy, and found out curiously that these people around seemed to be unable to see them at all, so she couldn't help but asked curiously, "Roddy, is this your ability too?" "Yes." Roddy nodded. "But isn't it good to jump in line?" Wanda is a little embarrassed. After all, jumping in line or something is always bad. "No, we are VIPs." Roddy waved the ticket in his hand. "There is a special channel for VIPs, so you don't have to queue up like ordinary tourists. As for why there are VIP tickets, but also to influence these people with psychic illusions? That's what Roddy thought about for Wanda. Then why do you use?" Wanda stopped in the middle of her sentence because she wanted to understand why Roddy did this. He did this not for himself, but for her. Now Wanda finally regained her mood and had a smile on her face. Roddy didn't want to get depressed again because of some people around her pointing fingers. "Thank you, Roddy." Wanda also understands that Roddy is doing this for himself. "I couldn't help being very moved in my heart." "We're friends now, aren't we?" Roddy said, "So, don't say thank you in the future, it seems too raw." "Well, then I won't talk about it." Wanda nodded, a big smile on her face. Soon, the two passed through the VIP channel and got on a roller coaster that had just returned to the starting point. Asking for flowers. Roddy pulled Wanda into the front seat. The two put down their protective devices, looked at each other, and laughed tacitly. "Please let me out, thank you." This voice is..." Roddy looked back. On the two seats behind them, a man and a woman just sat down. The man thoughtfully fastened the security device for his female partner, and was about to buckle his own when he saw Roddy turning back from the front. "Roddy." John Wick looked at Roddy in front of him in surprise and said, "John, I didn't expect you to come to the amusement park." Roddy looked at him equally surprised. After passing through the VIP channel, Roddy has changed the influence of the illusion, and now it is simply to let people around see Wanda and mistake her for another unknown girl. This also prevents Wanda from being recognized, or having to keep her head down and wear a hood. But Roddy himself hasn't changed in any way. That's why John Wick recognized him at a glance. "Is this the one you mentioned last time?" Roddy looked at the woman next to John now. The woman has healthy wheat-colored skin, looks thin, and has long golden hair, which is quite beautiful. "Let me introduce, this is my fiancée, Helen." John introduced Roddy to the most important woman in his life. "Hello." Helen also greeted Roddy generously. "Is this your girlfriend?" John looked over to Wanda sitting next to Roddy. When Roddy was talking to John just now, Wang Yin also looked back. Being watched by John at this moment, Wanda was a little nervous, and felt that the man in front of her eyes was a little scary. Obviously, the other person should be just an ordinary person, but it made Wanda feel like she was being targeted by a terrifying beast. "This is Wanda." Roddy introduced, "Wanda, this is my good buddy John Wick and his fiancée Helen." Wanda nodded to the two and said hello. As for when Roddy introduced her name, neither John nor Helen had any strange emotions. After all, the name Wanda is not the only one in the whole world. Naturally, they would not think about the Wanda of the Avengers. After all, it looks like they are not the same person. The four chatted for a few words, and the roller coaster began to move forward slowly. So Roddy and Wanda turned back and stopped chatting. As the roller coaster rose to the highest point and began to fall rapidly, the tourists on the car also let out bursts of screams. Roddy heard Helen screaming from behind. John, on the other hand, didn't move. That's right, as an ace killer of the Continental Hotel, recently I heard that he has completed the so-called impossible retirement task, and he is already an appointment to become the legendary killer of the Continental Hotel. Panic. Definitely can't be screamed at by a mere roller coaster. To be honest, Roddy didn't feel anything either. But he saw Wanda shouting excitedly beside him, so he also yelled a few times in cooperation. The main thing to play is an atmosphere, isn't it? Then, Roddy heard John yell behind him too. He seriously suspected that this guy was just waiting for him to shout first. This inexplicable comparison psychology between men. 10 minutes later, the roller coaster returned to the starting point. Everyone got out of the car one after another. Roddy saw that when someone got out of the car, his legs went limp, and he sat on the ground directly, as if he couldn't get up. He heard a chuckle from beside him. Turning around, I saw Wanda covering her mouth and laughing. Apparently she saw that scene too. Let's go and play something else. Roddy pulled her and walked outside. John and Helen also went out with them, and then the four separated outside. It's a date after all. What about playing together? Feeling ruined? And would it be embarrassing to do something? So I simply separated first, and when the fun is almost done, we will have some supper together at that time. Chapter 117. After being separated from John Wick and the others, Roddy continued to take Wanda to play various rides in the playground. They went on the carousel. Also took a pirate ship. They went to take pictures with cartoon characters. Also went on a haunted house adventure. They had eaten turkey legs that were not very good in restaurants. Also watched the beautiful fireworks show in front of the castle. Wait until after 9 o'clock. The amusement park is about to close. Roddy took Wanda on the last round of the Ferris wheel. On the Ferris wheel, Wanda happily took out her mobile phone and took many photos of the two of them together. In the photo, both of them are smiling happily. No worries. Soon, tourists leave one after another. Roddy and Wanda also returned to the gate of the amusement park. How was it? Did you have fun? Roddy asked Wanda with a smile. Well, super happy. Wanda has never smiled so purely like tonight, like a carefree little girl, letting go of her original troubles and grief, and completely releasing the innocence deep in her heart. She swore that she would remember everything about tonight. I will never forget it in my life. Because here is the happiness and joy that she wanted but never had before. But joy is always short-lived. After tonight, Wanda knew that she would return to the Avengers base again, and face the questioning and accusations from that person again. But she didn't want to escape these. Everything that happened tonight made Wanda braver than before. She felt that she already had the courage to face all the challenges of 537. She will no longer feel sorry for herself like before. I will not continue to be immersed in grief and cannot extricate myself. If she had to use a few words to describe Wanda's state at the moment, she thinks it can be described as renewed. Roddy, can you take me out to play again in the future? Wanda asked. Okay. Roddy nodded. If you want to come out to play, call me anytime, you already have my number, just call me. Will that bother you? Wanda said, are you usually busy? No, in fact, I usually have a lot of time. Roddy said with a smile, the only thing I do recently is probably to read books, so if you want to come up, don't worry about disturbing me. Really? Wanda said in surprise. Real than real gold. Roddy nodded. Ahem. Sorry. We didn't bother you, did we? At this time, John Wick also came over with his fiancée Helen. He smiled and looked at Roddy, with a look of nobility in his eyes. Roddy punched him with a smile, and then said, "Let's go, find a place nearby to eat something, and talk about the two of you by the way." Hearing this, John and Helen also looked at each other, eyes full of love. In the restaurant, Roddy and the four of them ordered some food, and then they started talking about John and Helen. John told them how he and Helen met. They met in Paris. The two met by accident. That day John had just finished a task, and when he was about to leave, he met Helen who was being chased by the creditor. From the very first moment he saw Helen, John found himself falling in love with her. In the past, he didn't believe in the so-called love at first sight in this world. I think that's basically what's on the brain. Take love at all. But that day, he realized that this was the feeling of love at first sight. So he helped Helen who was in trouble, and the two got to know each other through this. Afterwards, John learned that Helen was cheated by a scumbag, so he was pursued by the local loan sharks. She didn't owe them any money at all, and the money was borrowed by the scumbag. In order to help Helen get rid of these loan sharks completely, John went into the other party's hero alone the next night. That night. Bad luck for those gangsters who lend us money. Because they met an angry John Wick. So at dawn, there were only dozens of corpses left in the manor, as well as various bullet casings all over the ground. Who killed these people? What weapon was used? No one knows. John has a good habit of collecting his own bullet casings without leaving any directional clues for the other party. For the next few days, John stayed in Paris and did not leave. And when he left, there was already one more person beside him. This person is Helen. To be honest, when John told this story, Roddy had a déjà vu feeling that he was watching a movie. As expected of the legendary killer of the Continental Hotel, he would kill a whole gang even if he was in a relationship. It seems that if there is no exciting big scene or something, it is not worthy of John Wick's love. What about you? How did you meet? After John finished his acquaintance with Helen, he looked at Roddy and Wanda and asked how they met. You may have misunderstood one thing, Wanda and I are not a couple, in fact we just met today. Roddy took a sip of water, looked at Wanda who was still immersed in the love story between John and Helen, and said. But John who heard Roddy's words was not too surprised. After all, what kind of person Roddy was, John Wick knew it all too well. This playboy, let alone spend a day, even if it takes a few minutes to get a woman, he just feels surprised. Helen was quite surprised. When she saw the expressions and behaviors of Roddy and Wanda before, she felt like a pair of teenagers and girls who just fell in love. Unexpectedly, the two just met today. Isn't this development faster than her and John's? And he and John are not young anymore, so naturally there won't be so many twists and turns in terms of love. But both Roddy and Wanda looked young. Especially Wanda, Helen even doubted whether this little girl was an adult at first. Although there was nothing obvious about her figure, her face was so immature, and Helen couldn't help worrying whether John's friend was cheating on underage girls. The four sat in the restaurant until almost 11 o'clock before leaving. The entrance of the restaurant. John and Helen got into the car. Are you sure you don't want us to take you back to the hotel? John lowered the window and asked the two of them. No, we'll just walk for a while, you guys go back quickly. Roddy waved his hand and said. Hearing that, John wasn't worried about any trouble they might encounter. After all, John didn't know Roddy's skills very well. If he was in trouble, John should be worried about the safety of those people on the opposite side, not Roddy and the others. Well, you haven't changed your address, right? I should send you a wedding invitation for Helen and me next month. John said. It's not changed, it's still the same place. Roddy smiled and said congratulations, and then the four said goodbye. After watching their car go away, Roddy and Wanda turned and walked towards the other side. Shall I take you back to the Avengers base? Roddy asked Wanda beside him. Well, it's getting late, I should go back. Wanda nodded, it was past 11 o'clock, and to be honest, other people might already be looking for her everywhere. After all, she hasn't been in a good state these 2 days. If she is found missing, the other Avengers will definitely worry about what accidents will happen to her. Even if Wanda herself is fine, they are also worried that Wanda, who is not emotionally stable, will hurt someone. If that's the case, it will be even worse. Grab my hand. Roddy reached out and took Wanda's hand and said. Next second, the figures of the two disappeared instantly. I was so frightened that a wild cat on the trash can not far away was rummaging for trash, meowing, as if it had seen a ghost. Liberty City, somewhere in the suburbs. This is on a forest road not far from the Avengers base. Roddy shows up here with Wanda. Here we are. Roddy said. Roddy, are you free tomorrow? Wanda let go of her hand and asked. I'm free, what's the matter? Roddy looked at Wanda. Let me treat you to a meal. Wanda said, I know there is a very good restaurant nearby, when the time comes, I will call you. Sure. Roddy nodded, not refusing. Then I'll go back first. Wanda said happily when Roddy agreed. Well, go to bed early. Roddy waved her goodbye. At the same time, not far away in the Avengers base, the Avengers who just searched around but couldn't find the Wanda people also heard news from the artificial intelligence in the base at this time, saying that they found Wanda suddenly appearing on the road near the base. And there's another person around. While the Avengers who got the news were relieved, they were also curious about what Wanda was doing tonight. And who is this person next to her? Friday, do you have any pictures of the scene? Natasha Romanoff asked now. As the big sister of the Avengers and a member of the original Avengers, Natasha Romanoff is also very concerned about the two female members of the team. After all, there are few female members in the Avengers. Besides her, there were only Wanda and Jessica. And both of these have their own problems. Let Natasha Romanoff have to spend a lot of time on the two. Now it is normal to be concerned about the identities of the strangers around Wanda. After all, with Wanda's current emotional state, Natasha Romanoff is also worried that she will be used by someone with a heart. At this time, a photo also appeared on the screen in front of him. One of the people in the photo is none other than Wanda. She seemed to be in a good mood, with a smile on her face that she hadn't seen in a long time. And what really surprised Natasha Romanoff was the guy standing next to Wanda. He turned out to be Roddy. The man who was once marked as an extremely dangerous target by S.H.I.E.L.D. Even after the disintegration of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha Romanoff often thought of this person, but because the matter of Hydra needed to be resolved more urgently, Natasha Romanoff never contacted him again. But deep down, she was always anxious about Fury Zhengjin's comments on Roddy. Although it cannot be said that Fury's evaluation must be correct. But at least most of the time, he's right about someone. It's him. Luke Kai-Ki and Jessica on the side also recognized the person in the photo. You know each other too? Asked Sam. The two nodded, and Luke Kai-Ki said. He's Spider-Woman's boyfriend, whom we met once in a restaurant. This man is a playboy. Jessica added. She remembered that the last time she saw Roddy in the restaurant, he was surrounded by two young and beautiful girls. I didn't expect to provoke Wanda again now. Unforgivable. Dude? Do I need to warn him? Sam said with a smile. A mere 0.8 playboy, he obviously didn't take it seriously. No, he's not just a playboy. Natasha Romanoff said with a serious expression. Does he have any special identity? Sam asked curiously. Even Luke Kai-Ki and Jessica looked puzzled. Apparently they didn't know something about Roddy either. After all, when S.H.I.E.L.D. was still there, Fury, the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director, asked Natasha Romanoff to investigate these things. The only people present who knew about Roddy's situation were Natasha Romanoff and Steve. Maybe Tony knew something about Roddy too. But Tony wasn't there right now. Although Vision can access global network information, some things cannot be found on the internet. This man is dangerous. Fury asked me to investigate him before S.H.I.E.L.D. disbanded. Natasha Romanoff said. Perhaps because she was afraid that others would not understand, Natasha Romanoff said some more information about Roddy. For example, he once walked out of the sun, and the energy he carried on his body even exceeded the energy produced by the explosion of the world's largest equivalent nuclear weapon. And he has shown intelligence such as teleportation, ignoring the damage caused by various attacks, and so on. After Natasha Romanoff finished speaking, Sam and the others also realized the danger of Roddy. That is definitely more than any enemy they have ever faced. Even the old Ultron. It is far less threatening than this man. Chapter 118. How could this dangerous guy be with Wanda? Sam asked the common question in everyone's mind. But no one could answer this question for a while, and at this time, Wanda happened to be back, and seeing everyone gathered here, she couldn't help coming over out of curiosity. You are all here? Wanda asked suspiciously, why are you standing here? Is there something wrong? Everyone shook their heads. Before they figured out the situation, they tacitly planned to pretend to be ignorant. Are you okay? Wanda said, that's fine, I'll go to rest first. After finishing speaking, she turned and walked towards her room. Humming a little tune on the road. Very happy look. It's like Disneyland music, said Sam. At this time, Natasha Romanoff looked at Vision beside him and asked him, Vision, can you find out where Wanda went before? Heard. Vision stared blankly for a few seconds. I found it. It's Disney in Orlando. Vision said. I knew it was Disney music. Sam said with a laugh. It's a pity that he didn't respond to him, and now everyone is thinking about why Roddy and Wanda are together? Is Roddy getting close to Wanda on purpose? Maybe we should go see this Mr. Roddy. At this time, Steve opened his mouth and put forward his thoughts. After hearing the words, the others thought about it, and felt that it was better to ask them face to face than to make random guesses here. As for saying that the other party is a dangerous person? Feel sorry. Who is there who is not dangerous? What's more, they are not one or two, but most of the Avengers are dispatched together. Could it be that he is still afraid of this guy? If you want to go, I suggest going now. Vision said. He hasn't left yet. Natasha Romanoff instantly understood the meaning of Vision's words and said. Vision nodded. Roddy did not leave immediately. 15. After seeing off Wanda, he walked around the neighborhood and looked at the famous The Avengers base from a distance. Also in a few years. Here you will encounter Thanos' artillery bombardment. Finally turned into a scorched earth. And this is also the final battleground of the final battle. It was also here that Tony made that crucial snap of his fingers. Successfully wiped out Thanos and his men and saved the universe. But Roddy kept thinking, what did Doctor Strange's last gesture mean? The only chance? Is it possible that he actually meant something else? Like Captain Marvel is up there, give her the gem? Or grab a gem and run? But obviously no one can answer this question. Roddy, even Doctor Strange as the person involved, it is impossible to know the answer at this moment. So he could only make wild guesses on his own. Roddy was walking here when suddenly a red figure descended from the sky and slowly hovered in front of him. Subsequently, several figures arrived one after another, faintly intending to surround him. Roddy watched them curiously. Avengers, what do you mean? Asked Roddy. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Luo. Natasha Romanoff stepped forward and said, we just want to consult with you about something, and there is no malice. Is it? Roddy looked at them, laughed and said, "It's hard to convince me that you look like this." "Sorry about that, but we need you to answer a few questions." Sam clasped his arms and said coolly. Roddy looked at him. "Sorry, it's too dark, I didn't see you just now, so is there someone here?" When Sam heard this, his face darkened instantly. Not only him, but even Luke Kai-ki, who stood innocently lying on the other side of the gun, had a dark face and clenched his fists without saying a word. Obviously, Roddy's racist joke made them two black people very upset. Others didn't react as much as they did. But as people from the United States, they obviously don't like this kind of joke. "Mr. Roddy, please don't make such nasty jokes." Steve directly expressed his dissatisfaction. Racial discrimination, especially discrimination against blacks, is a very bad and serious problem in the United States. "Is it bad?" Roddy said. "Is it possible that you are actually too sensitive?" "Mr. Roddy, we're not going to discuss this right now," Natasha Romanoff said, also looking at Steve and the others. "I don't mean they don't want to discuss other things." For Roddy's bad attitude, Natasha Romanoff can actually understand. After all, when they came, they looked like they were not kind. Take what she knows about Roddy. It is normal for the other party to respond to their worse attitude. "Then tell me, what do you want to discuss with me?" Roddy put on a "you hurry up and say it" look. "It's about Wanda," Natasha Romanoff said, "before we saw that Wanda came back with you, Mr. Roddy, I don't know, right?" "Yes, indeed it is." Roddy nodded, acknowledging. "There is nothing to hide. As far as I know, Mr. Roddy, you already have a girlfriend, right?" Natasha Romanoff looked at him, and suddenly said with a serious tone, "Mr. Roddy, if you just want to have fun, I can introduce you to some very nice girls. They are different from Wanda, but they should meet your requirements, Mr. Roddy. Please. You think I came back with Wanda just because I want to pursue her?" Roddy sneered, shook his head and said, "Superficial. You are too superficial. This is the awakening of the Avengers? I thought your ideological realm would be a little higher, but the result is all vulgar ideas. You guys let me down. This. Didn't we come here to question this guy? Why does it seem like he is teaching us a lesson now?" "Mr. Roddy." At this time, Vision suddenly said, "As far as I know, many of your hobbies are very vulgar, so if we think about it from your own perspective, it will inevitably develop in this direction. What do you think?" FK. Sam and the others looked at Vision in surprise. Having known Vision for so long, it was the first time they heard Vision speak to someone. And it's so reasonable, so sharp. Is this really the Vision they knew in the past? To be honest, you shouldn't be considered human, right? Roddy didn't get angry because of Vision's words, he just looked at him and asked, "You know, people are very complicated. Human thinking is never static." "Definitely. As an artificial intelligence, it is difficult for me to explain this aspect to you, and I don't expect you to understand it. After all, a machine is always a machine, and it is impossible to completely replace the existence of human beings. What do you think?" Roddy asked Vision back. And Vision was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Sir, you are right, I cannot accurately judge the complex emotions of human beings, forgive me for being arbitrary before." "It's okay, I forgive you," Roddy said with a smile. 1. The others looked at Vision, who had finished the conversation and suddenly started apologizing. "No. Didn't you just piss people off very sharply? How could you apologize in the blink of an eye? Really? Artificial intelligence is still unreliable. Vision, leave it to me here, okay?" Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath, looked at Vision and said. Vision looked puzzled at Natasha Romanoff, who seemed a little angry, not understanding what he did wrong. But obedience is also one of his great strengths. So he nodded and drifted aside without speaking. Turning around, Natasha Romanoff looked at Roddy and continued, "Okay, Mr. Roddy. I admit, we may have misunderstood your idea, but can you guarantee that you don't have that kind of idea about Wanda? As a woman, and also a female agent who specializes in tricks." Natasha Romanoff knows these men all too well. And Roddy in front of him is a typical type of men. It's a bit like Stark before the change. A full playboy one. For someone like this, Natasha Romanoff couldn't believe that he just wanted to be friends with Wanda. Even when Roddy refuted Vision, he directly apologized to him for everything Vision said. But like Roddy himself said, Vision is not human, he cannot understand the complex thoughts of human beings. That's why he was surrounded by Roddy with a few words, and even apologized to Roddy in turn. Makes people very speechless. But Natasha Romanoff is not Vision, she doesn't believe Roddy's nonsense at all. "If I say no, I'm taking you for a fool," Roddy said. MJU4 NDA2 NTA0 MJI1 MZK1 MTQ0 OJ equals. Then he nodded. "That's right, I do have thoughts about Wanda. As a normal man, you have to admit, when facing an outstanding girl like Wanda, it's hard for me not to think about that." "But what's the problem?" asked Roddy. "There is a problem, definitely there is a problem," Natasha Romanoff said. "Wanda is a good girl, she has had too much misfortune around her, so whether as a friend or a teammate I can't watch someone hurt her again." "Sorry. You are talking about someone, are you referring to me?" Roddy interrupted Natasha Romanoff and asked her. "Yes, it's you," Natasha Romanoff said bluntly. "Before you also admitted that you already have a girlfriend. If this is the case, why do you want to provoke Wanda again? She's a simple girl, so she's not suitable for someone like you." Natasha Romanoff's tone was severe. At this moment, she seemed to be a sister who wanted to protect her sister from the scumbag. Even if she is very clear, the waist D in front of her has the experience to easily crush her to death with one hand. But she still has to say these words. 137 Wanda is not suitable, could it be that you are more suitable? Roddy laughed. "Enough, I've had enough of your self-righteousness." Jessica spoke loudly, while clenching her fists and moving forward. "Get off Wanda! Don't make us say it a second time," she warned sternly. "You're quite direct." Roddy looked at her, smiled and said, "Compared to this Ms. Natasha Romanoff's beating around the bush, I appreciate you more. However, I would like to know, in what capacity are you speaking these words? Wanda's teammate? Or friend? We're her family." Jessica raged. "So that's how it is." Roddy nodded. "Then you so-called family members, when Wanda was criticized by the outside world, where were you? Has any of you positively expressed that you are willing to stand by her and support her? Or, you made her feel the warmth of home? Is there?" A few questions raised by Roddy made Jessica, who was still angry just now, dumbfounded instantly. But at this time, Steve on the side said, "We never use bewitching words to our family to guide her, but tell her what is right and what is wrong. When people do something wrong, they have to bear the consequences. Criticism will only make us a better version of ourselves. I'm sure Wanda understands this too, and if she can get through this, she'll find it's all worth it. And it's useless to just comfort her blindly." Clap clap clap. Roddy looked at Steve while clapping and smiling. "That is nice. Maybe you should give this speech a speech, or maybe you can write a book, and your fans will pay for it." Hearing Roddy's eccentric words, Steve's expression also sank. It looks like the communication failed. Kaka. Sam took out his weapon and loaded it. "Captain, there is nothing to talk to him about, your reasoning is useless to him," said Sam. "Okay." Steve nodded helplessly, picked up his shield and put on a fighting posture and said, "It seems that there can only be one fight. Whoever wins depends on whoever wins. That's right. Roddy said with a smile. Did the Avengers rely on your mouth to save the world? No. It depends on your fists. Chapter 119. I can't take it anymore. As Sam said, a round of bullets shot out in an instant. This guy is too arrogant, he doesn't take our Avengers seriously. It hit Roddy softly. Not only did it not hurt him, but it was a bit too much if he didn't even damage his clothes. Sam looked annoyed. It felt like my attack was all about tickling Roddy. In fact, it's not even a tickle through the clothes. Sam, stand back. Luke Kai-Ki yelled loudly, and the next second he jumped up, and in an instant, he split his legs with a heavy force, and slammed Roddy's head heavily. Although it can absorb kinetic energy, Roddy doesn't want to be kicked in the head. So he raised his hand to block it. Luke Kai-Ki slammed into Roddy's arm. But still useless. Roddy grabbed his calf with a backhand, then turned half a circle and threw it out. Boom! The rushing Jessica dodged, causing Luke Kai-Ki to hit a big tree behind him. Thank you. Luke Kai-Ki got up from the ground, patted the dirt on his body, and said to Jessica speechlessly. He thought Jessica would catch him. At this time, Jessica had already rushed up. She waved her fists, posing in a martial arts pose, with a samba naked choke, intending to wrap Roddy around and make him immobilized. But when she rode on Roddy, shook his neck vigorously, grabbed his arm and tried to throw him down, but found that no matter how hard she tried, it was useless. Come down. Roddy flicked his arm hard. Jessica, who couldn't knock him down just now, was directly smashed to the ground by Roddy. He really has no mercy at all. In fact, Roddy's pity are only aimed at his own woman. Other people? That's none of his business. Jessica! Steve yelled as he ran. Jessica, who fell to the ground and suffered pain, rolled and avoided knowingly when she heard it. Next second. Shua! A buckler came crashing down on Roddy's head. Roddy reached out and caught it. Ong! This thing really vibrates. And Steve, who threw out the shield, looked dumbfounded at Roddy, who held his shield and didn't plan to return it. No. Dude, why don't you play your cards according to the routine? I usually throw the shield out and the enemy will send it back to me. How did you get it right away? You give it back to me. Steve is in a hurry. He rushed forward to take back his shield. But Roddy turned around and grabbed the back of his neck, and then smashed down. There was a muffled bang. Steve passed out straight away. Roddy clapped his hands and stood up. He looked at Luke Kai-Ki and Jessica, who were rushing up again, and was about to play with them, when suddenly the charged attack of Lan Kai from the rear landed on him. The crackling lightning was absorbed by Roddy. He reached over and yanked the cable off his body, then looked over at Natasha Romanoff, who was holding a strange weapon. Sneak attack, as expected of you. Roddy gave her a thumbs up. The timing is very good, but unfortunately the strength is almost the same, pay more attention next time. Roddy said. Natasha Romanoff smiled wryly upon hearing this. She felt that she and others seemed a little overconfident. Also underestimated Roddy. 6 Avengers teamed up to besiege a person, but the opponent still has the upper hand? No. That was crushed by the opponent. I'll come. Vision floated in the air and spoke to Natasha Romanoff. Next second. Shua! A yellow beam blasted towards Roddy below. It was an attack from Mind Gem. Roddy stretched out his hand to block it, and the energy was constantly absorbed into his body. At the same time, an attack on the spiritual level also fell on him. If it had been half a year ago, Roddy would have suffered a lot. But now, for Roddy, who has the psychic illusion ability and has developed it to the 4th level, this little psychic attack is really nothing. Even his first spiritual defense was neutralized without being able to break through. Not even Vision's attack. Seeing this scene, Tasha couldn't help but her heart sank. Ruined. Your attack doesn't seem to be working. Roddy smiled slightly, and disappeared in the next second. The person who reappeared has already come in front of Vision. He punches Vision. Vision reached out to catch it, but the burst of energy from the fist made Vision back a distance. He looked at his hands. There are no scars on it, because Vision's body is made of pure vibranium, which can absorb damage, change shape, and even transform into an anthropomorphic form. Very powerful. Roddy's punch just now just burst out the energy absorbed just now. Not much. So just knocking Vision back and not hurting him. Your attack doesn't seem to be very good either. Vision replied to Roddy. Is it? Then you have to be mentally prepared for the next step. Roddy laughed. In the next second, powerful laser beams were released from his eyes. The red laser beam instantly bombarded Vision's body. But the strange thing is, the attack actually penetrated Vision's body. Like a phantom, he completely ignored Roddy's Cyclops attacks. It's useless. Vision flew over in an instant. Hinata Roddy. The same as you. Roddy ignored Vision's fist. Although it was powerful, it didn't matter to him at all. The two figures fought each other directly in the sky. It's the kind of savage fight where you punch each other, and you kick each other. It is a fight that completely ignores defense and has no skills at all. Vision, let me help you. Jessica rushed forward. That's right. She can fly too. It's just that she didn't know it before, but after some internal training from the Avengers, Jessica suddenly discovered that she could fly one day. Although she is not flying fast. But it is indeed much stronger than before, at least it has a share of air supremacy. With the ability to deal with enemies flying in the sky. Let me. Jessica, who rushed to the sky, yelled and punched Roddy on the back. It turned out Roddy didn't care about her at all. He didn't turn around to defend himself, or even look at her. Jessica's punch directly on Roddy's back gave him a wave of energy. Although not many, Roddy has transferred all of them to Vision. After all, the two are teammates. Roddy can't take Jessica's stuff, but giving it to Vision is fine. With the addition of Jessica, Vision soon felt that the fists hitting him were much heavier than before, which made Vision very uncomfortable. It's not that such power can hurt him. But when he thought that the extra damage was caused by his teammates, Vision felt weird. But Jessica didn't know it when she became a pig teammate. Still attacking Roddy vigorously. It looks like you have to hurt him. The four people who could only stare blankly were speechless. Jessica, come down. Natasha Romanoff yelled straight to the sky. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Do you think Jessica is out of her mind? Couldn't she see that her attack wasn't doing anything and was still causing trouble for Vision? In fact, Jessica definitely can't see it at all. She just doesn't want to be reconciled, imagining that maybe Eddie's age limit for absorbing attacks will be reached soon. Then she will be able to really help. But at this moment, when she heard Natasha Romanoff calling her to go down, although Jessica was not reconciled, she still held her mouth and flew back to the ground obediently. I feel like his absorption limit is about to be reached. After Jessica fell back to the ground, she still said stubbornly. Luke Kai-ki on the side couldn't help but twitched the corners of his eyes slightly. Sam rolled his eyes speechlessly. The upper limit is coming soon? But why do I feel that his upper limit has no limit at all? In fact, Roddy's absorption of energy in his body at the moment was less than 1% of his upper limit. It used to be 1% up. But during this period of time, although his energy absorption ability has not been developed to level 5, it has almost reached the peak state of level 4. The upper limit of absorption is several times higher than when it first reached level 4. Therefore, originally there was more than 1% of the energy storage, but it reached 0.5% all of a sudden. As for Jessica trying to reach Roddy's absorption limit with her own attack? Feel sorry. To put it bluntly, I am afraid that I will hit the day when I die. Impossible. Why don't you use the previous move of turning your body into a phantom? Roddy pushed back, asking out of mouth. Unnecessary. Vision rushed up and punched him back. The two fought back and forth, and it seemed that it was difficult to tell the winner from each other. But that movement was a little disturbing. There were sonic booms. Fortunately, there is no one living within several kilometers around here. Not to be complained about. No need? I think it's because you can't switch freely when you do it. Roddy smiled and blasted out a laser beam, which caught Vision by surprise and was instantly blasted several kilometers away. Next second, Vision instantly soared to 15 times the speed of sound. A supersonic impact instantly transmitted a huge amount of kinetic energy into Roddy's body. Okay, let's do it again. Roddy cheered. Vision has the expression of eating a fly. This guy. Mouth smells worse than Tony. Vision evaluated Roddy in his heart. You're right, that kind of state switching takes time, and it can't be used in fast-changing battles. Vision is an honest kid, so he admitted Roddy's guess without any hesitation. Probably because he felt that his ability had been seen through by Roddy. There is nothing to hide. But Roddy was just guessing. Again not confirmed. So. Vision is still too honest. I don't know if you have read a manga called Naruto? Your ability is quite similar to that fellow in the manga. Roddy chatted back and forth with Vision while chatting. Naruto. Who? Vision took the time to search for this comic, and then used the magical quantum reading method to read the comic in just a few seconds. For this, Roddy was punched several times. But it's okay. Li Zhao's vibranium body allows him to ignore this level of attack. Not hurt at all. It's just a little pain. Yes. Vision is also painful. I have to say that vibranium is really amazing. Finish watching. Roddy saw that Vision's slipping state recovered, and he knew that he had already checked the manga of Naruto. Well, after reading it, it's really quite similar. Vision nodded and said. Then look at my trick. Roddy clapped his hands together, and shouted, the waterway is bursting with water. While speaking, a channel in a different space opened obliquely above his head, and then a rush of water rushed out of the channel, booming to the opposite Vision. Vision didn't expect Roddy to have such an attack method, and he was directly washed by the flood, and the water pressure made him fly instantly and smashed into the forest below. Boom! Floods swept, washing the trees in the forest. Roddy smiled and closed the different space. Then I saw Vision flying up again, but his body was wet and he was a little embarrassed. That's not water escape. Vision spoke seriously as soon as he came up. Definitely, but do you think you can fool people? Asked Roddy. After thinking about it, Vision still nodded. He could tell that it was because his analysis ability was strong enough. Details that humans need to think for a long time to analyze can be achieved in an instant. That's why he saw right away that Roddy wasn't a water escape at all. That's good. Roddy said with a smile. Chapter 120. What's going on with these two? Sam stood on a rock below, looking at the two figures in the sky. He turned to the others and said, why do I feel like they are chatting instead of fighting? Natasha Romanoff looked odd. In fact, she felt the same way. I gonna go see. Jessica was eager to try. No need, we're fighting again. Steve shook his head, looking at the two of them suddenly fighting again in the sky, feeling a little tired. There are too many people in the team, it's really hard to lead. Vision, that's mind gem on your head, right? As soon as Roddy pointed at the gemstone on Vision's forehead, the energy area of the instant explosion was several times that of before. When Vision was hit directly, his head fell back, and his whole body rolled and hit the ground. After finally stopping, he saw Roddy suddenly appearing in front of his eyes, grabbing him directly and staring at the jewel on his forehead. Yeah, but I couldn't use it to its true power zone. Vision said. Another meaning is that if he can unleash the true power of Mind Gem, Roddy would have been dealt with long ago. Why are you talking nonsense with him here? Oh. You seem to have great confidence in this Mind Gem. Roddy said with a smile. I know you haven't used your full strength yet, but the power of gems is beyond your imagination. Even if you use your full strength to face infinite gems, you are still extremely vulnerable. Vision has a very high evaluation of its own Mind Gem, and even compares Roddy's full strength, and devalues Roddy's real value. Have you seen my true strength? Roddy sneered. Next second, a terrifying energy burst out from his hand. That is an energy hundreds of times larger than that just now. The energy directly hit Vision's body, instantly turning him into a shooting star and slamming into the space. Not good. Natasha Romanoff's face changed suddenly. Roddy is getting serious, she said. Wait. You mean, he wasn't playing seriously at all just now? Sam asked with wide-eyed surprise. Natasha Romanoff ignored him. Bring up the virtual keyboard directly on your watch, then connect to the Avengers satellite in orbit. Shua. A light curtain unfolds. The picture reflected on it is the figure of Vision flying into space. Next second, a figure caught up with Vision and appeared in front of him. The figure grabbed Vision's neck, and the other hand clenched a fist and kept hitting Vision's body. Vision seems to have been fooled. Completely out of action, ability just let the opponent beat him violently. Boom! There was a deafening bang from the sky. And the Vision in the picture has been blown out of the atmosphere by Roddy's terrifying attack. No. These two guys, can they survive in space? Sam looked at the two figures rushing into space in the picture in surprise. Did you forget that Natasha Romanoff said earlier that this Roddy was on the sun? Luke Kai-ki on the side said with a wry smile. He smiled wryly because he remembered the fight they had just had. Luke Kai-ki couldn't help but feel a chill on the back of his neck when he thought they could defeat such a terrifying man. Terrible. It's a miracle that I can still stand here alive. Sighed Roddy, who hit space, caught up with Vision, who flew out again. At this moment, Vision was really beaten by Roddy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten so violently by Roddy. To know the time in between is completely enough for him to turn his body into an unreal state, thereby dodging Roddy's attack. But Vision didn't do that. Why? Don't you want to? No. It's because he's completely blinded, his brain is in chaos, and he can't control his body at all. It's like in Infinity War, he was attacked by Thanos' subordinate Corvus Glaive, and he was beaten so badly that he couldn't even control his own body. And he's pretty much the same now. They all lost control of their bodies, so they could only be beaten passively. Don't you want to see my true power? Let me show you today. Roddy smiled. Although he couldn't form a figure in the vacuum, his lips opened and closed. After he finished speaking silently, a white light suddenly shone on his fingertips. With the continuous release of scorching white light, a spherical energy ball finally formed, appearing on Roddy's fingertips. His whole body exploded with energy. The energy equivalent to a nuclear explosion equivalent to hundreds of millions of tons was released by Roddy in an instant, and all of it was concentrated on the energy ball on his finger. Moment. The energy ball keeps getting bigger. From the beginning of the table tennis file size, it became a house file size in just a few seconds. After another few seconds, the energy ball has become more than 1,000 meters in diameter, and was held high above Roddy's head. Take a look at my true strength. He roared, and instantly pushed this huge white energy ball towards Vision. Whoosh! Huge amounts of scorching white energy ball blasted towards Vision. At this moment, Vision has just regained a little bit of control over his body, but he has not fully recovered, so he cannot dodge this terrible attack at all. He could only watch helplessly as this incomparably huge amounts of energy ball bombarded him with the energy of hundreds of millions of tons of nuclear explosions. Compared with the energy ball with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters, his tiny body is really too small. So much so that the scorching white light engulfed him directly. There is no trace of it at all. Good da. Looking at the picture in front of him, Natasha Romanoff and the others couldn't help swallowing with a pale face. What is the energy index? Steve asked with a serious face. More than 170 million. Natasha Romanoff said. This number is calculated based on the explosive equivalent of the most lethal weapon for human beings. 170 million, which is equivalent to the sum of the energy generated when a nuclear weapon with a yield of 170 million tons explodes. What a terrifying energy is this! It turned out that Roddy rubbed it out with one hand, and it only took a few seconds. Crazy. The world is really crazy. At the same moment, the space monitoring satellites of all countries in the world are starting to alarm crazily. Immediately after that, some places started to mess up. A piece of information began to be submitted upwards. Some big shots were even woken up by continuous phone calls in their deep sleep, and their faces changed drastically after picking up the phone the next second. What happened? Where did the energy data come from? Are aliens attacking Blue Star again? Is the bear testing the weapon? Surely the United States did it. At this moment, as long as it is a country with space monitoring satellites, it is all in a mess. All are asking the same question. That is, there is a certain organization behind this huge energy? Or a country? Or what aliens are here again? Too fake, personal? Feel sorry. Forgive them for being completely unable to associate this level of energy with individuals. Because if that's the case, it also means that the existence of this person is equivalent to a nuclear weapon with a yield of nearly 200 million tons, and it is still the kind that will run around. Just thinking about it makes them sleepless. So, in any case, this is impossible, and it cannot be done by individuals. Because of this result, none of them can bear it. In a room on the top floor of the Stark building, Tony was woken up by Friday in his deep sleep. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I promise that I will dismantle and redo it for you tomorrow. Tony, who was called to wake up, was full of resentment, and even Friday, who was an artificial intelligence, felt the terrible wake-up anger. Fortunately, at this time, Pepper next to him patted Tony, telling him to restrain himself. The main thing is not to disturb her rest. Tony looked resentful, then obediently took his clothes and walked out of the room. Okay, now tell me what happened. Tony asked as he put on his clothes. Sir, you have an urgent notification from the Avengers base, and the Avengers satellite has detected a burst of energy with an energy index of more than 170 million between the Earth and the Moon. And according to the news from the Avengers base, the source of this energy is none other than your partner, Mr. Roddy. Wait, what did you just say? Tony buttoned the last button 10, rubbed the sunwood and said, Roddy? The Roddy who sold me vibranium? Tens of millions of explosions? Or in space? Yes, sir. Friday replied, and before that, Mr. Roddy had a fight with other members of the Avengers, and now this explosion in space is also used by Mr. Roddy to attack Vision. No, I'm a little messed up. Tony felt that he hadn't woken up, his mind was a little confused. You said that Roddy fought with other Avengers and then used a nuclear bomb equivalent to 10,700 million ton equivalent explosions against Vision. Is Vision so powerful? Why don't I know? That's 170 million tons equivalent. Not to mention using it against Vision. Even if it is used to fight Thor's God King Father, isn't it enough? Tony took a deep breath, feeling bad all over. Why did such a serious incident happen when he just came back to take a rest? The Avengers are still fighting Roddy? How come no one notified me in advance? It doesn't matter, you have to go and see. Tony immediately put on his battle armor, and then turned into a burst of fire, flying towards the Avengers base. The other side. Roddy didn't care at all how many people's attention his behavior had aroused this time, and at the same time, how many people had been kept awake at night by it. At the moment, he looked at the vision that exploded after being hit by the energy ball, and watched the aftermath of the energy turn into scorching white flame tongues, and even blasted out hundreds of huge craters on the moon hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. 2. A more violent energy blasted directly at the corner of the moon. In an instant, the moon was bombed out a gap of huge amounts of. Look from afar. It's like being bitten by a mooncake. Like a mouthful. This huge amount of movement naturally alarmed the Inhumans hiding on the back of the moon. A group of alien race members headed by Black Bolt King came to the moon monitoring room one after another. The red energy level on the at the moment screen is almost off the charts. What the hell is going on with this energy? Someone asked loudly. As for Black Bolt, he closed his mouth and dared not speak. After all, if he speaks, all these people present will be killed on the spot. But, looking at this set of data on the screen, Black Bat King was also extremely disturbed. The magnitude of this energy is so huge that it has even exceeded the largest energy explosion he has ever experienced in the past, and it has exceeded 10 times. Could it be that the humans on Blue Star finally discovered them? So planned to attack the moon? Black Bolt King even began to think about it. At this time, huge amounts of a new picture appeared on the screen. That's actually replay. In the picture, it is the scene where Roddy releases the huge energy in his body to form a huge amounts of white energy ball to attack Vision. See this scene. Black Bat King, who was just imagining whether it was the Blue Star humans who came to fight, was stupid. This level of energy was actually rubbed out by one hand? That person should be a human living on the Blue Star, right? Could it be that in the years since they left Blue Star, the current Blue Star has developed to this extent? Even a terrifying powerhouse of this strength has appeared? Black Bolt King, including all the Inhumans present, looked dumbfounded, and at the same time felt deep fear in their hearts. I'm suddenly thankful that we've moved to the moon to live. At this time, a member of the Inhuman race suddenly spoke up. This sentence immediately ushered in the approval of the people around. Yes. If they were still living on Blue Star, wouldn't they have to face this terrifying existence? Just thinking about it would scare them to death. Chapter 121. In space. Even though Vision has the body of vibranium, under the energy bombardment of that magnitude, it was instantly blown into countless fragments that are invisible to the naked eye. Only that mind gem, because of its infinite gem's characteristics, has been completely preserved. Roddy noticed this gem flying out with keen eyes. In an instant, he teleported there, grabbing it in his hand. The powers of infinite gems are extreme. Power gems are pure power. It is the power to destroy everything. So even if you touch it, it will be very dangerous. Even if it is only a moment of contact, the all-destroying power inside the power gem will blast you into the fundamental particles of the universe, unless you have a strong physique or are very special in the level of life. Only in this way can we withstand the power of the power gem. And the case of mind gem is another. Ordinary people hold it, and feel that it is no different from an indestructible ordinary gemstone. It looks like a yellow man-made gemstone. Because natural gemstones are not so transparent. But not in the hands of people who use it. Even if it is used to hit people, it is almost meaningless. After all, it is too small. But if it is in the hands of someone who can use it, the effect will be completely different. How weird is the power of the mind? It's not just as simple as controlling people's thoughts, but also involves other aspects. It can be said. As long as it is a conscious individual, it is under the control of mind gem. It doesn't matter if you are organic or inorganic, as long as you are conscious, it can work on you. Therefore, even artificial intelligence is affected by mind gem. 18. How hard is it to unleash the true power of Mind Gem? Let's just say it. Even Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet cannot truly exert the ultimate power of a single one of these gems. Otherwise, just one power gem is enough for me to easily kill all the enemies standing in front of him. As long as the opponent's level is less than level single universe. It can be said that all the following level single universe are instant kills. The unreasonable kind. It doesn't matter if you're Captain Marvel or God King Odin. Come 1 to kill 1. Come 2 to kill 1 pair. But when the power gem really came into Thanos' hands, its expressiveness was nothing more than just blowing Captain Marvel away with one blow, and it didn't even hurt Captain Marvel. Very stretched. Definitely. Some would say that it wasn't that Thanos didn't want to unleash the full power of the power gem, but that he couldn't bear it. But Thanos can even kill half of the life in the universe with 6 gems. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible to show the full power of a single gem. Therefore, Roddy felt that it wasn't that Thanos didn't want to, but that he really couldn't do it. Infinity Gauntlet is an ability that can manifest infinite gems. But the utilization rate is obviously not high enough. What's more, the energy of the 6 infinite gems is connected in series, so that the 6 gems can complement each other on this piece of equipment, so as to achieve the effect of killing half of the life in the universe with one snap of the fingers. At this point, the Infinity Gauntlet is undoubtedly strong. But if it's just a single gemstone, and the perfect series of 6 gemstones is not achieved, then the effect will be unsatisfactory. Now that the jewel is in Roddy's hands, the effect is different. First of all, Roddy originally has the spiritual ability. This fits perfectly with this mind gem. Even Roddy has never had any experience with infinite gems, nor does he know how to drive this thing. But just by virtue of the similarities between the two. Driven by psychic power, Roddy found that he could actually mobilize the huge and infinite psychic power in this mind gem. This spiritual power is much stronger than his original. So Roddy directly used the word infinite to describe it. He really couldn't find a more suitable word than this. After all, the psychic power inside the gemstone is huge compared to it. Roddy originally's psychic power is not even as good as a speck of dust in the universe in front of it. The difference is already immeasurable. So Roddy used the word infinite. Originally, it is infinite gems, which also confirms the origin of the name from the side, not an exaggerated description. So what effect can this gem with infinite spiritual power play in Roddy's hands? To put it simply, when Roddy holds this mind gem, he can use his original spiritual power to pull out the spiritual power emperor inside the gem. The ratio is about 1:10,000. That is to say, Roddy can mobilize the huge spiritual power in mind gem, which is 10,000 times of his own spiritual power, for his own use. This caused Roddy's originally extremely huge spiritual power to increase again. It is hard for him to imagine, who else in this universe can surpass him on the spiritual level. Definitely. Those cosmic gods don't count. Those who are truly like gods originally represent a certain rule of the universe, even the universe originally. In contrast, infinite gems are nothing more than the concrete entities of the 6 rules produced at the beginning of the universe. It can't be compared with the universe originally. www. Put away mind gems. Roddy glanced at the missing moon in the distance, secretly shocked by the energy he released just now. He couldn't hold back for a moment, releasing a little more energy. As a result, it almost exploded the moon. Fortunately, the angle of attack is not so central. It just brushed past the edge of the moon. Otherwise, the whole moon would not be so exaggerated. After all, the moon is so big that it is not so fragile. But smashing a huge bottomless pit on it is obviously no problem at all. After all, the explosion energy exceeding 170 million tons was compressed by Roddy into an energy ball. The moment of the eruption formed a straight bombing path. This is obviously completely different from a normal nuclear explosion. One is to spread in all directions, and the other is to push straight and horizontally in one direction. The effect is completely different. Otherwise, it is also impossible to affect the moon hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. It was because the energy ball flew along a straight line all the way, and when it touched the edge of the moon, it exploded violently because it hit a large target. Before this energy was always induced but not released, and it was constantly pressed inward. As for Vision, he was more unlucky. Because the temperature of the energy ball is too high. The surface temperature is hundreds of thousands of degrees Celsius, and the core area has reached an ultra-high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees. The body structure of Vision is built by vibranium. The melting point of vibranium is only 20,000 degrees Celsius. Therefore, the moment it hit the energy ball, Vision had already been melted rapidly. And when the explosion happened, the little Vision was gone. What is preserved? It's just a mind gem. Do I offend the Avenger to death now? Roddy suddenly thought of something. But he didn't take it too seriously. If you offend, you will be offended. Anyway, in the entire Avengers, he also had some contact with Tony. Before that, Tony approached him a few times and bought some vibranium. Besides, that's just Wanda. But to be honest, Wanda's relationship with Vision is very ordinary. The Avengers in this world have more members, so there is no strange relationship between Wanda and Vision. To be honest, a robot and a living person, this is somewhat nonsense. You have no other choice. The key is what you choose. How much lack of love is it that you choose a robot that looks like that to be your other half? Fortunately, the Wanda of this world did not develop in that direction. Otherwise, what awaits her is only a painful future. Gone. Roddy looked around, and didn't have any intention of cleaning up the mess. It's not that he doesn't want to. It's that he really doesn't have the ability in this area. If you let him blow up a moon, he can still do it if he works hard. Asking for flowers. But you want him to repair a broken moon? Feel sorry. Roddy really doesn't have the ability to do this. Anyway, the moon is only missing a small hole, and it doesn't have much impact on Blue Star. There should be no problem. Not long after Roddy left. In the originally empty space, suddenly a sparking portal opened in the space not far from the moon. Following Doctor Strange, who was wearing a magic barrier, came out from the other end of the portal. He looked ahead at the debris of the moon floating in space. Next second, he made a seal with both hands, followed by the Agamotto on his chest. A green light shines on. It's just a fight, as for making such a big commotion. Doctor Strange muttered. While mobilizing the power of magic, the power of time gem is drawn out, forming a huge green magic circle with a diameter of several kilometers. The magic circle flew across the sky, and a huge power of time emerged immediately after it. Next moment, Doctor Strange turned his palm slowly. The time in this area also began to flow backwards. The fragments of the moon that had been scattered in all directions began to return to the original point, and the moon, which was missing a gap, returned to its original appearance in the blink of an eye. At this time, a red-faced figure ahead began to regroup. 0. Doctor Strange looked curiously at this thing who didn't know if it was a human being. While continuing to mobilize the power of the time gem, he watched the opponent gradually recover into a complete human form. It's just that there is a place on the forehead where there should be something, but at the moment is missing. No matter what Doctor Strange did, it couldn't fix it. What is that? It can ignore the time power of time gem. Doctor Strange was also a little surprised. He had never seen anything that the time gem's power of time couldn't affect. As strong as Dormammu, isn't it also trapped in a time loop? But this thing on the forehead of this red-faced robot, it actually ignores the effects of the time gem. Simply incredible. After a while, everything is back to normal. Doctor Strange also put away the time gem. Then he took a last look at the red-faced robot whose eyes were closed and seemed to have not woken up, then opened a portal and floated in instantly. Next second, the portal closes. Only Vision, which has lost its mind gem, remains floating in space. After a while, Vision opened his eyes. He looked a little dazed, as if he didn't understand what was going on. Follow closely. Vision felt a sense of weakness. That's something he never had in the past. It was as if the whole body had been emptied. But it stands to reason that he is a robot and shouldn't feel that way. And his energy originally comes from infinite gems. The energy of gemstones is unlimited, and there is no such thing as being drained. It's not those stupid guys who need to be charged. How could it be possible for him to run out of energy? Just when Vision was wondering, he suddenly took a look at his forehead and found that there was a groove in front of his forehead. Inside it was empty, there was nothing there. And that's where the infinite gems should have been. But now the gem is gone. Vision opened his eyes wide in horror. He finally understood why he felt so weak. Feelings are your gemstones being stolen? Vision began to try to recall. Want to find out who stole his infinite gems? Next second, he finally recalled the memory before his coma. As far as he remembers, he was being beaten up by Roddy. The terrifying power directly blinded him, causing him to lose control of his body for a short time. Then his last memory before coma was a scorching white light swallowing him. After that, he won't have any memory. It's Roddy. He took my infinite gems. Vision thought angrily. Chapter 122. When Vision figured out who had snatched his infinite gems, he glanced around furiously. But the surrounding space is pitch black, and only the blue star and the sun can be seen in the distance. As for the others, didn't find half of it at all. Vision's anger was instantly extinguished. He found out in despair that he seemed unable to go back. Because of the loss of mind gem, he has no energy to support him, and he can't even fly. This frustrates Vision a bit. He can't fly, how can he return to Blue Star? Why are you waiting for someone to save you? But how long will it take? In this vast universe, who can find themselves? Waiting for Tony to find himself in the iron armor? But let's not say that Tony's iron armor is not equipped with a space combat system. Even if it is temporarily installed, how long will it take in the middle? When Tony found it, Vision didn't know if he was still here. Because his body is currently flying around under the influence of gravity. That is caused by the magnetic field between the Earth and the Moon. And the entire solar system is always moving. The interstellar coordinates are not static. Vision was desperate. He felt that even if he was found, it would probably be a few months later. That is to say, how many months will he stay in this vast space? But the key is that his consciousness is equivalent to an artificial intelligence in this body. Although the energy consumed is not as much as in the combat state, it is still consumed. And now he has lost his energy source, which means that he may soon lose consciousness 253. That is commonly known as dash shutdown. Once shut down, even Vision itself does not know what will happen next. He might be found by his fellow Avengers. It may also be picked up by some aliens. Or it was suddenly pulled by the sun's gravity and flew directly towards the sun. If that's the case, Vision thinks he's dead. After all, there is a high temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius on the surface of the sun, and a little bit into the corona the temperature directly increases to 1,000,000 degrees Celsius. He was going to that kind of place. Isn't it melted in minutes? The other side. Roddy, who took the mind gem, also felt the power of another gem when he teleported back to the surface. He looked up. Seeing that the moon that should have been missing a corner has been restored to its integrity, I can understand who made it after a little thought. That guy Strange actually went into space and repaired the moon. Roddy was a little surprised. After all, from his understanding, apart from being interested in various spells and doing research in the holy place, Strange seems to be lazy in other aspects. In the past 6 months, he has even seen that guy go out to eat a few times. Most of the time, other magicians send it to him. A person who doesn't even bother to go out to eat. This time, he actually went to space to repair the damaged moon himself. Should I say that it is indeed the Sorcerer Supreme? The responsibility to protect Blue Star is very thorough. Roddy felt a little emotional in his heart, and then his eyes fell on these people in front of him. Avengers. Roddy looked at them with a grin. Everyone. Do you want to continue playing? Roddy asked with a smile. Hearing this, several Avengers waved their hands. Keep playing? An FKA fart. Do you think you are living too comfortably? Whether it's the hot-tempered Jessica or the wily Natasha Romanoff. Roddy's proposal was rejected for a moment. It is impossible to fight again. But it seems a bit inappropriate to sit down and chat. After all, it was just done. It's a bit embarrassing at this time. At this time, a blaze flew from afar and landed on them. What are you doing? As soon as Tony arrived, he raised his mask and asked Steve and the others loudly. Do you know how much noise you have made? What are you trying to do? Think our current situation is not bad enough? Faced with Tony's questioning, Steve smiled helplessly. No way. He didn't expect things to develop like this. Originally, they just wanted Roddy to get out of trouble, and they didn't dare to pester Wanda anymore. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. This man. His strength is too strong. They are completely different from the people they have encountered in the past. Tony, calm down, things are not as bad as you think. Natasha Romanoff spoke. Calm down. Tony glared at her. You guys woke me up in the middle of the night and let me hear the worst news of the year, now you tell me to calm me down. Natasha Romanoff didn't know how to continue talking. He could only turn his eyes to Steve, who was on the sidelines, signaling him to calm Tony down quickly. Steve had no choice but to bite the bullet. But at this stage, the relationship between Steve and Tony is really good, and Captain America's speaking skills are still very good. So under Steve's reassurance, Tony's mood stabilized. Not as irritable as before. Natasha Romanoff thought it was Tony's waking up. After all, like he said, they woke up Tony from the bed, who was already asleep. It's normal to get up a little gasp. Tony, who had stabilized his mood, also looked at Roddy aside at this time. His face softened a lot. Roddy, we've worked together a few times, so we're friends, right? Tony said, I don't know what's going on this time, but you're fighting now, can you just look at me for my sake? So forget it. Tony, it's not that I won't give you this face, but are you sure they will? Roddy's feelings for Tony are quite good, as Tony said, they have cooperated several times, and they can be regarded as ordinary friends, so if the Avengers can no longer ask him to stay away from Wanda, this face is not impossible. After all, Wanda is also a member of the Avengers. Roddy can't make things too difficult for Wanda. Hearing that Roddy is willing to give himself this face, Wang Ni is also very happy in his heart. Then he turned to look at Natasha Romanoff and Steve and the others. Tell me, what's going on? He rushed over in a hurry, not knowing what was going on. How did they start fighting so well? Correct. What about Vision? Where is Vision? Just when Tony was curious about where Vision went, Natasha Romanoff simply described the cause of the incident to Tony. Hearing that the cause turned out to be because Roddy came into contact with Wanda, Natasha Romanoff and the others were worried that Wanda, who has a pure personality, would be hurt by Roddy, a scumbag, so they asked him to choose 10 points away from Wanda. As a result, Roddy naturally refused to agree. In fact, if Tony was in Roddy's position, he would not agree. According to his arrogant personality of a playboy in the past, whoever dares to point fingers at him, it would be great if he didn't pinch the opponent's fingers. Still counting on him to retreat? Don't even think about it. So. Tony could understand what Roddy was thinking. But at the same time, he really felt that Roddy, just like his past self, was too carefree. It belongs to the type that falls in love with a beautiful one when it sees one. But it's different from him. Tony himself had calmed down now. All her heart was on Pepper, and she never went out to flirt with her again. But Roddy is still young, obviously not yet ready to stop. So. If it can be negotiated, Nortel is also reluctant to let Roddy approach Wanda. But Tony, as a person who has experienced it, also knows that this kind of matter cannot be settled with a few words of discussion. The main work still has to be on Wanda's side. Roddy is secondary here. Obviously. Natasha Romanoff and the others with no experience have completely misunderstood priorities. That's why there was such a big commotion. It also made their Avengers lose face in front of Roddy. After all, a group of people have never beaten anyone else, so what is it if it is not a shame? If it was changed to let an experienced person like Pepper handle it, it would definitely not make things like this. This group of people. Tony shook his head secretly. This is obviously not the time to criticize them, let's settle the matter before us first. Think about it. Tony also looked at Roddy, and said sincerely, Roddy, I already know the whole thing, this time it's our Avengers who are wrong, I apologize to you on their behalf, I hope you can understand. Don't stop it. Roddy asks. Tony nodded and said, no, but you can't hurt Wanda. I never thought of hurting her. Roddy said. That's enough. Tony nodded and said, then his eyes stopped Saifu, who wanted to say more. This blind guy, I managed to settle the matter peacefully, so don't say anything that makes people angry. Tony thought to himself. With Tony's apology and reassurance, Roddy doesn't care what happens to the other Avengers. After saying goodbye to Tony, he teleported and disappeared in place. Finally gone. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Steve angrily. What were you trying to say just now? Tony said. Tony, we can't have Wanda with someone like Roddy, she's going to get hurt. Steve said. You think I don't know? Tony rolled his eyes at him and said, but you also saw what happened just now, do you have the ability to stop Eddie? No. You guys didn't even hurt a hair, and you even lost Vision. Tony looked a little annoyed. By the way, why hasn't Vision come back yet? Jessica suddenly remembered that Vision hadn't come back yet, so she couldn't help but looked up to the sky. But no matter how I looked, I couldn't find Vision. I'll talk about the Vision matter later, the doctor will talk about you. Tony wasn't too worried about Vision. After all, Vision's strength is the strongest among them. Except Banner, which is already missing. And Thor, who is no longer a blue star. No other Avenger can compare to Vision. The strength is not at the same level at all. Do you know what you're doing? Tony continued to accuse Steve and the others, finding an Avenger we totally. An enemy that cannot be provoked, and an enemy that is completely unnecessary. If you're just doing it for Wanda's benefit, why don't you talk to Wanda? Would it make sense to come and fight Roddy? The more Tony talked, the angrier he got, he almost pointed Steve's nose and cursed. As for why only scolding Steve? Who made you the captain? If you don't scold you, who will you scold? Everyone else except Natasha Romanoff is a new second-generation Avenger. And Natasha Romanoff is a woman again. Tony has always been more tolerant of women. So, 1.3. At this time, only Steve was scolded. And the key point is that after stopping what Tony said, Steve also felt that he had done something wrong. Therefore, he is also willing to be scolded. Did not talk back. After Tony had had enough of scolding, he angrily brought the others back to the Avengers base. I'll look for Vision first, Wanda will talk to her after I come back, understand? After returning to the base, Tony gave some advice to the others, and then turned around and went to other places. Now that the matter has been finished, it is naturally my turn to vision. I wonder if this guy got lost in space? Why has there been no response? Tony definitely doesn't know, it's not that Vision is lost, but that he lost the ability to go home, and can only stay in space in despair, waiting for someone to rescue him back. The other side. Roddy, who came home, is also in a bad situation at the moment. He looked at Gwen and Daisy, who looked at him carefully. Where does the face still have the arrogance when facing the Avengers before? Are you still asleep? Roddy smirked, trying to get away with it. Too bad it didn't work. Gwen grabbed him and sniffed him. Smells like another woman. She turned to Daisy and said. Daisy nodded, came up to stare at Roddy and asked, "Be honest, I came back so late, what did you do? Did you hang out with other women?" Roddy. Now it's over, these two women have teamed up. Chapter 123. Paradise Building, in the living room of the room on the 66th floor. Roddy looked at the two glaring eyes in embarrassment, smiled dryly and said. Then what, Gwen, why are you here? Gwen said she would go home tonight. It was Roddy who sent her home before. But why is it here again? I called Gwen. Daisy said with a resentful face, you haven't come home, and the phone can't get through, so I can only contact Gwen and ask her, are you still with her? There. Cell phone? Roddy remembered, and took out the phone from the different space with his backhand. Before, the mobile phone was left on the passenger seat. When the car was taken into the different space, it was also taken in together. That's why Daisy can't get through to Roddy's phone. Hasty. If I had known that I would have taken out my cell phone in advance, it would be much more confusing than Gwen and Daisy being present at the same time. It's not fooling around either. After all, Roddy and Wanda have nothing for now. Tell me, what did you do? Gwen looked at Roddy with warm and angry eyes. Why can't this playful scumbag let her have a snack? Isn't having two girlfriends enough for him? Want to find a third one? No, you misunderstood. Roddy said, I didn't go out to fool around, I ran to fight with the Avengers before. Did you see the light in the sky before? That's me in a vision in the Avengers guys fighting in space. You went to fight the Avengers. The two women looked at him questioningly. Why? They asked puzzledly. All right, what kind of fight with the Avengers? Misunderstanding, everything is a misunderstanding, and now it has been made clear. Roddy said. Real? The two girls looked at him suspiciously. I always feel that Roddy didn't tell all the things and seemed to be hiding something. Definitely is true, am I going to lie to you? Roddy looked sad. Is it true that I am 15 so insincere in your eyes? As a result, no matter whether it was Gwen or Daisy, they both nodded and looked at him with an expression of you are ashamed to say that you are sincere. This embarrassed Roddy badly. So he pretended to be annoyed and said, wow. So I look like this in your eyes, forget it, you can think whatever you like. Roddy turned and left with a sad look. Behind. Gwen and Daisy looked at each other, then shook their heads helplessly. This guy changed the subject again. It just so happens that they are pretty good at it. Roddy, don't be angry. We didn't mean it, it was just a joke. The two women hurried up to appease Roddy, for fear that he would be really angry. Is it enough to just say it's a joke? Roddy said with a straight face. Then what do you want? We all listen to you. Gwen and Daisy said quickly. That's what you said yourself. Roddy's complexion changed suddenly, and he looked at the two with a smile and said. Oops. Got it. Gwen and Daisy secretly thought it was bad, this guy shouldn't make any excessive demands, right? Want to regret? That's too late. Roddy said proudly. Well, I have to go home, let's not talk about it, see you tomorrow. When Gwen saw it, he quickly found an excuse and wanted to run away. In the end, Roddy pulled him into his arms. Hold on to her. You still want to leave now? The Avengers base, in the lounge. A group of Avengers sat separately, and the atmosphere was delicate. At this time, Tony came from the corridor with an ugly expression on his face. What's the matter? What happened? Natasha Romanoff looked at it and asked quickly. Vision had an accident, and the satellite photographed him floating in space, and there has been no movement. Tony said. I'm going to bring him back now and see exactly what went wrong. Hearing the news of Vision's accident, the several Avengers present couldn't care less about immersing themselves in the downtrodden just now. Everyone started to worry about Vision's situation. Not for a while. A flame burst into the sky outside. It was Tony who flew away with the iron armor loaded with the space combat system. Didn't Tony buy vibranium from Roddy a few times before? After the events of Ultron, he used these vibranium to build an iron war with space combat ability. But unlike the steel armor of the past, this armor is bigger. Even bigger than anti-Hulk armor. Tony named it Asgardian War Armor, which means the King of War who protects the human race. Tony also placed great expectations on this armor. So, the weapon system of this Asgardian warframe is the most powerful among Tony's previous warframes. It is not only equipped with various gunpowder weapons and energy weapons on other steel armors, but also adds nuclear weapons, laser weapons, and melee weapons. One of the melee weapons is a vibranium greatsword. The blade of the giant sword alone is 5 or 6 meters long. However, compared to the 8-meter-tall Asgardian armor, this length is just right for it to use. Besides, the vibranium used in the Asgardian armor is more than 30 times that of the ordinary steel armor. It took Tony a lot of money, plus what Ultron found, and Roddy's subsequent purchases, to get so much vibranium out. So, Asgardian armor can absorb a greater amount of energy. It will not reach the upper limit of absorption quickly. This Asgardian armor is extremely powerful. In the simulated battle, Tony used the Asgardian armor to single out the entire Avengers. The result is an Asgardian warframe with a win rate of 82.5%. This shows how powerful this armor is. To know, Tony even counts the Green Titan Hulk and Thor. That's 82.5% of the winning rate. If the two of them are not counted, wouldn't the winning rate be 100%? But even with such a powerful armor, Tony hadn't thought of using this armor to threaten Roddy before. On the one hand, he didn't want to do it. On the other hand, Tony thinks it's useless. Where did he get most of his vibranium from? Didn't buy it from Roddy yet. Tony doesn't believe that Roddy won't have more vibranium, and no one can take advantage of vibranium against vibranium, which makes the defensive advantage of Tony's Asgardian armor likely to be difficult for Roddy. Plus the terrible energy that Roddy exploded in space before. Tony can't guarantee that Roddy can make a second explosion? What if? So, it never occurred to Tony to use the Asgardian armor against Roddy at the time. And it turns out, Tony's judgment was also quite correct. Otherwise, what Asgardian armor? It was dismantled by Roddy in minutes. Overnight. It was dawning soon. After a good night's sleep, Wanda woke up from the bed. The phone on the nightstand next to her, wondering if she should text Roddy to say good morning. But then I thought about what if Roddy hasn't woken up yet? In the midst of struggling, Wanda lay on the bed for another 10 or 20 minutes before getting up. Then I went to the bathroom to wash up, came back to change my pajamas, and then left the room to go to the restaurant to have breakfast. While on the other side, in a laboratory at the base, the Avengers who haven't slept all night are watching the Vision charging in the lab at the moment. Tony had brought Vision back to Blue Star half an hour ago. Vision had already shut down due to loss of power. At first Tony thought something was wrong with Vision. As a result, after using the detection equipment on the Asgardian armor to conduct some tests, it turned out that the vision was shut down because of the loss of energy. This left Tony speechless. It's a pity that he was so worried before, thinking that Vision was beaten to death by Roddy. But he wasn't really worried about that. Because Vision was indeed beaten to death by Roddy at the beginning. The kind that is still dead. But later, under Doctor Strange's time gem, Vision came to life again. It's just that the mind gem that has been taken away can't be changed back for him. If you were like Thanos, only the gems were destroyed. Then go back in time and restore the gem. But now the gem was taken by Roddy. I can't turn back time and create another one for you, can I? Tony didn't notice this problem at first, until he learned that Vision shut down due to exhaustion of energy, only to find that the gemstone on Vision's forehead was missing. Was it taken by Roddy? Tony immediately thought of Roddy. After all, apart from him, nothing else was wrong. So, there must be nothing wrong with what he did. But it's obviously impossible for Tony to run up to Roddy and ask him to return the gem to Vision. That is impossible. Tony wondered too. Unless they beat Roddy, that might change his mind. But the fact is, they can't beat it at all. Therefore, the gems and the like are temporarily turned off. Getting the Vision powered on first is the most important thing. Think of this. After returning, Tony immediately started to modify a charging device. Because Vision doesn't have any charging port, he can only modify the device originally, and then attach the cable to Vision's body. Just like the wireless charging of mobile phones, it can be charged. Half an hour passed. Vision has been fully charged for half an hour. If this is replaced by a mobile phone, it may be fully charged sooner. But for Vision, so much power is just to wake him up from the shutdown. Vision wakes up. Great. This guy woke up after charging for half an hour. I thought he would never wake up. When the others saw Vision wake up, they were also sincerely happy for him. Subsequently, they started asking Vision what the hell was going on. Why did the jewel on his head disappear? It's Roddy, he stole my gem. Vision said quietly. Everyone present could hear the resentment in his words. It felt like my wife had been abducted and I couldn't get it back. Keek. Definitely, it's just a description. Gem is not Vision's wife. But it is indeed something that has been with him since he was born. The 987 is no wonder the Vision is like this. Now you lose the gem, and you have to find other energy sources to replace it later. Tony looked at Vision, looked up and down, and seemed to be thinking about the next transformation plan. The look gave Vision a chill on the back of his neck. He quickly said that he could mobilize the energy he had just absorbed in his body to change the shape of his body, and then he could open up an area on his chest to install Tony's arc reactor. Is that so? Tony nodded. All right, there are spares in the base, why don't we try it now? Vision nodded. The power he had absorbed in just half an hour was actually not much. It can also keep his body running for 10 minutes. The premise is still not strenuous exercise. Otherwise, you may not be able to hold it for a minute. But if there is an arc reactor, then the situation is completely different. Just like Ultron once was. It's just that Ultron's body is not as powerful as Vision's vibranium body, but it is still very powerful. At that time, Vision will modify his body again. Add an energy jet device to the soles of your feet. Then he can fly again. Just looking at it would make him look more like a robot, rather than humanoid life. The revamp for Vision was completed in no time. After all, as long as there is energy supply, Vision can easily change the shape of its own body. He created a hole in his chest and installed an arc reactor inside. Internal connection wire bonding. In this way, the Vision will not need to be charged again in the future. After all, that efficiency is too low. Subsequently, he modified his legs again. Energy erupting devices are added to the soles of the feet, the back of the calves and the back. To let myself fly. Do it all. Seeing Vision spraying blue energy behind his feet, the Avengers felt weird. In the past 6 months, they almost regarded Vision as a real humanoid life. After all, Vision is very similar to normal humans in all aspects except for its skin. He can even change his skin to make him look more like a human than a robot. But now, watch as Vision needs a burst of energy to fly. Everyone felt completely different in an instant. They can no longer see Vision as a humanoid being, it's just a machine no matter how you look at it. At most, it's just that the artificial intelligence is a little better. Chapter 124. Okay, come down. Tony couldn't stand it any longer. Seeing Vision flying around in the sky, he seemed to be very emotional, and quickly called him down. To be honest, Tony's feelings for Vision are still complicated. Because most of Vision's conscious subjects are inherited from Jarvis. Definitely. There is also a part of Ultron's conscious thinking, but the proportion is obviously not as much as that of Jarvis. In addition, Vision's speaking voice is also the voice of Jarvis. So in Tony's eyes, Vision is not only like the successor of J.A.R.V.I.S. in the past, but also like a child created by himself. But Vision is not J.A.R.V.I.S. or Ultron, but a new consciousness born after they integrate with each other. Therefore, Tony has always told himself in the past, Vision is Vision, J.A.R.V.I.S. is Jarvis. It cannot be generalized. But now that Vision is equipped with arc reactor and flying in the sky with energy flames spraying from its body, Tony feels that J.A.R.V.I.S. is manipulating a steel armor named Vision. That sense of déjà vu is really too strong. Tony almost couldn't help calling out the name of Jarvis. After calling Vision down, the Avengers also turned around and went back indoors. At this moment, Wanda came over with a serving of mashed potatoes. Seeing that everyone was there, Wanda also greeted them. Wanda, you came just in time. We have a loving daughter-in-law who wants to talk to you. Seeing Wanda, Steve quickly called to stop her. Anything? Wanda asked suspiciously. Let's go and sit down and talk. Natasha Romanoff said at this time. So a few people went to sit down on the sofa in the rest area. Then they looked at me and I looked at yours. After a while, Jessica, who was so short-tempered, couldn't help but speak. Wanda, you went out with that Roddy last night, right? Jessica said. You spy on me. Wanda frowned, her face a bit ugly. She disliked the feeling of being watched the most, and this time she felt that everyone distrusted her. It seemed that once she left their sight, she would do something outrageous. This made Wanda very uncomfortable. No, we're not spying on you. Natasha Romanoff explained, it's like this. You came back very late last night. We were very anxious at the time, but we couldn't find you anywhere. At this time, Vision found you and Roddy near the base, so we knew you were out with Roddy last night. Vision? Wanda glanced at Vision standing there with a blue light on his chest. What's wrong with your chest? She asked curiously. It's my new energy source. Vision answered honestly. By the way, where is the jewel on your head? Only then did Wanda realize that the yellow jewel on Vision's forehead was missing. Those things are infinite gems. It is said that it is a treasure in the universe. Has Vision lost it? That's what we were about to tell you, too. Steve said with a serious expression, Vision's mind gem was snatched by Roddy who went out with you last night. Wanda, that Roddy is not a nice guy. Jessica also reminded. Roddy stole the gem from Vision. Wanda immediately shook her head, no, it's impossible, Roddy is very nice, how could he steal the gem from Vision for no reason? But that's the truth. Steve said, you also saw that Vision's gem is gone, and Vision himself said that Roddy took his gem, don't you think Vision is lying to us? Wanda shook her head. Although she has a normal relationship with Vision, she also knows that this is a very honest robot and has never told a lie. But Roddy is obviously a good person, how could he do something to steal the Vision gem? There must be some misunderstanding here. Wanda instinctively wanted to defend Roddy. She didn't want to believe that the man who played with her in the amusement park last night was this kind of thief who wantonly snatched other people's treasures. What is going on? Wanda looked at Natasha Romanoff and asked her. Heard. Natasha Romanoff also briefly explained to Wanda what happened after she went to rest last night. And it was emphasized that they really wanted to talk to Roddy at the time, and they had no intention of doing it at first. But after listening to Natasha Romanoff's explanation, Wanda's face darkened instantly. She stood up and shouted at the people in front of her, "How can you do this? Why do you force Roddy to stay away from me? Don't I even have the right to choose who to make friends with? Before I do anything, do I have to ask your opinion? I can't do this until you guys agree and tell me it's okay to do it. What qualifications do you have to decide my life?" Wanda was emotional, and she was ashamed that she had doubted Roddy for a moment before. It turns out the truth wasn't at all that Roddy took the Vision gem. Instead, these good teammates of hers went to others first, forced Roddy, and threatened him to let him leave him. If it were Wanda herself, facing such a threatening request, she would never agree to it. She could imagine that Roddy must be very angry. So Wanda feels that she can understand any behavior he does later. "Wanda, don't get excited, listen to us." Natasha Romanoff tried to appease the agitated Wanda, but Wanda pushed her away, and a wisp of scarlet energy escaped from Wanda's body soon charged the area around her. "Wanda!" Tony couldn't sit still at this time, and quickly said loudly, "Calm down, Natasha Romanoff and the others are doing this for your own good. For me." Wanda laughed angrily. "Can a sentence that is good for me explain everything? Have you ever asked my opinion? Why do you have to make decisions for me without authorization? You are not me. How do you know that this is for my own good?" Wanda shouted angrily. With her anger, the scarlet energy around her also became more violent and terrifying. The wall behind her was wiped away as if visible to the naked eye, and part of it was directly turned into powder that was invisible to the naked eye. Floor tiles, sofas, coffee tables on the floor. Everything in the surrounding area is disappearing. "Wanda! Stop! Are you trying to kill us?" Jessica yelled. Everyone is staying away from Wanda and dare not approach her at this moment. And Jessica's calling seemed to have played a role, calming down Wanda's anger a little bit. Scarlet energy shines in her eyes. With a thought in her mind, the surrounding scarlet energy quickly gathered and returned to her body. Seeing that the crazy Wanda calmed down, many Avengers present also breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, most of the rest area has been completely wiped out. It's as if the pencil drawing was erased with an eraser. There is absolutely no trace of those things ever existing. Everyone was shocked by the horror of Wanda's ability, but also worried about Wanda's current state. Her strength is just too unstable. Once Wanda's emotions are completely out of control, it's hard to imagine how terrible the consequences will be. "Wanda, love is not what you think." Natasha Romanoff stepped forward and said, "We didn't intend to deliberately interfere with your personal freedom, and we never thought of influencing your future choices, but Roddy is really not a good choice." Wanda looked at her coldly, as if Natasha Romanoff didn't give her a satisfactory explanation, and in the next second she would disappear into this world like the things around her. Natasha Romanoff can be regarded as a person who has experienced strong winds and waves, so naturally she will not be frightened by Wang Da's eyes. She took a deep breath and said, "Wanda, I know that girls your age are eager to have a beautiful love, but Roddy is too difficult for you to control. You may not know, but he already has 2 girlfriends. Not an ex-girlfriend, but a hot girl who is in a relationship. Do you want to be the third?" Do you think we should just sit and watch you being cheated by such a man? Wait until you give everything of yourself and then find out about it. At that time, it's too late to regret it. Natasha Romanoff's words silenced Wanda. The scene suddenly fell silent. No one spoke. Everyone was watching Wanda, waiting for her to speak first. Then after a while, "Don't come to me, I want to be alone." After Wanda finished speaking, she turned and flew away without looking back. But everyone looked at Wanda flying away, and wanted to chase after him for a while, but because of what Wanda said just now, it was difficult to catch up. "Forget it, let her calm down." Tony sighed, and said, "She is not a child anymore, she has her own judgment ability, we have spread everything out and told her now, she will decide what to choose. Then we just leave it alone." Jessica could not accept such a decision. "Then what do you want to do?" "Go after him and tell Wanda not to contact Roddy again." Tony glanced at Jessica lightly. "Shouldn't it be done?" Jessica asked back. "Forget it, Wanda didn't do this right away, in fact, she already has the answer in her heart." Natasha Romanoff put his hand on Jessica's shoulder and shook his head at her. For Jessica, who is in love with Xiaobai, she obviously can't understand what Wanda's situation is like. But for Natasha Romanoff, she has experienced too much in past missions. So she is very clear. Since Wanda didn't harden her heart immediately, there is a high probability that she won't be able to let go of that man afterwards. To be honest, Natasha Romanoff also feels incredible. Although she admits that Roddy is the most attractive-looking man among the many men she has seen, and her temperament is also very attractive to the opposite S***X. But maybe she has too much experience. So the first time she saw Roddy, she knew that this man was not something any woman could handle alone. No woman can hold this man's heart by herself. So Natasha Romanoff never thought about Roddy that way either. But maybe it's because she saw through Roddy's essence. That's why I couldn't understand why Wanda tied her heart to this man in just one night. Natasha Romanoff. His words made Jessica silent. She looked at the others, seeing that no one agreed with her proposal, she turned and left angrily. "Let's go, find someone to fix this place," Tony said to the others. After leaving the Avengers base, Wanda flew a long way. Owned by Zhao. Finally, it stopped on a cliff. She landed on a cliff. Looking at the sea in the distance, listening to the sound of waves coming from below, tears couldn't stop flowing down. After a while, Wanda took out her cell phone and found Roddy's number. Sent him a message. The other side. Roddy, who had just finished washing, came out of the bathroom, and threw a mobile phone towards him. Roddy reached out and caught it. "Looking for you." After Gwen finished speaking, she snorted, wrapped in a thin sheet, and ran directly to the bathroom. Roddy scratched his head suspiciously, then looked at the phone screen. "Wanda, come to me, I have something to ask you." The above display is exactly a message that Wanda just sent. Roddy suddenly realized. No wonder Gwen was so angry early in the morning. Embarrassing. But something has already been discussed last night, Roddy has used his strength to settle Gwen and Daisy. At this moment, these two little girls already knew they were afraid. Otherwise, Gwen wouldn't have thrown the phone to Roddy just now, but just dropped it on the ground. "Wanda is looking for me now, the Avengers should have told Wanda about me, right?" Roddy had expected this outcome when he came back last night. Natasha Romanoff and the others didn't want Roddy to hurt Wanda's feelings, so even though they knew that Roddy was difficult to deal with, they still had to bite the bullet and fight him. The results speak for themselves. But they're clearly not letting it go. At least they'll tell Wanda the truth. Then let her make her own choice. Chapter 125. I'm going out for a trip. Roddy got dressed and talked to Gwen and the others. "Are you going to bring that little sister back?" Daisy suddenly poked her head out from the door and asked with a smile. Roddy shot her an annoyed look. At this time, the bathroom door opened, and Gwen came out with a cold face. Roddy suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Strangeness. Do I have spider telepathy too? Roddy was thinking wildly, when Gwen suddenly hugged him. Go early and return early. After speaking, Gwen immediately let go, then turned and went to the cloakroom. Roddy was a little confused. He looked at Daisy with a questioning look in his eyes. Don't ask me, I listened to Gwen anyway. Daisy raised her hands and said that he was just a fun-loving person, and Gwen followed suit in everything. You little follower. Roddy said angrily. Slightly. Daisy stuck out her tongue at him, made a grimace, then turned and ran away. Should be all right. Roddy thought for a while, then disappeared into the bedroom in an instant. Wait until after Roddy leaves. Daisy, who just ran away, came back again. She went to the cloakroom and found Gwen, who was picking out clothes. Gwen, do you really want to promise that guy to bring the third sister back? Daisy asked curiously. Gwen couldn't help but give her a blank look. The third sister has called, so you have already accepted it. Although she was a little depressed, but thinking of Roddy's virtue, Gwen also figured it out. In fact, she had figured it out when she accepted Daisy. And it's been more than half a year now. To be honest. For the past 6 months Roddy has been honest. Honestly, I can count on 2 hands the number of times I go fooling around outside. Gwen thought that after accepting Daisy, he had already started to restrain himself. In the end, he didn't expect that he had just changed his opinion of him, and he suddenly made such a move to her. It was also because of this that Gwen was a little angry last night. But last night Roddy reasoned the truth with them. Gwen also realized that Daisy and herself were not enough. It might be better if there was one more sister. Definitely. That's not to say Gwen has accepted all the women Roddy brought back. Specifically, do you really want to accept it, or does 807 let him keep him outside? Everything is fine until she has seen each other before making a decision. Now? Now it is definitely time to choose the clothes to wear today. After all, there may be guests coming later. You can't lose your momentum, can you? Seeing that Gwen had actually accepted all of this, Daisy was secretly relieved. To be honest. As Roddy's second woman, Daisy doesn't resist Roddy to find more women back like Gwen, after all, she is also a third party. But if Roddy brings another one back, she won't be the last. At least in her heart, Daisy would feel that she was finally no longer the lowest in the family. So, when she learned that Roddy was flirting outside again, Daisy actually had a little joy and anticipation in her heart. As for why you showed that angry look last night? Isn't that just to cooperate with Gwen? After all, Gwen is the big sister. Although she is 2 years older than Gwen. But in this family, Gwen is the real big sister. All her actions must be carried out with Gwen as the standard. Definitely. That's not what Gwen asked her to do. It was a spiritual shackle that Daisy put on herself. Otherwise, she always felt sorry for Gwen. But it's all right now. Soon there will be another sister in the family. By then, she should be the second sister, right? On the cliff. Roddy quickly found her location by locating Wanda's cell phone. Wanda. Roddy appeared behind Wanda and called her name. You really dare to come? Wanda turned around with a resentful expression on her face. Next second. With a wave of her hand, she sent Roddy in front of her, flying dozens of meters away in an instant. Boom. There was a loud bang. Roddy slammed into a mountain wall with his back, knocking the solid rock out of a deep pit. Ahem. Roddy coughed and staggered forward. BFFF. Seeing him like this, Wanda also had a look of worry in her eyes. But soon, the expression on her face was replaced by coldness again. Stop pretending! She shouted coldly. I know that you can absorb the energy of an attack, it won't hurt you at all. Hearing this, Roddy smiled wryly and said, but I just gave it away. Wanda was taken aback. Looking at him with a complex expression, he said, you want me to forgive you in this way? No, I just want you to vent, wouldn't it be better? Roddy said. You're such a BD. Since you already have a girlfriend, why did you come to recruit me? Why do you still give me such illusions? Wanda cursed and cursed, tears streaming down her face. When Roddy saw it, he stepped forward and hugged her distressfully. You let go. Wanda struggled, trying to push him away. It's all my fault, I should have known you earlier, so that the group wouldn't be like this. Roddy hugged Wanda tightly and didn't let go, no matter how hard she slapped himself, he didn't care at all. After a while, the strength in Wanda's hand was getting weaker and weaker, and finally she hugged him suddenly and bit him hard on his arm. As Roddy said before, he has temporarily turned off the energy absorption ability. But in fact, it is closed, it is more like a kind of suppression. This is originally also a built-in function of energy absorption ability. Otherwise, any kinetic energy will be absorbed unconditionally, no matter the file size. Wouldn't Roddy feel any tactile sensation? He can't even feel the simple heat and cold? Doesn't it feel like nothing when you're with your girlfriend? The fact is definitely not the case. Roddy usually maintains the lowest level of suppression effect. You can let yourself feel the kinetic energy, heat energy, etc. that won't hurt him. And at this moment, Roddy further enhanced the effect of this suppression. The second mode is reached. According to Roddy's understanding, energy absorption ability can enable a total of 3 modes of suppression effects. The first mode can be maintained permanently, and it is also the mode he usually turns on. And the second is the mode that Roddy is now on. It is not necessary to absorb some energy that does not cause moderate or above damage. Like Wanda directly blasting him with ability. And now biting his arm hard. Are all within this range. The third mode is more limited. As long as it is not fatal to Roddy, it will not absorb it. But this model is difficult to maintain. Roddy can only last for a few minutes at most, and it can't last any longer. However, this accompanying function originally is not a commonly used function. To be honest, Roddy hadn't turned on any of those 2 modes other than the first at all in the past. That's just today. In order for Wanda to vent well, it is also for Wanda to forgive herself. Roddy just turned on the second mode. But Wanda obviously didn't really hit hard just now. The first slap was out of anger. But it just made Roddy's chest tight and his back hurt a little. Not even a decent scratch was done. One is that Wanda kept his hand. The other is also because Roddy's physical fitness has not been what it used to be. Even if he doesn't turn on the metallization mode of the Man of Steel. Physically, he is 10 or 20 times stronger than a super soldier like Steve. Kind of like Spider-Man. Therefore, although Roddy looked a bit embarrassed in front of him, but it wasn't hurt at all. Including now. Wanda bit his arm hard. Apart from leaving a tooth mark, the oily skin was not even bitten. But Wanda doesn't know that. After she finished biting, she felt a little regretful. Are you in pain? Wanda looked up at Roddy and asked. Roddy shook his head lightly, then hugged Tien in his arms vigorously. Being hugged tightly by Roddy, Wanda also pressed her face against him, listening to the steady and powerful heartbeat in Roddy's chest, and smelling the faint fragrance of the other person's body through her nose. Wanda wished it could last forever. But the thought that Roddy already has a girlfriend makes her very sad. After a while, Roddy let go and looked down at Wanda. Is this how we reconcile? He said. Humph. Wanda slapped him lightly. Forget about today, but don't think it's over, I'm still waiting for your explanation. Roddy smiled. Wanda would say that, and he knew it was all right. To be honest, if the Avengers hadn't stepped in, Roddy would have wanted to develop a relationship with Wanda for a while. Wait until the time is almost up. Tell her about Gwen and Daisy. But now, because of the relationship of those Avengers, let Wong know all this in advance. Before coming here, Roddy himself was not very confident that he could get Wanda's understanding. What he thought before. First let Wanda beat me to calm down, and then I spend a while coaxing her, making her even more inseparable from me finally accept that he has other girlfriends by his side. To be honest, Roddy himself thought he was a scumbag. But between being a scumbag and seeing these girls with other people, Eddie chose to be a scumbag. And he didn't leave it alone after provoking it. Roddy swore that he would take good care of each of them. Let them feel every love you have for them. But after finding Wanda, Roddy realized that this girl whom he had only known for a day in a real sense, had occupied so many positions in her heart. This made Roddy very happy. But for Wanda, I feel even more guilty. But Roddy will make up for it later. He will never let Wanda suffer any more grievances in the future. And his Wanda will never have those tragic endings. She will be happy in the future. On the cliff, the two figures cuddled together. Roddy told Wanda about Gwen and Daisy, telling her that he couldn't give up on either of them and would never give up on either of them. Wanda is a bit dissatisfied though. But thinking that I was the one who came later, even the two older sisters accepted me. So what else is there to be dissatisfied with? As for leaving Roddy like Natasha Romanoff they say? Even Wanda herself didn't understand, the two of them had only known each other for a day, but she seemed unable to leave him no matter what. When Roddy wasn't here before, Wanda thought about leaving him. But thinking of never seeing Roddy again in the future, Wanda found herself heartbroken. It really feels like my heart is hurting. The reluctance and nostalgia in her heart gave her the illusion that the two had known each other and loved each other for a lifetime. Wanda didn't know what was wrong with her. She doesn't want to feel that way. So after Roddy came over, he showed a sincere attitude to ask for her forgiveness. Wanda also figured it out. As long as two people can be together, why care about other people? And no matter how much you love each other, it is impossible to stay together 24 hours a day. We all have our own business to attend to. It's like Gwen still has to go to school and start a band with her friends. Daisy needs time to catch up with dramas and learn new hacking knowledge. And Wanda is the same. She will be Roddy's girlfriend and one of the Avengers in the future. She couldn't have given up on her life completely after being with Roddy. So there seems to be nothing wrong with having two more sisters? Wanda convinced herself in her heart. Chapter 126. On the cliff. Wanda completed the self-guided strategy, convincing herself to accept the fact that there are other women around Roddy. But accept it. It is impossible for Wanda to get along well with Gwen and the others all at once. So when Roddy proposed to take Wanda to meet Gwen and the others, Wanda agreed directly, but she said that she had to recover and tidy herself up first. After all, she had just cried, and she was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. It can't be said that it is not good looking, but thinking of facing Roddy's other two girlfriends soon, Wanda feels that she has to take care of it more delicately. That way you won't lose to them. Then Roddy sent Wanda back to the Avengers base. He didn't go in himself, just waited outside. During this period, Roddy felt a resentful gaze falling on himself. He looked up and saw Vision from a window on the second floor. Hey! Roddy was a little surprised. How is Vision still alive? He blinked, then suddenly realized that the gemstone on Vision's forehead was gone. This is normal. After all, the gem was in Roddy's hands now. But what's with that blue light on his chest? Wouldn't it be an arc reactor? No more infinite gems, so just use arc reactor for energy? It seems that it is not impossible. Roddy thought to himself, and greeted Vision. The latter still looked at him with resentful eyes, and almost asked Roddy to get his gem back. But Roddy completely acted as if he didn't see it. After a while, Tony came out. After chatting with Roddy for a few words, he drove the iron armor and left. Among the Avengers, Tony is probably the busiest person. After all, on the one hand, he has to participate in various actions of the Avengers, and on the other hand, he has to deal with some company decision-making issues. Even though he has stepped down from the position of CEO, he is still the chairman. So it is impossible for the company to completely ignore it. It's just not as much as before. When Tony left, he confirmed with Roddy the delivery time of the next batch of vibranium. Just in these 2 days. Roddy waited for about an hour or so. After changing into new clothes and delicate makeup, Wanda came out of the base. "Sorry. Did you wait too long?" Roddy looked at the dazzling Wanda in front of him, smiled and shook his head. "No, but in fact you are already beautiful without makeup," Roddy said. "Really?" Wanda narrowed her eyes happily and smiled. She took the initiative to hold Roddy's arm and said, "Come on, take me to meet them, I'm ready." Roddy felt like Wanda was about to go to war. I wanted to tell her not to be so nervous. But seeing Wanda clutching his hand tightly, Roddy thought for a while and just gently held her little hand, followed by the two figures and disappeared outside the Avengers base in an instant. Paradise Building. In the room on the 66th floor. Roddy appeared here instantly with Wanda. Wow! The first person to spot them was the Red Devil basking in the sun on the balcony. The silly dog barked at Wanda a few times, then whimpered and ran away with its tail between its legs. It seems that she is afraid of Wanda. "Roddy, why does your dog seem to be afraid of me?" Wanda asked puzzled. "It's okay, don't worry about that silly dog, just wait until it gets to know you," Roddy said. The Red Devil is still very sensitive, and can detect the terrifying aura on Wanda, and because he is not familiar with it, it is normal for Jin to run with his tail between his legs due to his bullying personality. "Oh." Wanda nodded. At this time Gwen and Daisy also came out. Saw Wanda standing next to Roddy. "Hi, my name is Gwen." Gwen greeted generously. Daisy, the little follower following the head of the big sister, also hurriedly said hello. "Hi, my name is Daisy." Wanda responded nervously, "Well, hello, my name is Wanda, and I'm..." She faltered a little bit embarrassed to speak. Those lines that were prepared before seemed to be forgotten all at once. At this time. Instead, Gwen took the initiative to pull Wanda over and chatted with her intimately. In addition, Daisy was also making jokes on the sidelines. The three of them got to know each other very quickly. Roddy looked on in amazement. Obviously before, she looked like she was competing with each other, but now she looks like a good sister again. Woman. Roddy felt emotional. But this situation is the best for him. It's better than the three of them pinching each other, right? Seeing that the three of them got along pretty well, Roddy also turned around and went to the kitchen. He hasn't had breakfast yet. Wait for Roddy to finish his breakfast. Wanda and Gwen are already holding hands and sitting on the sofa talking about some girls. Although Wanda had a good relationship with Jessica, who is also a woman, in the Avengers. But because of the age difference, she and Jessica don't have much in common. Not like now. Gwen is only more than 1 year older than Wanda, and Daisy is only more than 3 years older than Wanda. There is not much difference in age. Therefore, the three of them have almost no generation gap. There was no need for Roddy to come over at this moment, they had become good sisters themselves. On the contrary, it was Roddy who wanted to chime in for a few words in the past, but was rejected by them. No way. The disgusted Roddy could only go to the game room to play games alone. Oh woman. Roddy shook his head, but the corners of his mouth were smiling. Next few days. Wanda and Roddy get stuck together every day. She also moved from the Avengers base, live at Roddy's house. But she still goes to the Avengers base during the day, just like she goes to work. Go to work in the morning and leave work in the afternoon. If there is a task, it's hard to say. But after a few days, other people may feel that Wanda's current state is not suitable for missions. So she didn't arrange any work for her. Therefore Wanda is empty every day. I spend most of my time training how to control my ability. Roddy also brought her the basic camouflage magic book for her to learn from. After all, Wanda's ability actually belongs to the magic side. It's just that camouflage's magic is not the most suitable for Wanda. The most suitable, in fact, is the Book of Darkness. But that thing is too weird. Roddy didn't want Wanda to touch him, so as not to be affected by the veteran dimension Mephisto-like Sithorn. Therefore, Roddy will not bring the Book of Darkness to Wanda. Even if he wants to bring it, it will be after he figured out how to solve the problem of Sithorn's influence. This day, the Avengers had a meeting internally, mainly to discuss the growing rejection of the Avengers from the outside world. In the middle, War Machine Rhodes proposed that the higher authorities intend to supervise the Avengers to make them more legalized and more regularized. Hearing this news, the Avengers in the conference room were basically divided into two factions. One faction thinks that being supervised is not unacceptable. At least it can solve the current problem, and there is a saying that is not called Yang Feng Yin violation? Supervised in name, but who is the obedient person present? So it's just a form. But some people think that the Avengers must have absolute independence and must not be supervised by the government. Not even in one form. Not to mention, with the official PS, are you sure they will allow you to obey? Because of disagreement, the two sides had a quarrel in the meeting room. As a result, no specific conclusions were drawn after the quarrel. We can only talk about it next time. Wanda was playing soy sauce throughout the meeting. While chatting with Roddy under the table while holding the mobile phone, I listened to a few words occasionally, but I felt very boring, so I didn't participate. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wanda is off work. Roddy came to pick her up, and the two planned to go to Mount Everest to see the snow scene. They went to the pyramids yesterday. The day before yesterday was the North Pole to see the aurora. Today's turn is also the turn of Mount Everest to see the snow. Roddy. Wanda, who ran out of the base, jumped on Roddy with a smile and hugged him tightly. Today is so boring. Where shall we go to play later? Wanda hugged him and asked. Go eat something first, and then we'll go see the snow scene. Roddy supported Wanda's body so that she would hang on him so that she would not fall off. At this time, ask for flowers. Several other Avengers also came out of the base. After seeing this scene, they all rolled their eyes with speechless expressions. This mouthful of dog food was fed. It is enough. Although they were opposed to Wanda being with Roddy before, they haven't said anything since Wanda made the decision. And the changes in Wanda during this time are visible to the naked eye. She had a great time every day. The smile that rarely appeared on her face before, it hangs on her face almost every day, and never disappears. Even if Roddy is a scumbag, everyone agrees on that. But as long as he can make Wanda happy, it's not scumbag. In fact, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Not to mention, even Wanda herself has accepted it, so outsiders like them can control it. Roddy, don't forget about tomorrow's deal. At this time, Tony, who looked a bit exhausted, came over, greeted Roddy, and reminded him not to forget about tomorrow's deal. Don't worry, everything is ready for you. Roddy waved his hand and said. Tony just reminded him, lest this guy was too busy talking about love to forget about him. Okay, I'll go first. Tony nodded and said. After Tony left, Roddy also asked curiously, what's wrong with them? Why does it feel a little tense? Roddy could clearly see the expression on Tony's face when he came out just now. 0. That face stinks. It's like who owes him thousands of billions and doesn't plan to pay it back. They had a quarrel. Wanda told Roddy what everyone discussed in the meeting just now. As for whether this is an internal secret of the Avengers? Can you tell outsiders? Wanda said that Roddy is not an outsider. So you can tell him anything. Civil War? Hearing what Wanda said, Roddy knew that the proposal of the Sokovia Agreement was not far away. But before that, there is another bombing to happen. Then James Barnes, the Winter Soldier, was involved. But there was one situation that Roddy was curious about. As far as he knows, because the Avengers Alliance acted so fast when S.H.I.E.L.D. disintegrated, it ended before the Winter Soldier was even sent. Therefore, now the Winter Soldier is not out of Hydra's control. Probably still frozen in a secret base, right? If it is like this, how is that Baron Zemo going to use the Winter Soldier for revenge? Without the Winter Soldier, how could he provoke the biggest conflict within the Avengers Alliance? I'm really worried that one day they will fight. Wanda said at this time. Heard. Roddy suddenly had an idea. So he said, then do you want them to trust each other again? Think. Wanda nodded. Roddy, is there anything you can do? She asked curiously. Roddy smiled mysteriously. Wait and see, they'll be back to how they were before soon. Wanda looked curious. But no matter how she asked, Eddie just didn't say anything. It looks like a trick. Annoyed, Wanda slapped him hardly a few times, and then the two left the base. It's time to go. Several Avengers watched from a distance, feeling their stomachs were swollen. No way. Too much dog food. The next day, Roddy got out of bed around 7 a.m. Gwen next to him has already got up and is washing up in the bathroom. She's going to band rehearsal today. Recently, their small band has gradually started to improve. Swan Gwen is also more active in participating in the rehearsal of the band, striving to perform better in the next performance. At least before graduation, they have to work hard to be a good band. It can be regarded as living up to my youth. After 8 o'clock. After breakfast, Gwen went out to rehearse. Daisy is still sleeping with her head covered. This lazy pig won't get up until noon every day. Roddy didn't bother her either, and just disappeared into the house with a teleportation. Appearing again, he has come to a world of ice and snow, but this is not the Mount Everest he took Wanda to yesterday. It's somewhere in the wilderness of Siberia. Chapter 127. Somewhere in Siberia. Here is a scene of ice and snow. In the distance, a snow wolf walked alone on the snow, leaving a series of footprints behind it. It is foraging. Looking for suitable prey. And Roddy came to look for prey today. And he has found it. Right in front of you. Here is a secret base of Hydra in Siberia. This base has never been exposed to the sight of the Avengers because the base has never been opened to the public. While other Hydra bases are being purged by the Avengers. This base is conducting various secret experiments, trying to create biological weapons that can counter the Avengers, and finally there will be a shocking comeback. But they obviously don't have that chance. The base was disguised as the entrance of the mine, and Roddy walked in slowly. The moment he entered the mine, the monitoring system inside the base had already discovered his existence. In a surveillance room, a dozen Hydra soldiers are sitting here looking at the screens in front of them. At this time, a Hydra soldier suddenly discovered something new. Attention! Camera number 3 has captured a suspicious intrusion! Exclaimed the Hydra soldier. Next moment, the image from camera number 3 was transferred to the largest main screen. The Hydra officer in charge of the monitoring system also saw the person in the picture. Who is this person? Visitor. The Hydra officer apparently did not know Roddy. In fact, except for a few people who know Roddy's situation. In the eyes of most people, he is just a super rich second generation with 873 money. Including those cronies around Roddy. No one knows that Roddy actually has the power to destroy the world. Otherwise, those guys didn't dare to hang shoulders with Roddy all day long, as brothers. Therefore, it is normal for the chief of the Hydra base not to know Roddy, but there is really a problem with the recognition. I don't know, sir. The Hydra soldiers below immediately shook their heads. They don't even know the person in the picture. At this time, Roddy in the camera suddenly looked towards the camera and smiled slightly at the camera. Wave and say hello. He saw us. Chief Hydra was taken aback and asked hastily. Impossible, our camera is well camouflaged, even a professional agent cannot detect it at that distance. Hydra soldiers are very confident in their own surveillance system, but the person in the picture is obviously greeting them. How can this be explained? For a while, the Hydra in the entire monitoring room all stared at Roddy in the picture. At this moment, Roddy continued to walk into the depths of the mine. Seeing this scene, the Hydra officer didn't care whether the other party had already discovered them, and quickly ordered, "Send someone to arrest this person immediately." It just so happens that the doctor's experiment still needs more materials, and there is no reason to refuse someone like this who comes to your door voluntarily. Yes, sir. A Hydra soldier heard the order and immediately set to work. 2 minutes later, a well-trained Hydra combat team came out of the base, passed through the base's all-metal gate, and came to the mine. Our task is to capture this intruder. It's uncertain whether the target has extraordinary abilities, so everyone be careful later. The Hydra soldier leading the team exhorted the soldiers in his squad. Don't worry, Captain. Several Hydra soldiers laughed and clapped their weapons. We have this latest weapon developed by the doctor, it is absolutely foolproof. The weapons in their hands looked oddly shaped. Kind of like a harpoon gun for fishing. But not quite the same. Especially the transparent part in the middle of the gun body, which contains a kind of purple energy, which looks a bit sci-fi, but it also gives people a crude feeling. It's mostly a matter of styling. Looks so much like a harpoon gun. In the mine, it was pitch black, only the wires on both sides exuded a faint yellow light, bringing a glimmer of light into the cave. But also very limited. Have to say, the camouflage of this mine is still quite like that. At least those who don't know the truth will only think that this is an old mine. Never thought that there is a secret base of Hydra hidden in it. In addition, the land here is sparsely populated. Maybe no one will pass by here for several years. Therefore, it also greatly reduces the possibility of the base being discovered. But at the moment Roddy saw a group of people deep in the dark mine. These guys probably thought they were hiding well. Little did they know that in Roddy's eyes, they were as obvious as fireflies in the dark night. Far away. He has already found out. Confirm the target. Target confirmed. Implement the capture plan. Fire. Next second. Several large nets with jumping electric arcs enveloped Roddy. These nets are all made of special metal wires, with electric current on them, which can instantly paralyze people and lose their ability to resist. Generally, even an existence like a super soldier, if it is covered by this kind of net, there is only one end. That is to be arrested and taken away honestly. But this time the Hydra underestimated their opponents. When the net is about to fall, Roddy, who was there just now, suddenly disappeared. Several nets fell directly to the ground. I missed it. Those Hydra soldiers are stupid. What about people? Are you looking for me? Just then, a strange voice came from behind them. The Hydra captain who led the team turned around instinctively, fired, and then rolled away from the spot. The whole set of actions was done in one go. It can be seen that this is a set of standard movements that have been practiced after a lot of tempering. Moreover, what this Hydra captain holds in his hand is the latest secret weapon developed by the doctors in their base. This weapon, which looks like a harpoon gun, can fire bullets with full penetrating power. The warhead looks a bit like the head of an arrow, and it looks very sharp in the shape of a cross. In fact, it is sharper, because even a 1-meter thick alloy gate will be instantly penetrated by this bullet, which is much more powerful than any anti-material sniper rifle. The only downside is probably that the warhead needs to be loaded and fired one at a time. So a little cumbersome. The kinetic energy of the firearm comes from the purple energy liquid in the barrel. This energy liquid is a special energy that the doctor extracted from a certain corpse. After being processed by that doctor, this energy can be produced in batches as the energy source for this weapon. It not only has powerful kinetic energy, it can make the fired warhead fly at a speed more than 10 times the speed of sound, but it can also be wrapped on the warhead, adding a solid and penetrating effect to the warhead. That's why. It is obviously just an ordinary metal bullet, but it can hit alloy like foam. As for why it looks so ugly? Because this is the original version. No upgrade has been updated yet. When the follow-up version comes out, it will look better, and it will also solve the disadvantage of needing to be loaded manually every time. But even the first generation version of the weapon is amazing in terms of power. Even if they meet some strengthening people, they still have the confidence to kill each other with one shot. The Hydra captain who shot was also very confident, thinking that the intruder should be finished. It's a pity that the above order is to capture alive. Now it seems that I can only bring a defective corpse back. What are you laughing at? Just when the Hydra captain was still lamenting that he couldn't complete this task perfectly, the voice just now appeared again, and it was very close behind him. Moment. The Hydra captain's hairs stood on end. He just wanted to repeat the action just now, but found that the weapon in his hand was gone. This thing looks really ugly. Roddy played with the weapon in his hand. No matter what he thinks, this thing looks like a harpoon gun. It's so ugly. But the purple energy liquid in the barrel is a bit interesting. Roddy felt a very special wave of energy up there. But Roddy can't understand. So after a few glances, he threw it aside. Next second, those Hydra soldiers in front turned and shot at him. Roddy smiled contemptuously. Completely ignored their attacks. In a flash, the whole world seemed to stand still. Only Roddy was able to move. He walked up to those warheads, looked curiously at these warheads which seemed to take a few seconds to move a distance of 0.1 millimeters, and then walked in front of those Hydra soldiers. Observed the weapons in their hands. All are exactly the same. It is nothing special. Then Roddy patted every Hydra soldier casually, then turned and walked deeper into the mine. Next moment, the world is back to normal. There was a sound like an explosion behind him. Roddy didn't need to look back to know it was the Hydra soldiers whose bodies had been blasted to pieces. After all, at the speed he just slapped, even if he didn't use much strength, it was more powerful than the explosion of a shell hitting them. These are just Hydra soldiers wearing ordinary body armor, how can they stop such damage? Fall apart in an instant, yow! In the monitoring room, Chief Hydra, who thought he was stable 1 second, suddenly changed his face the next second. What's going on? He looked at the Hydra soldiers who were suddenly blown to pieces one by one in the picture, and immediately asked angrily in disbelief. But no one present could answer his question. Even if some Hydra soldiers slowed down the monitoring screen, even if it was slowed down hundreds of times, they still couldn't see what happened. Nonsense. Roddy's speed just now was tens of thousands of times the speed of sound. Even if it is slowed down by hundreds of times, that is hundreds of times the speed of sound. How can the naked eye see it? Deep in the mine, Roddy saw the all-metal door. At the moment the door is tightly closed. Roddy tapped on it. How about opening a door? He shouted. As a result, what responded to him were the muzzles opened on both sides. Immediately afterwards, Countless bullets poured on his body. Roddy stood there without any intention of avoiding it, and let the machine guns shoot at him. Countless kinetic energy was absorbed by him, and the bullets jingled and fell to the ground, quickly accumulating into a pile. It seems that I am not very welcome. Roddy smiled and said. Next second. Bang! The metal door in front of him was blown wide open by Roddy's punch. The alloy gate with a thickness of more than 1 meter, even if it is hit by a tank's shells, even if a tank is scrapped, it is impossible to blast it open. Available in front of Roddy 5.1. He just punched lightly, and the energy exploded from the fist instantly blasted the door open. He stepped over the hole, inside the base. What greeted him was a wave of more violent ambushes. The entire Hydra base had already sounded shrill sirens when Roddy broke in. Hundreds of Hydra soldiers are coming this way. But what stood in front of Roddy now were some automatic turrets at the entrance of the base. The cannon above can fire thousands of bullets per minute. Any bullet can go through a wall. 1 minute. Tens of thousands of bullets have already landed on the metal ground. Roddy stepped forward one after another, and with a wave of his hand, a burst of energy was released, instantly causing a cannon to explode. He waved again. Tens of thousands of bullets flew up all over the ground, like a metal storm, sweeping towards all directions. For a moment. Directly clear all the obstacles in front of you. Roddy walked on. More enemies came to stop him. Some crude weapons that he had never seen before were taken out. There are energy rays released. Some emit gravitational waves. And if it doesn't hit anyone, it will explode directly. This is the funniest. Roddy saw 5 Hydra soldiers pushing a big guy over with his own eyes, and thought how powerful this thing was. It ended up blowing itself up. Also killed the 5 Hydra soldiers. Roddy couldn't help laughing. Chapter 128. After a while. In the entrance hall of the base. The space of nearly 900,000 square meters has been filled with thousands of corpses. There are also all kinds of weird weapons, which are also scrapped. Clap. Roddy clapped his hands, and casually crushed the last Hydra soldier in the air, then glanced around, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it seems that the armed forces of this base are still good. If this is replaced by the Avengers, several people may die by accident. It wasn't that Roddy underestimated the Avengers. The main reason is that this is the real world, not a movie, and there is no so-called law of the protagonist's immortality. Therefore, people like Falcon Sam and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff are originally just ordinary people, or just slightly stronger than ordinary people. When facing an enemy of this size, if they are not careful, they will rush to the street. To know. These Hydra weapons fire bullets at more than 10 times the speed of sound. A single shot would kill most of them. Even if it is Steve, if the shield is not in his hand, he will be killed on the spot if he grabs it. But if the shield is there, it's fine. After all, Captain America's shield has a magical ability like the law of causality, and can attack when the enemy only stares at his shield, regardless of the possibility that the person behind the shield can actually be hit directly. It's amazing. However, the scale of this base seems quite large. Do you want to find rooms one by one? Roddy shook his head, that was too much trouble. Even if he has the ability to move fast. But how outsiders see it is their business. On Roddy's side, he really ran such a big circle. In his perception, a long time really passed by. Time was originally a very idealistic concept. The meaning of time is given by life. Time would be meaningless without life. As for Roddy in the extremely fast state, an hour in his perception may not even last 0.1 seconds in the perception of a normal person. Therefore, it's not that he can run fast without feeling tired or troublesome. Definitely. This class is mentally tired and has nothing to do with the body. And, Roddy has a better way. There is no one looking for someone in every room. That's so inefficient. Next second, Roddy pressed one hand to the ground. In an instant, an invisible force enveloped the entire Hydra base, and even a large area around it. Another second. Boom! With a loud bang, on the ice and snowland of Siberia, a circular piece of land with a diameter of more than 6 kilometers disappeared directly. There are layers of mud and rock that have slipped all around. And the earth that suddenly disappeared, let the outside air pour in all of a sudden, making a loud bang. If you listen to it from a distance, it feels like there are bursts of thunder coming from here. After a long time, only then did the movement calm down. While on the other side, time travels back to not so long ago. Roddy took the entire Hydra base and the surrounding large area of land, and instantly appeared in space 1 Gwen unit away from Blue Star. At present, it is the scorching white fireball that covers the entire universe. Roddy appeared outside the base in an instant. Then he kicked on it, and kicked the Hydra base floating in the space towards the sun at close range. Originally, the huge gravitational force of the sun is already pulling this Hydra base that suddenly appeared. Plus Roddy kick directly let it fly towards the sun at a faster speed. During the flight, the temperature was constantly rising. In the blink of an eye, it has reached thousands of degrees Celsius. And as it gets closer, the temperature is still rising rapidly. And at the moment, those Hydra members who survived in the base couldn't take it anymore. Because of the sealed protection of the base, at first they only felt that the surrounding temperature began to increase, and their bodies gradually began to sweat. But soon, the metal structure outside the base began to burn red, and even melted. All of a sudden, the temperature inside the base began to skyrocket. Some people watched the clothes on their bodies start to burn, and then their skin turned red, and blisters were formed one after another. The severe pain caused them to fall to the ground, screaming and struggling crazily. But the pain didn't last long. Soon, the temperature inside the base has exceeded 600 or 700 degrees, and is approaching thousands of degrees Celsius. Now, these Hydra members who were in great pain just now finally stopped howling. They are free. While on the other side, in a well-sealed room, one by one huge amounts of freezer, the snow-covered body began to shake. The ice and snow covering these people also began to melt away, as the glass on the surface burst open at high temperatures. Those frozen experimental subjects also woke up one by one. Among them is Roddy's goal, the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier was the first of these experimental subjects to really wake up. At the moment, he had long hair hanging down his head, his eyes were indifferent, and he didn't seem to have any intelligence at all. His strong body came out of the freezer grabbing the broken glass. As soon as his feet stepped on the metal ground, he felt a tingling sensation. He looked down and found that the metal on the ground had been burned red. The surrounding air is distorted, and oxygen and the like are being diluted crazily. The outer structure of the base has melted, and the originally sealed base has come into direct contact with the vacuum of the universe outside. And at this moment, the walls of this freezer have also started to melt, and the scorching heat wave is sweeping everywhere. The Winter Soldier watched all this indifferently. A scream came from not far away. He turned to look. I saw that the burned skins of other experimental subjects began to fester before they came out of the freezer, and the whole person looked up. The body strengthening of the Winter Soldier is at a higher level than these experimental bodies. So for now he can hold on. This Hydra base has been researching biological weapons. They first studied super soldier serum, then gamma rays, and even some inhuman corpses. They have it here too. The Winter Soldier has been taken here since the demise of Pierce's Hydra, and has become their main experimental target. These madmen inject various potions into the Winter Soldier's body. Some make him stronger, but some make him miserable. Fortunately, the Winter Soldier is a brainwashed biological weapon. He has no thinking of his own at all, no matter how painful he is, at most he just rolls on the ground in pain, but he never complains at all. Therefore, after several experiments, the current Winter Soldier's physical strength is even higher than that of Luke Kai-ki. In the last test, the Winter Soldier could lift more than 300 tons with both hands. The body can withstand thousands of tons of pressure without showing signs of injury. And he also has a certain self-healing ability. The point is that even Hydra, who injected him with various drugs, didn't know what was going on. It may be that the substances extracted from the Inhumans played a certain role. But what exactly is the principle? They don't know either. Originally, they also want to figure out this principle by studying the Winter Soldier, and even replicate it in other experimental subjects. Pity. Don't wait for them to come up with any results. This is the arrival of Roddy, the Death God. 2 minutes later, Roddy watched as the Hydra base slammed into the sun with explosions and flames everywhere. Then a huge amounts of fireballs exploded across the face of the sun. He squinted his eyes and smiled. After confirming that no one survived, Roddy just teleported and disappeared in place. While on the other side, the Winter Soldier withstood the first wave of explosions, but ultimately failed to withstand the super high temperature inside the sun. Under the high temperature of more than 6,000 degrees, his body began to collapse. And what's worse, he is constantly being drawn into the depths of the sun. And the Winter Soldier didn't really last long. About 3 or 4 seconds. Burnt to a heap of ashes. The dead cannot die again. Just when Roddy solved a Hydra base and successfully executed the thoroughly brainwashed Winter Soldier. Far away in another city in Blue Star. In a hotel room, Baron Zima, who had just opened the door and walked into the room, was instantly covered in blood foam by a bullet flying from far away before closing the door. Boom! The whole room was blown to pieces. The guests in other rooms of the hotel were so frightened that they opened the door and ran out, screaming and running away. And on a high tower 10,000 meters away, a mechanical warrior also put away the muzzle in his hand. Turn away with it. No one knew that a man who would have started the civil war of the entire Avengers Alliance was killed in a hotel room so easily. Even Baron Zima, who was killed, didn't realize all this when he was dying. Before he died, he was still thinking about his plan in his heart, deliberating over and over again, making sure not to leave any loopholes. Pity. His plan was destined to be impossible to carry out. After all, people are dead. You can't turn into a ghost, and come back to overthrow the Avengers Alliance, right? The next day. The day the Sokovia Agreement was signed. As representatives of the Avengers, Natasha Romanoff and Steve attended the meeting that attracted worldwide attention. The meeting went smoothly. No explosion. No casualties. But it can also be said that it didn't go well at all. Because the Avengers did not agree to sign the Sokovia Agreement. Taking Steve as a representative, he explained the meaning of Avengers' existence and some disadvantages of signing the agreement in the conference room. So in the process, countless people raised doubts. But Captain America doesn't seem to be changing his mind. End of the meeting. There are also 2 different arguments in the world. One is to support Avengers to continue to maintain independence, but this part of people is only a minority, and they are basically watching the fun. Such as Suinkuo. Because the Avengers never go to Xian Kingdom to perform missions, Xian Kingdom also does not allow Su Avengers to enter without permission. To know. Xian country is the country with the second largest military power in the world. Second only to the United States. And this country likes to keep a hand. You think that is their whole card, but in fact there are more whole cards under the whole card. Therefore, even the United States did not dare to easily clash with Xian nation. At most it would be a few tentative provocations, but that was also to test the true strength of Xian nation. Too bad it hasn't been very successful. Therefore, even the Avengers would not be able to directly rush into other people's homes to fight and kill without the consent of the other party, as they did to Sakura country and Bangsa country. After all, Both Sakura country and Bangsa country are good sons of the United States. When father goes to his son's house, does he still need his son's approval? Good thing. Come if you don't want to. On the internet, those who support the Avengers' independence are basically netizens from the Xian Kingdom. And the netizens on Asan's side. But Asan is arrogant and thinks that the Avengers are not a threat at all. As long as they think about it, they can punish the Avengers in minutes. Therefore, Asan's netizens are not only supporting the Avengers. They even jumped out, threatening that they would form a superhero team themselves, and that the responsibility of saving the world would be handed over to the superheroes of the three kingdoms. However, netizens from other countries do not seem to be interested in the superhero team of Asangwo. After all, if you dare to talk to animals, it is considered a super ability. Then the three kingdoms are indeed per capita superhero hero. But actually shoulder the great responsibility of saving the world? Forget it. You'd better manage your own Ganges first. Don't poop upstream and rinse your mouth downstream, thank God. The online quarrel was ignored by the Avengers internally this time. Steve and Natasha Romanoff returned to the Avengers base directly after the meeting ended. On the base side, although the other Avengers did not attend the meeting, they all gathered here to watch the live broadcast of the meeting. Seeing the two of them coming back, everyone went up to welcome them. Steve, your presentation was brilliant. Sam smiled and gave Steve a hug, looking very happy. Others like Luke Kai-Ki and Jessica. They also welcomed Steve and the others home. Only Tony and Rhodes sat there without saying a word, looking not in a good mood. Young. Chapter 129. Steve, we need to talk. At this time, Tony suddenly stepped forward and said to Steve. Then he turned and went straight to the small lounge on the other side. Steve looked at the others, then patted Sam, who was showing concern, before following. In the small lounge, Tony and Steve had a long chat behind closed doors. No one knows what they talked about inside. I only know that when the two of them came out, they all came out with relaxed expressions on their faces. See here. The other Avengers who were waiting outside also breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like the captain and Tony have made a deal. Steve. Sam stepped forward, looking at Steve questioningly. We're not going to sign the deal. Steve said seriously. Heard. Sam nodded with a smile, just don't sign. It seems that the end result is that Tony chose to back down. But in fact, it is not considered a concession. Just now Steve and Tony talked about the agreement in the small break room. The main point of conflict between the two is not the issue of whether to sign the agreement, but the issue of how the Avengers will continue in the future. The agreement is just a compromise to allow the Avengers to continue. Before, Tony wanted to use this as a form, so that the official people of various countries could feel more at ease with them, so as not to regard them as a threat. At the same time, Tony also wanted to find someone to dump the blame on. Now their Avengers are independent, so if they encounter any problems, they can only bear it by themselves. But if they agree to be supervised by the officials of various countries, then when they face such a situation, they can directly blame the supervisors. Although not everyone believes it. But at least there is a companion to share the firepower. Definitely. If there is a choice, Tony does not want this companion. After all, it is essentially a compromise. It was a decision of necessity. And that's what he was talking about with Steve just now. From the beginning to the end, Tony actually didn't want a group of people riding on his head to control him. It can be seen from his past personality that Wani has never been the kind of person who will follow orders. Also 527 therefore. Most of the Avengers were in disbelief when Tony tended to agree to sign the deal. Because Tony is not the kind of good baby who will obey orders. And in fact it is. But this is not impossible. Under the pressure of the situation, they can only make concessions to preserve the existence of the Avengers. As for what really led to the Avengers Alliance's complete breakup? That was never an agreement. It's the Winter Soldier. It's because the Winter Soldier killed Tony's parents. This is the real reason. After all, in the original plot, when Tony knew that Steve's judgment was correct and that Baron Zemo was behind the scene, he let go of his previous prejudices and even took the initiative to show his favor. But when he found out that his parents were killed by the Winter Soldier, and when Steve knew about this before, he really came to the opposite side with Steve. The hatred of killing one's father and one's mother is irreconcilable. There was nothing Tony could do to forgive the Winter Soldier, even if it wasn't his intention. In addition, Steve blindly favors the Winter Soldier, and even fights Tony to prevent Tony from taking revenge. This is what really broke the Avengers Alliance completely. As for the agreement, that's just a piece of paper. Nothing at all. Tony has a million ways to turn this so-called agreement into a pile of crap. But because Steve was partial to the Winter Soldier and prevented him from taking revenge, the two completely lost the possibility of reconciliation. What does Steve say? There is nothing wrong with other aspects, but when it comes to the Winter Soldier, his good Bucky, his selfishness can't help but be exposed. But people, no one is perfect. Steve is human too. He can't do everything. In fact, he was never a perfect person. At most, they have justice in their hearts and are willing to sacrifice for others. But selfishness is definitely there. Not to mention, I grew up together since I was a child, and I am still a good friend who was lost and found again. But Tony was also his best friend. Still a partner fighting side by side. But at that time, Steve was only thinking about how to stop Tony, but he didn't think about how to ease all this, but blindly helped the Winter Soldier. He didn't even think about asking the Winter Soldier to apologize to Tony, only to say it wasn't his fault. What's the use of that? Apart from further provoking Tony's anger, is there any positive effect? Not at all. Even if you let the Winter Soldier kneel in front of Tony, kowtow to him, sincerely say humility, say sorry for my mistake, and then let Lin Zhong beat him up. At this time, no matter how reasonable you are with Tony, it is not out of your own intention to say that the Winter Soldier was brainwashed by Hydra or something like that. I believe Tony will most likely calm down and listen to your explanation at that time. Instead of directly protecting the Winter Soldier as soon as he came up, he didn't apologize, and he didn't admit his mistakes. No attitude at all. No wonder Tony is so angry. But now this problem doesn't exist at all. The Winter Soldier had already been killed by Roddy. Even that Baron Zemo was sent by the mechanical warrior sent by Roddy 10,000 meters away to give him a set meal. Therefore, the biggest point of conflict between the two disappeared. Nature. It's just some disputes in the agreement, and they can negotiate it after they discuss it themselves. No need to fight at all. Impossible to fight. As for Steve, he only met the Winter Soldier once and knew that he was still alive. But since that time, he hasn't seen each other again. Is the Winter Soldier still alive? Steve didn't have an accurate answer at all. After all, the power of Hydra has almost been eradicated by them now. But after all this time, he hadn't met Bucky in any of the Hydra bases. This made Steve instinctively think that Bucky may have been disposed of by Hydra. As for why Hydra does this? Then who knows? After all, it is normal for a group of lunatics to do crazy and incomprehensible things. But after some discussion between Steve and Tony, they still decided not to sign the agreement. Apparently, Tony was still convinced by Steve. After all, Captain America's eloquence is really good. It is said that his speech is very motivating, in fact he is also very good at persuading others. Put it in Naruto world. How could this be a mouth escape expert level master? Tony, are you sure you want to do this? Rhodes pulled Tony to the side and asked, you should know that if we refuse, the officials of various countries will definitely take action against us. The most important thing is. He pointed up. The meaning is self-evident. The most important thing is actually the vinegar from the United States. After all, the Avengers' headquarters are in the United States. Most of them present are also from the country of CAI. Therefore, once the United States officials sanction them. As a soldier, Rhodes knew how serious the consequences would be. Don't worry, I have a solution. BHCB, Tony patted his good brother on the shoulder and said. His solution is also very simple. That's leaving the United States. Definitely. It's not that all of them leave the United States, but move the base of the Avengers from the United States to another place that the United States cannot officially govern. After all, for people like them, especially those whose nationality is the United States. Even if it is an official, they can't trouble them with trumped-up charges, otherwise the legal department of the Stark Group is not a vegetarian. But if the base of the Avengers continues to be here, it will not be suitable. Otherwise, believe it or not, the official people come to trouble them every day? Either this problem or that problem. This kind of thing really needs to be put into operation, and there are ways to implement it. So, Tony decided after discussing it with Steve. Simply do nothing and move directly. Wouldn't it be over just to move the base of the Avengers? As for where to move? Tony thought about it too. Rather than looking for another country, which will inevitably encounter similar problems, it is better to simply move to a place that cannot be controlled by any country. Heaven! When the other Avengers heard Tony's proposal to move and told them to move to the sky, everyone looked at him in surprise. Tony, you want to get an aerospace carrier? Natasha Romanoff thought of a possibility. When Nick Fury was S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he liked to drive an aerospace carrier as a mobile base. But that thing can't keep flying in the sky. There is always a time to come down. And it's not very safe, to be honest. Once discovered, the daily bombs can turn it into a huge amounts of firework blooming in the sky at a height of 10,000 meters. Definitely not. Tony denied, space carriers are too fragile and not safe enough in the atmosphere. Wait. In the atmosphere? Everyone looked at Tony in surprise. Do you know this? Sam asked Steve beside him. I just found out too. Steve said. This is crazy, we're going to get ourselves a space station. Jessica couldn't help but said. In her cognition, a place built outside the atmosphere and capable of living is a space station. Isn't that where the astronauts stay? Could it be that they still have to undergo spaceflight training? Jessica couldn't help but already had that picture in her mind. At this time, Tony laughed and said, Space station? No, what I want to build is a real spaceship. Everyone looked at him with question marks on their faces. No. The space station is outrageous, and you say you're going to build a spaceship? When did Blue Star have this technology? Tony, are you serious? Asked Natasha Romanoff. Definitely. When did you not take it seriously? Tony also knew that his idea was a bit too advanced for others. After all, their current base is still built on the ground. As a result, the next base is about to go into space. This span is somewhat large. In fact, Tony also thought about whether to build a sea base, or a submarine base. But considering some problems, Wang and I decided to go straight to the point. Just get a space base. Save money and move later. But it is naturally difficult to build a space base. Even if he is Tony Stark, it doesn't mean that he can get it out of a space base. But Tony has that confidence. His confidence was not blind self-confidence. Rather, he really already possesses this ability. What is the biggest difficulty of the space base, or the spaceship in Tony's mouth? One is the original material. The material isn't strong enough to fly through space at super-fast speeds at all. But this is not a big problem for Tony. He has vibranium. Definitely, Tony is not brave enough to directly use vibranium to build a spaceship. His plan is that the main body of the spaceship is built with secondary vibration. This secondary vibranium is a superalloy that Tony synthesized by accident through further research on vibranium. Its strength far exceeds any known superalloy, and it has extremely strong toughness and sufficient high temperature resistance. Therefore, there is no problem at all in using this material to manufacture a spaceship. An energy. Tony has an arc reactor. A small arc reactor is naturally not powerful enough to drive a large spaceship. But the arc reactor originally was a large one first, and then it was shrunk down by Tony. So getting a big arc reactor is not a problem at all. Finally, there is manufacturing technology. This Tony didn't have it originally. But who let a group of guys named Chittori send them a wave of technical references in this regard a few years ago? Plus Tony had consulted Thor about this before. Although Thor himself doesn't understand these things, someone in Asgard does. So I brought some information about this to Tony. So, building a spaceship is no problem for Tony. At most, it is necessary to get a strong enough production line. But for Tony, who is the richest man in the world, is this a problem? A problem that money can solve is also called a problem? Chapter 130. You mean, Tony, he's going to move you guys straight into space? During dinner, Wanda told Roddy about Tony's idea, and the Avengers had decided not to sign the Sokovia Agreement. My God! Isn't this too crazy? Daisy said with a shocked expression on her face. Gwen, who was sitting by the side, was also shocked by the news, and muttered, "This is too exaggerated." "Yeah, I think it's too exaggerated." Wanda nodded and said. Moving from the ground to space at once, Wanda also felt that this span was a bit too big. But Tony has already decided. And say you can do it. Then the rest of them can only choose to believe him. A month later, the fallout from the Avengers' refusal to sign the Sokovia deal finally explodes. First of all, more than 70 countries around the world have announced that they will no longer allow Avengers to enter their countries without permission. Even if you travel in the past, you must first apply to the embassy, and you will not be allowed to enter the country until the application is approved. Subsequently, the United States has announced that it no longer recognizes the official legitimacy of the Avengers. This means that the Avengers will not be able to continue any activities within the United States in the future. Definitely. If you are not afraid of violating the laws of the United States, you can ignore this article. And almost on the same day, the Avengers base was officially sealed off by the United States. The reason is land building violations. Where is the violation? This did not say, just said that it violated the regulations, and then it was seized. However, when the United States officially started, the Avengers had already packed away some things in the base, and they had stopped coming here more than a week ago. Therefore, the United States officials also seized a loneliness, and was sued by Stark Group's legal department. According to the strength of the Stark Group's legal department, the final result is likely to be that the United States officially loses the lawsuit. Some people want to ask, even if it is the United States official, how can the court rule them against the lawsuit? This will explain the judicial system of the United States. The court, and some justices, have a very special status in the United States. So many times you will see that some people will sue the United States officials, but they still win. After all, to put it bluntly, the United States is a capitalist country. Capital first. The official is just a representative on the table. Behind the scenes, those who have money are the masters of the United States. And Tony Stark is undoubtedly a part of the capital. So the final result will definitely be that the Stark Group wins the lawsuit. It's just that it's not just the one in the Black Palace who is taking action now, and the military is also dissatisfied with the Avengers. Apparently they want to master the Avengers, a powerful team, and use them to my advantage. But the Avengers didn't give in. This offends the military. To a certain extent, the person in the Black Palace is at most a spokesperson. But those powerful generals in the military are different. They really have the ability to flip the table. Even if it is capital, it has to give face to the military, otherwise it is useless for them to have money. Definitely. In the United States, the existence of capital and the military are mutually beneficial. The two parties are very good partners. Unless forced to do so, they will not turn against their goals. Even if there are conflicts, they will discuss and resolve them by themselves behind closed doors. There will be no big commotion outside. You mean, let me teleport into space with your unfinished spaceship? Stark Group, in the break room. Roddy looked at Tony with the bruise in the corner of his eye in front of him, and recalled the meaning of what he just said. Just now. Roddy comes over and delivers another batch of vibranium to Tony. Then Roddy originally planned to get the money and leave directly. But Tony suddenly said that he wanted to ask him for a favor. Not a spaceship, but another space base. Tony explained. So you also found time to build a space base? Roddy was a little surprised, mainly because it was only a short month, and Tony was really busy. It's just a mainframe, and many internal facilities still need to be done. The whole process will take about a month to complete. Tony explained, before I considered using the spaceship as a new base for the Avengers, but later I found a problem, that is, the size of the spaceship cannot be made too large.